on the second channel?
No. Well, technically no, but sometimes we premiere stuff there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah, most EFAP streams are on good old Molar channel.
And then you don't have any of the live archives on.
There
we go. Hello, we are live. Hello.
They're on second channel. Oh my goodness.
I will start on my end. Hold on.
On the old Twitch, huh?
Yeah, but also on Kick.
Ooh.
Twitch and Kick.
Yeah.
Have you got yourself a $100 million deal by any chance?
No.
Oh.
No.
I don't have that pull with streaming.
Damn it.
Adam works too hard.
I mean, I would like to just kind of, you know, watch YouTube videos and leave the room and make money, but
oh my goodness.
Here we are.
Yeah, I think I've seen you tweeting a bit about it, but that got itself a new chapter recently.
There's very few people on the internet that I will just publicly say, like, I don't have any intellectual respect for at all, and XQC is one of them.
What about the time he said that that one time
I think he streamed Overwatch at some point, so there you go.
But he played Winston.
Oh, well.
Even I know that does not mean much. Oh, I can jump in and click, and then I could leave. Ooh, wow, look at me.
We're not covering the XQC debate yet, chat. Not yet, okay? Gosh, you have to wait for that.
Yeah.
So it is rather amusing. Did you happen to check that out? Good old Mr. Klein.
Yeah, I was. I caught probably 40 minutes worth of it, but I based on how it was, I'd imagine the entire thing was just. I don't know if I had to watch the whole thing to know how the entire thing went.
Highlights where he yells at Ethan that he's bald and he crawls on the floor doing the worm.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Because it seemed like, well, I guess I'll hold my thoughts on that for now if we want to talk about that later.
I mean, you know, I don't mind talking about it now if you want, as a sort of while we wait for people to come in.
People are sort of filing in, yeah.
He has. It's really unfortunate because it seems like when people are bringing up legitimate criticisms, even if he doesn't find them legitimate, in his mind, he doesn't see it as criticism. He sees it as an attack. And so that's why, and I'm doing like a psychoanalysis here without any degree, but it feels like that's why his immediate response is to just go like, well, you've done bad things too, right?
You're insecure. You're jealous of my success. Your content sucks.
Yeah. So when you see what he's doing, it's kind of a reflection of how he's perceiving what Ethan is doing, essentially. You know, like he feels as though he's being attacked in that way, so he's levying it back at him when Ethan is not really doing that.
I mean, it was funny because there was crossfire with Ethan's criticism with Hassan and as well in that, like, this podcast he has with him, like Hassan was highlighting, like, I do stuff like this, and Ethan just being like, yeah, I know. Just being like,
yeah, we all know.
My impression is that he kind of gave Hassan some shit, at least recently, for it.
He did apologize for it, though, I guess, because he felt like he came on too hard, but you know, that's how it goes.
And also, yeah, he's got like a fucking podcast with him.
Yeah, Ethan just came out swinging with the whole thing and then sort of looked back after it like, oh shit, I probably should have said nicer things. I think he really hates people abusing, I guess, transformative content considering all the shit he's had to go through legally.
Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense. It kind of delegitimizes people's honest efforts. You know? XQC immediately, as soon as he's on Kick, he streams like the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
And he wonders why they got pissed at him. Like, what?
What? I should just be allowed to do... Sorry, that's a bit too...
I was going to say, I understood everything you just said. What the fuck?
That's more like it.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Because I was about to say you were doing like a Quebecois accent, but not even an XQC is like, he doesn't sound like other Quebec people. He has his own weird thing.
He doesn't sound like any other people. He doesn't sound like people.
It is a very unique voice. And it's funny because whenever we sort of see him in his natural state, you've got tens of thousands of people that are all chill with it. But then you put him on like a platform where people are unfamiliar, and they're all like, "What the fuck is he saying?" It's like, yeah, I know.
I mean, the first couple times that I saw any kind of XQC on the internet at all, I couldn't understand what the fuck he was saying. At this point, I understand most of what he's saying. I think you just kind of have to get used to it.
You do
It's
eventually become a bit
an
of an
accent on its
XQC
own.
whisperer. The crazy thing is
Yeah.
that if you have like about 5 people, then one of them is going to understand the sentence, and then they can share with the rest, and it's sort of it's like a translation system then at that point. Have you ever heard those words? Sometimes Twitter shares these videos where it's like a word is said, but if you read one or the other or think about one or the other, you'll hear that word because it's the way it's said. It can sound like 2 different words. It's kind of like how he speaks all the time, and so if you're not thinking about what he's actually saying, then it's really hard to figure it out. But hey, communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a weird one.
He is, and he's just the next chapter. It's going to happen again in years from, well, every year. I think that all the major players are trying to point this stuff out, like Jack Films or Mudahar or the Dark Viper guy. It's all very depressing, like it's not going to get fixed.
I mean, it's going to get fixed when it ends in a lawsuit.
Yeah, I feel like it takes one company with enough umph.
Yeah, or
and,
individual.
like, yeah, to really set that precedent. Where it's like, yeah, you can't just steal shit.
No one wants to be that guy, but I think it's not as if it isn't really case law already.
Yeah.
It's not as if we don't have other legal examples to point to as to why that's not fair use. Like Ray William Johnson lost his fair use case, right? So and his commentary was more transformative than XQC's, but it was still at the end of the day, people were watching Equals 3 to get a compilation of new internet videos. They weren't really watching for Ray William Johnson's commentary as much as some people pretend they were. His commentary was just like, "Oh wow, check out this cool internet video that's blowing up. Wow, that was what happened in the video." It's like basically what Sniper Wolf's doing
If
right
I
now.
narrate what's happening, I can claim it as my own. Put it in my meme
Exactly.
compilation on YouTube
Yeah.
and have a manillion views.
Yeah. And especially when it's like not even live streamed, like these are this is you
All edited.
creating
Yeah.
something that should, supposedly be transformative, but the
This is the
commentary just isn't
final
there.
polished product. This is their creative
Yeah.
vision.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that there's like an inherent nature to live streaming and reacting to content that like you don't know how much commentary you're going to be able to provide as you're doing it, but then the big argument is just okay, so then when you upload it on YouTube, you either get your editor to cut out, the giant chunks of time where you're not adding commentary, where context isn't needed to understand the rest of the criticisms, or you just don't upload it.
As you're streaming and you're like, "Oh, I haven't said anything in 4 minutes. Maybe this isn't the best video for me to react to, and I should do something else."
Yeah.
But people hide behind that. People hide behind a lot of things. People just want to steal shit.
Where Tib is saying Ray William Johnson only lost for 1 video out of 5 in the court case. I mean, that's
okay.
He's still he's still lost, right?
Yeah, and you're right. For as long as there's no repercussions, then why would they stop? They're gonna get more and more bold.
Yeah.
The fact that he could
Free
stream
money.
like a season of anime, and then I guess to kick people like, "Hey, don't do that," and then he's like, "Okay, delete the VODs, whatever." Like,
it's weird because you'd have to pay me to watch anime, but some people get paid for watching anime.
What?
So it's a strange world. Strange world.
Man, it's crazy to think that like even streaming The Dark Knight to like 100,000 people, you're not going to get
enough.
sued.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
Crazy.
that's a company like Warner Brothers could
One of the big
easily have
boys.
sued him for that, right?
Yeah, they're one of the big. They're one of the big ones.
It's crazy that
Crazy
they
he got away with it.
because like if you want to set a precedent, it's
he
not
got
like
money.
oh you downloaded a torrent and then you don't even know how many people like it seeded to or
yeah.
all these other clear questions about like damages and like how many people downloaded the movie from this person, all that shit. Like it's a pretty direct, like, you streamed it to this many people. This is how many people watched the movie for free. Like, it's pretty easy to determine.
Yeah, and you'd think it's pretty
Yeah.
straightforward. It'd be like the guy streamed to tens of thousands, he got a shit ton of money, and it was all with content that doesn't belong to him. What do you guys want to do about it?
Mhm.
Well,
But
we know he's rich. We could sue his ass.
part of it could just be that they don't know, I guess, and that it's all deleted now.
Maybe. You do
So,
wonder about
I
the
don't
people who
know.
run these companies and what they know and how tuned in they are. They've got to
Yeah,
know.
I think a
I don't
lot
know
of
how much
it.
longer I'm gonna buy the old boomers run these companies thing.
I mean, I think a lot of where they get their info about it is just through like automated systems like Content ID. And if Twitch doesn't have, or sorry, if Kick doesn't have that, then it might be more difficult for it to get to them. Because then, like, how are people going to get to it? They're either going to have to be like active on Twitter and following the types of people that would be talking about XQC, or they're going to have to like have some sort of direct email chain or DM system that they answer that someone sent to them of X's stream before it got deleted, right? So I don't
yeah.
know. Who knows if they saw it?
Well,
I mean, it's an
it'll be interesting
embarrassing
to see what
mess.
happens.
And the big thing that gets people incensed about it is just seeing those screenshots where they're in the search results as well. Especially when it's videos like
Yeah.
Lemino's.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
I mean, it's probably done
Good
promotion
video.
for Lemino at least. All of this crazy shit.
Especially with the
Hopefully.
drama around it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was the controversy that did it, not the thing itself.
I
you
think
know.
Yeah.
he hasn't spoken about it at all though. He hasn't said anything. Makes you wonder what his thoughts are
Yeah.
on all of it.
I wonder.
Sometimes you want to ask.
And I mean,
Anyway.
it doesn't. Yeah, like if. All right. Yeah.
Well, no. If you got something else, go ahead.
I was just gonna add, like, it doesn't matter if there are some YouTubers or streamers that are okay with it and find it to be a good thing. Like, you can pirate an entire movie, and then the creator of that movie could be like, "Oh, well, I like you. This is fine." But that doesn't mean that it was like a legal thing to do. That doesn't mean that that's like the process that you should be doing, and just like,
We
oh,
had,
because nothing happened this time.
There was a comment. I think it was in the Discord that was like, "Why did they have the copyright protection and sort of fair use stuff for the Descent when the director was with them? Surely he gave them permission."
Oh, you
I was
sweet
like,
summer child.
Oh, that's how that works.
No,
I made it, damn it. It's my movie. That's not
No.
what he sounds like.
you don't own anything in the studio system.
Alrighty. Well, that about sums up the horrors of the React stuff. That's gonna, like I said, have another chapter.
Mhm.
We will on the next EFAP. We're gonna check out the XQC Ethan debate. We were gonna have Dark Viper on. I'm afraid that is an impossibility now. So we're gonna have to do it next week, more than likely. With I'm not sure who's gonna come on for it, but I'll sort it out. No worries. The reason this is
Why
happening,
is it an
Don't worry,
impossibility?
Mahler. I'll come on. I'll come
bring
on.
Rex on.
I'll
well,
come onto our podcast and talk about it.
scheduling issues and things getting in the way. You know how
Oh.
it goes. Unfortunate, but the reason this is
Too late.
happening today as opposed to tomorrow, well, I'll probably upload this tomorrow, so it kind of counts as a Saturday EFAP, is simply again because of scheduling. That's just how things work. Different people available at different times.
You know what's funny? When I
Yeah.
told you I could do it today, I didn't realize I had my Patreon hangout today, so I had to change it. Because I didn't want to be
Oh.
like, "Oh, oops, sorry, I forgot about this." So I moved it.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
We're here now. We've nailed it. It's all done.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck those
you're
guys.
welcome.
Thank you, of course. And you know what? We should probably get started because your time is precious,
Sure.
as is everyone's, I'm sure. It's
I assumed that this would take a while, so I've got a bit of time to.
Oh, it'll be like 5 minutes.
I've got it blocked. I've got it blocked off.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So, I was just minding my own business on the interwebs, and then I got a couple messages being like, "Oh my God, Mutually, what have you got to say about YMS absolutely destroying Drinker?" And I was like, "What? What's going on?" And I actually thought for a second you made like a mainline video, and I was like, "Oh shit, why?" But then it was uploads, highlights. And then it got interesting too, because I think the initial one had editing flaws in it or something, got taken down. So people like speculated immediately.
It was missing. So I was coming back. I was on a flight from like Montreal to Toronto, and I was listening to it on 2 times speed just because the video was published, just making sure like it's all good. or whatever, or like, just kind of also refreshing myself just on the discourse. Just,
Mhm.
when I'm at an airport, it's when I have the most free time, basically. And then there was a part of the video where I was like about to talk about the Sound of Freedom controversy and explain like some of the Twitter clips and stuff. And then that was missing. I was like, uh-oh. And so then, yeah, Olivia fixed it. There was basically like a BRB screen for a while that needed to be cut out, but she accidentally selected the whole previous like fucking half hour. So there was a huge chunk missing. And so we just decided to re-upload it.
Fair enough. But a lot of people were like, why did he do it? Did someone force him to take it down? Or did he make a mistake? What was it? I was just like, I don't fucking know.
Copyright claimed.
And then because I'm a clever boy, I was just like, I think it's taken from Twitch.
Mhm.
Just go to Twitch, and that's where it will be.
Did you sub?
Did I? No, I don't go on Twitch. I'm sorry. It's a scary place these days.
neither.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you had to watch a billion ads while you watch through the VOD.
I think so, but I don't really mind. It's okay. So yeah, we're gonna check it out today with YMS and see if any discussion can come of this huge war between film review titans on YouTube just fucking destroying each other. I'm trying to make it sound a little bit more interesting than having a
Epically
chat.
destroyed.
Yeah.
With facts and logic.
Yeah.
You got to watch
love
together
facts
link
and
there. I think one of us isn't in here.
All right, hold on. Beep, 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 beep. Hold on. Let me do this. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, should be able to have some fun talk
username.
about films and all that jazz industry. Good old
Join the
Tarantula.
room.
There you
Alright.
go.
I'm in the room.
Oh my god, he's calling from in the room.
Okay, never mind.
Calling from
Never mind.
inside the room.
Oh.
Okay. Well, there you are. So we're gonna have past YMS.
2.5 hours with pausing.
Yes. You know what you signed up for.
This is normal,
I know.
okay? And then
Yeah, I
we
know.
got future YMS, then we got past Drinker, future me, past Russell Brand, future Rags, and
Current-
future Fringy. Look at
Current
that.
Rags. Oh no, present Rags.
No,
I'm
no,
here
no,
right
no,
now.
no, no, no. We
We've got
future.
President
He's on the way.
Joe
Oh
Biden.
my god. Oh my god. What is happening?
I have booked all four of us to be talking minutes from now. It's crazy. It's gonna come true, I swear. But
okay.
yeah, see, there you go.
So do I which
Which one am I
talk to
now?
present you or do I talk to future you?
Or the future me. You'll
I'm
be
losing.
here in a sec.
I'm every day of my life I'm talking to future people.
That's crazy, man. It's one of them philosophical
What I've
things.
noticed is that everything I do, future Rags complains about. So that guy needs to fucking chill.
Needs to calm the fuck
What I've
down.
noticed is that every beach turns you old if you think about it.
Oh my god. It's
Have you been to the beach that turns you old?
I haven't seen
That's
old.
every beach.
Is old good?
I suppose
YMS?
so. All beaches.
It's very bad. It's bad enough that I've held off on reviewing it because I wanted to give it a proper treatment.
I want to
Oh,
do
you're
a
talking. Oh,
Shyamalan
the
arc
M.
at some
Night
point.
Shyamalan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's funny.
Is
It's really
that a good
really
video?
bad.
Is it a good movie?
No, you just said no.
Oh, it's bad.
It's a very bad. Very
What?
bad.
Wait, from M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, apparently he's done a bad one.
Well, I guess.
And it came out the same
that
year as
happened.
Saw Spiral. Saw Spiral was worse though.
Yes,
Ooh,
that was.
Saw Spiral was really bad.
Is that
How
what
do
it's
you
called?
feel-
Saw Spiral rather than just
Saw
Spiral?
Spiral.
It's from the Book of Saw.
Spiral from the Book of Saw.
Yeah,
Hey,
respect
Fringy.
it.
Hello.
Hey, Fringy.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Fringy. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Fringy.
You made
Fringy,
it.
did you like Saw Spiral?
Yeah, okay. No.
I didn't either.
So,
I like how
so,
Chris Rock is like, I
so
made a
you're-
shitty Saw movie.
Your clicking play will influence things on my end.
yes.
If
Oh,
I
wait.
click play, would it
But
influence it on your end?
I should have.
It
Yes,
would,
I should have
but
warned you
only
though.
future us.
You haven't shown the URL or anything, have you?
No, I don't have anything on my screen.
Good. If you want to get
I just
the screen,
have my webcam.
if you want to get the screen shown, just make sure to only show the screen. And yes, if you pause, it pauses us.
Sure.
If we pause, it pauses you.
Yeah, I mean it's all audio anyway. I don't need to show the screen.
Okay.
He probably remembers it
Yeah.
by he probably remembers it.
It was in the old July of 26. An old time away. Do you want any context
Adam
before we
is-
hit play?
Adam is
by the
not
way,
bald. just so we're clear. He's
Context.
not bald.
Okay. Yeah. This was the night before my
Christmas.
flight to Montreal for Fantasia Film Festival, which I recently got back from. It was fun.
Oh.
Typically the day before I leave somewhere, I do like some trailer reactions and just make sure that there's like enough stream highlights content to give to Olivia, just to make sure that there's like constant uploads on that channel. This particular, so the Critical Drinker is someone that has been mentioned quite a bit in like various communities that I've seen, or on like Reddit, or like someone in like my Sardonicast subreddit was like, "Hey, you should have him on the podcast," but then a bunch of other people were like, "No," and blah 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 blah. And it seemed like the discourse was like really divisive around
Yeah.
him. And I watch a lot of like political commentary channels, and I'm really interested in like US politics, and a lot of political pundits, some grifters, et cetera, et cetera. And so when in my recommended feed I saw Critical Drinker on Russell Brand, that immediately piqued my interest. And so I was like, okay, I'll go over this, thinking that the length of the video was reflective of what was on YouTube, and not understanding that it would be like a much longer video. But going in with, some preconceptions, but generally an open mind. Not, I didn't go into it thinking like, I'm making a hit piece, but like, let's see what he says, see if it matches up with my slice of the pie, my limited perspective on what his channel is, which, anybody's perspective on any channel is going to be relatively limited to some degree. So yeah,
Alrighty.
and
Well,
that's what this video is.
obviously our perspective is more so very familiar with both of you guys, and so it's interesting to see what may be said here and there about him with a passing familiarity, as well as I thought it was interesting that you said like it's the idea of floating him to be a guest on Sardonicast would have been shot down. He would probably make for a pretty good guest, I'd imagine, and I feel like it would be an even possibly better experience with there being plenty to disagree about, at least in theory.
Yeah. Well, we're doing a bunch of like reorganizing on the podcast, so I'm not gonna write it off. Like, we'll see what happens. I just have to like discuss it with, the others.
You guys able to talk among yourselves for a minute? My fucking alarm clock's going off. Which late, by the way.
Is it?
Wake up!
Is it one of those alarm clocks that takes a minute to shut off?
No, it's just a minute away. Like that's all. It's not on my phone.
It takes a minute to get a. Where is this? It's a minute
Go
away.
get it.
I don't know.
How big is your house?
I gave an average amount of time. It's probably going to take less than that.
The microphone.
But the idea is to give me enough time to return and maybe have like a 20-second.
You can
buffer.
go do it.
I'm
gonna back right by now.
I'm gonna go do it.
What's the timer
right
for?
Now. Well, that's the thing. Going off now. It's like it's a bit late. Alarm clock. I don't know what your business is there, but yeah. Okay.
1:35. It's an odd time for it to go off.
For the sub the box guy.
All right. Well, Mahler's up for the podcast. That was his timer that goes off in case he's late. That's his emergency backup timer.
Wow, that's a lot. That's like half an hour after.
Yeah. I told him earlier, if you're going to have a backup timer, you might as well have it just set to the same time as your regular timer. There's no real reason for your backup timer to be half an hour after the first one is supposed to go off.
Well, unless you snooze. Like you snooze and then you wake up later, Well, you do lose, but not with a backup alarm. That's the idea, right?
I use my phone as my timer.
You see that? It didn't take me a minute, but I gave myself a minute.
You must have really sprinted. It was a minute away. You took off like a shot.
I mean, I'm pretty powerful and fast, so I can achieve those sorts of things. Anyway, shall we get started? I think the format here is literally just going to be listening to old YMS and then talking to new YMS about old YMS. That's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, here's one.
July
I
26th.
have not commented on the critical drinker publicly, but there's been a lot of talk from people on like the Sardonicast subreddit, and like he's definitely.
Wait, before
Is there
you
an
get too
option to
far.
do 1.25 or 1.5 speed?
I think so. Yeah.
I actually don't know.
Because I think we could save
Yes,
a lot
you
of
can.
time without
Yes, playback speed.
necessarily.
Yeah, we can go to 1.25 just
losing
in
anything.
case we don't want to go too fast.
Sure.
Except
I mean,
Also,
over
before
two
we-
2.5 hours, like we're saving like fucking
minutes. We're
45
saving
minutes.
literal minutes.
30 minutes.
Before we progress too far because of recent drama, just want to make sure. YMS, do we have your permission to react to your video?
I mean, you don't need my permission because we're providing substantive commentary and criticism over top of it and transforming the use of it.
Thanks for going with the meme, but you are correct.
I was
yes,
expecting to
you
just
are
go
correct.
no, and then we move on.
We don't. We don't actually. Yes, that is true.
Yeah,
we don't
well,
need the permission of the copyright holder to. That is true. That is.
I
true.
like
correct.
responding to questions with serious
Correctly.
answers.
Yes.
Yeah, rags.
That's good. That's good. That's great. All right.
He's definitely a subject of conversation when it comes to online film reviewers because he seems to embody this sort of. If you want my full perspective of like art and viewing art and your experience with art, it's really just like anybody can have their own experience, right? And so I've always been open to this idea of like, you know, even if somebody comes at a film from a completely different perspective as me,
Is that Russell Brand's icon? The purple corvid there, the little bird.
it's just
Is
a
that his
thing at the beginning.
Just
I
a
don't know if
thing.
it's an official
all right.
icon.
Fair enough.
The fucking the logo on his show is like a big fucking COVID ball.
I thought it
COVID
was
ball?
that. Yeah. It
Yeah.
looked
Oh my
like
goodness.
We'll get
He is
into it.
down with the sickness.
Oh no.
Yeah. You know, various artistic reasons or even political reasons. Like I'm kind of interested in that. I'm kind of interested in, you know, especially why the critical drinker has like such a large audience, you know, why it's relating to so many people. He got like a Russell Crowe interview. Like Russell Crowe loves his shit.
Oh my god.
Got 2 interviews
gotta
with 2
fact check.
Russells
It's true. He
That's
just needs to complete the
true.
trifecta now.
I think it's a fetish.
to make sure it was Russell Crowe and not somebody else. Hold on. Yeah, like Russell Crowe, like just flat out watches his shit, which is like really interesting. And so like I think after a certain point, like they're having like a full on interview here, right?
He looks more and more like Gabe Newell as the years go by.
I think
It's his final form.
didn't
Yeah.
Guillermo del Toro put out a tweet saying as the days go by, Russell Crowe looks more and more like me or something? I thought it was funny. It's like his dream. They'll reach equilibrium.
Brother.
Itself. It's Russell Crowe, man, and he's right here talking.
That's kind of interesting, right? And so at a certain point, regardless of how much a lot of people might not like the critical drinker, I think it's important to try and understand why he's connecting with people, to try and understand what it is about him that is speaking to people in such a particular way, or the fact that like, he's got like almost 2 million subs.
Absolutely. The one thing I'm curious about though is why would you want to look at an interview with Russell Brand rather than watch, say, like 2 or 3 of his videos?
Because a lot of what people will post on like Reddit and all this other stuff is just like clips from those videos. And I've seen a few of them, and a lot of the times he'll say something and people will be like, oh, but he's like playing a character. And I don't know, I wouldn't begin to know like which exact videos to watch to get like the best sort of like representative pie of what he is, right? Whereas in an interview, again, I didn't go into this with the premise of like, let me try to understand everything about Critical Drinker. I was mostly just interested about this interaction between him and Russell Brand, and just wanted to provide like a little bit of context before clicking on it about what my thoughts on Critical Drinker are, or what my expectations or, you know, relative degrees of like familiarity or unfamiliarity are, just to give some context before I start the video, right? So yeah, I mean, I've seen a few of his videos, but I don't know So if you like click on my channel, like a lot of I don't know what is even representative of my content in terms of like by volume, like maybe by frequency. It's a lot of like in theater reviews that I don't really put a lot of like heavy amount of like research or uh time spent editing or constructing or jokes into, but they're just, recommendations for things in theaters. But, the selling point of my channel would be like the full YMS reviews, right?
Yeah.
Like
I would
would you say
personally
that like the
recommend
selling
that.
point of his channel would be his why modern movies sucks videos? Would you say that
No, it's
is
got to
kind
be
of like
the
the selling
coverage
point?
of sort of the mainstream successes and failures of Hollywood, I would argue. So, like, if you watched his
Yeah.
Dial of Destiny video combined with maybe like a Dead Reckoning and then something like The Whale, that would probably give you a good selection of how he praises, how he criticizes, and then when he goes off the beaten track slightly. I know it's an Oscar winner, but I think he covered it before that, so is that at the very least.
Okay. Yeah, I will say, before we even get to it, like the one thing that I'm definitely giving you guys a point on is like, when I made this video, I was under the impression that like his recommendations were purely limited to the ones with recommends in the title, and then between you messaging me and me being on this stream, I scrolled down the channel a bit, trying to see if I could maybe get in like one or two more videos before having this conversation. And I noticed that there's other videos where he's like recommending other films that are just not, I scrolled down the list using the search term recommends because I thought that that's how he
Right.
categorized his videos, but there are a bunch more. And also, I will also say this. Um, I read the title of Boiling Point, but I got it confused with the movie Hard Boiled. And Boiling Point is a lesser known movie that I haven't seen yet that I would like to.
A brilliant film that I highly recommend.
Yes,
It's supposed to be like a oneer, right?
Yes, and
Like
it's
a
a pretty
one-shot?
impressive one, I
Yeah.
think.
Yes, very impressively shot. Yes, everyone go see Boiling
I'll probably
Point.
watch that soon.
Yeah, highly recommended. Really good stuff.
But yeah, so if someone was to say, like, ask a lot of questions about your career / what you offer / why are you popular, I probably would point to them. Funnily, it depends how much time they have, of course. If they're like, I got half an hour, I'd be like, maybe half an hour of the Lion King video would quite capture what they can get from you. At least why I would argue you're popular compared. Like, it's not that people don't like your quickie reviews, but I don't think people think of that at your best.
No. I would say that like the stuff that gets the views and the stuff that like sells the channel is a lot of what is on the most viewed tab for me. But there's also stuff that I personally really like. I really value the like yearly list videos. I think that those are very useful for people and like well presented generally. I haven't done one in a while, but I'm trying my best to catch up on that. And then like certain analysis series like Synecdoche, New York, again, got to catch up on it, but just been fucking
Hey, that's
too many projects
deliberate.
at
It's
once.
thematically relevant.
It is deliberate and thematically relevant.
So yeah, I guess all I'm trying to say here is that I would have advised against checking out his interview with Russell Brand if you wanted to understand Drinker, because this is going to be, as you'd expect, several questions delivered by someone who doesn't know who he is, not really looking for him to answer them, as opposed to just having him say stuff and then moving on.
So are you like, do you share my perspective that Russell Brand is kind of like a grifter?
I'm not going to go that far. I just, because I'm not familiar enough with his stuff, I just wouldn't recommend this as a good dive into. If me and Drinker did an interview, maybe I would recommend that, because I would be desperate to get all the information out of him. But even then, I'd probably just go for his actual videos, like 3 of them.
Yeah, they're fairly short, his typical videos.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. It's like they're like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People
are question marking. I don't know anything about Russell Brand.
At the end of the at the end of the stream on that day, uh, I'm trying to imagine like the alternate universe where I was like, oh, I'm gonna go through like 4 or 5 of Critical Drinkers videos or something, right? I feel like that well, maybe it would be this way, maybe it wouldn't be, but like my feelings about it is like I feel like that would appear as more of like a like kind of a deliberate like searching for a particular outcome sort of thing, whereas like my understanding of like just a full interview, even if it is with Russell Brand, um like you're kind of just given it's like a podcast format where you're given like any number of
Kind of free form.
opportunities and time to just kind of like explain your positions on things. And based on what he explained in this interview, and I guess we'll just keep playing the video, but like based
Mhm.
on what he explained in this video, it's like I don't know. There's some things where if he didn't if he didn't mean that, then he didn't say it. And if there's somewhere else on his channel that he meant something different, then I would like to be pointed towards it. But yeah,
Okay.
we'll get to it when we get there.
It's yeah.
Sure.
All I'm saying is that Russell Brand's not. No offense to him. Again, don't know much about him. I don't think he's listening that hard. He's like it's a guest. I asked to ask them sort of basic questions as well as stuff that relates to Russell's interest in him to some extent. But I think you even notice like there's some answers Drinker gives that you could easily ask him more, but Russell Brand just moves on because he's an interviewer. He's just like, all right, time to do this, time to this. Even to the extent I'm not sure he notices whether or not his question was fully answered sometimes because it's just presented as you speak now.
There's at least one question where he like he asked him again like later in the interview, right?
Yeah. No, that's the thing. I do
But he
think
kind of just provided the same answer too.
he not only pays somewhat attention, but he also seems to actually have some level of investment in Drinker's channel. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's just that there's a dynamic happening, and they got to keep things moving. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. He's got almost 2 million subs. Like the guy's doing fucking great, and most of what he's talking about is essentially just like Hollywood's woke, right? And
so is it not strange that you said that while also conceding you haven't really seen any of his videos other than maybe did you say like 3 or 4?
From the sample size that I have checked, and when I say that I have checked out, like I don't mean like, oh, I clicked on a video that in a thread of people dunking on him or something. Like I've clicked on some of his videos out of curiosity. I've went to his channel and clicked on some random ones, and maybe not finished every one of them because it's not really my thing. But the perhaps we find some disagreement with me using the term woke. But I think that I don't know if we're going to disagree that much that we're kind of talking about the same thing, right? Like he has an entire video on how men are improperly used in film, and
Same for women.
You can't have men doing like
yeah.
Um,
If you were asking me though, because I've pretty much seen all of his videos, if you ask me what does he focus on, I'd say it's pretty much writing. He'll always in every one of these videos primarily talk about the stories and being told sometimes you'll talk about filmmaking in a little bit more depth, but I mean it's 10 minutes, so you get what you'd understand you'd get.
Do you feel like even with writing as the focus, do you feel like there's like kind of a political slant or angle to it? Not necessarily like a nefarious one or like a dishonest one, but just one that attracts an audience of people that might want to hear. I'm not saying he's grifting, but like just invariably.
Yeah, his thing is that there's a sort of point of view in Hollywood that's way too popular that gets primarily focused before writing does, and that he thinks that it like as a core, as a foundation, that goal will destroy a lot of what you can create with stories because you'll automatically prevent yourself from doing particular things. For like sterile examples, it would just be like the Doctor Strange wasn't allowed in WandaVision because Kevin Feige said you can't have a white man saving the day when it's about Wanda's story. You don't need to phrase it like that to argue storytelling, yet they did. You have like the boys, Maeve wasn't allowed to die even though she clearly should have died because she was bisexual. Like, we can't bury gays, that sort of stuff. Like, basically, concerns about meta or societal issues that bleed into your writing so hard that they just create contradictions and fuck-ups.
So would you agree that we're essentially talking about the same thing, even if
we are.
like,
it's just that I wouldn't describe Drink as that's what he primarily does. I would say he reviews films from a point of view of writing quality or entertainment first.
Okay. So would you say that the majority of his content doesn't like reflect that at all, but the majority of what gets talked about of his content is that?
Yes, in the same way that everyone says what Mueller does is talk about how objectively correct he is. Like, it's a complete fuck up. It just represents the people who it's unfortunate how many people don't watch the channel at all, be it me or Drinker or yourself, and they'll have this takeaway that's absolutely fucking alien. It's like, that's not at all what gets talked about.
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, and that's why I think I said to you that I don't find I completely understand why you would have said what you said, because it makes sense that people would have told you over and over again that this is the case. Like, that's
okay.
all Drinker talks about.
I do still have like criticisms in that realm though, but I guess we'll get to them.
My biggest the critical drinker, as a person that has not watched all of his videos, obviously, but as a person that's seen, like, I've clicked on a fair amount of things, and maybe not recently, but I've clicked on a fair amount of things and have essentially just walked away with the idea of, like, okay, you're a person creating film reviews for, like, the average audience member, but not, like, one that's, like, really into film as, like, an art form. Is that, like, an incorrect thing to say? Like,
yes, he's very invested in the art form.
Yes.
Okay, but I guess I would also I guess clarify that there's different thresholds of what people would consider to be like art form versus, like, film as entertainment. And sure, entertainment is an art form. And I'm not saying, like, oh yeah, like, everybody has to fucking enjoy Synecdoche in New York or something. But I got like a good amount of comments from people that watch both of our channels, mine and Drinkers, that are fans of the both of us, agreeing with that sentiment, at least, that, like, my channel is more focused on like art house films, or like film as an art form and exploring that. Whereas the Drinkers channel, although talking about writing is a part of the art form, it is for a much more broad audience of average film goers. Not saying that as an insult, I guess, but that helps to describe the amount of people connecting with it too.
Out of curiosity, would you say that
most other channels?
Would you say that we do or do not care about the art form as opposed to the entertainment?
I don't. I didn't make that claim. I don't think
I'm asking you.
that's the case. I don't believe so.
You don't believe? Wait, sorry.
I mean, no. I mean, I don't believe that you don't care about film as an art form.
To clarify, what I'm asking is, you seem to have concluded that he doesn't care for the art form versus the entertainment factor. Would you say the same of our channel?
I think that is rephrasing of what I said. I don't think I said that he doesn't care. We can go. Let's go. If you want to rewind, we can.
I said doesn't care compared to the entertainment factor.
No, well, care is a very strong word, because that implies a level of intent.
Okay.
Whereas I didn't attribute that. So I just think that invariably, like, someone's tastes, right? A lot of people don't want to watch a lot of the movies that I'm interested in, right? And Critical Drinker does have a mass appeal by, a lot of what he focuses on is, like, owned by Disney, right? And that's not to say, oh, he doesn't care at all about film as an art form. I'm just saying, like, comparatively towards, a lot of other.
Well, you might be right.
Other channels, but
I might have misunderstood what you said. If you we'll play one more time, just to be sure.
It's member, but not like one that's like really into film as like an art form.
For people who are not into film as an art form.
Well, into can describe like a pretty big range, you know. So like into comparatively.
So to better
Like
understand
if
your
I'm
point of
comparing
view,
it to like my channel,
okay, but does that mean then you would say like EFAP and Mola are not really into movies as an art form or film?
I wouldn't say not really into. I would say like from my limited perspective of like the types of movies being covered across everyone's channels, I would say that there is more of an entertainment value focus on channels that primarily you know the more of a slice of a pie that a channel makes up of focusing on, you know, like Disney
Mm-hmm.
movies and like just in your face, like this is what's advertised to you, so everybody's already kind of having discussion on it. I would say that there's more of a like an art form focus on channels that, you know, talk about more subversive or artistic or challenging or against the grain, or because to me that's what art is like, you know,
But I
showing
assume you'd
somebody something new, right? Like if there's so much familiarity in an art form, it's not really art anymore for me. Not, and I'm not saying that as like a an absolutist statement. I'm just saying that as like a comparative statement.
Like you put an incredible amount of weight in sort of how things push the bounds or do something that is new
Yeah,
or
because otherwise, what's the
risky.
point? What's the fucking point of art? Like, I don't want
Well,
to
not a lot
see
of
the same
people's
shit over
visions.
and over again. Like, it's not art if you're just consuming the same thing over and over again, right? So this is like kind of
Like the same
partially
movie
like
over and
a
over.
philosophical uh kind of conversation, right? But
well, I
Sort
I don't
of
saw
know.
like
I
a
feel like
here's
there's
a question. Do you believe that like basically all movies are arts and that they vary in terms of
I
being good
mean,
or bad, or
well,
not?
here I
Like
could
you look at,
say
go for it.
I think every like you if we're talking about like definitions or the philosophical definition that I would have, I would say everything's art. I would say life's fucking art, right? So when I say that something's like more or less art, it's in the same vein as saying, you know, there's no true objectivity, but something can be more or less objective, right? You can have someone in the jury for like a crime, and it's like, okay, they know the victim. That's less objective than someone who doesn't know the victim sitting on the jury, although no one is truly objective, right? So there's varying degrees of scale without being absolutist about it. I think that
no.
anything and everything can be considered art, but I would argue that the more artful pieces of media that exist are the ones that are not showing us things that have already been shown before.
How would you define art if somebody was to ask you what you think art really like is? If someone's asked what is art, what would you say? Just as a broad sort of, you know, casual thing to say to him.
Um, it's whatever someone makes of it, right? So if it is whatever someone experiences that can have them think about something in a different way, right? Like uh, this conversation's art.
Mm.
Like it literally is. Like we're producing video content. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be, but like a conversation in a real room with someone can be art. Something that can influence or alter your experience on this planet and have you think about something. I think
You
that's art. And so then yeah, I mean like it holds true to my statements that, you know, the less the more familiar and the more recycled something is, I feel like that's less artistic because it doesn't make you think about anything because it's just the same shit over and over, right?
so
But
just
I don't know if we should get stun locked on this though,
I don't do
because we're
the
2
whole
minutes through the
stun lock to
video.
one guide thing. I fucking hate Twitch culture for that. We're just talking about what we talk about, okay? So the critical
Okay.
drinker, would you say
I'm just I'm just saying I don't want it to be 12 hours.
you can obviously you feel free to spend as much time or as little as you want, but I was just going to say the
Okay.
drinker, from what you said, do you think the audience takeaway is that he doesn't really concern himself very critically about the art form from what you said?
I don't think that his audience feels that way. but I think that there's a lot. I think his audience. I think there's a higher percentage of people in his audience that don't care about film as an art form in the way that I would,
Yeah.
uh, compared to my audience, which is, I think, a very fair thing to say. So.
I think that he very much does, but that those who watch movies just to be entertained are very much going to gravitate toward his channel as well. So I think that's fair.
Yeah, because it's a very the types of media that he talks about generally are very like widely well known and appealing, and also like, and this is not to say that this therefore means his content is bad or that he's grifting,
Hmm.
but there's a big portion of his well, I don't know how big, but there's, larger than channels that don't talk about like, I guess, culture war kind of things, or at least have the lens of it reflected in the content. There's
Um,
a higher percentage of people in that audience that are not necessarily interested in film. So we'll wait for it in the video, but I talked anecdotally about somebody that I know that kind of fell down like a conspiracy rabbit hole in like the content. Like they get their news from like BitChute basically. And the only film channel that they even knew about was the Critical Drinker, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I like his videos." And it's not because they care about film as an art form. It's because there's kind of a implied, whether intentional or not by the drinker, whether intentional or not, there is kind of like an implied level of intent from this. We could say the filmmakers, we could say the studios, we could say corporations, we could, some people might even imply like the government or something. But there's this overarching sort of like, we talk about how men can't be presented in this way. There are people that watch his channel. I'm assuming this, but I don't think that it's an unfair assumption. I think that there's a good chunk of people that watch his channel that probably that are the type of person that think that there's like a nefarious plot to try and like feminize men, right? Like there's people that believe that, and I'm not saying that Critical Drinker is the reason why they believe it, but that there's enough of that sort of conspiracy shit going on the internet, um, that his channel is not through any intent of his own, but his channel is kind of like reaffirming those beliefs in a way without directly saying it. And again, I'm not saying he's being like sneaky or manipulative or like crypto, but I'm saying that like just because those things exist, those different beliefs, because they exist and because they essentially complement each other in terms of how the what's the word? Like perspective of the channel, the premise of some of the content on the channel, it seems to complement uh itself in
so
that way. Like those two types of demographics, I mean.
to draw us back, though, because what you've said now about the context of what you're talking about here sounds way more reasonable and accurate. The only other trouble I'd have now is that I assume you'd agree that this applies to 99.9% of YouTube film reviews channels.
99.9?
Sure.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about a very specific, like we're talking about like
I'm not talking about
people...
the feminizing stuff. I'm talking all the way back about what you said, focusing audiences that are drawn in for entertainment.
Oh, sure, yeah, yeah, there's people that watch my videos for the memes. Yeah. I'm not as much concerned about like like we could Jeremy fucking Johns talks about only popular movies, like it's the premise of what I'm talking about, the only reason why the Critical Drinker is like a subject of conversation for me and it makes it interesting is not just like, oh, he covers popular movies most of the time and doesn't go to film festivals or whatever. It's that through the lens of which him covering those films, it's not just, oh, there's people that are looking for entertainment. It's that there are people that have this very bizarre conspiracy theory of how the world works, and that there's someone trying to change culture in a way for nefarious reasons. And again, I'm not saying that Critical Drinker believes those things or is even aware that his content is necessarily complementing those things, but like the a lot of the takeaways of his videos, or a lot of the lens through which he creates his content, is essentially like, okay, like male characters can't be presented like this because they're trying to correct a perceived problem of how male characters have been represented. And since there's a lot of it that does talk about that, I feel like those types of people are getting what they want out of his content. And again, it doesn't mean that he's doing anything like dishonest. That doesn't mean that he's
I'm not
intentionally trying to play towards them.
I'm
But,
just trying to stay squarely within the context of introducing the channel as a channel for people who aren't really into the art form, more so into the entertainment. And that if that's true with what
Yeah.
you've said, I just want to clarify that that is the vast, overwhelming majority of channels on YouTube, arguably including my own.
If we were to simplify it without the context of that other conspiracy stuff that I'm talking about, then yes.
Okay.
But as the highlights
Yeah, we can
video goes
tackle it
on,
all one by
I do
one.
clarify and talk about it more.
Is that like an incorrect thing to say? Like, I know people personally that don't know anything about movies, but they know who the
Can I
critical
pee
drinker
now
is.
while the video is just me saying
Yeah.
what I just said? Okay, I'll be right back. You
yeah,
can keep
sure.
playing. I'll be
And
right
like
back.
everything, like there's people. So one of my friends has a sibling who has fallen down kind of like a conspiracy rabbit hole and gets their news from like BitChute.
Oh my
you
gosh,
know?
it's like an echo.
and are like concerned about like how George Soros is going to make people eat bugs or something. And like I talked to her and her boyfriend trying to like have like a common because like I'm not going to confront people directly about these sorts of things. Like I'm more interested in like learning who they are and understanding them, and like even if they're like they have wildly different beliefs and are insane. I tried to relate to him and just, her boyfriend, and just being like, what sort of things do you watch on YouTube? Do you like film stuff? And he's like, oh, I watch The Critical Drinker. And that will always leave an impression on me. The fact that like this guy who.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, I don't know how much we should say while he's gone, but because The Critical Drinker has such broad appeal, many people will be in that, in that group of all kinds of walks of life and of interest. Like my dad watches Critical Drinker. He's just there's a huge amount of like he's just very easily digestible content. Not that it's bad or anything like that, but it because of the size of it, because of the I think of Drinker's talents and the way that he talks about videos or movies, and because he does have a passion for it, all sorts of people can watch his videos and be satisfied and learn things and
I'm back.
consider it insightful. So
so you've just mentioned this a friend of a friend or whatever that has a lot of sort of conspiracy brain sort of things, but also happens to watch Critical Drinker. Do you think that's a fair thing to bring up before we've seen anything to do with Drinker yet?
I mean, if I was trying to present it as anything other than just an anecdotal experience, but I didn't. I made it pretty clear, and I even used the word anecdotal, and it's more about going through the video and seeing.
right?
Sorry?
You did say that it stuck with you.
Yeah, because that's a very bizarre thing to hear from someone.
Well, but did you ask?
I was like,
is it?
They
what
didn't even
other
know about
YouTubers
your
they
channel.
watch?
I asked. I thought that they would have known about your shit because you're like associated with.
But
them
like,
too.
if he did,
they didn't even know about your stuff.
If he did, I doubt you'd say at the beginning of checking out my channel, like, by the way, there's a friend of a friend who knows about conspiracy shit that watches Bowler. It's like, okay.
Well, no, but I mean, because if he did, it would be through Critical Drinker.
Maybe.
But I guess you're saying hypothetically, if he brought you up, I mean, like that would give me something to think about. I'm not sure I would come away with the same like. I'm not going to say conclusion because I didn't really make a conclusion, but same preconceived notions.
But I guess I'm trying to. Could you see someone reviewing your channel and just starting up the review with like, I know someone who's essentially kind of crazy who watches YMS, and that's always stuck with me?
Well, I mean, if my content was frequently criticized for being like really culture war-y kind of sort of thing, like whether or not we're going to say like Critical Drinkers content is that. Like it aligns with like a larger public perception, right? So that's why it's relevant for me to bring up.
If that's the thing, if the content in Critical Drinkers videos was just one-to-one with everything that friend believed, and then you showed that, that would be, you'd nail it. Obviously the problem is that there are things people say about all of us here, and if you open your video with that, or an anecdotal experience that matches that...
Yeah, we shouldn't treat it like that was my like opening statement of like a thesis though. Like we should like I was just again, I was just saying what I knew of Critical Drinker and my own personal anecdotal experiences I've had, saying that I clicked on a couple videos that some people in the subreddit were mad about him, and it would be, yeah, I felt like that was worthy of mentioning, especially with the frequent caveats and clarifications that I make throughout this entire stream, trying to, you know, very delicately insist that I am not trying to misattribute any sort of like anecdotal experiences as fact. And I'm
Mhm.
trying, you know, I bring up like things that preconceived ideas that I have about his audience, and you know, constantly clarifying throughout the video that I am not necessarily attributing the beliefs of his audience even to him. So I think, you know, I don't know what else I could have done
I probably,
in terms of like
if it were me, I would
the overall fairness that I'm trying to present to the conversation and open-mindedness. I think
probably
that I did a, you know,
hold on to it until
way
it's
better than
prompted is
most people.
probably the way to go, right? Because the bigger problem as
Wow.
well is that your audience, as you've already mentioned, is quite ready to believe a lot about Drinker and what he's up to. In fact, they would have told you a lot of stuff that...
Some people in my audience, mostly from the Sardonicast subreddit,
Okay,
which is a combination of my audience and two other people's
to
audiences.
give you an example, if for the first time ever we were to cover Vorsh reviewing a film, our audience would be incredibly inclined against him just from different things that have happened in the past. Same for a lot of creators. If we were to cover, let's say, you know, a friend of Drinkers, everyone would be inclined toward them more than likely. Just natural biases. So, you know,
Yeah.
I'm saying your audience, I assume you agree, is inclined against a drinker, Critical Drinker.
Not I mean, maybe half. Like if you look at the top comments on the video right now, the number one is like on the highlight video, the number one is like here's an unbiased summary for people that didn't have the time, and it's like a very fair, like, oh, Adam agrees with Drinker on this and Critical blah
Sure.
blah blah, blah. It's not like, you know, like that's like the most representative sample of my audience, is that you know, me, and as you can see through that stream and as you can see through this conversation, the type of thoughts that I put out into the world are ones where I'm constantly encouraging trying to understand other people, trying to be fair, and trying to you know, even if I have biases, saying those biases, recognizing those biases, and seeing if being open to having those biases contradicted, or being open to new information, even if I have a preconceived idea about somebody else. And I feel like that is more representative of my audience singularly. And let's think about this for a second too. Even with a lot of people that, you know, because as soon as you make a video criticizing someone else on the internet, it's going to be flooded with people that are just like, you know, already don't like the person, and they're just looking for more justification to
Absolutely. So
not
the
like them
point
further, just so they can add to the whole thing,
I'm
right?
not trying to
Like,
prove
and
to
even
you...
with that, like the comment section is very fair and reasonable for the most part.
I'm not trying
You
to
know,
prove to
like
you that
it's
your audience is even unreasonably going in any particular direction. All I'm highlighting is that it's not the greatest idea to put something like that before covering anything to do with Drinker with an audience that's already arguably inclined against him.
I don't believe that I would say over half of my audience is probably not like
Even
Critical Drinker
neutral,
fans,
I
but
would
like
say it's not
there's
a
a
good
huge
idea.
chunk but okay.
I mean,
We can,
I would
we'll
want to do
move
the
on and we'll
same.
agree to disagree.
I'd want to do the same for you and for anyone else. If I was like, we're going to cover some
Yeah,
Rags
yeah.
videos today, and then I like just reference how someone crazy likes Rags, it just seems unnecessary.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's reflective of my it's me being honest about my bias. right? It's me giving more information and context about my frame of mind going into it, so that if I say something potentially unfair, or if I have, direction that not my mind is going, that it could be influenced by something like an anecdotal experience that I had with someone. And I want that information to be out there so that if, let's say, something happens in my brain where I'm being led by that belief in a certain way, or led by, like, if I wouldn't want to start the video being like, I have no thoughts about Critical Drinker, I haven't heard anything about them. Like, I wouldn't want to, like, pretend like I'm a completely neutral subject. I think that it makes more sense and it's more fair to share my biases before starting a video.
So, is it not possible to simply say, I've heard a lot of negative things about the channel and what it gets up to, what it argues, and so today we're going to check out something he says, see what happens.
Well, I mean, based on your issues with what I'm saying, I don't know how it's any better to just be vague about it. Like,
Because
if your
when
issue
you-
is that I said something negative before
Sure,
I started the stream, I don't know how it's better to be vague.
If you talk about someone who believes in, like, crazy shit and then says that they're a fan of Drinker, the connection is that Drinker supports the crazy shit.
No, because I made very clear to make clarifications in my stream that that's not what I was saying. So
you brought it up just as a random connect. It has nothing. That isn't the connection you're trying to draw.
I didn't say random. I explained 2 sentences ago why I brought it up. It's for context, so that people have more information before going into it.
But sorry. So you wanted to bring up that he is a person who believes in, like, crazy stuff and that he watches The Drinker, but that those two facts are not connected. You wanted
No,
to...
that's my anecdotal experience. Is that there's people that exist in his audience, at least one, right? That are conspiracy brained and have somehow found his channel, despite their entire media diet being like Rumble and BitChute, which, more people from Rumble are coming to his channel because Russell Brand just had, like, this interview of Russell Brand. The full thing was on Rumble, so there's going to be even more of those types of people. Russell Brand is not a film channel, right? Like, Russell Brand is a person that the entire reason why he's successful right now is because he was doing, like, a lot of, like, COVID conspiracy shit and, stuff that wasn't allowed on YouTube. And he kind of, Russell Brand, in my opinion, very consciously plays into his own audience capture and knows what people want to hear, and is essentially just grifting, making money off of doing that, right? And I'm not saying that that's what Critical Drinker is doing, and I make very clear in my stream that that's not what I'm saying. So my bringing up the conspiracy person that I had a face-to-face conversation with in my life, my bringing up was just me being like, hey, my impression of Critical Drinker and his content and his audience, even though I haven't seen everything, is that there are some people, a somewhat sizable portion compared to other people's audiences, that are not necessarily listening to him for his perspective on film, but are using his channel as a way to justify their preconceived ideas about how there's some sort of conspiracy trying to control society, that they're trying to feminize men, that they're trying to prevent, make you eat the bugs, even though that one's a little bit further removed. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't, if you don't understand the, why I would say something like that, like, I hope you don't think that it was malicious, because I didn't think it was. But if you do, I guess we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
I think you said it entirely non-maliciously, just casually. I just think that strategically speaking, it's not fair to Drinker. That's what I think.
Okay.
Every single thing that he consumes online is just, like, purely conspiracy content. The only film channel he could name was The Critical Drinker, and he's like, oh yeah, I like The Critical Drinker. And that was it. And all he knew about movies was just that movies are woke now, and that, I guess, the powers that be, like, some sort of, like, overarching force that's trying to, like they're trying to, like, make your kids trans or something. Like, and sure, that's one person, I get it. Like, it maybe it's not representative of every Critical Drinker fan, I get it. But there's something about his content that just, like,
so
it really...
actually, now I'm kind of confused, because the statement is, I know a friend he doesn't know any movie reviewers other than Drinker, and he believes these things. Like, what is the conclusion from that line of thought? You know?
I explained it sentences ago. I'm sorry. I can't keep repeating myself. That's not a I'm trying not to sound disrespectful, but you can play back the stream later. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just, well, it's I don't know. It's just that if you didn't have that, like, just based on that sentence on its own, if you hear it, it's like kind of leads you to a very place.
I understand why you feel that way, but I disagree, and I've repeated myself more than once. I'm sorry. We have to move on. We're 5 minutes through a 2 hour and a half video.
This is the type of shit where you would expose people who don't really care about movies to only care about movies through like a purely political lens, right? Like a lot of his videos are just like, okay, movies are bad now because there's woke things and woke people are doing it, right? Like that like I wish that I could expose someone like this to more films. I wish that I could expose someone like this to like having a healthier media diet, because it seems like the type of...
Do you consider his media diet unhealthy?
I mean, it could be healthier if most of what he's watching is
unhealthy in this
but
format, meaning
varied.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, like I said at the beginning of the stream, that was one of my misconceptions that I can easily give you a point on. He recommended a lot more things than what I scrolled through because it was categorized under a different title.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'm not going to try to argue that like he doesn't check out things that are against the grain or smaller films that aren't explicitly Disney films. That was a misconception on my part. So
sure, okay.
Person that thinks that all movies are bad now, like what is the name of your series, right? Like why modern movies suck, right? Like that's a series on the channel. Why modern movies suck. It's not necessarily that modern movies suck. It's that there's a handful of like popular studio modern movies that suck. And if you go back in time, to like, whenever you think that the golden age of movies is 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, whatever, like you'll realize that there's a lot of things that were A, financially successful, and B, nominated for a bunch of Academy Awards that were also shit, right? And we're left with this sort of like...
I don't know how much we want to spend on this, but I am in agreement with Drinker that we're in an unprecedentedly bad time for mainstream movies being of a quality that's lower than, in my experience, has ever been in any particular decade.
Keyword being mainstream.
Sure.
But I think it's important to recognize that like most movies from any decade are just not worth watching. Like a lot of them are just like really bad.
Sure.
And
of course, Drinker would only ever be referencing mainstream Hollywood. He wouldn't be referencing indie or the market as an enormous whole.
Yeah. I think something to keep in mind here is that like if let's say we're going through this whole thing, we're having this whole conversation, and I am saying something like, okay, well here's my misconception and here's why. I think that is also like kind of a helpful way to learn why there are a lot of people with that same perspective on Critical Drinker, because I don't think it just like comes from nowhere, right? So if I'm a person that doesn't want to watch through every single one of his videos, and he's a part of public discourse or internet discourse or something, right? And people are always have opinions on things that they haven't like watched every video from. The series title, Why Modern Movies Suck, doesn't really, it kind of, unless he's making clarifications in those videos saying like, oh, I don't mean modern movies, I mean specifically studio modern movies, which I don't think he, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if he makes that clarification often or at all in
as
that
much
series.
As I wouldn't say like he definitely does or doesn't, but like all of his references will come from modern big studio movies.
Yeah. So I'm saying that with that title, it's no surprise that one could be under the impression that he thinks that modern movies suck as like an entire generation of
Having
movies
not
and not just
watched-
a generation of studio films, right?
You mean like having not watched the videos though?
Well, I mean, even with watching the videos, does he clarify? Like, so you've watched the videos? Can you?
Well, I said I'm not sure if he does.
I'm saying the title says why modern movies suck. It doesn't say why modern studio movies suck, right? So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that that's what he's saying. I'm just saying I'm giving an explanation for why people believe that. Right?
If we were to go literal though, he would still be accurate, right? He could have said why any particular era sucks. It wouldn't be an inaccurate statement because they've always sucked in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, but the implication when you say why modern movies suck isn't why modern movies suck and also every other decade sucks. It's specifically why modern.
Yeah, but
like that,
what I'm saying is that
very
there's nothing wrong with saying why modern movies suck. If he said why all movies today suck, like that would be fair. But saying why modern movies suck, there are modern movies and some of them suck. He's talking about those. Like, there's no reason not to infer it that way. I wouldn't be surprised if you made a video called "Why Modern Movies Suck" and you go over like studio practices.
I think we're talking about different things because you were talking about why it should be inferred that he's talking about modern movies, and I was talking about why people infer that he's talking specifically about modern movies independently from other generations, which are two different things, right? Like you're saying it should be interpreted as modern movies suck without any context to any other generation. I'm saying that the title very, explicitly implies modern specifically without making any real, and even within the content of the video, like the clip shows that he plays, it's all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I
just
think
older films from like
the base interpretation for what he's why modern movies suck. I think that the base interpretation of that is he's going to be talking about movies from the last 10 years at maximum, more than likely. You're saying that he's talking about all of the films more than likely. That's what you're inferring from that. Well, I would say if we're going to take him literally, like why modern movies suck, meaning all of them, then I'd be like, well, he has every right to say they suck, just like he could with every generation. Like, I feel like it's unnecessary.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but we started talking about different things, and we have to we have to keep playing because it would be too much to try and untangle what we're both talking about here.
A, financially successful, and B, nominated for a bunch of Academy Awards that were also shit, right? And we're left with this sort of like bias of what we think the past is because we only remember what is the greatest, most influential, memorable, classic things of the time period, right? So,
I think that's a fair observation in terms of like that people don't, like when you think about the films that you like from the past, you're not always necessarily going to be thinking about the ones that were shit. But I mean, come on, look at the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now. It's awful.
But that's the answer is within what you just said. It's within what you just said. Look at the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's not. I'm looking at the whole broader scope of films. It was a good fucking year for movies. 2014. It was a really good fucking year for movies. 2019. Okay.
Yeah, 2019.
Like,
I agree.
There's still like fuck. There's a lot of great shit coming out. I just I think
one
that
of the observations that I'm trying to make there is that like these films are really bad. Like they're really bad and consistently to a degree that is shocking compared to.
Yeah, and it wouldn't matter if he's talking about Marvel or not, if he's going to be referencing how Marvel used to, like 2008 to 2016-ish.
I know, but
were far better. It's not, but like that is
why Marvel movies suck.
No, but
that's not his serious.
It's not about Marvel. It's about how that's one of the prisms of many that we can compare modern Marvel to past Marvel. We can compare modern Star Wars to past Star Wars. We can compare all the IPs that way, and that they've gotten staggeringly horrific compared to their older versions.
Disney live-action remakes to the Disney Renaissance animated films.
It feels so incredibly Disney brained, and I'm trying to encourage an online discourse about film that just like. I mean, yeah, there's.
If you want to go for franchises that have a point of, these are really good points of reference because you have films in those franchises that existed 20, 30, 40 years ago.
The whole reused IP thing is like a particularly bad thing right now.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yes, and
that's one thing that's very specific to this generation,
now,
right?
Exactly. Which I imagine I could believe that there's one of these videos in this series that is referencing the reuse of old. But I mean, that's not an unreasonable point. And it's not unreasonable to say like why modern movies suck. these franchises get dragged out, like the grave gets dug up and then they parade the corpse around to make more money now. Like that could be pointed to as a sort of uniquely modern, at least, we're talking about the film industry right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's fair.
And so, yeah, like, just to clarify, do you think, in terms of decades, that we're in a pretty damn bad one overall compared to others, or not?
If we're talking about all film, no. No, we're not. It is easier for independent artists to create films than it ever has been before. People are shooting films with fucking iPhones,
I think
right?
we're talking about like quality of
fucking
film.
Yeah.
Right.
quality. Yeah, the quality is fucking
Well, but
fantastic right now.
I,
Like if you haven't, this is exactly what I talk about in the video. Like if your film diet is narrow to
wait.
the point where most of what you're talking about is just like franchise IPs. It's the same thing. Like if you were to say, look at the fucking gaming industry, right? Every AAA studio right now is fucking dog shit, microtransactions, like greedy business practices, just so unethical, predatory bullshit, right? And what's different about the gaming culture versus the film culture is that one random guy making Undertale or Minecraft or fucking like any sort of like indie game or whatever, you can publish it yourself on the internet. You can market it yourself on the internet because
True.
gamers are all like internet people. You can post it on fucking Reddit. You have a successful game. Everybody knows about Undertale. Everybody knows about Minecraft. The independent gaming scene is what I would like to see the film scene as. But right now, everybody's talking about the equivalent of AAA gaming for movies, and my frustration is like, damn, there are all these fucking amazing indie movies that exist in the same way that there's all these amazing indie games that exist, but people don't talk about them in the same way that they talk about indie games, right? It's less accessible to people because there's a higher barrier of entry for getting your film funded, for getting your film seen, for getting it seen legitimately. Like Joel Haver's releasing his own films on YouTube, and those do decent for like a YouTuber, but they don't have the same legitimacy as like getting a studio backed, like professionally distributed film in a theater. There's still a social stigma against just releasing your movie on YouTube, and it needs to, there's a financial incentive. You need to make your money back, and it's more difficult to do that in terms of the film industry.
You're not talking about
than
quality. You're talking
games.
about production options.
Yeah.
I'm saying the quality is fucking amazing, and people aren't.
You're saying that loads
of
people have access to create, and now we're getting plenty of options in terms of good things. Of course, more good things will be made if more things are being made. But now there is going to be an enormous sludge of terrible things as well. I know you'd agree with that.
I mean, what?
There are a lot of bad
confused
indie games
what you're
that
saying.
get made, but there are also a lot of the good indie games as well, right? Like look at Steam and all of those like
The
really
torrent of
shitty,
terrible
like,
video
scammy-
games are everywhere, yeah.
Okay, well then I guess if I were to try and quantify the entire scope of every movie and every game, like my version of saying, oh yeah, the year's fucking great, they're still like, this decade's great, they're still making great shit. My premise of saying that is based off of the media that I consume. No one can play every game, no one can watch every movie, no one has like an objective, true, firm grasp over like what the overall slice of the pie of like bad to good is. So yeah, I think that by saying that like most movies are bad now in a way that is worse than other generations is not only not provable, but like not accurate or helpful, because it's more reflective of the types of things you consume and less reflective of the overall landscape of what there is to consume.
You are correct. We can't, any individual can't make a statement on the quality of all film as an average. The best we can do is go from every time we watch a movie, what is the likelihood we're going to come away saying, man, that was really awesome and good. And people feel, or at least
depends how you're watching your movies. Depends what movies you're seeing.
All right. Well,
right?
what are
it
most
depends if you
people
know what
saying?
you're watching. If you go to a fucking film festival and you just watch random movies where you're like, it sounds kind of interesting, the description, or like, oh, this is based off of a true story, you're going to have a bad time because half of them are going to be shit. Maybe more than half of them are going to be shit. But if you go to a film festival and you're like, okay, I know this director, I like this award that it won at this thing, that's been pretty consistent, and you actually know how to find things, you're going to have a great fucking time. I'm going to see all the best movies in the year in like a month at TIFF. Like,
Right.
I'm so fucking hyped for that shit.
So the vast majority of people, right, who go to movie theaters and who are
Exactly.
fairly
This is my
normal in
problem.
terms of
Exactly. Exactly.
what
I'm
would
trying
they
to help
say?
people. I'm trying to help people get the tools to help them have an experience with movies where they're not coming out of it saying like, every movie sucks nowadays. Like
Why would they say that? Why would they
it's
say that every movie sucks now? Why do you think that is?
because they're watching movies that are in theaters at the big chain theaters without knowing what movies to watch, without knowing how
Okay,
to find
we're
smaller
almost there
things.
now.
And
So
all right, we're
why
getting there. Yeah.
is that a change? Why is it that they're saying,
Because
"Oh, I'm not
because big studio movies are generally bad.
No, we've gotten to a point where they are now generally bad. They used to be relatively normal for entertainment for most audiences, but we're in an unprecedented time of unsatisfaction with Hollywood.
But yeah, if we're talking about studio movies, which is what I was saying,
Yeah, so
right? Like
that
if
would
we're
be a fair paradigm, and that is representative of a change.
it's well, yeah, but we're saying man, because I thought that we had this understood. I'm talking about movies as a whole, right? I'm talking about like
No, we
the
both
types of things you
agreed
could be
no one is
consuming in
talking about
a
movies as a
year.
whole because it's not possible.
No, exactly. Neither of us are able to quantify every single movie that exists in a year.
Cool.
But based on what your media diet is, if you are accurately um, being able to select the types of films that you think that you'll be interested in a way that aligns with your taste, there's movies out there for everybody, right? There's movies being made all the time that just don't have the same marketing budget, that aren't in as many theaters. There's some that you'll never be able to see until they're on digital because they just like it's difficult, especially with Disney controlling so many of the theaters, right? So that's why I'm trying to get people away from Disney movies, from studio movies, and to have not just like, talk about them
If
and
I
say
can,
that they're bad, but not feel obligated to watch them as a part of a cultural
but you wouldn't
conversation,
need to
right?
do
Like,
that if the movies they were
unfortunate.
watching was something like the animated Lion King. You wouldn't be like, guys, get away from that. That's the mainstream studio shit.
Exactly. But this is the unfortunate situation that we're in, and this is just the end result of greedy corporations and then hiring people based off nepotism and not people that are actually passionate
But
about the IPs that they're like
sure.
the same shit that's happening about like Indiana Jones and all that shit happened with Halo, right? Like 343 is making all this shit. They don't understand what made the first games good, but in the gaming sphere, people can go on Steam and see a cool indie game and it's right there and it's easy and they can just get it right away, right? Like they don't have to do any effort in terms of finding it. We don't have like a Steam for movies. Even on like fucking iTunes, like you don't get exposed to this sort of thing. And so that's why my argument and my presence on the internet and my presence as a person talking about movies, that's part of my goal is to help people be able to use these tools and be able to help understand how to find the better movies.
I
I just think
understand and I respect that a lot. You've recommended plenty of films that I never would have seen otherwise, and I appreciate it. What I'm trying to get at, simply, is that same media diet, the one that you'd be critical of, and I think everyone could agree is not fantastic if you only watch let's say you only watch films that come above a $100 million budget. That's awful, right? It's like, oh, that's not good. But rewind just 20 years, 30 years, 10 years, whichever one you want, if that same representative diet were being run, they would have more positive entertainment experiences. That's what's being appealed to.
Yeah, I don't disagree that studio movies have gotten worse in the same way that I don't disagree that AAA gaming is like completely fucked.
Okay.
Right? I don't disagree with that. I'm when the again, the title is, why modern movies suck, not why, studio movies suck. And I'm glad that he is recommending things like Boiling Point. I've yet to see it, but I'm excited to watch it. I feel like
I think
will
you'll love
enjoy
it.
that movie because I know enough about it that I have my own tools that I can use to determine whether or not I think a movie will be like pretty good. I think that it's important not just to criticize Disney and criticize big studio movies, but I think it's important to move away from feeling obligated that we even need to be talking about them. The problem with Star Wars is that it's so big that people feel obligated to watch it to be a part of a cultural conversation, whether or not they think they're even going to enjoy it. I want to end that shit. I want people to be as excited for the new fucking Jim Cummings movie. Like I want people to be looking at artists, creative. I want people to know about Matt Johnson. I want people to be fucking hyped
But
for the new Nirvana the band movie, right? And stop thinking that like, oh yeah, because it says Marvel on it or Star Wars on it, that we all have to talk about it. We all have to see it. Like, why the fuck did anybody watch She-Hulk? Like, nobody should have even
I can
watched
explain that.
even
We
to
watched
like
it.
criticize it. You know, it's just like
So,
it's just
well, to
it.
clarify,
I
right?
wish that people didn't feel obligated. You
No,
know,
I know, but that's very much wishful thinking. In that a lot of people, and they're going to be in both of our chats right now, they have fallen
Yeah.
in love with these IPs, and it makes them feel, inspired, or it makes them feel any
and that's
particular
that's
way.
how they got you. That's
Yeah,
how they got
but
you. You gotta.
but you
It's
say
not
that
bad
gotta
to
break away from it.
inspire
yeah, you
people.
you
That's
say
not a
that as
bad
though
thing, right?
like a new version or a new
Hmm?
iteration wouldn't be equally as fulfilling. That does happen. Every once in a while, we do get a new version of a particular IP that is incredible, and that's what everybody wants, but we don't get it. And so what's Drinker doing, what's many people doing? We're trying to be critical of it, to push it back, to get it in a different direction. When things
I think that that's a lost cause in the same way that like trying to get Halo to the industry is just so fucked. Like I think it's much more important and much more like strategic to just support independent artists that are making the good things
I don't
that
see why we can't do
you know
both.
like you don't.
Yeah, Disney's
Well,
already
I don't
said
know
they're
because like
scaling back the amount
do
of
you
projects and the budgets
do
of these
you want more
projects. So isn't that
sequels?
a move in the right
Like
direction?
I
I thought we
good.
were all supposed to not like. I thought we're all like sick of the whole sequelitis. Like when somebody
If
announces
they're
something, it's like,
bad,
do we really need like a? Yeah, exactly. If they're bad, but like, I
Yeah.
don't know. For
yeah.
me, the things that I love, like, I'm happy with the existing properties. I don't need a fucking Lion King 4. Like I don't.
Absolutely,
I
no,
can
I'm
just
with
watch
you.
the
For
original
sure,
because
but
I love the
I
original.
mean, if you wanted to focus in on like, even if we wanted to keep talking about Disney used to like make like original films before they started
Well,
making
I just
sequels all the time,
to give
or
it.
at the very least,
Yeah,
it's
it's bullshit.
adaptations of older, like fantasy stories and things like that. So you could always say, well, I mean, by talking about this, I'm trying to nudge Disney in the direction of not franchising every single thing that they have, and to go back.
Yeah,
to
but
making, Lightyear fails. Maybe
talking
that
does
means that
nothing.
Pixar could. Well, I mean, it has to do
Talking does
something,
nothing.
right?
The box office
Talking can
numbers do
lead.
something.
Talking can
Talking
lead to
leads to-
behaviors.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
that's the whole
perhaps.
point of
You
your
would- I mean, you
channel.
would
No,
have-
no,
you
not
would have to-
perhaps. That's what you've
Well,
been saying that you're trying to do, right?
I mean, you would.
Well, I mean, I'm
you would have to
talking
accept
about
that, right?
like no, I mean 100% talking does lead to behaviors. I'm just saying like the scope of like what makes a Disney movie make or break is
Okay, but
seems
so to give you an
not to be
example,
heavily influenced
when,
by online
when-
commentary.
When TLJ happened and Rise of Skywalker, you'll find plenty of sentiment throughout all of our sphere of YouTube about Star Wars needs to stop.
Mhm.
Go away, just stop, it's done, leave it alone, it's dead, just stop. They bring out
Yeah.
Andor, we talk about how this is a bad idea, it's gonna be shit, there's no point. We watch it, it's really good. We fully recommend it to people, and people are very happy with it. It's very much an inspirational show, and it's easy to get into for a lot of people because it's Star Wars. I don't, like, I'm not, like, sad that happened, because we can't, like, accelerate on the whole hating of IPs. I'm actually really happy that they managed to find someone to give this project to, and they give them enough freedom to make something good. And we want to encourage more of that to happen in future. And how else do you do it but saying, look at that, it's good, go look at that. That's, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but what we are doing essentially through internet commentary is essentially just a hyper extension of what exists as word of mouth, right? And so word of mouth can, that's existed
That's great, though, right?
throughout time. Oh yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, I think we've kind of lost the plot of what we're even arguing about right now.
No,
so
we're
we should
totally
just
on point,
continue.
because I was about to bring it back to Drinker.
Okay,
like,
sorry.
he's doing all of these kinds of discussions. He's talking to well-known actors or even directors. He's talking about the different films that are good or bad from, obviously, his own paradigm, but at the same time, clearly appeals to a lot of people's points of view in the hopes that something can be done, even if it is in a small way, right? Like, I'm not particularly moved by if like a wizard told me, you're going to make zero difference, except maybe one guy in your audience might be inspired to make a good movie someday. I'd be like, that's good enough. That's all I need.
Yeah.
And I assume, yeah, you'd
I
have to be
do
the same,
too.
right? Like, you've inspired loads of people.
Exactly.
And I
would say
feel like
so.
we're all doing what we can. Like, the issue I take with is people who either, like, lie about media to, push their own preferences necessarily, or that are just giving analysis that's absolutely fucking worthless, like absolutely shallow. Now, if you had that opinion of Drinker, I'm not saying you do at all, I wouldn't even like take issue with it until I see what examples you have, because I don't know what you would have seen, that sort of thing. I would entertain the idea in the same way that I hope you'd entertain the idea if I had that opinion about any given reviewer online. But I feel like we do good work, both you and myself and Drinker. And Rags of Free, of course.
Hello.
70s music. You don't think of every single song that existed in the 70s that you heard on the radio. You think of, the songs that still hold true to this day. Like, I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? Like, what is that? CCR
Good
clear?
singing.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
the
that's
name. But
great.
There's
This
certain
copyright
things that
warning.
stand the test of time. I think that it's kind of a weird bias that human beings have in terms of how we think about media, where Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's such a long mouthful of a name. It's such an interesting, weird bias that we have about media.
YourMovieSucks.org.
Like, all music sucks now, or all
YMS, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got him.
Oh, and sorry, I did mean to ask. It was.
I'm trying to change my channel name to just YMS, but I got to figure out if I'll lose my my check mark if I do that. I'm trying to figure out if I
On
can...
YouTube?
because I got the @ yeah.
So
I already have the @YMS.
so that's
URL.
like that's what
thing.
shows up when you comment on a thing. It's @YMS.
Yeah, but then you go to the channel and then it's a whole
different
fucking
name.
jumble of
Yeah,
shit.
like
I
oh, is
created
this
the
Louis
channel
Crossman?
back when
No,
it
it's
was like
Mustang. Yeah.
I created the channel when it was normal to have a website.
I was going to ask out of curiosity, because you did seem adamant that like we should be moving away from the mainstream stuff. Like you do cover a lot of it, though, right?
Okay, let's look at my channel for a second here. All right. So I did Barbenheimer, obviously. That's like a big event sort of thing that I'm interested in. Asteroid City and Past Lives was my one before that. I would, Wes Anderson's pretty big. Past Lives was an indie film from Sundance. The way that I cover videos at this point, like it has to be there has to be a certain threshold that's held in terms of I'm not just gonna watch and or cover a movie just because it's popular and just because I know I'll get clicks and just because even if there's a billion people asking me to, it has to be something that I either A think I'm going to enjoy, B think I'm going to enjoy ironically, or C know that I have some sort of passionate conversation uh about, hopefully accurately before I see the movie. I inferred enough from the Little Mermaid trailers, and I also wanted an excuse to rewatch the original, and I wanted to do like a comparison. So I don't know. To me, yeah, there's it depends. It depends on what month it is because I'm in the middle of making my Fantasia Festival review. That's 12 random film festival movies that are going to be dropped in the next like week. A month from now, it's going to be like 30 movies from TIFF, which are all festival movies. So, out of all the major film review channels, I'd say that I probably do the best job in terms of like covering smaller films. Like that's the reason why Fantasia invited me back to their festival. They gave me a fucking hotel room. That was pretty cool. Is because I'm helping to like really promote these things, and I think that with my goal being sharing smaller things that hopefully everybody enjoys or enough people enjoy or can connect with that they wouldn't have found without me. Part of that goal is having channel growth, which unfortunately, people click on things they're familiar with.
Yeah,
right?
by every one of these points you've made, I completely agree. Obviously the only thing is that it would still further interest and attention to the mainstream movies, right? Like it would damage your overall goal of trying to ignore and move past them if you're going to continue to cover them.
Yeah, but I don't cover it. That makes up such a smaller percentage of like the content on my channel, right? There's movies that I literally like people are asking me to fucking cover Elvis. I'm like, I'll only do it if it gets nominated for an Oscar, right? And I did because it was part of my Oscars video. I like covering the Oscars. I like clowning on the Oscars. It's a good series. But yeah, like I didn't, there's a gigantic handful of like Disney remakes that, probably could have made content out of, but they just didn't seem that interesting. I didn't see Mulan. You know, I had no interest in
You'd have hated
seeing
it.
it or trying to cover it. Um, most Star Wars movies, like I only saw 7 through 9 because I I felt obligated out of like this whole cultural conversation thing, which is exactly what I'm trying to move away from. And so I'm like, okay, well now I'm not just watching Star Wars things because people are wanting me to talk about Star Wars things. Like I think I'm pretty firm in my belief that it's not my type of media to be consuming, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, I would say there's like a healthy mix on my channel. Like it's completely unavoidable to it's not possible for a channel to not talk about a popular movie because like even if you talk about an indie movie at a festival, there's a chance that it will become popular, like The Whale, like
Yeah, yeah.
other films that blow up. Um, so yeah, I don't think that my the overall landscape of my channel is contradictory to what I'm saying or what my goals are
I
or
wouldn't. I
what
wasn't going
my
to describe it as
outlook is.
contradictory. It's more so that
No.
it's going to have a byproduct that's unfortunate considering your goals. I'd assume.
Um, well, I waited like a long time before I even made my Lion King review. Like my stance on the Lion King 2019 was don't watch it, don't even watch it ironically, stop asking me to see it, don't give them money cuz like I fucking care about, the Lion King is like one of my favorite movies ever. And I love the original so much and I didn't want to incentivize Disney to make more. And my suggestion for people not to do that didn't make a fucking difference. It made $1 billion right away. It became the highest grossing animated film of all time, only to be beaten by the Mario movie this year.
Why do you think?
And
Do you think there's a reason why Disney films aren't making as much money anymore compared to 4 or 5 years ago, where like they were, dominating 6, 7, 8 out of the top 10 highest grossing films of all time? What do you think changed?
fatigue. People are seeing more of the same shit. It's not art anymore. You're not showing people a new experience.
Uh,
I think that there's enough people that like if you polled people coming out of the fucking theater, like which is what Cinema Score does, which I don't think that they're like a great website in terms of how to find good movies. But let's see what the Cinema Score Lion King 2019 was, because the general do they even have it? Okay, I'm just gonna have to search for it better. The general consensus that my understanding of the general consensus of the Lion King 2019 is that people fucking liked it, right? Like it wasn't
yeah, I
like
think you might be right
people
about that.
liked the movie, but now when it's like, okay, you're doing the same shit over and over again, first film critics are gonna notice. First people who watch like a huge variety of films and have seen so many that it's already like, okay, you're kind of doing the same thing again already. If they've seen it once or twice, then there's a certain portion of the population that's going to be like, okay, come off it. I already know what's happening. But then the more times it's done, then the more of a percentage of the population is going to be on board with like, hey, haven't I seen this before? Or hey, you're just doing the same shit. Or like, hey, the first one that I tried watching, I didn't really love that much, but I gave it a shot. Now I won't give this one a shot. So, if you just any genre, this has happened to like a lot of things, franchises, genres, studios. Like, if you're just producing the same shit over and over and over again, like the natural trend is down. Of course, it's going to be starting successfully. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to replicate that formula if it wasn't massively successful. And then, of course, it's going to go down because they're not doing anything new, right? You can't
Do you think
trying to replicate lightning in a bottle. Like
I would actually concede
I
that
think
stuff like The Flash or Shazam can suffer when a bunch of other Marvel shit comes out that's not entertaining because they're too similar superhero stuff. But do you really think that like people being like, "Oh my god, Lion King, I'm getting the same thing with Little Mermaid"?
I think people are more aware of the Disney remake itis
Well, so
at this point, and
I
I
was
think
actually going
people
to
are
agree with
more
you.
sick of it.
My sister, I spoke to her about it because she's not watching them anymore. She used to watch them all, and I was like, "Why?" And then she was like, "They're all fucking terrible, and they're kind of gross." Like she
Yep,
finds them.
the cultural conversation changes.
Well, I guess
People
what
get
we're
sick
trying
of
to
it.
push is that it's too bad for too long, as opposed to fatigue. Not necessarily that fatigue isn't a part of it, but if they were really well executed, this probably wouldn't be anywhere near as bad.
Well, actually, I mean, I guess a question I would have is, do we think that the discourse surrounding these films online, in part spurred by like YouTube channels, is a
I think that
factor, even if it's not the biggest
100%.
factor.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
part of the cultural
I
conversation.
guess here's the next thing would
But
be:
here's
do
the
you
here's the
think that's if somebody who mainly just watches mainstream films and feels like they're not getting what they want, that simply because of that they would start looking elsewhere for films that might interest them, including the indie sphere, like smaller films, films from abroad,
I would like that to be
international
the
films.
case. I
Well,
don't think the
mean,
average person is doing it.
but
But
some
that's
people might,
why
right?
that's where I
Like,
try it. Some people might, and that's where I try to help. So when I was saying earlier that like it's a losing battle trying to get studios to correct themselves into making good movies, like even if we get a movie every once in a while where it's like, oh damn, they actually put faith in real artists and they did this thing, that's not their takeaway, right? What Barbie's success isn't going to be like, oh, we need to hire more young filmmakers like Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach. They're going to be like, oh, people really like Barbie toys, right? Because they don't
Yeah.
understand art. That's
yeah,
why
I
I'm
think
saying it's a losing
I think
battle.
Mattel
Is because
just
like
said we're gonna make Hot Wheels movies. It's like, oh,
it's
okay.
yeah, like that's why it's a losing battle, not because like they not because the public can't eventually shift and be on your side about a cultural conversation, not because they can't eventually lose money and try to understand why, but because the lessons are always going to be the wrong takeaway. They don't understand the people in charge of funding art in giant studio environments. They don't understand how to make art. They're all fucking nepo babies. They all have like way too much fucking control over the artist, and they're like, "Yeah, I think I would like to
Actually,
see this thing," and they always wind up ruining shit. That's exactly what happened to AAA gaming, right?
I
So
completely agree, and
that's why I
that
say
would
it's a
be.
losing battle, and that's why I think we should be supporting independent artists instead, is
Well,
because
But what you
well,
just said is
support
part of
the artist
the argument I
directly.
would have made for why modern movies suck more than others. What you just said, like, hits on one of the biggest factors, which is
Modern
a lot of
studio
people.
movies.
Yeah, that they've been inherited by a group of people that are either like they've been hired because of family connections or whatever else. Because like we've commented on it here, but like having control over a $200 to $300 million movie like MOM or Quantumania, and it's given to writers that have zero history, is absolutely insane. But it's being done.
Yeah, or just like they don't care about the franchise. They don't care about. They
That
don't
too,
know
yeah.
what the fuck they're doing. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The formulas at Disney, like there's a reason why we keep seeing the whole like ugly ass realistic character design, is because that's what their takeaway was from The Lion King 2019, right? Like that's what they were like, oh, this made $1 billion. What do we? Let's make everything else kind of look like this too. It's like, okay, well, it made $1 billion because you played the trailer music from the first film and people had a nostalgic reason to check it out, and people weren't fatigued by all the other previous remakes so far. It wasn't exactly a part of the cultural conversation in the same way. People were fucking hyped for The Lion King 2019, and I was trying
Yeah,
to
I
warn
remember.
them, but couldn't do it.
Do you think that
Well,
the
maybe
quality of films plays into how much they get fatigued and how quickly?
I mean, I would argue that they were never good, just successful. And I think eventually people start to see through the seams. And I think that even retrospectively, there's people that will look at The Lion King 2019 that loved it when it came out and be like, okay, wait, this is actually shit. Same thing happened with Suicide Squad, like people fucking loved that movie when it came out. Same thing happened with Amazing
It
Spider-Man 2.
did?
A lot of people are just excited to, yeah, those were part of why my channel got huge, is because it was considered to be a very controversial opinion. People were arguing about that
Well,
shit
see,
over
because
Reddit.
I was
And there were
watching
enough
you,
people that
so
were like,
my sphere just ordered.
yeah.
Like, yeah, I figured everyone hated that one as well, but okay.
Yeah, no, there was the reason why my Suicide Squad video on Reddit is because it was a response to the people that were like fucking the crazy Snyder fans, whatever we want to call them, or DC fanboys. I'm sure you're well aware. Like there was enough people in that crowd, like Angry Joe, and people that are just like hyping up this fucking thing like the biggest piece of shit ever made, and people were desperate to have someone just say like it's shit, right? When a lot of reviewers were kind of tiptoeing around it because they didn't want to upset their audience, and they were like, "Yeah, it's I enjoyed it. I liked seeing the Joker." They were just waiting for somebody to be fucking honest about it, and that's part of why my channel's big.
So just because for clarity's sake, so you don't think that quality has much of a role to play in terms of how quickly people get fatigued about these franchises and things? Like in an alternate universe where the
Well,
MCU
no,
was
I mean,
just banger after banger, do you think that people would still be fatigued?
yeah, eventually. I think that like even if you're doing franchise or a formula that doesn't even necessarily betray what the audience wants. I think that eventually over time the audience wants a different thing. Like Saw wound up giving up after 7, even though it was still profitable, even though like they were still making money, but they were just like, it's not as much. And people they saw the shift in the industry of like, okay, now Paranormal Activity is the new thing coming out, right?
Mhm.
Like people got fatigued of like westerns. People got fatigued of like, you know, James Bond is still going, right? But it seems like there's a big peak whenever it's the new actor, and then people are like, "Oh, I kind of like this," and it has the exact same slow drop off. You know, not necessarily meaning like all of them are bad, although I guess with James Bond, a lot of them are bad. But yeah, in an alternate universe where like every single Disney remake was good, then they would probably be doing more successfully. But I would argue that in order for them to be good, they would have to inherently not be doing the same thing over and over anyway. So the fatigue wouldn't even be a factor because they would have to be changing things up and doing new things in order for them to be good.
Which almost
So,
inextricably
I think
ties fatigue with quality.
yeah, like part of the reason why they are bad is because they're doing the same shit.
Yeah, because we've talked about it
Even
before,
if the
but
same shit they were doing was like slightly good at first, like if they're just doing the same shit over and over, then it becomes bad.
the big thing that we thought that the MCU could have done in Phase 4 is to experiment like crazy and have like the kinds of films that you would never expect to be in the MCU because they can take those kinds of risks. And even if they fail, if they had like 10 million budgets given to very auteur directors that are given like a parameter on how far they can go in terms of any kind of world building, no necessary cameos, just maybe a person that lives in the world after what's happened, that sort of stuff. I feel like the MCU could have evolved because plenty of those would have kicked off depending on how good they are, who you give them to, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Which would satisfy both, right? It's not like the others, but it would also be of good quality, which means the fatigue would not have set in as early, if at all, at least for however long.
Sure, but the solution to that is not like, oh, people stop watching the movies and then they start making other things. The solution to that is like to fire 75% of people in Hollywood. You know,
I'm
which
inclined to
I don't
agree,
think
yeah.
is like it's not.
But like it's
I don't think that's gonna happen. Like I think it's as fucked as the AAA gaming industry.
yeah, no, I don't even disagree with that. And that's why we've got to get as
Yeah.
much as we can where we can, getting people in, supporting different people. I completely agree with all of that. And
Yeah.
I guess the thing that may come up is that you're not sure that Drinker does enough in that regard, right?
I said earlier that that's something I concede on.
Oh, okay.
Stuck now.
Because
and here's
like
why.
even if he doesn't promote the exact same films that I do, I think that you know, if the main focus of his channel is, you know, like let's call him Disney or studio franchise, whatever shit, you know, for him to be recommending anything outside of that realm is a good step in the right direction, and I'm glad that he's exposing people to that. So
Yeah, well, obviously he is, and he's talking to different people who are from the industry that he wants to praise and direct people toward. But there's also, like, I don't know how aware you are of his short film is currently being created.
I'm aware of him doing some. I think he has like a book on Amazon too, but I haven't.
Yeah.
I have not consumed. I don't have any indication as to what the level of quality might be for any of those things, or what even
Of
they
course, it's just that it's very good in and of itself that he's looking to create something with people and promote it and try and build himself up as well as others on the indie circuit, right?
are. Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's such a
Yeah,
long. mouthful of a
I'm
name.
excited to see it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's such an interesting, weird bias that we have about media, where we think like all music sucks now or all movies suck now, and here's why. When in reality, it's like you just have to know what to watch. You just have to like have a healthy media
I gotta pee
diet and
again.
be willing to try
Keep
new
No
things.
problem.
and
That's
not
fine.
just
No, it's
only
all good.
watch
I know about
what
it.
is essentially just advertised to you and spoon-fed to you through giant corporations. So I haven't watched this, but I found myself being interested enough to like do any kind of commentary on this guy, even though I haven't done it before, because of the fact that he showed up on Russell Brand, which sort of kind of reinforces my initial thought about him, is that he's showing up on what is really a political, you know, anti-vax, conspiracy, grifting platform, and he's showing up as this guy like, so this is the title. So this is why movies are shit now with the critical drinker. It's like, okay, well, you know, this is kind of what I experienced anecdotally when I met somebody who was essentially just eating up a bunch of conspiracy anti-vax content, like weird, like New World Order, George Soros, maybe not explicitly saying it, but pretty much saying it content. This is not a movie review channel, and he's being featured on it. And so I just thought that this was interesting enough to at least see what the fuck it is. So let's see what this is.
You have to wait. Is he back?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, we'll wait. We can. Yeah, wait just a second for him. Because I got a question to ask.
Do you now?
I do. Yeah, I just have I do.
You got it down on your little.
Oh,
like
there he is. He's
notepad.
back. He's back.
Go on,
from,
Rags.
Yeah,
Ask a question.
Out of you talked about Russell Brand here, how Drinker showed up on the Russell Brand, how Russell Brand is a conspiracy theorist and anti-vax and stuff like that. This is weird, but if Russell Brand reached out to you and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about movies," would you go on and talk to him about movies?
I'm not sure. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All right, so.
But he has his interviews are very very non-confrontational and leading. He kind of like, we'll see as it goes along.
So
I'm actually
think
shocked that he asked some genuine questions at certain points, but
all right.
There's like a part of him that comes through at points.
Because I was going to say that if
all
Russell
right.
Brand invited me, I would totally go on. But if he was to be like,
Yeah,
"Did you know the Earth is flat?" I'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, mate?"
My criticism.
Finally, speak the truth.
I want to make clear, it's not a criticism of the Critical Drinker to have accepted going on to Russell Brand's show. I was mentioning that it's a reflection of the audience crossover that he would be invited there in the first place, right? It's a observation of the sort of audience, the same thing I was talking about earlier.
Well, so obviously the only problem would be, because I'm not familiar, does Russell ever have people on that he doesn't necessarily align with?
I mean, I would have to watch every single Russell Brand video, but like
I don't even mean in that sense.
Right,
I just mean, like, doesn't he have people that, theoretically speaking, he would have a bit of a confrontation with, maybe? Like, he talks to them about their ideas.
That's not my understanding. My understanding is he's mostly just creating like a space for. He knows what his audience wants to hear, and he kind of just facilitates that with the types of conversations that he has.
In case you didn't know, Drinker himself, he's been interviewed now like on countless channels. I think he accepts a lot of invitations from anything from like 0 subs to people like Russell Brand. I think that if not saying this for any particular reason, but if, let's say, AOC was to ask him for an interview, I think he'd accept.
Russell Brand, or sorry, Critical Drinker?
Yeah, Critical Drinker.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
obviously,
again, it's not a reflection on Critical Drinker to appear on the program. It's to even for Russell Brand to consider that to be something he wants on the program. I'm saying that there's an audience alignment.
Okay.
Not, not 1-to-1 or anything, but enough crossover that it made enough sense for him to bring him on. Like, I don't think Russell Brand's
okay, yeah, we have to subscribe
about to invite me on.
I'd watch the fuck out of that.
Yeah, whole fucking website or whatever. He might as well be on the Daily Wire, I guess.
Hey, you Awakening Wonders, thanks for joining me on Stay Free
big
with
fucking
Russell
COVID
Brand.
ball.
I'm very excited about today's show. The first 50.
He used to be.
Is that what that is?
It's 100%. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's a fucking crypto fucking COVID ball.
All right.
That's the whole reason why his thing fucking blew up. It's because he was,
like I said, I know nothing about his stuff.
I don't. Yeah,
I know more about him as an actor than I do as anything else.
He did movies right before,
Yeah.
but does he do that?
He hasn't been acting for a while.
Okay.
He's
Then,
the fucking.
yeah,
He's like he's somewhere between Joe Rogan and Gwyneth Paltrow. He's somewhere in between.
Okay.
Be on YouTube, and that's going to be relevant to you 6.5 million Awakening Wonders over there.
Awakening. It's funny that he uses the term awakening, because like if a leftist or left-leaning person, or even like someone even someone like Joe Biden said awakening, they would be like, it means woke.
Because you surely love The Critical Drinker, a man who has analysed and critiqued contemporary cinema with a perspective that you're unlikely to see in the mainstream.
I think we are definitely stuck in a rut as a culture when it comes to just...
See, this is something that I take a bit of an issue with, is like prioritizing the idea of like, my culture, right? Like, I don't know if I give too much of a shit about it. Like, I'm an individual, you know? I'm an individual. Like, I like movies that I like, and I like movies from a variety of cultures. Like, if America decides to go in certain trends about movies, like, I'm going to call it out, right? I'm going to call out America mostly for not being exposed to different cultures. But, like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of fear-mongering when it comes to, like, movies are getting, like, too feminist, or movies are, like, getting too, like, I don't know. It seems like weird fear-mongering shit. Maybe I'm reading a bit too far into it. He's barely said anything.
That's all I was going to say. Is he's like, I'm not even sure what he said yet.
I figure I'd address most of the criticisms we would have like within the stream itself. But I will add more commentary in a bit. Also, I want to point out, after thoroughly seeing a lot of like back and forth about people that hate the Critical Drinker on like my subreddit or the Sardonicast subreddit, and other subreddits, you know, like obviously he's met with a lot of criticism. I do want to point out that I've seen a bunch of criticism against him that I thought was like a little unfair. We're like, oh, he didn't like, you know,
look
like
at you.
he didn't think.
I mean, that goes for YMS on other places. That goes for us on other places. It's insane and it sucks, but there's not much any of us can really do about it. But I'm glad you pointed it out. That's cool.
I am glad. Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't.
Of like the right name of a of like the right name of a movie at a time where he like, you know, didn't have the right word when he said, like, he was on a live stream or whatever. Like, sometimes people are a little too like overly critical or jumping the gun when it's like, this guy's like right leaning. It's like, okay, you know, whatever. Like, I don't hate anybody just because they're conservative, right? Like, but I'm at least going to have a conversation about what I find disagreeable about them.
Relying on the past.
As you say, the motivation behind these...
I find that funny because he's sorry, we barely started.
We are definitely stuck in a rut.
It sucks because I'm reacting to something that I don't know is just like a little fucking preview at the beginning. It's like a little compilation.
Practice for
Damn,
later.
hearing that
when the
whole
real
sentence
thing
is
comes
so
out.
interesting because the content that I've consumed from him, and again, I have not watched all of his content. What I've seen is like literally what he's describing, right? Like, oh, we're stuck in a rut where we're all the content is relying on the past. When all I hear him talk about is like, why can't we have movies like they were in the 80s?
So, is there anything you want to add? Because of course, like this feels like a misunderstanding of what he's saying.
Yeah, no, I can see where the miscommunication is, but I think it goes back to the earlier point of like media diet, right? Where it's like if it is studio movies, then yeah, you would inherently want to go back to a period where studio movies were better, where the average movie in a theater you could watch, you know, would be something that, you know,
Not inherently, right?
that would be
Just 'cause of
enjoyable,
the quality of
Yeah,
just because of the quality.
There's production elements and technology advancements now that Drinker would likely cite to you that are really bad that people are relying on, be it the overuse of CG or the volume screen or different kinds of like attempts at de-aging people in this, like, and everything looks fake and plasticky and rubbery versus what he loves, which is like a primary area. He would probably argue to you like this appears in all eras, but that it was very prominent to him from his perception in like the 80s, 90s maybe, or 70s, wherever he would particularly choose, of filmmaking that was really nuts and bolts, and whenever you watch it, it looks gritty and real and awesome sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much all the point he's making, because of course, as you're pointing out, he hates the idea of digging up the corpses of the past and parading them up in today, and so the miscommunication is just that, yeah, he doesn't, I think I mentioned to you, he doesn't want Indiana Jones, he wants films made in the same vein that Indiana Jones was created. That would be the simplest way to put it.
Yeah.
Like every single video I've seen from him is like, oh, I wish movies were like they were from the past, but now they're different and bad. So that's kind of interesting, actually.
As you say, the motivation behind these IPs and these franchise movies is no one's willing to take a risk.
What they lack with these modern characters.
See, that's not untrue what Russell Brand just said. Like, I want to see more risk taking in franchise
agreed
big budget movies.
Yeah, that's more artistic.
That they're not willing to take that step of having
as I've
fail
heard
and be vulnerable. And have...
This is not untrue. He's saying
yeah,
very
it's
true
so
things,
it's so frustrating because it seems like they're setting themselves up to fail every time that they try that. Every once in a while, they're like, okay, we're gonna we're gonna do fucking Beau is Afraid. I'm like, you can't have expected that to make money.
No.
Like, that was only like 30 million or something. I guess. Still.
I wasn't.
Like, that was like A24's highest budget, but
I wasn't sure that Oppenheimer was going to be able to make it, but I guess I'm glad it did.
I mean, Christopher Nolan's a safe bet.
Well, Tenet fell apart because of COVID, I guess, right? Is what you'd say.
That was the only reason that it wasn't successful was COVID. Yeah.
I think Christopher Nolan is a selling point, but then there is the fact that the film had to overcome being a 3-hour-long R-rated biopic. Like, I think that seemingly that seems like it would be a harder sell than a lot of other things, but it really does seem like the Barbie Oppenheimer like dual sort of screening thing, like that really helped both of those films.
I'd also think I've seen people argue that Tenet is not anywhere near as good as Oppenheimer.
Well, I mean, I really like Oppenheimer, and I don't think I want to see Tenet.
I have no
wow.
interest in Tenet.
I don't think I want to.
You saw it, Adam. What did you think of Tenet?
It's really annoying.
That's the way to describe it.
Well, now I want to see it.
Yeah, now
I
I'm
love annoying
sold.
movies. Those are my favorite movies, are the annoying ones. I've had a lot of practice lately.
It's Tenet. Tenet is what you would make if you were trying to parody a Christopher Nolan film.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my god.
We're going to talk about.
Oh wait, sorry. Wait, what? Okay, wait. I thought he was talking about the actual production, not characters.
These franchise movies is no one's willing to take a risk.
What they lack with these modern characters that they try.
Oh, he's talking purely about characters. Okay, this is one that I have to think about more. I was talking about funding. I was talking about like, oh yeah, we want movies with ideas and scripts that take more risks. He's talking about like characters that are like flawed. I don't know if I necessarily.
So yeah, these
agree
are
with that
snippets
as
of a
trend, but I'll
conversation
have to
without
hear
a
it
full
out.
context that I shouldn't have even been commenting on, but I didn't realize were just the editing.
Willing to take that step of have them fail and be vulnerable and have flaws and weaknesses.
We're going to talk about Sound of Freedom. Why is this movie causing so much controversy?
Oh, I would love to hear the Critical Drinker talk about Sound of Freedom.
I'm also going to start referring to the
He
Critical
does.
Drinker by his actual human name, and I'm going to ask you to remove them aviators. Not yet, not while we're still
Are we getting a face reveal?
still on YouTube.
Oh, we have to go to the website to get the face reveal? Oh, God.
Stay free with Russell Brand. See it first on Rumble.
On Rumble, where we can be a bit more explicit about our anti-vaccine nonsense.
Is the Critical Drinker. Drinker, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, man. I can't believe it. I'm sandwiched right between Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis.
They doxed his name?
Is he on Tucker Carlson and Ron? Sorry. Oh, he's sandwiched as in, was that who Russell Brand had on before and after?
You better come.
Oh my God, he held them up as like idols. That's
Are we still watching 1.25 speed?
It doesn't feel like it. I'll make sure. But so I assume it was just caught there that you said you're surprised he sees Ron DeSantis and Tucker Carlson as idols.
I don't know if I said surprise, but yeah, I don't necessarily.
What I'm saying is that he doesn't. He's saying that he has to live up to them as entertainment.
Okay.
Because I don't even know that he watches anything from Tucker Carlson, I don't think he knows anything about Ron DeSantis. I'd be surprised if he did. I don't know, but
so here's something that I'll point out, and we'll see as the interview goes along. But I feel as though, and this is not to suggest that the Critical Drinker is doing this for like money or whatever. I think that it's a very real like kind of psychological phenomenon that we all go through. Like if we're interacting with a certain type of person, and that person wants to hear like a certain type of thing, I think that most people kind of gravitate towards I guess like changing their phrasing or even sort of like nudging into things that they want to hear. And I feel like there's moments in this interview where Critical Drinker does that, maybe not consciously, where I think he understands like being on the Russell Brand program and him having those guests. I think that kind of being like, oh, I have to live up to that is like kind of like a maybe not direct but mild praising of those two.
I think he may have ended up saying the same thing, even if like Russell had said I had Trump on previously and I'm Biden on next week. He would be like, holy fuck, I've got a lot to live up to, because that's huge.
Just because they're big names.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the impression I
get. That makes sense.
Is that it's
I think so. Yeah.
By comparison, Drinker is not as well known as Tucker.
He's a
Carlson.
YouTube film reviewer.
He does not strike me as a Ron DeSantis fan.
Here's a question: since we're clarifying that, would there Is there an issue if he did idolize Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis?
It wouldn't necessarily be an issue in and of itself. It would be an issue if it were misrepresentative of how he has stated otherwise. Like I said, if he may, I don't actually know, but my impression from this is that he's just saying they're big figures, and that I think you misunderstood. That's all.
Okay.
As for like
fair.
you know, the nature of someone's idolization of any particular person could be good or bad or neutral. It just depends on what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And was that who Russell Brand had on before and after?
You better come.
Oh my god, he held them up as like idols. That's fucking fascinating. This is amazing.
Drinker, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, man. I can't believe it. I'm sandwiched right between Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis. I've got a lot to live up to on this one.
Damn, like I feel like even if I were like conservative Republican, like to hold Ron DeSantis up as like a person to like have to live up to. Yeah, that's like praising Ted Cruz. Ron DeSantis is as lame as Ted Cruz. Like he's as pathetic and as much of a loser. Like Ron DeSantis is only a name now because he's been popular in Florida. And people are seeing him as like the only alternative to Trump. When in reality, like he's going to get
but not just the governor, but making like huge fucking news stories of his state and being as what's the word, provocative as possible in his political governance.
fucking crushed in the primaries. Like Ron DeSantis has zero chance. Like, this is insane.
You better come
Like nobody's gonna even know Ron DeSantis' name after a while.
up with some pretty powerful right-wing ideology right now. It better be slide it into your reviews somehow if you can. Otherwise, you simply will not fit in with the roster. Thanks for joining us, mate.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me on, man.
One of your most
What was that? Was that like an ironic? I was kind of confused what he was trying to get at there.
recent videos that I enjoyed watching was
That was a
your
little joke, I guess,
analysis and review
I didn't
of
get it.
the latest Indiana Jones
it's-
movie. It seemed you kind of reached in a sense, a zenith of your analysis in itself.
See, Russell Brand didn't even like believe in any of this shit politically until it got him views. Like he's such a fucking grifter. He's as much of a grifter as like who's the woman who does Goop?
Oh, Gwyneth
Gwyneth
Paltrow?
Paltrow, yeah.
Paltrow. Like it's literally just like follow the money.
Are we
shit,
so?
right?
Are we on 1.25 speed or no?
I changed it again, but I don't know if it's ignoring me.
Can we do 1.5 and see if it's still
Yeah,
watchable?
sure. I'll put it to that.
Thank you.
Like Russell Brand is the male Gwyneth Paltrow. You know, maybe Joe Rogan is a bit, but Joe Rogan, I at least believe that he believes what he's saying, whereas Russell Brand, I don't believe that he believes what he's saying.
For what Lynch might call the duck's eye, the point within the point. It seemed to me that what you were saying is that our culture is incapable of coming up with new and novel and innovative content, and it's kind of like a Tomb Raider dragging cadavers from the soil, reanimating them, and then not even respecting them. Is that the essence of your perspective on sort of mainstream movie franchises, and what do you think that tells us more broadly?
So, like, we have to be asking ourselves, why is Russell Brand, a guy who literally only does like conspiracy shit now, and like literally just like I'm going on Rumble and I'm going to be very critical of vaccines in a way that is not allowed on YouTube, right? Like that's his whole shtick. For him to have on like the critical drinkers, like what does that tell you, right? I'm not gonna say like, oh, that means critical drinkers content.
What
is
does that tell you?
But like a lot of it kind of feeds into the same audience, you know? It's
That indeed that is your perspective.
Yep.
I
Exactly
just,
what I was saying.
as much as that there may be crossover and everything, it's just like, but isn't there equal reason in a cynical sense that Russell Brand would bring on big figures that are willing to come on?
Yeah, but if they can't have a conversation about the same like kind of culture war stuff that he regularly talks about, then there's really no point. Is kind of what I was getting at.
I mean, they don't talk about
He's not.
anything.
He doesn't really. I don't know. I don't know if he has many conversations that aren't kind of explicitly aiming towards just doing things that his audience wants to hear.
But like he had
I
access.
could be wrong. I could be wrong, but
He had an avenue in this conversation being an actor, right? He does bring it up at some points. Like he's talking to Drinker about the nature of
yeah,
the
he
creation
doesn't really
of...
do that much anymore.
No, of course, but he talks to Drinker about like even the Arthur remake, right? And how that went very bad, and that they talk for a little bit about how that's like almost par for the course with a lot of projects these days.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like there's an avenue here that he would bring Drinker on for both monetary benefit, exposure, and for you can talk to him. He knows what Drinker's talking about. He's familiar with the industry. And I think he is a fan of his channel.
Okay.
He's at least seen his videos. I'm just saying that there's a lot of explanations for why he would bring him on.
I don't even know it. I'm not even confident Russell Brand has ever heard of him before. I feel like
That
he's
could
got
be
a
the
team.
case, but that he did at least
Could
watch
be.
some of his videos. So there's something he has
Yeah,
to
clicked
like.
on a couple.
Like if
He was he at least knows what kind of questions to ask him about his content in a way that feeds into both of their demographics at the same time.
if I had like a person setting up interviews and stuff, and they were emailing different people, and they got access to a 5 million YouTube reviewer person that I'd never heard of or seen the videos of, I might, jump in briefly and then find out what do they mainly talk about, and then I can ask them about that. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is there can be a lot more of a disconnected reason for him to come on. It doesn't have to be that there's big crossover with their audience in relation to conspiracies.
Yep.
Perspective drinker.
I think that's wildly wrong because that metaphor you just gave me would have at least been entertaining, unlike this movie. No, like I think we are definitely stuck in a rut as a culture when it comes to just relying on the past and just like.
Man, I can't believe that he said that, because isn't that all of his content just saying like movies in the past were better?
Digging up old ideas, like you say, bringing back old characters,
Yeah,
old
but
actors, and
I think that's
Well,
different, right?
we went over it. It's the
It depends. Yeah, it depends if your media landscape is studio movies or all movies. Is really just the.
well, it could be both studio movies and all movies, and that you're making the commentary about studio movies.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like I said, he misses the days of old for creation of movies, not for he wants to see more of Luke and Indiana Jones and stuff.
just kind of humiliating them on screen and trying.
I mean, like, I think the Critical Drinker and I agree on this, that like they're rehashing old IPs, and you need to have new ideas, and it would be better if risks were taken. Like, I think that there are some basic things that we could agree on for sure. Maybe we have like different political leanings and different interpretations of things in the long run, right?
to use them as this weird springboard to launch like a new generation of characters, but they're never any good. They're always unlikable idiots who just bore people to tears.
They're never any good. They're always unlikable idiots that just bore people to tears. Like, I think that that's a man. Like, it's not untrue what he's saying, but it reflects like a very narrow media diet. You know, it reflects a very narrow consumption of films, which is always like that's like most of the issue I have with like, you know, the types of reviews that the Critical Drinker makes are kind of like the types of reviews that like Ben Shapiro makes, where it's like you're subjecting yourself to like very few films in a year. Like, of course you're going to be mad at them.
And
that's when do you feel the same way about, or did you say that you
No, I concede he exposes
Okay.
himself to more films than I previously thought.
Like, you're not really going outside of your what is it called, like your purview, your peripherals. You know, you're not really like trying to experience the best films in a year. If all you're
I
gonna
will say, I know this sounds a bit weird, but if you maybe feel there are particular movies that you've come across that you'd love to get more of a spotlight because you think they're incredible, I can of course pass them on.
Okay, so things that I think he would like.
Theoretically, yeah, but like if it's something that you're not even sure you would like, but you just think it's so fucking good it needs to be seen more, then I can, you can try it with him, sort of thing.
Okay.
gonna watch is like the new Indiana
Have you
Jones.
seen
and the
Have
new
you
Star-
seen The Raid?
The Raid, did you say?
The Raid Redemption.
I would
Oh, yeah,
imagine
yeah.
You've seen The Raid.
Okay, good.
You said The
that
Raid.
That one's got a lot of people know about that at this point.
Yeah.
Star Wars, and you know,
fundamental problem. We've lost the ability to create new, innovative stuff. What we do,
and I'm sure he would argue and say like he saw The Whale, right? But that's also like a big internet known movie, right?
is just reiterate the things that have been done before, and you
I think he loved Free Guy also.
can apply it to movies, TV.
Hey, we all like movies. You like Shazam too, right?
Yeah, but I didn't. I mean,
Oh, you
I made
did?
a review of it. So,
It's
I mean,
okay. It's okay.
Overall,
Okay,
yeah.
it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
TV shows, music, like
I think he did love RRR. I think he actually recommended that. He loves Free Guy and RRR.
anything. Like we're just recycling the same things we've done so many times
Yarr.
already. It's such a sad thing to look back on. Like generations from now, they're going to look back on this time and just think of it as the time when everyone just lost their imagination. They lost their spirit of creativity.
I disagree because I think it's only going to get worse. I disagree with what he's saying of like, oh, generations are going to look back at this time and, you know, be like, oh, this is when they lost their imagination. Like, it's going to get a lot. The trend is going in one direction.
I could buy it as a potential that it could get worse.
Maybe.
I'm not sure because I don't know. We'll see.
I feel like there's arguments you can make one way or the other. The way of things getting worse would probably be, well, I mean, I don't know, like
The AI
you
stuff.
look at the future with AI and,
Yeah.
and just general trends, but at the same time, a lot of these films that you could say are, computer generated before computer generated, right? These factory assembly line, like, big budget films. A lot of them are struggling this year. And last year, too, actually. So, like, and they can't keep losing money forever, right? Something's gotta change. I mean, damn, has Disney had, like, a film that could honestly be considered successful this year except for Guardians? Or is it just Guardians? Ant-Man,
Ain't
I don't
looking
know.
good.
Ant-Man, you can't say was successful. Little Mermaid maybe broke even, maybe, but is that even good
It
enough?
depends how you define, because if the Little Mermaid, you can't just count the sales of the film. You have to count the sales of the
Of
original that
merchandise as well.
this film served as an advertisement to. Yeah, they have Disney stores and all the fucking Little
I
Mermaid shit
guess
at Disneyland. Like,
the only
so
thing you could use as a point of reference is Lion King made like 1.56 billion, and Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast made like 1 billion, 1.1.
yeah, it was
and this
not
one
as
made
successful.
half that. So yeah, and then of course
Yeah.
it's like
Their
Pixar.
post COVID's not doing too well.
Pixar hasn't had a successful film at the box office since Toy Story 4.
Post COVID, Disney's not doing good.
Yeah. Well, I guess the point being that given that, like, what do you kind of anticipate in terms of shifts at these? Because it's not just them, right? It's like Warner Brothers in terms of like DC films. It's not been a great year for them. What do you think? What do you think changes in the next?
I
few years?
mean, well, the Mario movie was a huge hit.
It was,
so
but Fast X
we're gonna see
did
some
not
video
make
game
a lot of
shit.
money. Fast X didn't make a lot of money compared to its
No,
budget. Anyway,
I'm just saying. I'm saying when something explodes like the Mario movie, that's the studio big
and The
wigs are
Last of Us
looking at
was
that,
really successful too. So
and they're
yeah.
they're gonna look at that and just be like, "Ooh, what do we do that's like the Mario movie?" So
Well,
like we'll see some video game adaptations maybe. We'll see. I don't know. We're gonna get into a different trend. You know, it might not be superhero shit. Who knows? Yeah. Well, we're kind of in a transitionary period, so we kind of just have to see what's going on. There's a lot of weird, like, the making of biopic kind of like origin story movies coming out right now, but they're all like direct to streaming. They're like, this is the origin of Beanie Babies or Flaming Hot Cheetos. and like,
Blackberry, right? That's another one. And then there was Tetris.
Blackberry. I want to take issue with Blackberry being lumped in that, because Matt Johnson's a real artist that created something before it was a trend, and then unfortunately all these, yeah, his film got made before it started being a trend, and I just want to point out that that's a really no.
I would recommend Tetris.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Oh,
Now
yeah,
on
you'd
the
like-
subject of
Yeah.
You'd very much
Yeah.
like Tetris.
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah,
I think
it
so.
is informative and entertaining.
it's not like
Okay.
it-
I think I saw the trailer and thought it looked worth checking out.
yeah, it's a lot. It's
If I
kind
remember
of
correctly.
a movie that you'd be like, oh, good luck with that one being successful, because it's going to take a lot of people promoting it to get it.
Well,
anyway.
that was Apple. That was Apple TV, I think. That one.
Yes, that's why no one knows about it for.
Well,
whatever
it's
reason, I feel.
strange because Apple TV, I think, has been gone for like 3-4 years, and they've made a lot of stuff, and I think there's a lot of money behind it. But like, feels like nobody really talks about anything that
Yeah,
they're making.
I don't know what's up.
It's also
I don't know if
bullshit.
an advertisement
It's also a
thing or-
fucking bad streaming service. They refuse
Is
to
it?
make an Android app because they're, you
Oh,
know,
'cause they're Apple. Yeah.
yeah, like, so you can't even watch it on a plane if you have an Android, because you can only
Ugh.
access it through browser. I don't think any of their shit's in 4K. If it is, it certainly didn't look like it. Their frame rate's all fucked on my TV. Yeah, I got it for free with
Your
like a
frame
phone
rate's
thing,
fucked.
and so yeah, like what, I don't know what the fuck. It's a terrible streaming service.
Well, I mean, some of these streaming services have got to die, right? Like they can't all last forever.
We're entering the age of people going back to piracy, which is fine.
Well, it's just seemingly each of these streaming services is struggling to become profitable. Even the most successful, like Disney Plus, isn't profitable, and that's one of the most successful ones.
That you're saying Disney Plus is not profitable?
I believe Disney Plus loses them a lot of money each quarter because
Do we
Well,
have-
their subscriptions are down
I think we
7.5% from last quarter.
I can't remember. I remember.
I'm
I'm
reading-
sure their subscriptions are down. I don't know if I buy it's not profitable.
Damn. I remember reading an
I
article.
don't think
a few
it
months ago.
is.
All
All I hear is that it's having big trouble and problems.
This is something that Disney expects it to be profitable by the end of the fiscal year 2024.
Oof.
So it's not
Oh.
I
Well, I
believe
mean-
the strategy for a lot of streaming services is growth, and then sometime down the line when you
Yeah.
already have hundreds of millions of people subscribed, you need to find a way to transition it into
'Cause
being profitable.
You got to pay for the infrastructure, and then you got to pay for like contracts for the content.
And it
and
costs money to
then-
develop these services too. The services themselves
Exactly.
are expensive to
Yeah,
run. So
the infrastructure.
yeah, which
Disney Plus
again,
is like a better running service than Apple TV Plus. So
well, I guess the point being that if you have, because there's Netflix, there's Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, Peacock, Apple TV. What's the other one?
And Peacock,
Max,
I think, is really
Max.
hurting.
Well, it's I wonder if it's got, because do people understand that that's universal? Like, do people understand that Peacock is universal, or do they associate it more with NBC?
Well, I
Is
just
that
learned what
a
it
good
was
idea?
a second ago. So
Okay. I think they had on video game adaptations a Twisted Metal TV show. I think came out.
yeah,
on
that's right.
yeah.
And
all right, let's
again,
keep
in that.
watching.
Not to tangent at all. It's just Mel just sent me a message saying apparently XQC lost $1 million in gambling. Like
What?
Just
like
now,
today?
Yeah,
just
it's
recently.
a Tuesday. Like
I was
who
about to say
cares?
it
He
actually
does
doesn't
that
matter to
every
him, but
fucking day.
it's fucking
Lost
crazy.
$1 million.
It literally doesn't
was-
matter. He loses $1 million fucking opening his mouth. I don't know where I was going with that.
I lose $1 million.
loses
brain
money
cells
gambling
on
You know,
all the
it's
time.
funny. I still understood what you were saying.
It's not going back.
B2B.
It's very interesting that you take it to something as essential as the spirit of creativity.
We're gonna get AI art in the next like 5 years. We're gonna get like competent AI generated movies in the next like 10 years. Right?
itself. I've got young daughters, they're 5 and 6. Their favorite band is the Spice Girls. Like, we listen to the Spice
All
Girls.
right,
and
can you
they're like,
pause here?
Yep.
So this is something where, from my interpretation, when you DM'd me, that I think that you misinterpreted what was said here. So I want us to pay close attention to the words here. And also, this is a question that he asks later again in the interview. And Critical Drinker says two things, one of them a bit more explicitly the second time. I didn't have the timestamp. I didn't have the time to figure
Yeah,
out
it's all
what the
good.
timestamps were, so we can just keep that in our memory.
kids were getting dropped off at the school, like similar age, they were listening to the Spice Girls. It doesn't even something in the culture, which I think at the time I would have certainly regarded as a sort of a commodity, even though it had a great deal of spirit. And there's aspects of the Spice Girls I like, details I certainly won't be going into right now. What I'd like to say is that it's odd that even something that's commercial, we're not talking about like Joan Jett, we're talking about the Spice Girls.
You could, I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying. You
Not
could say
this
that
yet.
about a lot of
I've said that
generations,
too
right?
early, I'm
Depending on
sorry.
what culture you're in, depending on like what you're exposed to, like there's still new things that like newer generations are being exposed to, right? Like, the Spice Girls wasn't like the cutoff point for creativity in music or like even catchiness in music, right? Like me as a child, my brother as a child, like we were exposed to like what my dad listened to. Like he listened to a bunch of 70s music, right? So for you to say like, oh, my daughters listen to the Spice Girls because I showed them the Spice Girls, and also their friends listen to the Spice Girls because their parents showed them the Spice Girls, that's just indicative of you being from a generation that listened to the Spice Girls, and also other generations of parents having children that listen to the Spice Girls, right? Like there were plenty of kids my age when I grew up and my brother's age that listened to 70s shit because their parents showed them that, right? That doesn't mean that they didn't listen to new shit, right?
Even though
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Russell,
yeah.
There's plenty of reasons why they might be listening to the Spice Girls.
those kind of commodities aren't being replaced. And also with like Glastonbury, Elton John being the sort of closing act, it makes you wonder, well, where is it going to go? Now, do you think this is because of economics? Do you think it's because of technology?
All
For
right.
example, it's been
I
sort
thought
of
he was
stated that
leading
there
into a
isn't
question that I was familiar with. And
new
what
raft
you
of
didn't.
movie stars coming through
Oh, you know
anymore.
what
Like, is that because of
There isn't a new raft of movie styles coming in? What the fuck are you talking about? You're not watching the right movies is the problem. This is what pisses me off about this. This is the same.
So, before listening, so your understanding of saying there aren't movie stars, do you take it to be a strict definition of very popular actors?
Right now, I'm confused as to him saying stars or styles. On my stream, I responded as if he said styles. And now listening to this multiple times, I think he meant stars, but he says it in a way that's like his accent. It's kind of difficult to tell, but I think he meant stars. And Critical Drinker responds as though he was talking about stars.
Yeah.
So my actual commentary on this is after Critical Drinker talks, because I heard Russell Brand say something else, and I'm talking about styles and not stars.
The reason I was pissed off, like when people were acting like crazy rich Asians, was like, oh yeah, finally we can have Asian people in a movie. I'm like, I've been trying to recommend like fucking Korean movies this entire time, like telling people to watch this shit. Like I get it, it's different. It's like Asian American, whatever. Like I've updated my perspective on that, but it is frustrating as a person that is actively seeking out art and like trying to find experiences that are meaningful and like purposeful to me. And then people are acting as if those experiences don't exist when they just like they don't even make the effort and they don't even try to like seek these things out. Like, you know, thank fucking Christ Parasite got as popular as it did, you know? Like, but part of the problem is like it literally takes the movie being such a big hit and like winning Best Picture for like people to see it. Like it has to spread so vigorously through not only word of mouth but through like heavy advertising, right? Whereas like people just like, I don't know why people are so scared to like go to a film festival. Why people are so scared to like watch.
I mean, as much as I want to agree with you completely, like there is a fairness of understanding the average person doesn't treat movies this way. They treat them as like in the same way we treat a lot of things in life, which is like sort of go in, go out and do other things. Not like living it.
I'll agree there, but I think that there's a large amount of people that want something more out of a movie, that are looking for more out of a movie, and if the barrier towards accessing smaller independent films was the same degree as the barrier towards accessing smaller independent video games, then we'd see a very different landscape. We'd see very different conversations, and more people would be getting what they want.
But like the average person looks to someone like Drinker, or at times someone like I was going to say like pretty much anybody, and they want advice because they don't want to spend time looking. They want people to tell them where to go. And of course, mainline theaters are going to have all the mainstream movies. Something like The Whale, I think I wanted to see that the second you recommended it, and I was like, how do I see this? It's like, you won't be able to for like a year. I was like, oh, cool. But obviously, I could go theoretically to a film festival.
Unless you go to film festivals.
Yeah, I just this is something that I think makes a lot more sense for my sort of area. But the average person, I don't really.
Film festivals are publicly available.
No, I know, but like,
can buy a ticket.
I'm trying to say, like, do you think the average person is like, yeah, I'll go? Because how many films do you watch on average per day in a film festival?
As many as you want, but for me personally, like 3. But you can watch one movie and then leave.
But of course, but like, there's a lot of factors, right? Like, there's the travel, the cost, the time for any normal person.
There's film festivals happening fucking everywhere. People act as if like they're not all over. Like it really there's a London Film Festival. There's fucking Atlanta Film Festival. There's Vancouver Film Festival. There's like Seattle. Every major city has a film festival, pretty much. They don't all have the exact same lineup, but there's a surprising amount of good shit that you can find at like most film festivals.
Yeah, but like it just sounds like you find it like hypocritical. But would you buy the argument if they said to you that they're not doing that, they've not got the time and patience for it, that they want to get recommendations from someone else?
I'm not sure that question is what we were. I'm not sure what that question is. I'm confused at
it doesn't necessarily contradict anything you've said previously. I'm just assuming that would be a position you'd agree with.
Wait, I'm sorry. We got to go back.
Okay. Wait, back in the video or back on what I just said?
You were saying no, just like wait.
So let's just
repeat the question.
Would you understand a person that tells you they love film but they're not spending any time on discovering it? They're going to look at recommendations instead.
Yeah, which is something that I acknowledge and part of why my channel exists. When I say I don't know why people are so afraid to go to a film festival, that's not a statement directed at the critical drinker specifically. That's a statement directed at like the general audience. I wish part of what I try to do to my, that's part of what I do on my channel is to help people get more comfortable with the idea of doing something like that and help to legitimize it and popularize it and have it become a normal part of film conversations instead of Star Wars.
I mean, I assume you'd agree that a healthy media diet would also include maybe reading some books, playing games, watching TV shows here and there, trying to spread out a bit in all forms of media. And in the same vein, I doubt people who love books go to, so to speak, book fairs or video game conventions necessarily. They could, and you could encourage them to discover more, but you wouldn't necessarily, compel them to.
No. But movies are particular here because, again, with books are the exact same way as video games are, and the exact same way where like music is, where self-publishing is like the easiest fucking thing in the world. You can put your own, like Critical Drinker publishes book on Kindle or Amazon or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you can just share it to your audience and people can find it that way, right? it's a different barrier with movies, and that's why I feel like film festivals are beneficial and necessary, at least for now. Maybe they won't have to be forever, but right now, that's how you expose yourself to interesting, new, subversive, challenging artists and, actual creators that aren't just doing whatever the studio thinks will be the most profitable thing at any given point in time, right? So that's why I talk about that way with film, and I don't think that that really applies to uh video games, music, and books. Like
So,
no one's saying like, ah, all books are why modern books are bad, right? Because we don't have that same issue when it comes to the barriers for people to access them and people to get exposed to them. um so that
well, I
conversation
assume
doesn't
that's the
exist.
case because movies just tend to be the most talked about cultural event, even though video games seem to be the ones that have the most engagement, which is kind of interesting.
It's not to do with how much it's talked about. It's to do with the barriers that are put up by studio interests and ownership of movie theaters. Like when you play a game, it's on your computer. You don't. There's no gigantic. You don't have to go to the fucking AMC gaming room where they get to decide which fucking games you play. Right? It's entirely different barriers of entry and accessibility. So that's
Oh, and it's worth mentioning,
why
Drinker's
I
not
yeah.
self-published.
He's not?
But it doesn't change your point.
Yeah.
The nature of it to me, though, I would assume is, could you argue the other direction, that the fact that you can have so much access to all kinds of video games, music, and books without having to go to film festivals necessarily is probably part of the explainer why people are much more ready to engage in something like that, and reasonably speaking.
That's exactly what I'm saying, yeah.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's reasonable.
Which is why I'm trying to make people more comfortable. Yeah, I'm trying to make it less stigmatized and less like, the taking the first step into doing something is the hardest part of doing it, right?
Sure.
The whole idea of like building it up, what you were saying earlier, like the travel, the time, the blah 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 blah. A lot of those things you don't really have to consider depending on which festival you go to or how you do it. Location, or like you can make it a part of another trip anyway. If you want to, like, if you're thinking of visiting Vancouver because you think like, oh, I would like to visit Vancouver someday, maybe plan it around the film festival or something. If the film festival thing doesn't fucking work out, you can just have a nice vacation if you fucked that up. But there's really not, as you could there's subreddits for like there's a TIFF subreddit where people ask each other questions on like, like should I buy this type of ticket pack, or like what should I expect for this? Like there is a know-how to certain festivals, but really the barrier of entry is not it's more intimidating than it actually is. And
I'm going to
I
say I
would like
don't
to help break down that.
personally. I don't think it's
stigma.
about discomfort or intimidation. I assume it's almost explicitly just I'm not doing that. I ain't got time for that.
Apathy. Yeah.
I think that's
other
a part of the
things
same
that are
thing.
going-
I think that's a part of the same thing. If people don't see a good enough reason to do it, they're not going to be interested in it, right? Part of that is
That's
to say like, hey, you could see the whale fucking 6 months early if you just see it at fucking Vancouver Film Festival. There's still tickets. I tried to get fucking Charlie Moist Critical to come to Vancouver for that, but then he's scared of planes, so couldn't do it.
Well,
yeah, which I didn't know before, and then he's made videos about. So
I just for me, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I wouldn't see it as a problem if someone said I adore film, but I ain't going to film festivals.
If I went to London Film Festival, I don't know how close you are, but if I went to London Film Festival and I picked out some movies or whatever with you, would you go with me?
We could talk about it, maybe. Sounds like it could be fun.
Watch an indie movie.
All right.
But you understand the main reason I'd want to do that is to do it with you, not because I'm going there in general.
Oh.
Yeah, and if that's what it takes for you to show up and be like, oh, this is actually pretty cool and not intimidating, and there's some good shit here, and you might want to do it again the next year.
Mm-hmm.
Be more engaged and more interested in the type of media you consume. Like, why are people so scared? Like, it seems like nobody fucking talks about the shit that's interesting to me, and that's part of what's frustrating about this,
Of the culture? Is that because of technology? And of course, I know those two things are inextricably linked, but what do you put it down to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the last movie star that we have still active really now that's
Tom
relevant
Cruise?
is Tom Cruise.
I knew he was gonna
Mission
say it.
Impossible coming out soon. That's probably going to do really well this summer. Top Gun Maverick.
What do you mean by movie star? Do you mean action star?
So what I'll give you here is that he's not been asked by Russell to explain exactly what he means, but my assumption.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's necessarily made this explicit in videos, but obviously I talk to him for like a good 5 hours per week about all these subjects. I believe he's specifically referring to actors that are able to sell a movie on their acting sort of reputation alone, that they are a guarantee of entertainment on their own, and that's gone.
I go into further detail about this in the stream, so I guess I'll hold off on my comments until that point.
Tom Cruise isn't the last movie star. Maybe he's the last person. Like I feel like that's a real generational bias when you say that Tom Cruise is the last movie star. Like Ryan Gosling is gonna be like pretty fucking famous by the time he's like 50, 60 something, right? Like if he isn't all.
I've noticed that you mentioned Ryan Gosling. I've noticed that my mom, for whatever reason, has taken quite an interest in watching a lot of Ryan Gosling movies on like Netflix and streaming services.
He's been big for a while. He's like he's a hunk.
I find
he's
this
got
one
quite
an
a list.
interesting point because Tom Cruise has been, you could say, like a movie star since he was in his 20s. Ryan Gosling is in his 40s, so but then you also say like, well, yeah, maybe when he's 50 he'll be one. Almost, it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying. I find that strange. I feel
I also sorry.
Go for it. Go for it.
I also think that there's like a bit of a disconnect between how we view the term movie star, because I think a lot of people that might be brought up as examples by Critical Drinker or anyone else making this argument would be people like Tom Cruise, Jackie Chan, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like a lot of these people aren't necessarily just movie stars, but like they also come with the whole package of like, ooh, they do their own stunts, or ooh, like they're like this huge bodybuilder sort of thing. So I get that in the sense of like this weird parasocial celebrity star power. Like I don't know if we're going to see another Michael Jackson in the music industry. I don't know if that means that music's getting worse, right? I think that people over time are becoming less tricked or less I think people over time are learning a bit more about celebrities and culture in a way where they're not like attached to it in this weirdly parasocial way. Or I think that maybe celebrity culture is like dying down, at least to the average person. I don't know if average is the right word.
Maybe it's
I think
been
that it's becoming
replaced.
more popular to not care as much about celebrity
What do you
culture. I
think
think
it's
that is a
being-
growing thing.
Well, I think it's more become like influencer based and internet based and that kind of thing. Maybe that's pulled away some of the attention from what it used to be, which was, movie stars. But now that, technology and social media and the way that we interacted with those things socially, it's become more of the TikTok, YouTube, internet influencer, that kind of celebrity sort of thing.
Well, I have
Yeah, kind of.
a question.
Depends on the
that.
generation, and it depends on the demographic. Maybe we're just more split.
What do you if the movie star as a selling point for movies is going away? What do you think it's being replaced with?
I don't think that it's gone away entirely. Like, I don't know. What is The
Well,
Rock?
no, I mean, like going away. What do you think it would be like if it's decreasing? What do you think is increasing then as a selling point for movies?
I don't think that it necessarily has to be or is being replaced by anything. I think I say at some point in this stream that people are becoming more director conscious, which is a good thing, and I think that that is a thing that is happening in terms of why someone would watch a movie. There are more. The average audience member has a higher understanding of directors' names. Like there's a higher pool of directors' names that can sell a movie than there was in the past. I think that's a good thing because I think that directors are the most responsible for what their film turns out to be. I don't think that's entirely being replaced, but I mean, like, the reason people saw Oppenheimer, sure, maybe not everybody, but big reason why studios trust Christopher Nolan is because people will see it because of his name on the film, right?
The thing is, I'm not convinced by the idea that directors are getting more well known. I feel like there's specific people, sure, but like if you ask the average person to name 10, I think I'd be curious to see what their list would be and if they could.
Well,
get to 10.
if let's say the average person had a list of 5, I would argue that fucking 20 years ago, their list would have been 3. You know,
Well,
I
and it
think
would have been
I
Steven
think that
Spielberg and maybe George Lucas. Who else would they
yeah,
probably
Ridley
pick?
Scott, James
Christopher Hitchens.
Cameron.
but
Yeah.
again, like a lot of those names even are not like we're talking from like a I know that a lot of us that talk about movies on the internet are like film nerds or like science fiction fans in that respect. You know, like
Yeah.
I
Wait,
don't
what?
think the
Christopher
average
Hitchens.
person watching a fucking Ridley Scott movie throughout his career was like, oh yeah, the new Ridley Scott. I don't think the average person. I don't even think he's like a big enough name that the average person is aware of that. Whereas I think more people might be aware of like Wes Anderson at this point.
I don't
I'm
know.
not convinced by that. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
As a name, Wes Anderson's a fucking TikTok meme right now. Like people are like, "Ooh, I'm doing
sure,
things
with
in his
like
style."
the AI stuff and everything.
Right?
I guess maybe I'm speaking relatively, right? Like the equivalent director of his time back then would have likely the equivalent notoriety, but maybe not. And maybe this is an anomaly because
There's
of
more.
the memes.
Well,
Like the
here's
old
the thing.
AI Wes Anderson
Film
stuff.
conversation about film is a part of internet culture and discourse, and is naturally spreading to people in a way that people that might not even be looking up things about film
Uh,
will inevitably find. I think that conversations about directors are getting more popular, and I think that people are
well,
becoming more aware of people, controlling
the,
behind the scenes and shit.
I guess the Wes Anderson one is because Asteroid City, that's Wes Anderson, right? And that's made
Mhm.
$47 million, and it
Yeah.
came out
I
2
mean, you
months
can know
ago.
of his name without wanting to watch one of his movies.
Then
But I thought the context was
that's
names
the
as selling
point of
points.
the conversation about movie stars is that you know them and you're interested. Like Will Smith, right? He was for
Yeah.
what, 2 decades? He had every film debuted at #1. That's probably what people mean when they say movie star. No matter what film he's attached to, there's gonna be some interest in it. Whereas I don't know if
I
that's
mean, it can increase your likelihood of selling a film for sure. I think people are more aware of directors' names, not more than movie stars, not by a long shot. I'm just saying it's
Mhm.
becoming a bigger slice of the pie than it was before. And that's not necessarily like, oh, because I know a director's name, that means that the average person is going to watch every one of those movies. Like there's some things that people get excited for and some things that other people don't get excited for. Wes Anderson's got a lot of fucking haters too, right? Like there's tons
Right.
of viral posts of people being like, "Wow, he just does the same thing."
I
You know,
guess-
like
Yeah.
so so it's not necessarily like that translates to money in the same way that like you can have a star that everybody knows. Fucking After Earth bombed. Will Smith was in that.
Well, wasn't that
Yeah,
the special
was
thing
the
about it
that was
though?
the trajectory
that
of.
was what was special though. It ended his streak. That was unexpected.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas
So
now,
in the same way
like,
that like a director being known doesn't necessarily translate to that, an actor doesn't necessarily either.
for sure, but
I think it's fine if we break away from that.
yeah, but the idea with the label of movie star was you could say that up until After Earth, like Will Smith was just guaranteed to make you money with like maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. Whereas now, I don't know like what actor you could attach, because Scarlett Johansson was in Asteroid City. She's one of the highest paid actresses in the world. It's like, well, that didn't get that film above like 100, 200 mil, which maybe it was never going to.
Yeah, and The
But
Rock
I feel
and
like
Black
that's the
Adam.
interesting thing, right?
Like people
Black
You
Adam.
also like
might
you
have.
also have to understand with Wes Anderson movies is that the studio strategic approach when it comes to releasing them is very very different than mainstream films, right? Like you have like a big Universal, Disney, Warner Brothers movies, like they'll be putting their films in fucking like ultra Sony whatever blah D box and like all the big theaters or whatever. But then you get like a more indie-ish artist like Wes Anderson, who still works with studios and production companies like Fox Searchlight, which is now owned by Disney. And what
Mhm.
they've done, even before they were owned by Disney, what essentially their strategy with his films was put it in a small amount of theaters, have a small release, and then base whether or not they're going to expand the release on how many seats are filled within those smaller theaters. Asteroid City is a film that a lot of his fans checked out. I'm sure it had like a pretty good seat filled ratio at the beginning, but I'm pretty sure it dropped off too because it's pretty inaccessible. It's not a Wes Anderson film that you'd immediately go to someone else and be like, "Oh, you got to watch this new one." Whereas like a lot of his other films, the studio approach, the Fox Searchlight approach, is just see which ones spread by word of mouth to the point where we can put enough faith in it to put it everywhere. Like it's a problem with distribution that has been a long time issue with Wes Anderson films and a lot of not huge Disney, Marvel, blah 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 properties.
Hmm.
Is they're not willing to put a lot of faith in the distribution unless it proves itself. And sometimes that's just a self-fulfilling prophecy of like, okay, well, nobody saw a trailer for this. It was barely in any theaters. Like, of course, like, didn't reach a huge audience, right? So
My
Yep.
explanation for that would be very much included in a lot of the stuff you just said, but also because I don't believe Wes Anderson would be able to sell a movie to mainstream audiences just on his name alone anyway. Like, I don't know how much that really truly would add. Meanwhile, it felt like once upon a time audiences had faith in being entertained by individual actors and that we moved away from that. What does that mean definitively? I think there's a whole bunch of conversation to be had there.
I don't know how much we have moved away from that because The Rock, like he's had
Except
like
Black
maybe
Adam.
one or two flubs, right? Like Black Adam and Baywatch. The rest of his movies are like
Wasn't there
again
other
like Will Smith one was like the
What
rest
about
of
that
his
Jungle
movies are
thing?
like guaranteed to make
Jungle
fucking
Cruise?
hundreds of
Yeah.
millions of dollars. Exactly.
that
Like
one.
that made money, didn't it?
Did it?
No, I don't think it did.
No?
I don't think
Let's
so.
see.
And
He was on
obviously,
a streak for a while though.
and DC's League of Super Pets, he had his name in big
Yeah,
bold
that's a
letters on the
voice acting
poster, and
role.
well, but I mean, still, doesn't that speak to like their advertising? Dwayne Johnson, and then DC, League of Super Pets in tiny text. They thought he'd sell the movie, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but I
Even,
feel like he has it's a more modern example of Will Smith in terms of like, yeah, it's not a 100% guarantee, but he has a big streak. He has a big streak, and he's not. I don't know what else to call The Rock other than a movie star.
Well, I guess that's the interesting thing is that people, if you ask somebody who's like modern movie star, people would point to The Rock, and it's like, waning a little bit, And I mean, Mission
Yeah,
Impossible:
but
Dead
maybe
Reckoning.
we'll see
And just to
another-
clarify, just
So,
like I
another
imagine
person show up.
Drinker would agree with this as well. Like, there are plenty of very famous and talented actors and actresses. That's not really got anything to do with it necessarily.
Also, this is very America centric because there's tons of.
I think they are talking about
movie
America,
star,
though.
Parasocial, yeah.
And I guess United Kingdom, like
That wasn't
Europe.
necessarily a criticism. It was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a reminder.
No, yeah, you're right.
Already, like star of the Barbie movie, star of like so many, the Drive and all this shit. Like I'm sure you love Drive, Like I'm sure Drive is a very easily accessible movie to like even people like Critical Drinker, right? Like Ryan Gosling is, maybe not like action star like Tom Cruise. Like I don't know. Like I understand what you mean. I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like Tom Cruise has been around way longer than current generation stars in the sense that like maybe we'll see movie stars that are just as big, but they're not from America. Maybe we'll see movie stars that are just as big, but they're not necessarily known for action, right? Like, I don't know if I'm comfortable saying that it's like the last we're ever going to see. Chris Pratt, that's a good example. Chris Pratt's like probably fucking huge.
Yeah, see,
That's the one I
what
actually
would
kind
be-
of agree with. I think Chris Pratt's the closest
Yeah.
beyond Tom Cruise. Which, to be fair,
Yeah,
Tom Cruise did not
yeah.
sell Dead Reckoning enough, did he?
No, Dead Reckoning is not doing as
Also,
well.
they decided to release it during Barbenheimer. Like,
Yeah,
fucking,
but
what
I don't know
idiots?
why I don't know why people keep saying this. I think that Mission Impossible Fallout made $800 million. It's a big franchise. It's got a bunch of actors in it, and Top Gun Maverick last year made like $1.3 billion. I don't know why
Yeah.
people keep saying they should have moved. It's like they thought they were going to make more
Well,
money, and it wasn't
can I-
unreasonable.
They
I
they
mean,
didn't understand the hype culture.
I'm willing to agree that Barbenheimer is drawn from it, but I also
Yeah.
really
Obviously.
controversially want to say that I'm pretty sure it's partly to do with its poor quality. Dead Reckoning is nowhere
Yep.
near as good as Fallout.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, maybe if people were shouting from the heavens that it's the best movie ever, then it would have helped it out. But
I
yeah,
think so.
that, like
It's also
the
long.
average person watching like 2 movies in a weekend is already a
that's-
huge
part of-
ask, especially when one of them is 3 hours, right?
Part of a
So
movie's
there's
big
no room for the
success
third one.
would be the legs, right? And like a lot of them need repeatability or at least recommendations, and I just don't think Dead Reckoning had much of any of that. As much as people would say, like, "What do you mean everyone recommended?" It's like, yeah, but I wonder how much.
Yeah.
I wonder how much that reflected like conversations between friends and people being like, "Oh, you gotta go see Dead Reckoning. You gotta go see it."
As opposed to other films that were out at the time.
Yeah. I wonder.
I mean,
And
it's
I just
I
don't
mean,
many. I don't think
it's-
many people re-saw it too. I think they were like, no, one was enough. I think.
well, everybody's
Yeah.
moved on. I think everybody's already moved on.
Everyone
it's
has
not,
moved on,
It's
yeah.
not something that people want to talk about anymore. Whereas a lot of the films that proved successful are the films that people were talking about weeks and even months later.
My autistic cousin saw it.
What do you think?
And what did he think?
It was a joke. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
There's a play on the
Autistic
you said
cousin Ree.
saw, and so it was
I see.
me and Free was setting up
Don't
an
worry, I
additional
got it.
joke. Totally.
Yes. Yep.
in so many places, right?
And you fell
Ranked it
for
great
it.
last year. But yeah, like,
I'm so dumb.
there's a problem now in movies, particularly where we don't have movie stars anymore. We have characters that people are excited to see. You know, so it particularly with comic book movies, with all this superhero stuff, it'll be.
This is not necessarily untrue. It is an observation that I've definitely seen popularized before you said it.
Have fun.
No problem.
But yeah, let's hear him out.
A case of, hey, we're going to go and see the new Captain America movie. We're going to see the new Thor movie. We don't care about the actor that's playing him, really. It's just like the character that we're going to see. And so that then doesn't translate into
the amendment that I would probably add to what Drink is saying is, because I think if you appeal to character, I think that has more value than what it probably is, which is that people are really invested in intellectual properties. Like they're invested in a franchise more so than... Like, so people, it's not like, I'm invested in the character Ethan Hunt. It's like, I mean, it's probably more so like, oh, it's Mission Impossible, you know, and Tom Cruise, right? Compared to...
Yeah.
Because investment in character seems more like, that's more rooted in the actual, like, material in the story rather than... Because, like, Robert Downey Jr., I guess, is probably the interesting one, right? Nobody saw Doolittle, even though he was...
Yeah, nobody's going to watch
Hollywood.
an Iron Man without him. It's like this interesting...
Yeah, exactly. Where people want to watch Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man specifically, with an investment in Marvel as a broader IP, which is kind of like a fascinating sort of thing, you know? Like it's kind of an interesting little...
I'm back. Hello.
We're just talking about actors plus character is what sells versus just the actor these days, or at least in particular spheres.
A star.
Did my chair provide adequate commentary?
I'm sure it did.
It transformed the conversation.
This is a weird one because it is kind of a trend, but I don't necessarily like. I think what we're seeing, like, I think we kind of agree, but we might phrase it in different ways. Where it's like we see a lot of actors that are going into superhero roles and reprising those roles, and so it's like Robert Downey Jr. for like a fucking decade at least is not Robert Downey Jr. He's Iron Man, right? Chris Pratt is still Chris Pratt. Like Chris Pratt's a really good example to kind of contradict this, isn't he? Like Chris Pratt is still getting so many roles. Like he was in the fucking Mario movie, right? Like why did he get cast for that? And he's doing very well.
That's true. Like I said, Chris Pratt is interesting to look at in reference to all of this.
Outside of like people
Marvel
don't
stuff.
see him as Star-Lord.
I don't see...
and even in the context of Guardians of the Galaxy, it's not like people saw it because Star-Lord's in it. It's because Chris Pratt is playing Star-Lord.
Yeah. Well, I see that as with all the characters. Like, I don't think Thor will do as well without Chris Hemsworth, and I don't think... I can't make the same argument for Hulk,
depending
actually.
on how you see it.
I think that the interesting thing with you know, and like, Chris Pratt is a movie star. It's like, oh yeah, the Tomorrow War. What was the name of the character he played?
John
Jim.
something.
No,
Come on, John.
You're already wrong.
No,
No,
James Knight.
John Hamm.
Try again. You're wrong. It's not John. It's a different name.
John
Tim.
Jeff
No, Jacob Jingle
Chris
Irishman.
Pratt.
So the character's name is actually Dan Forrester.
Damn it,
which is
Dan!
also-
Oh, I could have guessed that.
a very
Forrester.
generic
Daniel
name.
F.
I'm
Yeah,
sad that I
very-
didn't
I
guess
think they're
Dan.
making a sequel. I think they're making a
I
sequel
think
to
they
that
are
movie.
making
Are
a
they-
sequel to that.
What did you guys think about that?
Awful.
That
What
movie
a
is
load of
terrible.
horse
It's one of-
shit.
It's actually one of the worst movies I've seen.
But it's
ever.
funny.
Yes.
It is funny.
It is funny, but it's terrible. And yes, they
You know,
are
he's doing
making a
Jurassic-
sequel because it
That
was
was
successful.
an infuriating movie. That was an angry.
Yeah.
I hated
That's
it.
an AI
Oh, I
movie.
hated it.
World. I mean, that's done, but still, massively financially successful. I don't know if I necessarily wholeheartedly agree with the idea that there's no movie stars anymore, but I will say that I guess it feels kind of different with stars in general. So like you could say the same thing about music. You could say the same thing about like we'll never see a music star as big as Michael Jackson. And I think that has less to do with the quality of music that's available and more to do with people maybe like over time globally
getting kind of more level-headed when it comes to the idea of like celebrity worship culture. Like maybe that has a bit something more to do with it. Like I think people worship Tom Cruise in like a very obsessive, like weird fucking way. In the same way that like people did that recently with like, I don't know, Kanye and Kim Kardashian, like all these tabloid people, like Brad. You could say the same thing about like Brad Pitt and like fucking, I don't know, Jennifer Aniston and who was the other woman? Tomb Raider, you know, like Beyonce, yeah,
Angelina Jolie,
Queen Bee. That like you could say the same thing with a lot of people. I think that maybe we've kind of like been more level-headed and gravitating away from celebrity worship culture in a way, and that's not.
Do you think?
I'm not sure.
I feel
don't
like
know
the
if I agree.
celebrities have just shifted from like the movie
Perhaps.
star to the TikTok influencer, YouTuber, Twitch streamer.
When I say shifting away, I don't mean that most people don't do it. I'm just saying that there is, from at least what I can notice, which, you know, no one can do this accurately, you kind of just see what you see in the world, but it feels like enough people are shifting away in a way that is noticeable to me, but I could be wrong. I was careful in this stream. I think I even said the word maybe.
Yeah, because I
maybe,
think
like,
there's arguments
definitive.
in both directions, but my intuition says like it's getting worse and worse with how crazy everyone's getting online with like worshipping individuals. So, you know,
I
maybe.
don't know. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it'll be easier to tell in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily indicative of like the quality of the art that they're creating, or the quality of movies, or the quality of the actor, or the quality of the musician, right? Like, I don't know. I agree with what he's saying in terms of like there's been a notable trend in how people worship celebrities, but like I don't know if that necessarily translates to that means that, you know, like stars are worse or like actors are worse or something, right?
And get people to go to the movie theater and see his latest film. You know, back when probably you and I were kids, the dominant forces at the box office were like, oh, I'm going to go and see the latest Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
You know what? I kind of agree, but I think that this is a step in the right direction, because I would rather have people seeing the new movie made by the director. And as we've seen recently, you know, people saw the new fucking Christopher Nolan movie, right? Like, there's directors that have made themselves prominent enough to connect with people in a way where they know their name. And there's very few of them. Actors are the most obvious because they're the ones on the screen. And so many people would just be like, oh, I like Hugh Jackman. And they go see the new Hugh Jackman movie, right? I think that's a step in the right direction to not weigh so much in terms of actors, but think about more of directors, right? Like, I think that people are growing in that sense where they...
If I completely believe that we'd move to respecting directors instead of actors, I think I'd be on board. I just don't know that we've done that at all. I think it's just we've just lost on the respect.
Do you think that
actors.
even... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good.
Do you think that even if it's not replaced by directors, do you think that it's a bad thing that people aren't seeing movies because of the actors in it?
I think it is a neutral thing until we figure out what the context behind it is and what it means. And like I said, I think in Drinker's case, he doesn't get to say what he means by it.
Yeah, because that's what's confusing to me about, I guess, this interview, is because I like, it just seems to be like a common sentiment among people, but it just seems to just kind of be one of those things where it's like, this is new, and it, you know, the implication is that it's bad.
I think,
but, you know, you take a step back and it's like, oh wait, if this is a trend, why is it bad? And that's where I'm confused.
What is probably better is that people are rooting their interest in things that they want to see based on the people who are creating it. Just simply for the fact that it is focused on that creator side, which seems like it's going to be more and more relevant, right, as AI becomes more prevalent, of like a focus and interest in the people who are behind the thing that you enjoy. And to some extent, the actor, you know, obviously the director is in charge of the creative process of making a film, but the actor, you know, lead actors play an important role in it too. And if it gets replaced with, oh yeah, new Ant-Man movie or something, and then nobody knows who's writing it or directing it, like, I don't know that would be, and people aren't necessarily watching it because Paul Rudd's in it, but because, you know, how does it connect to like a future Marvel project? I don't know that it could be said that that's better, you know?
That's the big depressing element, is that writers barely cared about it all.
Nobody, like, how often you see, except for like Aaron Sorkin, maybe, and the average person probably still doesn't know who Aaron Sorkin is.
If it's being entirely replaced by just IP, then yeah, that's a bad thing. I mean, I feel like, although there are more IP focused movies now in terms of how they sell a movie, I don't know if people's sensibilities have shifted in terms of, if, let's say, in the 1990s, this trend of remakes and blah blah blah, if let's say it existed then, I don't know if people would be any less susceptible to it, in terms of like, oh, just because whether or not Jackie Chan and Tom Cruise are a thing, I don't think influences how susceptible people are to nostalgia marketing. So I don't know if it's necessarily being replaced by that, is what I'm
Mm.
saying.
Nostalgia marketing is an interesting one because it seems to me like it's not working as much anymore. Remember Obi-Wan Kenobi? Remember how hyped everybody was getting with the when they were playing Duel of the Fates?
Dude, I was
And then it came
relatively
out.
hyped myself.
I was so hyped.
I'm not even kidding, because
Oh.
I adore Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan, and that fucking shit was awful. I'm not going to say that I thought it was going to be good, I didn't, but
Wow. Yeah.
I was willing to give it a try, And if the people behind Andor were given full control of the Obi-Wan show, I guarantee you it would have ended up with something pretty strong.
That would have been really exciting.
But
Oh, if only.
They realize that
No
just because an
ifs and or buts.
Nice.
actors in a movie
Oh.
doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. So I agree with this as being a trend in that direction where like just because an actor's in a movie doesn't mean it's going to sell. I think that's a good thing personally.
When I see the latest Stallone movie, the latest Bruce Willis movie, all people like that, they were stars that could sell films just on their star power. We don't have that anymore.
And that's a fucking good thing, in my opinion.
And it's the same problem with I would
okay, so here's my issue. So he's explained this as an issue that he has. He goes, you used to be able to sell movies on star power. Let me take a wild fucking guess and assume that by the end of this video, he's not going to explain why that's a bad thing. Because essentially what he's doing right here, which is which is the content that I've seen from him, is he's kind of appealing to this, like, the past was great, which, I mean, I'm not saying that he has every belief that every conservative commentator that I've seen talk about things that are not movies. I'm not saying that they're all the same person, but it appeals to the same audience in the sense that, like, there's a lot of old people. There's a lot of people that are getting older. I'm fucking 32, right? Like, I'm getting older, Like, I don't consider myself to be ancient, but a lot of things that people in my generation, millennials, are experiencing are based in nostalgia. They're based in, like, oh, like, I have good memories of these things in the past. It's a very, like, easy thing to get, like, sucked into. It's a very easy thing to just uncritically just accept and want, right? But I think that there needs to be a bit more of an argument than just it was in the past and therefore it's good, right? There's
the box office where all people like that, they were stars that could sell.
I want to hear him talk about why it's a bad thing that an actor doesn't draw box office numbers by being an actor alone. I want to hear him justify that, and I
think in the shortest answer possible you give you is the audiences don't have as much faith in the actors being a part of something that's going to be entertaining, which he sees as like a loss.
I don't see that as a bad thing.
I think I agree with you that it would be a neutral thing, but the fact is, like, the background, I would assume many would argue, is that it's brought on by too many bad projects in a row involving all kinds of people. Like, there's no necessary pattern for the mainstream studio productions that, like, it connects to a particular director, particular writer, particular actor. It's just all over.
I mean, I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who has no issue finding things that I think I will enjoy based on the people creating them. And again, this just goes back to, like, I wish the tools are available. I have these tools. I know how to use them. I'm just trying to help people understand how they can also use those tools to find what they want.
But this still exists in because mainstream is huge. There's loads of stuff going on, and the idea that I could be like, I'm going to see the new James Cameron film, and then be like, Jesus fucking Christ, that was terrible. Okay, Ridley Scott, what have you got? And then I see like Alien Covenant or something. It's like, oh god. And they're like, what else we got? You run to someone else and just like, okay, these aren't reliable anymore. I can't guarantee myself.
Exactly.
Yeah. But meanwhile, there may very well be even actors or writers or directors in further indie markets that are much more reliable, and I think it's admirable
100%.
to try and promote them, absolutely. But that this sentiment would still be true is probably what I would argue what he's saying, because the context for the conversation is all within mainstream.
Okay. I don't think he's going to do it by the end of this video. If he does, then whatever. But like, I've only ever heard people talk about that in the sense of this is something that doesn't happen anymore, and without explaining further, we're supposed to think that inherently, because it doesn't happen anymore, is why it's bad, right? But I things change. Like, I'm sorry, like there's a lot of things that change, and I know change can be scary, but we all have individually, societally, generationally, we all have kind of tests as to how we can accept change and how we can deal with change, how we can adapt to change, right? Like, adaptation is, you gotta adapt, like, shit's gonna move on without you if you don't adapt, right? So I don't know. We'll see if he ever explains why that's bad, but I've never heard an argument for it, which is why I'm not expecting it.
Oh, films just on their star power. We don't have that anymore.
We don't have it anymore.
And it's the same problem with films in general. We don't want to take the risk now of inventing new things because, one, movies are massively expensive. And so they don't want to take the risk of investing $200, $300 million on something that's completely unproven. And so all they'll do is say, well, what's a surefire hit? Well, I don't know. Star Wars used to be popular. Let's do that. Indiana Jones was popular. Let's
I agree. I completely agree with what he's saying right now.
do that. Let's just keep recycling the things that older people remember. And two, we don't
I've criticized this exact same thing.
have the talented writers with really interesting life experience.
Oh, I completely disagree. We do have the talented writers.
In the mainstream?
Is he ever clarifying that in this video though?
All of this is in the context of the mainstream. That's what Russell Brand introduced it as.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you, with your 2 million, almost 2 million fucking subscriber channel, are not promoting them. This is part of the issue that I have. I'm sorry, like...
And to be fair, he does promote mainstream writers that he thinks are good as well. He doesn't, because obviously he's being hyperbolic. He's not saying every single film made within, over a 50 million budget or more, or 50 million, are all bad. He's reviewed many that he thinks are very good, and that he would promote the creators of those in those. He's just saying that the general trend that we're overwhelmingly in a bad place for mainstream writers, which, it's depressing, some of the stuff you discover, like I was talking about earlier with the Marvel writers. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. I don't know if you've seen the comments from, like, a lot of them when their projects come out and everyone hates them, like what they end up saying. The director of Secret Invasion said that people need to understand that when it comes to action scenes, like, those are mathematical, there's no emotion in them, and so they're kind of boring to film sometimes, or straightforward anyway.
What?
Absolutely batshit.
Yeah, man.
You don't know. Yeah.
What was
If
the
you-
thing you
We
said
don't want a
about
black
the reception of it? That, like, the film, because the show wasn't, people didn't like it very much. It was.
He said he's happy people don't like it because he'd prefer to create something that, like, has all kinds of reactions, I think, something like that. But the thing is, nobody likes it.
And if it was good, you'd say, yeah, this is a disappointing outcome because everybody likes it, and that wasn't one of
Yeah, I hate it when
hoping
everybody
for.
approves of my work. It sucks.
Yeah. That's like Lars von Trier. He's happiest when people are pissed at him.
You know what? Because Ryan Johnson said
he's a fucking troll.
he wants all reactions. I see validity to that, but the thing is, the Secret Invasion one is absolute cope because there's nobody talking about how good Secret Invasion
Nobody
is.
liked it. Everybody hated it. It didn't get watched by many people. It was a complete failure and a waste of hundreds of millions of dollars.
A fascinating waste.
Well, if
And
you were
many
just like
hours of my
actively
life.
seeked out, like, there's so many people writing so many different things. There's so many people directing so many different things. Like, the type of media that you want to see exists. It's out there, and you would fucking love it. And all you would have to do is just like look for it. And you could use your platform on the internet to help promote it. Like, I want to see Charlie Kaufman get his fucking next project off the ground. I want to see it have money. Like, I want to be able to like promote whatever Kickstarter he has to do. Like, I want to see more films from the creators that I love. And man, like, it's what he's talking about. Like, what he wants to see doesn't exist, and it's frustrating. Like, oh man.
Experiences that they can translate into scripts, and so they don't have the ability to create new things that are really.
He just says like writers are bad now. Like, talent didn't disappear. Like, whatever you think is good writing from the 80s or whatever, like, it's not like people can't do that. Like, you're just not promoting the people who can, right? Surely, you got Russell Crowe on your channel. Surely,
For the record, he definitely does. I'm just saying.
like, you have enough exposure and connections to be able to promote the people that can, right? Like, make a fucking movie studio or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to do artistic.
Well, yeah, and then of course it was a strange comic. I assumed you may have known it. I don't know, but like, he was in Canada, right? Like, when you were streaming this on set. I think he was just.
I was not aware of that.
Fair enough.
Projects. Like, my problem is time right now, and I'm trying to fix that. I would like to do like actual writing shit,
interesting and cool.
It seems like
I'm trying to make steps towards doing that.
Mark Hamill has almost been trying to publicly say.
Do you have any
that he
ideas
don't-
for what you want to make out of curiosity?
I have fucking hundreds of fucking
No
ideas.
shortage of
All right, yeah.
That's how it
And
goes,
the
yeah.
challenge is like just organizing them into a cohesive idea. I need to restructure what I'm doing in my life to basically make more time for that, because I have like solid ideas of what I want to do and how I want to do it, and I hit a roadblock of being like, wait a minute, but I'm trapped in this cycle of needing to do this other stuff to make money, so I got to increase the amount of money I'm making per like, I've never done a sponsor, right? So I have to start doing that basically sometime soon, so I can actually have enough time in my schedule to be able to properly focus on fleshing out a script and, you know, actually creating something.
Okay, yeah. Well, good luck with that. That's cool.
Hell
Yeah.
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 Like what the franchise has done to the character of Luke Skywalker, that he personally feels offended and affronted by it. Sometimes it seems to me that you're driven by a kind of a love of narrative and story, and almost like Joseph Campbell-like ideas of how a hero should function and what a story should do. I've got a few things I want to run by you. Like, I used to think, it's like a little hypothesis of mine, that American movie stars somehow embody how they regard, how that nation in particular, and let's face it, it's still the nation that defines our planet, like how it sees itself at a particular time. Like when it was Schwarzenegger and Stallone, it was a kind of rebooted 1980s America with heft and
You realize Arnold Schwarzenegger is like not American, really.
Sorry,
I mean, like
hard disagree with that. Arnold Schwarzenegger
He's very
is
American.
As an immigrant?
He's an American citizen. He was the governor of California. He
was the
he's
governor of
I know,
California.
but he's not. He
American.
couldn't be president. He wasn't like born there. So yeah, you're right. The way I phrased that was improper.
Well, it's just he's an American. Like he's an American citizen.
I just-
and he lives in
I-
American political office, and he's
I
hyper.
agree with you.
involved in American. Okay,
I agree
yeah.
with you. We're also talking about a period of time where he was like way before he was governor, right?
Fun fact: I believe that he was an American citizen before even the first Terminator movie. He's been
I
American
believe he was
for like 40 years.
Yeah, I believe. I agree that he was a citizen. I just think that it's a funny example with an accent that thick, is what I'm saying. If we're talking about like
he has a interesting accent, a very distinctive accent, but he definitely.
But also, isn't that awesome though?
Definitely American.
Like that he be seen as quintessentially American when he's so clearly not got an American accent. Like, I feel like that's a good thing.
That's not a bad thing.
Well, because he would his documentary on Netflix, which was really cool. Like he talks strongly in the bodybuilding episode about how strongly he identified with American culture, that he needed to be in America. He wanted to be over in America, and I mean he got about as fully involved in being an American as you can get in terms of an impact on culture and being in political office. Governor of California. I mean, holy shit.
If I were to think of like quintessentially American, I guess I would think more stereotypically American and not just an American immigrant.
I get about it's like Mola said, right? Isn't that's kind of interesting that Arnold Schwarzenegger could be considered American when in some ways he doesn't come across as like, I guess, what you would consider like a hyper stereotypical American action hero movie man.
And
though to some extent he influenced it, right, as a perception.
Yeah, as a man, he wanted to capture America. He said like he considers himself Austrian and American, and that they're like incredibly important to him as identities. And of course, what they're talking about, which I completely agree with, is the stars of the times will represent like attitudes toward, from whatever particular point of view is representative of American culture. Like it feels like it's self-qualifies. We're all very familiar with him being at the top of American movies for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the governor of Georgia eventually, but like he can't run for president.
Georgia.
California, but yeah.
California.
Yeah, he's got like an insanely Austrian accent, right?
That's funny that I said that.
Adam Sandler, who I did a movie with actually, and who I think is a really interesting and brilliant performer and comic, and he like at a time when we were starting to learn, for example, that there weren't actually weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Adam Sandler had this kind of shucks, I didn't mean it, like kind of mentality that aligns neatly with an America that's trying its best and erring sometimes. Now perhaps what we have is an
man, it's so crazy. It's so a lot of the people that are doing like this weird like every unexpected death is caused by the vaccine shit. You know, a lot of people that are doing this are like using the same sort of like feelings of like, okay, there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. You know, and it's like you're taking true things where it's like, okay, the government wasn't, being honest with us at this particular point in time, and they're saying like, okay, therefore every single thing that has been approved by any sort of governmental agency is, like bullshit. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, they did put fluoride in our water, so
fucking
watch
weird.
out.
But now my teeth are
The vaccine is not safer than not getting the vaccine if COVID didn't exist. But with COVID existing and the fact that it's so contagious that everybody is going to get it, the vaccine is safer than getting COVID. It's so insane that people are like, oh yeah, like.
Obviously, we're here to talk about the drinker movie stuff. This is
it would be too long to unpack if we were debating on this subject.
No problem. Everyone's welcome to talk as much about their own COVID things wherever they want.
Yeah.
The antibodies you get, it's better if you just get COVID. It's like, but what about what COVID does to your body? right? Like I can't do this right now. It's so fucking. I can't believe how stupid the world got. COVID broke so many people's brains. COVID broke so many people's fucking brains. Like people got sucked into conspiracy nonsense within the time of, like, apparently it was just such a large world event that everybody was like looking for some reason to consider every part about it a conspiracy. You know, like there's some things where it's like, okay, yes, I can understand why you would believe this part about it or this part about it, but like the way that it's just so sucked into this like insane like right-wing conspiratorial culture, like it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And then someone's gonna look at me saying this and assume that I believe like X, Y, and Z and being like, oh, you're an NPC. You must believe this exactly.
We'll say that's the part I agree about. Everyone will assume your views on everything to do with anything if you say anything about anything.
This exactly. It's like, you don't know my beliefs, right? I mean, you would if you watched my channel because I'm very public about my beliefs, but yeah, a lot of people misrepresent those.
America that doesn't know what it's trying to sell itself anymore, trying to present a kind of ethical and moral face to the world while clearly being backed by a commodity. As you say, the motivation behind these IPs and these franchise movies is no one's willing to take a risk. You know, Matt Damon says...
Matt Damon!
Like that, you know, you'd never get a Good Will Hunting type movies no more because no one will back a $30 million movie like that. They need to have IP behind them. But what I want to get into just before, while we're still on YouTube...
I mean, fucking Tar got funded, but...
Matt Damon actually talked about that like that there was this sort of like middle ground between these massive like summer blockbusters and indie films. There was this sort of middle ground that is becoming harder and harder to survive and thrive in.
It's like the destruction of the middle class.
Well, it's something that's been talked about in video, though I think it's safe to say that the video game market is kind of rebounding in terms of a healthy middle market between big AAA games and smaller
I was about to say,
games.
The AA,
people.
indie AA level stuff is really popular. There's a lot of great stuff out there.
I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but Larian, right? They're like not a huge studio, right?
I don't think Larian's a huge studio, but they're not AAA. But it's just like it's just like Ghost Ship and Deep Rock Galactic. It's there's tons of that indie AA gaming experience that people love because they can do something and focus on making something really excellent that people gravitate towards and find value in. And my drink is finished. But yeah, I like that. That's one of the reasons why I'm so like I am really optimistic about the gaming, like environment. I'm very optimistic about gaming because it seems like it's so easy for everyone to pick up all of the, the crumbly bits of where, AAA level stuff is falling behind. Whereas, of course, as Adam has explained, in the movie biz, that's not quite as easy and simple.
How many people watched Air? Because Matt, talking about Matt. Oh my god, my brain. Was Matt Damon in Air? I don't know why I'm thinking of that. I think he might have been an executive.
Ben Affleck, at least.
Yeah, Ben Affleck was in it. Oh yeah, Matt Damon was the lead. Sorry, my brain was frazzled there. It's Air. How many people saw Air? That was a cool movie, but I don't know how many people saw it, and that's definitely in that space. It seems like maybe streaming is the place where like those types of films can sort of end up having a place, but even then I'm not sure. I don't know. It's but he put it pretty succinctly.
It didn't make any money. I don't, how much money did Tar cost? 10 million? What's the most expensive original IP that's been made in the past fucking like 10 years? Like, it sucks. I wish more original ideas got funded.
I don't know. I'd be curious to know the answer to that, actually.
Yeah, 25 million. Wow.
Before we leave YouTube, so do bear that.
That shouldn't have gotten that much money because it was. I mean, maybe after 30 years you can make it back because like it got a 4K Blu-ray. I'm gonna be pimping it out and I'm gonna be like talking about it and dissecting it. But I was afraid is not gonna make that money back. Tar is gonna for sure.
In Mind Drinker, that we're still in a place where censorship is possible. Is
over time.
How do we marry together the idea?
I'm sure. Okay, this is on Russell Brand's official channel. Let's ignore the fact that we don't even get enhanced bitrate 1080p. But listen to how shit the audio quality is. It's like 96 kilobits per second
on YouTube. Before we leave YouTube, so do bear that.
He's got the worst mic
in Mind Drinker that we're.
It's funny he's using the mic I'm using.
Yeah, well, however, it's going through his fucking the output bit rate of his audio is shit.
What's that? The Shure SM7B, something like that.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Gonna be honest, Tar is kind of boring there in chat, on your chat.
True.
Who's chat?
No, right? Your chat on screen in
if I could just say, I'm going to be infinitely more entertained by YMS's breakdown of Tar than Tar.
I agree.
Sure, that's totally fine. I would see. Here's the thing: when I talk about like, oh, there's all these other artists creating things, like I'm not just saying like the stuff. I know that my favorite movies are largely inaccessible to the average audience member. The types of things that I appreciate, I wouldn't recommend to everybody.
It's fair.
Yeah,
It's
it's fair.
fair.
But there's a lot of things that I watch that might not be my favorite thing. Well, it would be like in my top 20 or 30 of the year, where I watch
Mhm.
them like, oh fuck, everybody would love this shit, like so.
By the way, I have no like big criticism of Tar. I just found it boring. I would actually probably defend
Yeah,
it as
fine.
very well made.
Yeah, I think Tar was a really great movie, but I did find it incredibly boring and long.
Which happens. And to be
yeah,
fair,
which is
It just
how
flew
goes.
by for me. Flew by.
Oh,
I
you're
can
an
watch it again
opposite
right
for
away.
me.
Elvis flew by. That movie flew by real fast.
that's a
Yeah.
wacky movie.
That's a wacky movie, but I liked it.
As sensitive as possible is how do we marry together the idea that you don't want movies all to be big buff white movie stars. You want
Okay, this is the question
diversity.
I thought he
You
was
want
getting
good-
to.
as a
This is a good question.
For daughters, I
before.
want good, strong female character.
Oh, I love how he has to like caricature that with the quotes too.
I want strong
That's worthy
female-
of caricaturing, though.
I was gonna say, have you heard
But he
different
means
people?
it sincerely, though. He means it sincerely, and he's doing the quotes in a caricature way to kind
Well, it's
of
'cause
like
the
play to
word-
his audience.
the
Where
word
he, like, he's
strong has been
asking a genuine
abused, right?
question.
Like
Yeah, I guess
strong.
so.
When we say a strong female character or male character, we're probably not referring to their physical strength in universe. Unfortunately, a lot of people got that mixed up, and like there's the newest one that I've come across.
Superhero movies.
Yeah, but fuck it, why not? Why can't they make them? We didn't have to do that before. It's not like anyone said like, oh,
Yeah.
Leia needs to be buff in Star Wars, or that any of the like
yeah,
Black
but she
Widow.
also wasn't like she was also kind of like the not really that important of a character in terms of like what she was doing in the movie. I don't know.
Leia.
Like,
You don't think
they're
so?
trying to-
Wait, Leia Organa?
I mean, she had her own like fucking side quests and shit, but like
What?
They
Side
weren't,
quest?
really, they weren't really like.
Yeah.
I'm not a Star Wars buff. I'm not gonna
Clearly.
lie about it.
I know.
But that's
it's
okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
I know. It's all right. It's all right. It's okay.
Because I was going to bring up is the Quantumania is my next video, and behind the scenes shit. Like there's this character. I think her name was Jen Tora. She's just a spear wielding like tribal sort of badass character in the quantum realm. The whole thing is leading everybody and being awesome stuff, but there's like barely any character you can actually draw from her. And then the behind the scenes, she's talking about how she played an Empire affiliated character in Mandalorian. And of course, she was like, it's nice to play a strong female character that's on the good side. And it's just like, does she just mean that she's strong and she kills people? Because that's basically all you get, which is such a fucking shame. And I'm with Russell. What can we do to fix this? How do we get the strong female characters that aren't the strong female characters? Because they can be strong. It's just like physically strong, but you prefer to be written strong.
in movies, right? I do for my girls. I want them to watch films, and not always to be it's just guys and blokes, and I want
Guys and blokes.
there to be diversity. But how do you marry that? What do you think is the concession that should be made to make
Oh, this is a great question. I can't believe he's asking him this.
movies more, for want of a better word, more diverse? Where do you stand on that, mate?
Well,
Mike?
Interesting points you've made there, because like when you talk about
Mate
the stars
bloke.
of their different eras, like the 70s was like De Niro, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, like the interesting character actors,
I don't know if like saying those names is different than saying like Chris Pratt, like Ryan Gosling. I don't know if that's that different. Just because like we can look back at the 70s retrospectively and be like, yes, we know these names now because we're in like. Is it really that different than just naming off like?
I think if I'm not wrong, Drink is about to go into talking about what those characters represented, not necessarily that they were able to sell films on their own. That might be
Yeah, I
conjunction.
mean, like even so, like I would say Ryan Gosling and Joaquin Phoenix, and there's tons of great character actors today too.
Because I find this part really interesting in terms of what does it tell you about the state of what people want to see in like leading characters, and that a lot of people make the point, and I'm not sure where you stand on it, but that lately we feel a little identityless in terms of trends or preferences for cinema. Like we're all over the place, especially with the destruction of like the superhero dominance.
Yeah, we're in a transitionary period. I don't
Mhm.
necessarily think that's a bad thing, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Big name actors of today, like that's so weird.
The 80s was the big buff muscle man. It was the time of like American confidence. We're going to kick ass. We're going to dominate. We're going to do awesome.
We're gonna get this Austrian man to give us the American confidence.
90s.
Yeah, why
That's
not?
part of America. That's part of being American.
Wow.
Anyone can come here and
It's like
become American. Yeah. Yeah.
Ambiguous, like slightly more vulnerable heroes. The 2000s was very much reflective of the war on terror, so there was a lot of military themed stuff. There was a lot of thrillers. There was a lot of secret agent things going on. And then you look at now, there's nothing. I literally just said there ain't no movie stars.
I don't know if he knows what question he was asked, because I was very excited to hear him so Russell Brand clearly asked, like, hey, I want to see more representation in films. You're calling out things in a way where it's like, okay, there's clearly some sort of agenda being pushed on people, and movies are bad now because there's no good characters, blah, 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 blah. What if it's better that it's not just buff white men as stars in movies, and I have 2 daughters, and I want to see them represented in movies, and I want them to grow up and know that they're represented, and maybe it's not just white people. He's went on a giant tirade of just listing what was popular in each decade without having answered the question. Let's see if he does.
Because
Because he does, right? Eventually, Drinker gets onto that question.
Mhm.
But I was going to say,
I
like,
just have no idea what he was talking about.
I think
well,
it's
so
because,
this was prompted by Russell talking about how Adam Sandler and characters like him represented that era, and Drinker's gone through 70s, 80s, 90s to now. Because he was, this is the thing, he was genuinely interested by what Russell said, and he wanted to build on it. That's all that happened.
Okay.
like the country doesn't even know what it is now. It's in a conflict of identity. So I think it's a self-evident point of like it doesn't even know what it wants to be anymore. So that's kind of really sad to see, because we always, as a Brit, I always looked up to America as like the model of the world. Like,
okay, I thought that I was gonna watch this
As
whole
you
thing
should.
and not like come off too hard on Critical Drinker. Like, I'm pretty open to like other political perspectives and other, like, I don't believe in free will. I believe that like both of these people, all of you watching at home, are just people that are products of your environment, right? Like, I don't have any like ill will towards anybody. Like, like I'm pretty loosey goosey, easy going, right? He didn't answer the question.
this is the country that leads us, the free world. But yeah, when it comes to marrying what you talked about,
Thank you. Go ahead.
like the rather than just having straight white guys as like the movie stars, how do we include people of different genders, ethnicities, all that stuff? I guess I would say, hey, we did it 20, 30, 40 years ago. We just didn't make such a big deal out of it like we have.
Oh man. Like, okay, I get it. Like, when what was it? Jennifer Lawrence who said this shit? They were like, I am the first female
I'm glad you're aware of that quote, because it was so fucking cringe.
It was so dumb.
main character. Like, if you want to respond to stupid shit like that, yes, bring up Ripley from the Alien series. Like, everybody brings up Ripley. I get it. There are strong female characters. There are female directors who have been making movies for a while. There are, female writers who have been writing movies for a while. Like, there has been representation of different genders, different races. There has been that technically, right? But it seems like a lot of people are taking issue with that being like a little bit more representative of the actual population in the slice of the pie, right? Where like, yes, you can take examples from history and say, yes, this has happened. There are good examples of this. It's not like this hasn't happened before. I completely agree. Whereas like the argument towards like, oh, including a bit more representation is saying, women are actually the majority of society, which I'm gonna have my like most fucking red-pilled fucking sexist based take here, and I'm gonna say like, hey, you can't complain about anything politically if you're the majority vote. Okay.
Cancelled.
Yeah, women, put your shit together. Yeah, you are empowered.
What I will say, it sounds like the point you're making now in response is that, okay, sure, we could have the Ripleys and Sarah Connors, but don't you think we should have a hell of a lot more than just the selection people will reference?
It's not even to suggest that I want there to be more, but to try and explain why there are attempts being made by people in the industry to include more, which seems to be, depending on the reviewer, depending on the person talking about movies, a lot of criticism is not necessarily like, oh, the representation was included and it was also a bad movie. A lot of it is under the lens of the representation in of itself being attempted in the film is the bad part, which is the impression I get from maybe not every Critical Drinker video, but like it's we'll hear him answer this question in this video, and this is the question that he gets asked twice.
Mm-hmm.
And his takeaway from it, or at least what I remember, and I listened to it like twice, so I'm pretty sure I have a good memory of this, is he phrases it in a way where he's essentially saying, that it's a problem that needs not to be addressed, and that because there has been good representation of women in the past, and that nobody made a big deal out of it when it happened, that therefore attempts to try and make women or insert minority here, therefore attempts to make them more represented at all, is like a useless and not correct thing to do, or like a something that needs not to be fixed. Which, the more I think about it, like with him in that perspective, it seems kind of incompatible with his other content, because
True.
the yeah, because the way
Because it's
he
not his
talks about
position.
how, I mean, if it's not, then
I
fine.
don't
But
blame you
I
at all,
mean,
but
let's hear him talk in the interview, because that's what I'm
sure.
basing his
So
position off
so
of.
far, what I've gathered, and we can roll it back a bit if you want. Russell asked him, "What's the solution then? If we're going to be critical of all these strong female women, all the buff ones that don't have characters, what are we to do?" And Drinker says, "We cracked this already. We know what to do. The formula is right over there." And he's referring to the strong characters that we've had before that are female. Obviously, there's a fucking laundry list. Now, the impression I got then from you was that you were like, yeah, sure, that's the formula, but don't you think we should be getting more of them? We don't have enough of them. Which I actually think is a fair thing to say in response, but that's not necessarily something Drinker even disagrees with. He's simply saying, we don't need to solve the problem of better written female characters as some kind of new and innovative idea. We've got it already. We know how to do it. We've known how to do it forever. It's embarrassing that we've managed to regress somehow. And by the way, I think you would agree with this. We've regressed on male characters as well. Like, we've regressed on character writing as a whole.
Yeah, in general.
In
mainstream studio productions.
Films, yeah. But I would like to if possible, save the majority of this conversation for the second time that it's asked, because the critical drinker gets asked this exact same question closer to the end of the video, because I guess Russell Brand wasn't satisfied with his answer either.
Yeah, no problem.
And he does add like an extra bit to his answer that I feel is more reflective of why I am interpreting his answer in that way. So yeah,
sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna give one to the MRAs here. Okay, like, women are the majority vote, so you can't complain about anything that you vote on, right? Half serious, but like, come on. I mean, it's what I'm saying here is there's a difference between something existing in the past and having like clear examples of it versus the conversation of taking an issue with it because it's happening more often, right? Let's see what he says.
Have to do now. And that's the thing that annoys people. That's the thing that turns people off. When you make the identity of the main character, the main actor, the sole focus of everything, people are just like, well, why are you making such a big deal of this? Why should I care about this? They used to just do it.
Okay, here's an interesting perspective.
You see how he just said they used to, and he's referring to how they used to write the characters instead of the fact that they exist at all.
Yeah. What if we were to say that although it is stupid if the identity of the main character, or their inclusion in a film, and like Disney goes like, this is the first gay character or whatever, or like, I'm a superhero that's a woman, and like, this is why you should care about me. What if we agree that that's stupid, but we also say that that is essentially also something that has happened in the past with white men, but you just haven't noticed it? What if we say that that's stupid, but we also say that like there are movies that are like
if you found any examples of like characters from the 80s that are sort of celebrated just for being a white man or something like that, I think Drinker would agree with you that that's retarded.
Ridiculously white and ridiculously
but like, wait, like, is it fair to say that like a lot of like mainstream films that people don't really often attribute to in that way are just like a normalized version of that? Like, like what is James Bond? Or like we were just talking about how, Arnold was embodying this whole like American culture thing. Like, he talked very heavily about like how stars and the media landscape was like supporting this type of identity and culture. Like, is that not like kind of
American culture? Like, obviously it spreads far further than any white man. And I would go as far as saying that James Bond has an extensive character history that is part of why people don't like the new ones, is that they're getting it wrong, sort of thing. It's not just about being a white man.
Yeah, like specific generations of James Bond.
Yeah, but like
Very
as a James Bond enjoyer,
They're-
like
they're
I
very
love the
much like
character,
bad
and I don't
movies.
associate James Bond with like he's only good because he's a white man, or that that's his characteristics, you know.
Yeah, when I say okay, I think it's important to recognize that in order to in this generation of films, and perhaps this will get better as time goes on as it gets more like I guess normalized, but in this generation of films, it's nearly impossible to include any kind of minority character in prominent ways without it feeling like it's being political. Whereas like you look further back in time in the landscapes of film, like you could argue that it's just as political for there to have for a black person not to have even been allowed to be a main character essentially before like fucking like what was it, Night of the Living Dead was like a huge fucking controversy. It was like a stepping stone of just like, oh, you just have like a black main character who's not
Yeah,
the main
if
character because he's black. He was just like a regular guy, right? Like in the same sense that a decision in that direction can be considered political, I would argue that it's also political to not have that decision made, that it is inherently political in the other direction, that we just don't consider it to be that.
so obviously this would be something you could theoretically discuss with him, but I assume this is kind of the argument you would lay out. So we can have the motivation to create art and then the art itself, and of course he would tell you, or he believes fully, that when your motivations are so like, as they describe in a lot of these behind the scenes stuff, like, oh, we can't wait to have the first female villain in Star Wars, which is how they kept describing Captain Phasma, doesn't have characteristics at all. And in her interview, she keeps talking about how amazing her character is, and no one has any clue what it is. And it's like, it's such a shame, because they thought first and foremost that she's a woman, and that's good enough, and we're going to promote her that way. That's terrible. If we had the equivalent, where they said, in the 60s, 70s, whatever, they're like, we're going to have a whole cast of white men, and then they're like, don't you think you should have characters? And then they're like, nope, they're white men, and we're going to celebrate it as a big cast of, that would be awful too. But ultimately,
I mean, that is essentially what happened for a long period of time.
So I was about to say the second
like,
half of that,
it was
though,
considered controversial for like black people to.
Second half of that would be that the art itself could still be really strong. So the equivalent for that could be that film full of white men as they motivated in the shady rooms where they produce it all. Turns out the film is amazing, and it's irrelevant to the fact that they're white men. It's all about the writing that's amazing. And then in the same vein, I think Drinker concedes in this interview at some point, there are films he may describe as woke, how he defines it, but also really strong. And I think Arcane was the example he gave. Where someone could have been motivated behind the scenes of Arcane to be like, we need a lesbian main character, and we need several women main characters, and that's what I care about, and then someone else writes them.
Do you think that it is what is your perspective on like categorizing that as woke? Because
I don't
like,
typically
is it purely just because there's like a lesbian character in it, even if you're not saying that it's bad because it's woke. Like if Critical Drinker's argument, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate. He's saying it's good despite being woke. Would you say that that's like at all like?
Every time I come across anybody using that word, I have to ask them what they mean by it. I don't, because like it's so fucking buzzwordy at this point. I have no idea.
I get that, but I feel like in the context at which Critical Drinker has used it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like for him, something woke appearing in a movie is essentially like, oh, you put this in for a political agenda, or you put this in for representation politically, right? I'm wondering if we could ever reach a point where a lesbian character could just be in a show without it being perceived as woke because they exist in a show, right? That's a part of my criticism.
That makes a lot of sense.
I feel like
I don't know what he would say to that necessarily, and he might say to you, because like we love a lot of media on like I was going to say Blind Man would be another one, right? That's a lesbian lead. Is that woke because you would automatically assume in this day and age that they would have pushed for that, and then the writing comes after it. If that's an assumption he has, or he has proof of it, either way, I would call it cynical, because it may be true, and you may be able to find proof of that being the case. Like behind Arcane, they say, oh, we knew we had to have women at the forefront. We knew we had to have a gay woman at the forefront because that is what is important. And then the writing came after. That would be unfortunate. And if that fits his definition, then I guess that fits his definition. And
do you feel...
where the despite comes in, I guess, would be that he's focused on trying to explain that that should not be your foundation for creating a story, in the same vein that you shouldn't be like, we have to create set pieces for explosions, we have to create all these opportunities for white men to be on screen. You know what I mean? Like any kind of agenda, but he believes that that's the most prominent and arguably like damaging one in Hollywood right now.
Do you feel as though it's possible that a wide variety of movies, especially historically, maybe not as much today, but that there are people and have been people creating movies where it is important for them for the main character to be white, but it's not seen as much of a political statement, and they might not even materialize those thoughts in their own consciousness because it's not seen as a subversion and it's already kind of seen as like, oh, this is just a thing that I can do, right? Whereas, like, they never even wrestled with the idea of a character being a different gender or a different race. They just want the character to be white and male, not because of any sort of supremacist reasons, but because it's important to them that that's the type of experience that they're trying to reflect in their films, right? Like, I feel like that same thing does exist for people of varying genders, races, gender identities. But the problem is like it's only necessarily seen as political if it's one that is against what is traditionally known as the norm, right? And I feel like I want to push back against people that are trying to or at least jumping the gun or misattributing films that they shouldn't be as things that are trying to force like a political agenda when most people creating art, you know, if they're creating art, that is, are doing so because they want to express something, right? I don't know.
Yeah, well, and as you know, I feel like we've gotten a plethora in this day and age of evidence that they are using non-normalized race and gender, I suppose, to promote their films and media, and it's like gross and weird a lot of the time. It'd be like, you've got to see this because it's doing
do you
this and it has this. So like a lot of the time with like Marvel films or even Disney films or whatever, in the promotional material they'll be like, this film has 7 people of color in it, and that's why you should see it. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, why aren't you?
Yeah, I don't think that that's like a good reason to.
What I'm
call a movie
suggesting is that
good
that's why it
unless,
would
like,
be.
the identity matters to you, I guess. But
That's why it would be on people's minds compared to the times of old, where I don't think you'd find many interviews where they're saying like, we've got them white men in there, so you got to see it. Like, it's much more prominent.
I know exactly what you mean. I think that there's a handful, a non-zero, a notable amount of films that do exist that don't do that marketing bullshit, but still get incorrectly misattributed as being woke or political merely because of just the gender or race of a character or the prominence of the gender or race
Yeah, and
or
I
gender
think that would make
identity
for a
of the
really
character.
good question for Drinker. Is it possible that Arcane isn't good despite being woke? It's just good. It doesn't have to have anything to do with what, but it would
That
depend on
it's-
his
yeah, that
definitions.
it's not even woke.
Yeah, exactly. And
Maybe like
obviously, if Russell asked it, we may have got an answer, but it's a brief interview
Yeah.
at best.
And ridiculously male in a way where like it parades that as an identity, but you haven't noticed it and you haven't criticized it. What if we say that both of those things are stupid? What if we say that both of those things are stupid?
Without having to make a big deal out of it. When we talk about the great female characters in cinema, we have characters like Ellen Ripley. She was an alien from the 70s.
It's funny that it's funny. I said Ripley before he did because it's like it's like one of the like there are so few that you know exactly which ones they're going to say, and this is like part of the argument, right? Like is like before he says anything you can say Ripley, right? Like like and it's not to say that Ripley.
I thought you said it was a good example.
It is, but there's very few, and so if it depends on how he's answering the question, and we're gonna get more clarification for this the second time it's asked. So in my perspective, he's answering the question in a kind of way to say like, oh yeah, well this is an issue that doesn't need to be addressed because there's been Ripley, because there's been Sarah Connor, because there's been Trinity, and all these examples that he lists from the past. Whereas I would argue against that, saying like, okay, well the issue isn't that there hasn't been any strong female characters. It's just people are trying to make that more representative, and it's not necessarily a bad thing if people creating art wish to portray more women in films. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't take away from there being men in films. I guess like maybe they're like, if you look at the total number of projects, I guess the number of men in films go down, but like it's not like you can't watch the same types of things that you're looking for if there are more women in films, right? So we have a disagreement on what his intentions are in terms of how he's answering this question, and that's why I guess we're gonna have to wait for the second time, because he he
Right.
adds to it and he makes it a bit more
To
clear,
run
so.
the alternate would be that Russell says, "How do we solve the writing good characters?" He references one of the greatest female characters of all time as like, "We did this, we cracked it all the way back in the 70s." That would just be the simple. I seriously think that's exactly what he's saying. It's just the same formula, the way she's written. Write all women characters, take them seriously, respect them, have them be layered. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also kind of like anti-formula. I don't think that
I
there's
don't think one
necessarily
would
one
say
way to
that
write like a.
it's not like all we're gonna get is exactly what Ripley is. He means like the approach, the discipline.
Yeah, I just
the
I just
work.
think that at no like he doesn't. We'll wait until the second time he's answered the question because
Alright.
yeah.
Ripley's a bad character. I love Ripley. She's logical. She's like commanding and like confident and like she's a great what a
Maternal.
great fucking character. I love Ripley. She's like something that I really love about the Alien franchise. But the fact that like, you know, when people are having these conversations about like, oh, you know, like maybe there should be some more women in movies, and you're like, Ripley. Like it's the top of every Reddit thread. Like it's a really basic bitch thing to say. Like I'm sorry, like it's like the most obvious thing. It's the most obvious thing, and like that's why I said it. It's because
It's still a
But it's
completely
a popular
valid.
example,
Was
right?
also just a
Yeah.
completely valid answer that answers the question. I don't think I buy into this whole like if you can't name more than Ripley, it somehow diminishes the answer when it's true.
No, because he's like the it depends on what question you're answering, which is why I said like yeah.
Well, then it
if-
wouldn't be
if
about
the
Ripley.
question- if you're responding to Jennifer Lawrence saying I am the first female hero or whatever, like fuck that shit. Yeah, obviously tell her about Ripley and all these other people. But if the question he's being asked is like, hey, I have 2 young daughters, what sort of like how do you reconcile with your beliefs about you know, like wokeness and inclusion in Hollywood? What sort of things would they be able to watch? And then you start listing movies from the 80s that are like almost exclusively horror science fiction that, you know,
But so
I don't,
you
that doesn't really answer the
Well, so
question.
You
something
genuinely
we have a
believe right
disagreement
now-
on what he's saying, I guess.
you genuinely believe right now the drinker believes himself. He's been asked to name what characters can inspire women, and he's like fucking Ripley from the 70s. There you go. Like, do
Well, he's kind of
you not think
yeah, I
at
mean,
this
it-
point
it-
that it's already potentially possible that he's definitely not talking about that, instead talking about writing discipline?
this is why I would like to wait for
Okay.
the second time he's asked this question, because we have a disagreement on how we're interpreting what they're talking about.
because like it's everybody said it, you know, like that's a part of the conversation, you know.
70s. That's before I was even born. They got this right.
Sexism is no more because Ripley is existing. You
That's not even.
I don't know. It's what.
know,
Don't
I
know
have
if he said
pretty
that.
nuanced takes on gender identity, and you know, like gender related issues. I think that like each gender has their own struggles. You know, like there's no like all men are bad or all women are bad. Like, you know, we're just people. Most people are shit. You know, if you have a bad experience with somebody, you know, if you have a bad experience with like the type of gender you're attracted to, and you're not like socially involved with them all the time, and your only interactions are your bad dates, then you might think all men are bad, or you might think all women are bad. You know, like turns out most people are just kind of shit.
I don't know about that.
You know, it's not exactly gendered. Turns out most people are kind of shit. You know,
Hey man, I mean, like,
No,
if that's your
I don't.
experience, I don't know.
I don't agree with that.
Do you know most people?
Oh my
No,
god.
because they're shit.
surround yourself with
No.
good people. Surround yourself with people that you like. Surround yourself with people that get you, people that understand you, people that accept you, people that don't judge you, right? Surround yourself with those people. Don't think that like an entire gender is like bad, you know? I get it. Or an entire race, you know?
You've got Sarah Connor from the 80s. Again, fantastic.
Damn, did I mention both of those before he did?
Fantastic action
I think one of you in the comments mentioned Sarah Connor. I don't know if I said that out loud.
hero, fantastic.
It's like the most obvious. This is oh man, like I'm trying.
Don't you think there's value as well,
Well,
even in
too-
your interpretation, that he's appealing to people recognize, as opposed to if he started naming characters from
Yeah.
things you don't even know about?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it all depends on what question he's answering and how he's answering
Well,
it.
but
which
you're
we're
right
gonna
now
have
taking
to
issue with
just-
choosing Ripley and Sarah specifically, not that he's got two examples.
I mean, yeah, he's listed the obvious ones. Yes.
Yeah, my suggestion is that
And the issue comes with how we've interpreted the question and the answer, but we're not going to be able to hash it out until
Okay.
the second time. I'm sorry.
Trying not to be like a drama horse.
But
I
we
was
can
gonna say llama,
listen to
but
this whole thing and keep it all in.
like
in mind.
it's there. I think there is some. I think that a lot of criticism against the critical drinker is overblown. I think that there's a lot of people that know that they want to hate him but can't articulate why, and can't really articulate why they don't like him. And I don't agree with it. I think there are legitimate criticisms to make against him. I don't think that he's like a bad person. I don't think he's a piece of shit. I think that he's a person just viewing media the way that he views media. And like, you know, whatever makes sense to him is going to make sense to him. You know, I don't think that it's coming from any sort of malicious perspective. But I'm going to say why I disagree at the very least.
Character really interesting. You had Trinity from The Matrix from the 90s. Like, they got all this stuff right. They just didn't feel the need to make that the sole focus of these characters. They were interesting characters first and foremost, whether they were female, whether they were women, whether they were black, white, whatever. It didn't matter. That the main focus was that they were a well-written character. That's the difference. That's what we can't do now.
See? Isn't that it?
I mean,
he said their main focus was they were well-written characters. We can't do that now.
That's what we can't do now. And Russell Brand is like asking him, like.
But surely that clarifies the confusion.
We'll wait for the second time. We'll wait for the second time. I'm sorry.
Okay, here's my question. Do you think that like part of the perception of them making that a big deal is to do with how people are reacting to it? Because I think from a marketing perspective, I think that they were thinking like pretty much the exact same things in terms of representation, in terms of like, you know, like Mulan, like they were trying to go for the Asian market. They were trying to go, you know, there's definitely stories where they created female characters and intention of the writers was to be, hey, let's make a story with female characters to try and, you know, make a movie for the female market. And that's going to be our selling point. That's going to be our advertising point, right? It's not like that didn't exist in the 90s or the 80s or whenever you know, your idealist version of cinema is. It's that a lot of people didn't freak out about it as much, right?
Yeah, but I think part of it goes to the quality of how those characters in those movies were written, right?
Well, that's going to be Drinker's point, but we're waiting for the clarification, I assume.
Yeah.
And so you look at like this weird backlash culture, and I think it's important not to mistake the amount of people criticizing it for the actual intent of the writers and the producers, right? Like, I think that existed in the 80s, in the 90s, like, etc. Like, for sure, there were people in Hollywood and writers and directors that were trying to be representative of a culture. They were trying to be woke or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, it's not like that didn't exist. Like, this is such a weird thing to say, right? It's just there's more people talking about it in a not just critical way, but in a very narrowly critical way where people are essentially, like, parroting a lot of other talking points and people are essentially, you know, giving a lot of it's like a feedback loop. Is that the term I'm looking for? Like, I think that can cause people to believe that maybe it wasn't a thing that happened in the past, but like it's all there, right? Like if the movie Mulan was like a thing that got released today, everybody would be like, oh, so you're trying to make a movie with an Asian female character and she's playing a man and it's trans or whatever. Like,
I don't disagree that there would be people reacting that way in many ways, but it's with keeping in mind, obviously, the new one came out, people despised it, and a lot of the videos were focused around how good the original was.
It was also a remake.
Yeah, but it could have been good. There's nothing stopping it from being good necessarily. Like, theoretically.
I'm saying if the Mulan was released today independently of it being released.
What I'm
I'm saying if Mulan didn't exist.
I think that if Mulan...
I'm not saying that these people wouldn't also admit that Mulan was a good movie from the 90s. I just think that people perceive it differently because we have a warped perspective of like what intentions are. Whereas I'm saying the Disney Mulan film from the 90s is something that could very well have been just as political in its intentions, just as like, oh, we're trying to have more representation. We want to get this market. We want to see this people represented in this way. It very well could come from the exact same intentions as the filmmakers. I think what blows it out of proportion and why it's such a huge issue right now is not necessarily that it's a thing that's happening, but the fact that we have the internet and movie studios have really cringe marketing on the internet in a way. Like a lot of the times you don't see this shit in the trailers, right? Even for these current movies, like the way that these identities are paraded around is not even necessarily from like the primary marketing. It's coming from like the Twitter accounts. It's coming from like the news articles, right? So this is like the whole clickbait culture is a very new thing, and I think that that's part of why it seems like it's happening more in this way from the intentions of the filmmakers. Whereas I'm arguing this exact same thing could have been taking place and very well probably was, but we just didn't have fucking clickbait articles and we didn't have Twitter accounts. And so the viral marketing aspect of it is mainly what to criticize and not necessarily the inclusion of characters in the film or even the intentions of the writers as they include those characters in the film.
So with regard to the original animated film, if it was to release today, brand new, no other context, there would be plenty of people saying it is woke and it is an allegory for trans stuff. They're trying to shove blah, 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 blah. But I actually think that it would be an easy win over for most of the culture to agree that Mulan is pretty damn good. And it would be because of the character writing. That's what people would argue. And it's, I guarantee you Drinker would have argued that in that alternate timeline, that it was really good.
I think that most people, even if like there can be conversations on, you know, whether or not a movie is trying to be woke or whether or not the marketing is trying to be woke, I think that most of the outrage just comes from like the marketing. And even like before the movie's released, for a lot of films, like, you know, there's plenty of films that one would incorrectly attribute or perceive as woke that just wind up being good movies. And then like you know, most people just don't give a shit. So
Or
I
just,
don't know. It just seems like an overblown
I would
internet
reassure
brain kind
you
of thing.
somewhat that there is cringe on every side in terms of a film comes out and everyone like runs wild with a particular interpretation of blah blah blah. But there's a lot of pushback within those spheres themselves. Like, you know, a lot of people thought Arcane was absolute shit, and Drink would have been one of the people to push back on it. You have the Dead Space, which we got a big old blast of. They made a woman look older, and breasts were reduced in size, and people went fucking nuts saying it was hyper woke.
They made a woman what?
They reduced her breast size from the original to the remake. Oh, they made a woman older.
Yeah, they did. They had well, it's we're in the age of like mocap and stuff is becoming prominent, so they had a character in the game be played by her voice actress, Tanya Clark, who was 51. And in the original, her character was seemingly younger than that.
Which character? Nicole?
Nicole, yeah.
Yeah, Nicole.
Wow, I never played the remake.
You should.
That's
it's
funny.
really fucking good.
Play the remake. It's really good. Highly recommend it.
And so you got that, and there's
Is it like that much worth playing if I've played the first one?
It's better than the first one.
I adore the first Dead Space. The remake is better.
Are there like more levels? Is it like
the
more
Ishimura is one big interconnected ship now. It's really fucking cool.
And then of course
no loading.
just
well, the tram is the hidden loading.
Yeah.
But
but like a lot more of it is interconnected than in the original game.
And then of course there's just the vibe and atmosphere is improved pretty considerably by new technology. It's got incredible lighting, amazing visuals.
Atmosphere is top notch.
Great sound design, and there's a lot of cool additions to the story as well that improve it.
Yes.
Nicole gets a lot more material. The fact that Isaac can talk is really beneficial because we get to understand how he feels about the things that are going on, and he gets to interact with the characters.
Yep, Gunnar Wright plays Isaac in the remake.
It's whereas like Resident Evil 4 remake is a different game to the original, and there's value in playing both. I still think there's also value in playing both of the Dead Space games, but if you only had one to play, it would be the remake. I would recommend the remake.
And so the reason I bring it up, of course, is that's one of several examples, including stuff like did Resident Evil 4 remake get hit for woke as well?
Yeah, I think people because they thought that Ashley wasn't attractive enough.
Some people thought that Ashley wasn't attractive enough, which is fucking bizarre.
So they turned her into a mouse.
And so we've got that.
True, Mousely,
God of War Ragnarok, and then, like I said, Arcane, some other stuff, where Drinker has come out and said, like, all of these are excellent, and that there's no need for criticism of that regard. That's, like, ridiculous. And so what I guess I'm trying to say is that these kinds of fights against the more insane sort of, like, jumping to conclusions, I think happens in literally all of these different communities that are currently popular for seeing a film in a particular angle. And by the way, this applies to everyone. And so, like, you know, you don't need to be told this because I know you're aware of it from how people can speak about you or whatever, but just try to avoid lumping him in with any bigger group of maybe thinking something crazy about a particular piece of media.
Yeah.
Like Mulan, for example.
I think I make a lot of clarifications, or, you know, throughout the stream, I'm like trying actively not to, even if, you know, it's not 100%.
It has more to do with the reaction, right? Than, I mean, it was a thing that got remade, did it? Yeah, I know. But it has more to do with, like, in terms of, like, what you're trying to claim is the intent of the filmmakers. It's not like that wasn't present in other films. Like, you could argue that the films of the 80s, 70s, 90s, or whatever, any films that you loved that were like...
How does he watch so many films at Cannes if he's going to pee every hour?
I don't know.
Go for all the short ones.
I know when I go to the theater, I do not, like, buy a soda, bring a drink, anything like that. I'm like, nope, because I know I'm going to have to get up and pee.
pro-America.
Well, you just gotta schedule it better, right? Make sure you get one big old piss before you go to the theater.
I always do, but still, sometimes there's always one, lined up. There's always a pee ready to go. Second string pissaroony.
Well,
Sometimes that's just how it
if you're
be.
worried that that's the case when you get to the cinema, you just gotta go again, right? Just in case to get the last little.
Sure, but like
driplets.
an hour and a half later, I might have to pee again because that's just, that's how it works.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Some
If I
bladders,
could
some bladders are
control-
different. Some bladders are different.
I drink a lot of water. I gotta pee,
Fair enough.
Muscle, like I'm muscle, I'm gun, police, whatever. Like those are all equally politically and culturally and racially motivated in terms of like what the filmmakers
sometimes,
decided was marketable,
but-
what they decided people wanted to see, right? Like you could make the same arguments of like, oh, you're trying to represent this for political reasons. You can make those exact same arguments to the films that you love, right? You can make those exact same arguments.
There's going to be there's going to be something behind every decision that's made for sure, but of course the categories of how egregious those decisions might be is going to be different for everybody. Like if someone said,
or how much it's noticed, right? Because I think it's easier to notice something when it's not considered the norm or it's not considered familiar, right? It's inherently more of a political statement if it's going against the grain. Otherwise, you're just doing what people are doing.
sure, but
Right.
of course, like as we went over before, it feels like that's just like absolutely and thoroughly plugged into the marketing now versus before where I didn't hear the equivalent of that for a lot of stuff growing up in the 90s.
Yeah, because we didn't have fucking clickbait in Twitter.
They had marketing. They
It's
knew what would they market films
I
on?
mean,
It would be like movie
had to know
stars. It
these.
would be the
I don't
events
know.
themselves. It would be a
Let's go
plot.
get some fucking like microfiche newspaper slides or whatever. Let's go to the library and see if we can find some articles about like them being like, oh, the diverse cat. Like they were celebrating The Lion King being like an African story. They were celebrating that portraying the culture of Africa in the marketing before that came out. Like it existed. It existed for sure.
I'm not going to say it's
But it just
non-existent.
wasn't
It's just
clickbait, and
that
it wasn't Twitter, and it wasn't like we don't have like this weird, like self-feeding outrage culture, right? Like we don't have algorithms that are incentivizing us. We didn't in the 90s. We didn't have algorithms that were incentivizing us into just saying the most like fucking provocative thing or engaging with content that actively makes us angry, right? So like a lot of marketing nowadays, I feel is intentionally being provocative and intentionally being things that they think people will get mad at because people share it, right? I think that's the biggest difference in terms of like,
well, but
the
wouldn't that still then be
landscape
indicative of a change
like,
of time, and that's why people are reacting to it? They like if it's all
yeah, but
self-fulfilling.
that's less to do with the movies and more to do with just the technology and the type of marketing that we have, right?
I mean, the marketing's got to be considered alongside the studios that make the movies, and so it's all a big package. Even if it's caused by our jump in technology and the interest in clickbait and exaggerations, it's like, well, that would still all be a part of the culture that's worth criticizing from the point of view of several different people, including Drinker.
Sure. I just think that, I think that what we just discussed is a more detailed.
Well, because what you've talked about is they have
uh,
incentives to do so, but that's still choices they are making.
Yeah. I just don't think that should be confused with like necessarily the movies themselves or even the intent of the writers creating the film. Because a lot of films, especially in the 70s and 80s and 90s, were kind of propaganda. And that's not to say that they're bad movies, right? Like,
That's going to go over really badly with a lot of people because the word is very spicy, but that's going to be a semantics thing. It just depends on how you define it and how it's used.
it's literal. It's true.
I mean, depending on the film, I'd be inclined to completely agree, but it's such a... Like, I think that's going to come across really insane to a lot of people because they'd rather call it something like
I don't mind.
persuasive storytelling as opposed to... Or some kind of, some other word, because propaganda is too closely associated with, like, war and way higher shit for a lot of people.
Well,
but I get what you're saying.
I mean, we can pull up a definition, but I don't mind if people think that that's a weird word to use because I don't think it's untrue.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty much in agreement. I just think that semantically people
Okay.
are going to get like, what?
Like a lot of these films were, you know, have you noticed like the trends of like what race the villains were? Have you noticed like when
Well, yeah, so to make people understand it, you don't necessarily take issue with the presence of propaganda in film, correct?
Yeah, it's just I mean, it depends on the context, but I mean, it doesn't inherently make a film bad, I would say.
All right.
there's been a lot of conflict in American history with Russia. A lot of the villains would be Russians, right? Like the Holy Mountain made like a pretty apt comparison metaphor about this, where they were talking about like creating a comic book where they indoctrinated children into consuming this comic book, and they were like, the government has decided that we want to wage war against Peru, and so we made the main villain the Peruvian monster. Like all of the films that a lot of that are from this generation of films that this guy loves, and a lot of people that make these same sort of media criticisms love, like a lot of them have a lot of political propaganda in it, and a lot of like gender propaganda, a lot of race propaganda, a lot of like gender identity propaganda, and maybe we just didn't necessarily come to terms with what that was as it was happening, but like a lot of it exists, right? And maybe we're just more hyper aware of this conversation nowadays, but that doesn't mean that it's not a thing that existed before, and that this is some like new wave of like movies didn't used to be political. Like, I don't know if I agree with that,
I don't think he'd say movies didn't used to be political. You would say it's a different breed these days.
That's fair. That was more of a statement on. That was more of a generalized statement to the crowd.
The meme of game. I remember when games weren't political and it has pictures of like BioShock, Metal Gear Solid, and Modern Warfare 2. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, I mean, like there's a hyper like the conversation surrounding media. It seems like there's a good chunk of people talking about media online that are under the impression that like things didn't used to be political and now they are, or that things are inherently bad because there's anything political in it, which is also just like silly, right? So I'm more trying to argue against that mindset, not necessarily saying that is what Critical Drinker literally believes. But yeah, I could have clarified better.
Yeah, it offends you because it's, in a sense, hasn't got any art or care in it. Casting a character like Ripley from Alien or Sarah Connor from the Terminator movies.
It's always Ripley and Sarah Connor, like every single time. Every single time you talk about like female representation in a movie, it's always like, we got Ripley and Sarah Connor.
Examples.
And
I gotta say, I will say, I don't like that people are trying to almost rob people of the capacity to use those ones as examples because they're often cited, which is something that I've noticed.
Here's what I'll say about this. I think that it kind of proves that there is like an issue, and I guess you would say that Critical Drinker agrees that this issue exists, and I actually recently watched his. I think it was called like Women in Film video. I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, he does agree with this. Like the fact that the go-to examples are just science fiction movies from the 80s, and it's been so long since then. Like that kind of sucks.
I think
that makes me feel like the people that want more women representation in movies, like I can understand where they're coming from when our best examples
if you
are
saw
from
his
40, 50 years ago.
His video that related to women in film, he had a laundry list of all kinds of great examples. I doubt he would have said, if he's lamenting on the fact that people use them as examples because it seems like there should be more that are prominent in the brain, I would probably argue back to him, it makes a hell of a lot of sense that those are prominent in the brain. Celebrated as part of masterpiece films. There's two of the greatest female characters of all time. Of course they're referenced. Why wouldn't they be referenced? In the same vein, by the way,
the fact that they're so old and that's our best examples is consistently by everybody that reflects a problem.
But like,
right?
if someone asked me like, who's the greatest movie villain of all time, my head straight away goes to Vader, and then it's like, wow, Vader.
Yeah, but
and
that's
like,
not everyone's answer.
That's one of the most common. I'd probably argue that is the most common answer in film history for people.
I don't know.
You really don't think so?
Probably Darth Vader.
Who do you think would be?
I don't think that the most common answer for greatest villain is Vader.
Who do you think
that it would be in the Reddit thread for sure.
Who do you think?
Well, yeah, but that's the point. So would Ripley and Sarah.
But the Reddit thread would include like 200 different answers for male villains, and female main characters.
Well, I didn't even say male villains. I said villains in general, which is it's going to be broader.
Or whatever, right?
But it's the same principle. We draw from some of the most prominent and remembered ones. It would be weird if I was to reference...
It's not an issue that we draw from the most prominent. The issue is that the most prominent is a very small laundry list. compared to what, if we're talking about male representation of characters in movies, there's no point of even trying to list them, because that's just like fucking most movies that are good, right? Like the fucking IMDb top 250 or whatever, like just scroll down that, or like whatever your metric for just judging a good film is, it's just there, right? It's not a challenge. You don't have to come up with answers. You don't have to try and make a list, because like no one's even arguing about it, right? Whereas when we talk about strong female characters, it's not a huge list, or at least in terms of like the type of media that the average person consumes, and what type of character would constitute as a strong female character for most people talking about films.
I think how many do you think that one would have to list before you'd be like, oh shit, I guess there are a lot?
That's an interesting question, because from my perspective, when I'm talking about the grand scheme of like every movie, and like all the movies that I haven't seen, or like, when we talk about strong female characters in films, I think what we're really talking about is like strong female characters in films that are accessible to the average person. Whereas like I'm sure, movies from any country of any budget of like any level, like if we're including literally everything, then the answer is infinite, and they're being made forever. Like the answer is infinite for anything, right? Like, so that's a difficult question. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, and so
all I'm saying is that in terms of movies that people are aware of, in terms of movies that like,
I almost feel cynical about this, that the true answer to this question could literally be that people just don't have the lists on their brain, which is fine.
I mean, I don't know. Would you agree that there's less strong female characters than male characters
Yes.
in media? Okay, well then we agree.
Okay.
Not good characters, but it's literally always those two examples, which kind of proves the point, right? Like, I don't know. It's not to say that every movie within that generation is like therefore bad because it didn't include female characters, right? It's just an argument that like, hey, maybe there could be more characters like Ripley and Sarah Connor, like maybe.
Yeah, write them.
Especially to people that really feel so emboldened by this sort of like, America was great because we had muscle people in the 80s. Like in the same way that you might feel happy about yourself being represented in that way, like there's other people that might.
I mean, you went through each of the decades describing the general sort of outlook of different characters that were prominent in film. Like they weren't necessarily that he appeals to them as a person himself, just that was the commonalities.
Okay, but I do, from the videos that I have watched on his channel, there does seem to be like a recurring theme of like nostalgia for those periods and those types of characters, right?
He enjoys the hell out of them,
So
but
that's
to
not
be
like
fair, he also
yeah.
enjoys the hell out of Sarah Connor and Ripley and all the other women he's enjoyed in cinema, whoever they may be.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't enjoy them.
Mm-hmm.
See themselves represented in a different way that, they might enjoy.
With, say, an example off the top of my head, which I know will go over well on these platforms, Captain Marvel, and the way that Captain Marvel was kind of presented as a hero. It offends you, I think, because as I've said before, I'm a fan of your content, that you don't get to see a vulnerable character evolve, a vulnerable character learn lessons, a character that is flawed and has to overcome obstacles. In a sense, this is the function of story that precedes the medium of cinema that we need to see that character in position A at the start.
To me, it sounds like Russell's agreeing with him, that's what's missing in the modern female characters, because Captain Marvel, I don't know if you saw it, but she was basically characterless.
Yeah, I saw it for some reason. I don't know why.
Is unable to achieve something, but by they go through catharsis, challenges, whatever, and at the other side they're able. And you think that this new ideology that's about presenting figures or characters in a particular way is unable to serve story and function of story? Is that what you're saying, Drinker?
What's the fundamental thing, like you said, that gets you to identify with a character? Is you give a person that's somewhat likable, give them an obstacle to overcome, and have them struggle to do it. They have them lots of things that get in their way, like they fall down, they pick themselves up, they eventually overcome. That is the fundamental essence of what makes you like a character.
In a very specific type of movie that is very crowd pleasing, yes.
Identify with them. It's so easy. It shouldn't even.
It is not the rule for all films or characters.
Need to be said.
I will say you're talking to the people.
Pretty good template, right?
But we would even concede that it really comes down to so many different cores that are really complicated in terms of like you wouldn't want to make any hard and fast rules definitively. Because could a character work when they have no characteristics? And someone might say like obviously no, and it's like that sounds like an interesting challenge. What would they look like?
Yeah, it's good to, create your own limitations in terms of filmmaking and writing and seeing how you can work around that.
I would say that I think
So,
his recommendations and advice are pretty strong for broad, as you've just said as well.
yes. Yeah.
But what they lack with these modern characters that they try to do is that they're not willing to take that step of have them fail and be vulnerable and have flaws and weaknesses. Either because the writers don't know how to do it, or because they've got this kind of prickly defensiveness when it comes to writing things like female.
Let's see, I'm going to keep, because I feel like these are all references to the point. He's talking about what we need to do and what they don't do with women these days. Not that we don't need women at all, because we've got plenty of examples already.
Yeah, we'll wait until he's asked the question a second time. I'm not 100% like, ooh, this couldn't possibly be what he's saying. I'm hung up on the phrasing of what he says at a certain point.
They don't want them to be perceived as weak, and so the only alternative they have is, well, they just have to be great at everything. And so they're brilliant at everything right off the bat. They have all the skills they need. They don't need to learn everything. They don't really have personalities because they don't have any like flaws or weaknesses. And the arc basically becomes them being amazing and being up here, and the rest of the world having to learn to accept how awesome they are and like eventually come up and accept them. There's no character arc there. It's just a straight line. That's
What he's saying is not untrue. It's simplistic, but it's not untrue. I think that in general, like a lot of these, Marvel of the day films are just terribly written. And I do believe that, if we were to look at human beings as statistics, you will probably see a higher number of writers writing larger projects that are probably more scared, to write flawed female characters because of how they'd be perceived, right? I get it. That's not an untrue thing to say. But it is, again, the takeaway as a whole is kind of like a very narrow view of filmmaking and cinema and just media diet in general, where it's like, it's not like this is like, it's not like you can't find movies with like good female characters in it or anything. It's not like you can't find well-written movies. It's just kind of like, oh, okay, like if you're only watching Marvel movies, then yeah, there's some issues with it because it's a Marvel movie, but not necessarily because.
Obviously, he would argue the pattern goes way further than Marvel films, but that at the same time, he's seen plenty of
Marvel is a generalization to describe.
Yeah, you want to mainstream studio films, right? Oh shit! Hang on. Whoops. Sorry.
Who broke in?
Go away.
Sorry. What I was going to say was that that he's also praised some mainstream films for even the writing of their females. Like it would have happened. He's just sort of doing broad statements.
Mm-hmm.
Of much more than that.
And people don't find that satisfying. That's the problem. That's why nobody watches these movies anymore. That's why the box office returns just go down and down.
Yeah, because when we meet, let's take the example of Sarah Connor, we find her as a waitress, drifting through life listlessly. But down the line, we see that this character is going to be a revolutionary figure. That's
sorry, which character?
Sarah Connor, we find her as a waitress, drifting through life listlessly.
It's also kind of a horror movie where, like, okay, the two examples, Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley, they're both sci-fi horror movies, right? Where they might not even be female leads if people didn't have this weird caveman brain protectionist mentality of like, gotta protect the babies and the women, right? Like, how many horror movies do you like? The final girl is a trope.
I don't know that this has necessarily any weight on the discussion that they're having, though.
Well, I mean, like, my argument is that, not only are strong female characters less represented, but they're more what's the word? Pigeonholed. They're more what is it? They're trapped in certain tropes that are not necessarily.
So the trope you're referring to is the last girl, right? That they ended up in those positions.
Yeah, and I'm not saying. I'm not saying that Alien and Terminator are, like, it's slasher movies or anything like that.
Well,
I'm saying that, like,
I'm happy to say that they do qualify, but obviously they're so special. They rose above. They did some, like, what was the key that made Aliens, T2, T1? Why are they so much more special? It's like obviously the incredible filmmaking and the scripts. So yeah, they may have been put in place originally. The female character as the fact that they're like, we're gonna have a girl at the end because that makes the audience feel the most vulnerable for the character. If you're gonna have a burly guy or a regular woman against an alien creature of any kind or a Terminator or whatever, then who do you think has the better chance? Like, I guess the guy does, but ultimately I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference when it's an alien or a Terminator. But I understand the appeal to the audience, and therefore that's why they ended up as women is part of what you're saying. But the thing is, like, they were written so well that now they are blatantly used because they are as a great template for female characters.
Yeah,
You could have a man in
I'm
a
not
position for any
saying
kind
that
of reason like that as well, right?
I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I'm not saying that the movies are worse because of it. I'm not saying the characters are worse because of it. I'm saying that it is kind of, it's reflective of the greater point of like, oh yeah, there isn't that all that much in terms of representing strong female characters when it's all just like, oh, like kind of this sci-fi horror movies from the 80s. It's very narrow.
I feel like they've
And
evolved past
like
that though.
it's not. I mean, we have, but it's
No,
still
those
like
characters. Like, I don't think people see Ripley as, oh yes, the sci-fi horror Lost girl. They see her as Ripley.
I
Mhm.
certainly don't. Yeah. I
Yeah,
just see her as
I
a
do.
well-written character.
I mean, I don't see her that way, is what I meant to say.
Okay. Because that's what I'm saying, is that's why they're like a beacon. They've evolved past whatever original reason that they ended up the way that they are.
Yeah, it's less about what those characters are specifically, and I'm just talking about the opportunities for like roles, you know? For women to appear in films and get roles of
Yeah,
good characters.
women,
It seems to be like more narrow.
but it could be considered pretty subversive that those two ended up being part of a big pull to see the stories in these films, right? At the time. As in, like, Aliens, I think she managed to negotiate millions more
Yeah,
on her pay.
I'm not trying to dismiss the achievements of those movies, and I'm not trying to dismiss those characters as being anything but good examples of strong female characters.
Okay.
The word girl is in there because, like, to make people scared, you got to have it a woman because they're more innocent, because they're more defenseless, right? Like, that's a part of the trope. That's a part of, like, the gendered sort of stereotype, right? And so when both of the examples are, like, Ripley sci-fi horror, right? Sarah Connor sci-fi horror. Thank you for the raid, Red Radius, right? Like, they're great characters, but they're the exception to the rule when it comes to the genre. But they might not be females if it weren't like a horror sci-fi genre, a horror genre.
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant.
Okay, specifically, when we're talking about characters like overcoming obstacles, I agree that helps you empathize with them, especially in like a mainstream film. Like, we're gonna go like watch a film like Drive, right? The guy barely speaks a fucking word, but you see him suffer a bit. You understand what he wants. You understand his goals. You understand what he cares about, and you understand what it means to him by the end of the film for him to achieve his goals. Those are important things if you're gonna make like a mainstream, like goal-oriented, like ABC plot sort of thing that appeals to a lot of people. I agree with that, but like, I don't know if Ripley and Sarah Connor are necessarily like the prime examples of writing female characters when they're both just, sci-fi strong women characters that were down on their luck mostly because there's like a thing trying to kill them. Like,
I have no clue what you're trying to say here.
Yeah, me neither.
If I phrase myself better, my argument is there's other examples of female characters that we could do that don't have to adhere towards what they did with Sarah Connor and Ripley. Is that the landscape of what is possible with writing a good female character is not necessarily a strong, like a leadership sort of like badass killing a sci-fi creature thing,
You don't think it's a little bit reductive?
It depends on what you think I'm saying, I guess.
That the writing discipline behind the two of them should be celebrated to hell and back for a hell of a lot more than just they turned what could have been seen as more of a timid female character into a warrior leader who's going to be doing all kinds of agency things.
It's not a criticism against the writing of those films at all. I'm saying that in the landscape of films between then and now, there's so much more opportunity to create strong female characters that where you don't have to copy that to get that. I'm saying that. Well, you'll hear me say it soon, I'm pretty sure. Like, I talk about how, a lot of women audience members, relate to films that I don't necessarily relate to, and the types of female characters that they want to see in a movie might be in something like Lady Bird or some shit, right?
Completely.
That's what I'm getting at.
I think there's a lot of miscommunication, because, like, what I'm trying to get at is the main character in, I'm trying to think of just any romantic comedy that's super chill and, like, pick whatever one you want, versus the writing for Ripley. I would say there's going to be, if it's a really good romantic comedy, I would likely connect them significantly on the writing discipline. There would likely be broad elements of how they've approached writing the characters that I would connect, even though they're completely different. And that's what we're supposed to take, I believe, from Ripley and Sarah, not that women can be action heroes. It's like, no. It's treating them very, very seriously, respecting their layers as characters, having the consequences of the actions in their lives reflect in their experiences and values, that sort of thing.
Okay, that's not an unfair thing to say.
Like most of their hardship was the fact that they're in a horror movie, right? Like you write a character like Captain Marvel, it's not like it's not like she's got like an alien or a Terminator trying to get her the whole time. It's not like.
Have you seen Captain Marvel?
Yeah, he has.
Have you said you'd seen it, right? Yeah, she's got an alien race chasing her.
Sorry, what did I just say in the video?
You said it's not like Captain Marvel has like a robot or a monster chasing her.
I forgot half the fucking movie.
It's okay.
It's literally just in my brain and out. I hate.
I assume the point you were making was the nature of having a creature like that after you will facilitate like losses in some way, and so the character will have to strive to overcome it, and so that's like a natural part of the genre.
Yeah, it is possible to still flub that and fumble it in a movie.
Yeah. Well, and I was going to say like superheroes are fucking perfect for that sort of thing, right?
It's not even. It's not really a sci-fi horror. You know,
no, of course. It's just that there's ample opportunity to provide her the same sort of growth options. You'd even expect them to be there. It's actually strange that there's not. A lot of the superhero movie origin stories relate to like the all-time down points, right? Like Strange getting his hands completely crippled, Stark getting his heart blown out.
Yeah,
all that sort of stuff.
I know what you mean, and I think again, I'm just gonna say like Sarah Connor and Ripley are fucking great characters. And it sucks that it's difficult to imagine something that can be at that level without like essentially copying what they're doing. I think that speaks to part of the problem. Is that when I'm thinking like, like how do we make a character that's as iconic and as likable and as respectable as those characters? It's like you almost just inevitably kind of go back to what are, I guess, now potentially considered tropes, or like. How do you even do that? It's part of the problem.
Yeah, because I think that's a double-edged sword of bad too. Because a lot of writers, take for example the writers of Captain Marvel, might have said like, "Oh, that Ripley and Sarah fully inspired Captain Marvel," and all they think about is like when she goes to attack the Queen in Aliens, and when Sarah's like approaching whatever she is at the peak of her confidence. They don't think about everything that's to do with those characters.
I was about to say, it feels to me like part of the problem is that there's too much of a focus on how competent somebody is to the exclusion of their vulnerabilities or their weaknesses or their flaws as an individual. But like the rough edges of characters can often be the most interesting thing about them.
And like Sarah Connor, the heroism of
well, it's just, Sarah Connor's got problems.
Well, she's mentally unstable.
Seeing her rise above those problems and succeed and prevail and reconnect with John, like it's from that low to get to that high. And it's the same with Ripley. Ripley's got her own problems and her flaws and vulnerabilities, but those are the things that help make them feel well-rounded. Whereas, like, I don't know, with someone like Captain Marvel, what they were really thinking in terms of, all right, well, what are her problems that she needs to deal with internally? And I think, wasn't it for Captain Marvel basically realizing that she was awesome right from the start?
Yeah. I want to make it clear to anybody listening to this, Fringy's not like memeing. That is what happens in the film. She's very strong. She's captured, and then she has a conversation with the villain, and in the middle of this conversation, she realizes she's much stronger than she always thought she was. That's her arc. She understands that she's a god.
Because her inclusion into the MCU wasn't even like organic. They were trying to find a replacement for Iron Man, right? Am I mistaken?
Well, basically, I think that the plan initially was that she was going to become the new leader of the Avengers, but now it's probably going to be Falcon or Doctor Strange, because people don't really care about Captain Marvel as a character. And I mean, is that a surprise? She's not very interesting.
She's very unlikable, not interesting.
There's not many layers to her approach to any situation.
But I guess the point would be that it's part of the reason why I don't like the strong female character like meme as a statement, because it feels like it's missing the point. It's just like we're trying to write people here.
Yeah,
we're just trying to
write good female character.
Yeah, like I don't need.
Yeah, if they were good, that would solve it.
It's just like I want characters. I want people I can connect to.
Yeah.
That's what everybody wants ultimately, is people they can connect to. And I mean, something I've been thinking about as well in this conversation is I wonder if part of the reason why people often default to Ripley and Sarah Connor is because when you're thinking about characters in action movies or science fiction, fantasy, or anything like that, it might be too focused on a genre that to some extent can skew more towards having male protagonists than you might find in other genres as well. And if it's a matter of almost like trying to broaden our
well, yeah, and that's the true
scope.
progress that needs to be made, is well-written female characters. We need more of them.
Yeah, and and then it's something you mentioned as well, is that sometimes you default to those ones because they're on the top of your mind, they're good examples. But if you
Everyone
sat
knows
down
them.
and thought about it for a while, you could get a much more comprehensive list of female characters from action film, science fiction, and fantasy that you could put in a list. Like,
and I genuinely believe Drinker could write you a list of 100 if he was given the time.
Yeah, I'm sure the movies would start to get pretty obscure, but
maybe.
But I'm sure that it is possible. I like, Evelyn, Everything Everywhere. That's a good character, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And he obviously did a very positive review of that, and he would have praised the hell out of her as a character and her daughter.
Good.
Character like Captain Marvel, it's not like it's not like she's got like an alien or a Terminator trying to get her the whole time. It's not like it's a fucking horror movie, right? Like, these are entirely different genres. So I'm not saying that Captain Marvel was well written. I'm not saying that Captain Marvel, like, it was not. But I'm sure there's examples of Marvel movies that had male characters that did not have as much struggle as like Captain Marvel or whatever,
Now, see, unfortunately,
yeah,
this is in the Marvel movies, this is not true. Like, all of the male characters have things that they have to struggle to rise above.
I don't think.
Yeah,
that was just like a, throwing it out to the audience and hoping they'd give me something, and then nobody did anything, and I was like, okay, well, I don't watch those fucking movies.
Iron Man, obviously, in several instances, has obstacles to overcome, both external and internal. Bruce, obviously, he's got his internal struggles that he has to deal with. Thor's arc in the original movie was that he's too vain and egotistical, and that he needs to become more humble, and in doing so, he becomes more of a hero.
When he's stripped of his god powers.
I'll trust all of you on this one. I just fucking I'm not watching all this shit.
Okay. Well, I mean, did you think Iron Man was good? Or...
it wasn't bad.
Okay. That's as good of a compliment as we'll get, I think.
We'll take it.
Like, maybe I'm full of shit because I've never watched every Marvel movie, but like, I'm willing to bet that there's some Marvel movie that exists where there's a male character that also didn't really go through much struggle or suffering before they were expected to be a hero. And just people don't talk about that. Nah. The Bride and I love
maybe when I said Marvel, I meant big studio movie.
I mean, at that point, there's gotta be someone,
as an example, yes. But in terms of MCU movies, nah.
Yeah. This was years ago. I don't know what I meant.
The Bride is a great example of like a strong female character, but it's also a dude movie. It's also a dude movie. Like, and as a biological male person with a penis, whatever, like, I gotta accept that a lot of things that I love, I love a lot of dude movies. I love some girl movies too.
Again, I would appeal not to the nature of like the action or whatever would qualify as a dude movie, just the discipline behind the writing. Again, for The Bride would be another one that's respectable.
Mm-hmm. No, my point was not to discredit those types of films, but to justify why there's people in the industry trying to create films that are more broad in terms of what their goals are. Sorry, not broad, but more varied. It's like, to explain why there's a push for girl movies and shit.
Sure. I mean, I'd like to believe that a great film doesn't necessarily have to appeal to male or female in and of itself. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I understand, and I've heard plenty of arguments that relate to it in terms of what men and women, I don't know, typically prefer to see in their stories. I'm not going to say that's not true. I guess it's got to be, but I like to think that some of the greatest movies of all time can transcend that, and that's what we should be maybe striving toward, not necessarily have to achieve every time.
That everybody's expanding their horizons as viewers, right? That people don't go, oh, well, that's not a genre that I'm interested in, so I won't watch that, and then potentially miss out on a story that really grip you.
I feel like there's a lot of films that I would naturally be like, nah, but that could be my favorite film of all time.
Watch it and you like it.
And I was going to say as well, when I said earlier we need more really well-written female characters, I mean all characters. I mean, we need more well-written male characters. We need more
Yeah.
well-written all characters. It's something that we desperately need more of. Yeah.
I need more well-written horse characters, and I will not.
Well, we can't
Very
always get
true.
what we want,
stop
I guess.
making videos. I will be.
Is that going to be your
making
first
videos
film?
about
Or...
the horse representation in media.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of things
I
are kind
feel
of
like there's plenty of horses in media.
Name
Barbie.
5.
Barbie had good horse rep. There were horses
Name
in
5.
Oppenheimer.
There's
Name
there's
5 good horses.
Roach from The Witcher.
Maximus from Tangled.
BoJack Horseman.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's BoJack Horseman,
There's
exactly.
Spirit and Rain from
all of the
Stallion and Cimarron.
all of whatever
right?
the ones in
It-
that. What's that DreamWorks one? The one with the horses. There's that too.
Ooh,
That I haven't seen.
what about Buck from Home on the Range?
I
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like we're coming. Here's
Yeah,
the thing.
Chris Rock
I feel
did
like
his
we're
voice.
coming. I feel like we're coming up with horse answers much more quickly and easily than if we were to say strong female characters.
the horse
right?
from Ghost
I
of
feel
Tsushima,
like that's what
whatever
I'm
you
talking
named him.
about.
The true imbalance.
I feel like we're like bam, 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 all these great horse
Well,
characters.
Well,
to be
like,
fair, we're
no,
about to
it-
run out though. Like we've pretty much named all the most
it's
famous
just- it's that
horses.
we've had a lot of recent video games that emphasize your noble steed that was with you. Red Dead Redemption 2 and Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah,
Julio.
yeah. Why? But to be
Julio
fair,
was
these
a-
are not characters
Julio was a
necessarily.
person.
Okay, these
Julio
are
was
horses.
the guy.
Oh,
The horse
a
was
lot
the
of them,
horse.
A lot of them are characters.
I said necessarily.
but
Tulio was the guy. Then they had
Yeah,
the
Miguel
horse.
and Tulio.
Miguel and Tulio.
Oh fuck! What was the horse's name?
I can't remember, but he was a
Wanna bet?
noble steed.
Don't
He
forget
was
Aggro.
one of the most
Now, of
noble-
course,
Altivo,
Donkey.
yeah.
Donkey
Altivo,
is
thank
part
you.
of the.
Altivo.
Donkey's equine.
Donkey
what's
TFs
the-
into a horse in the second movie temporarily.
You don't
does.
need to.
That's true.
Like,
Yeah, he's
we
a
could-
stallion,
we could
baby.
expand the definition, right? Because donkeys are part of the
Equines.
What's the name? It's equines, right? Or
Equines.
Yes.
yeah. So yeah.
It's good that we clarified all of
and
that.
Marty from
Yes.
from Madagascar.
And Aggro from Shadow of the Colossus.
Man, I'm actually kind of impressed with how many
Bullseye.
horse characters we can name.
It's so easy.
Well, hey,
So
if
easy,
you
we got
do you want to
horses for
do, we could do the good female characters if you want.
Dude, you know what I really want to do?
What do you want
I
to do?
want to create a
Merit.
video essay on horses and media and just do
Rank
big shit
them.
posts.
Yeah. Tier list.
Yeah.
Do it.
It was
You
like
want
a
it-
very
listen to
serious,
female
like
power.
chill
Because if
step
you
soundtrack.
tell
Good
chat,
stream content.
start naming all of the great female characters you think exist in movies and TV, like you'll get shit tons of
And video
examples.
games, like
Mhm.
if you include video games as well in the mix, you'll get a lot of answers. The thing is if you ask a bunch of different people, yeah, you will get more than just Ripley and Sarah Connor for sure.
I think that if Russell said, "Drinker,
Yeah,
you
I feel
fucking
like
idiot,
we got
name
like
more
a-
than those two," he would.
We got like 10 horses without even looking at chat.
We can do 10 female characters without looking at chat. Okay, I'm sure you can.
All right, blindfolded.
I'm looking to see if there's any like
All right.
Tali or Liara.
Let me think.
I'm just
Ripley.
curious if they're gonna show up in that list.
Yeah, okay. I'll go second. Sarah Connor. Are we actually doing
And
her
we're
a character
naming
on sub
strong
two?
female characters.
I don't know if
Yeah.
we're doing it for memes or for real.
Eowyn.
That'll be Lord
Oh,
of the Rings.
she's in Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
Hell yeah, she
Are
is.
we naming? I'm just reading people's, and there is a diverse assortment.
Don't
of
look at chat, it's
characters going on.
cheating.
No,
Oh,
look
I'm
at
not.
chat.
Well, then I'm not participating because.
All right, fine, back to YMS. Oh no, wait, is it? Yeah.
Elvin. What is her name again?
What?
From Everything Everywhere. What's her name again?
Oh,
How do you say
Evelyn.
it?
Evelyn. Yeah.
Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Okay.
Evelyn. Jesus, I
Evelyn.
had the
Elephant.
consonants mixed up.
All right. Wait, is it? We did this awkwardly, so I guess I'm next. Marion from Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Marion Ravenwood. So is it me now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go with who is Sandra Bullock from A Time to Kill?
Oh, I don't know if her name was. I didn't catch that, but yeah, she was pretty
I
good.
forget her name from the
To
movie.
be fair, I've forgotten all the names of the characters in that, except Carl Lee,
Yes.
because they said Carl Lee 10,000
Carl Lee,
times.
because they said him 712
And
times. yeah.
Jake as Matthew McConaughey.
Are we back to YMS?
Yeah, well, it depends on how I define it, because when I'm stuck in this, it's again part of like this weird issue where I'm stuck in this mindset of like, okay, what is a strong female character? And then I think like, I don't know, like, should I be listing like Emily Blunt from fucking Edge of Tomorrow? Like, but the psychological association with the word strong keeps
leading me down this path of like action and science fiction that I'm not sure I really want to go. And then it's like, okay, well, I haven't seen fucking like Amelie in a while. Like, I got to remember everything there is about that character. Would that fit as a strong female character? I don't know. Like, I
I
can
feel
name a
like
bunch of female main characters, but then it's like, how do we define that at that point?
As long as they're
well, I mean,
very
they
well
don't need to be
written.
a main character, right? Because like Princess Fiona from Shrek, well, she's main character, but not the lead, right? She's one of the co-leads. That'd be like an example.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, she's
Eva
strong in the sense that
from
she has
Wally.
her own agency, and she's
There you
not
go,
just like.
Eva from Wally. She's the strongest character in the film.
Well, it's unclear. It sounds like YMS wouldn't count those as very
Would you
well
not
written
count
female
trying to-
characters. Or...
because I'm
Eva as
like-
a strong female
I'm
character.
trying to when we talk about if we talk about the list of like strongest male characters,
Mhm.
like a lot of the examples that we're going to be coming up with are going to be like fucking transformative character pieces and shit, right? Of like, wow, what an interesting, strong character. And I feel like a lot of times when we're talking about strong female characters, like if we're gonna list like Fiona, like I think at one point Critical Drinker lists Trinity. Like I don't know if you know, they almost seem like they're kind of just in the story for a checklist for the main character. And sure, they have their own agency. They're not necessarily like damsel in distress, but I don't know if they're really like that fleshed out. They have personality.
She's supposed to subvert
like Fiona, like I'm
Nah,
not sure.
Fiona absolutely. She's got her own concurrent story running.
You know,
She does, but I just it seems like so far off what we would consider to be like a strong male character in a lead. It seems like so incomparable.
Well, okay, but what if
right?
someone named Indiana Jones as part of their selection? It's not like that's going to be considered one of the greatest sort of subversions and layered approaches to a great character journey ever. It's more so he's incredibly entertaining and representative of a fantastic trilogy that everyone really loves. Like, and I think that's a perfectly valid choice for one of the greatest characters ever of cinema because it's just he's tied so inherently to entertainment. He's so consistently written and he's so
Pop
entertaining.
culture.
Yeah. So in the same vein, if someone was to pick, let's say, I don't know, you mentioned The Bride, right? Could someone not say like The Bride?
I love The Bride. Love The Bride.
Okay,
Great
if she
example.
qualifies, fair enough. But like, it does seem like we maybe draw the line in different places. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about because like you know I don't have this issue thinking about strong male characters where I'm trying to like figure out how to selectively define it. Like what is even you know like what makes a character strong? It almost seems like it's less of an issue.
Well,
right?
I guess the
And
thing is
maybe that could be
we
from
need
my
to-
perception. Maybe that's my issue. I don't know, but like
I think it's a problem of like it's thinking about let's get broader with the word strong. It doesn't necessarily mean physically, right? Emotionally, in some other realm of their life, they're really competent.
You know what fucking sucks is like there's a lot of movies that I really love where I can say like, oh, that's a strong female character, and I have difficulty remembering their names even. You know, like
I guess
there's
this is an
fucking-
interesting one for me because in my brain, I find it really easy to, in particular, to remember like characters from animated films and video games because I
Yeah.
can very strongly associate them with that character and that design rather than an actress playing them. But even then, when it comes to films and
Yeah.
television shows, I don't find it that.
Yeah, like
I
what
find that
was
difficult.
fucking Viola Davis's character in Widows? Like,
Yeah,
You know,
I would have the
like,
same problem. There's plenty of characters I consider amazing that I've forgotten their names, which is unfortunate, but it happens.
Yeah, I think that there's some truth in everything that we're all saying about this, and that the answer is not a black
Well,
and white
something I would say-
conclusive.
Based on just the fact that how readily chat was able to provide an assortment of characters from films, television shows, video games, books, and everything, is that I think that people default to the notion that you can't list a bunch of like well-written, you know, I guess strong female characters. We want to use that categorization, but like if you just sit down and think about it, it's like there's a lot. Like it's
That's what I was
kind
trying
of
to say
it's
earlier,
kind of
yeah.
a frustrating, you know, narrative that gets presented of like, yes, we invented female characters in like action movies.
Yeah, that's
you know,
bullshit.
It's funny.
I
It's
agree.
just bullshit. Yeah, it's just bullshit. Like you could just go back through like for decades and decades and decades, and you have a list of
See-
characters that you can cite.
Why do I not know the names of like most of these female characters unless their names in the title? Like Jackie Brown, obviously, right? That's in the title, right? But like, you know, I
Oh,
don't
it's gotta-
remember
I guess-
Francis McDormand's character from Fargo. I'm looking at the things in the chat now. Okay,
Oh,
Ophelia
yeah,
was the name of the
yeah.
girl in Pan's Labyrinth. Like you
I mean, I'm
know
gonna be
her
honest with you,
name because
I
somebody
have
said it, right?
I
Like
have this
the-
problem with men
and
in
I've
a lot
watched
of
that movie
movies
a
as
million
well.
times.
Because like I don't.
Except, well,
Um,
unless they're super iconic, right? Like No Country for Old Men isn't called Anton, but you know you remember his name.
Oh
well,
yeah, Anton Chigurh. It's iconic.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'd say that like Sarah and Ripley are practically inseparable from the franchises they're attached to as well. This does
Mhm.
happen for
Yeah.
women too. It's just that equally, because we've agreed, I assume, that the vast majority of great characters, it's much more skewed to male than female. I'm totally fine with conceding that, but it doesn't change the fact that there are shit tons of women in there.
I agree.
Fred, a lot of things. We're not all looking for the same thing. I love Kill Bill. I love Kill Bill so fucking much. I think that the bride is a great character. You know, some people are looking for fucking, I don't know, Ladybird. You know, it's not my thing, but you know, some people were really looking for that. I don't know. And it's not like a poorly written character because it's for girls.
You know what? Evie from The Mummy. She was. No, that's a good female character.
Evelyn.
Her.
Evelyn, yeah. So you got Rick O'Connell and
The
Evelyn, I
Mummy.
guess O'Connell by the time you hit the later ones.
Tom
Yeah.
Cruise's The Mummy.
What?
No.
Yes,
No.
the best of the best of them. It was so good.
The best.
Tom Cruise is the mummy.
The finest. He was the best mummy
Nobody-
of them all.
Ah, the beginning of the Dark Universe. What a great universe that proved to be.
Nobody knows the names of
Did,
any character in those movies.
Did
Except for
anybody
Dr.
watch
Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
the trailer for that movie where
Yes.
it accidentally got uploaded without? Oh, that was so good.
That was
I
great.
watched
Yeah,
it.
That,
Ah.
that's weird.
Ah!
Ah!
Ah! Ah! Do they get sucked out of the plane?
Stop bullying the poor multi-million-dollar franchise
I
movie.
think all it does is it kind of highlights that when you remove music from a scene, it's fascinating to see how few sound effects there may actually be in a scene.
It's not only fascinating to see about the layers that go into it, but it's also fascinating just how much of movies rely on soundtrack. And when you strip that away, I'm very critical of that in the media that I watch. Is just like, how much are you relying on the score right now? You know, like it happens
that's
all
an
the fucking time, and people don't notice it.
It's an interesting topic because something that I felt is now this could be a bias of mine, but I really like video game music. I like it a lot. And I feel like part of the reason why I like it so much and why I can remember so many melodies is because if it's going to be playing over and over and over and over and over again, you got to make sure that it's catchy, interesting, unique, that it won't sort of tire on you, right? Like if you listen to music from like Super Mario Brothers, you need to hear it over and over and over again. And I wonder if like there's sort of the mentality that goes into composing for, you know, video game soundtracks compared to film soundtracks where there's different sort of a different role that the music may or may not be playing, you know, in a particular film. That was a tangent that led to a dead end. Let's just keep going.
All right.
But
I was gonna.
you know, just different people like different things. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. There was a little bit of a ramble.
But down the line, we see that this character is going to be a revolutionary figure that's met the challenge of knowing that she's carrying perhaps the most sort of significant thing that a character could carry, like the essence or a symbol for the future. Hey, listen, we're going to come off of YouTube now, and here are the reasons you should join us on Rumble. We're going to talk about Sound of Freedom. Why is this movie causing so much controversy as it appears to be beaten in the...
Okay, do I dare?
I was going to say, by the way, you said you were going to join us for 4 hours. We're hitting 5 soon, so I want to make sure you feel that you are free.
That was an approximate. Yeah, I might have to like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want you to feel like you're
At
free to
some
leave
point.
whenever you want, of course. Appreciate all the time you've given today. This is a
You
lot
are
of
not a prisoner.
clarifications. But I'm happy to continue if you are.
Or continue this on Rumble? Oh, the link is just to your channel. I can't even like give me the actual interview. How long ago was this? July 14th. All right, we're going July 14th.
met the challenge of
Can I watch Rumble videos on Twitch? It's as long as they're not banned streamers, yeah.
knowing that... Hey, listen, we're going to come off of YouTube now, and here are the reasons you should join us on Rumble. We're going to talk about Sound of Freedom.
I host some of my content on Rumble, and I don't get paid shit. Their fucking ad split is so bad. Like, I'm looking for a good reason to, like, even pimp out Rumble at all. By the way, I started uploading my shit on Rumble way before it was, like, anti-vax conservative shit. It was just an alternative to YouTube. People were uploading cat videos, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that, and now I'm kind of stuck with it.
And why is this movie causing so much controversy as it appears to be beating Indiana Jones in the box office? What does it tell us about film? What
Oh my God, they're talking about Sound of Freedom. I'm so hyped.
does it tell us about new funding models? What does it tell us about the appetite of us?
This
as
conversation is an hour long. When am I going to bed? What the fuck?
movie audiences. I'm also going to start referring to the critical drinker by his actual human name, and I'm going to ask you to remove the. Not yet, not while we're still on YouTube. I can't handle him piercing Sky's eyes of the colour. I can't even begin to conject until I see him. So watch us on YouTube or anywhere else. Click the link in the description. Join us over on Rumble. If you're on Rumble, press the button. Join us on Locals. You get to see content live when we record in the event that it's pre-recorded. You get invitations from me. You get to be a member of our
Look at him
community.
go.
This is getting difficult to fully understand. Hopefully everyone can follow.
He sounds like XQC.
He does.
Never Barry John Fox. Simply expressing himself with an emoji, even as we speak. Cypher 2000. Speaking of our man Will Jordan, there. We'll get fucking sunglasses on, mate. And you're allowed to swear now. Significantly, so you can be your triple.
Ah,
He's got very Sargon of Akkad eyes.
he does.
Actually.
He looks very much like Sargon.
Brown eyes. You're beautiful. You see it right into his soul there, for God's sake. So he's saying, what did he say? You can get lost in his gaze, and that has happened. That has happened.
In his gaze, more like in his lesbians.
They almost every sense of the word gaze in every possible spelling of that word. Okay, so hey, what do you think's happening around Sound of Freedom? What are they objecting to? I've heard, what is Sound of Freedom? At some point about it a little while ago, a friend of mine actually said, you've got to see this movie and, asked me if I would support it, which I plan to do. I've subsequently seen people say, oh, it's connected to QAnon, and it's a conspiracy theory movie. Of course, the plot movie is about a former Homeland Security agent who's rescued children from child sex trafficking. What's the issue with that, Will? Why is it called such controversy?
I mean, honestly, you think it'd be a no-brainer. Like, I think we all come to the same conclusion that children being sold into child sex trafficking is a terrible thing and should absolutely be stopped at any cost. And so a movie about trying, a main hero who's trying to prevent that is sort of
All right, this is going pretty fast. Just so are we all good with how fast this is going right now?
We can do 1.25 if it's 1.5. Right now.
We might want to slow it down a bit because I'm having a bit of difficulty tracking here. So
Sure, you can put it on 1 if you need to. But this point that is being made right now is something that I have things to say about. So
All right. So
you might want to rewind it like 10 seconds even.
no-brainer. Like, I think we can all come to the same conclusion that children being sold into child sex trafficking is a terrible thing and should absolutely be stopped at any cost. And so a movie about trying, a main hero who's trying to prevent that and sort of rescue children from the most horrifying situations imaginable, well, that should be the sort of thing that you should really have no qualms about supporting. And
You're saying that what a movie is about is something that you should have no qualms about supporting? That merely the subject matter is something that you should support? That's insane. That's insane. A movie's about child sex trafficking, therefore you should have no qualms about supporting it? Because what it's about, not about the filmmaking? You person talking about films?
the fact that
I think he would concede that just because the film is about one thing, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to nail it. But obviously, he feels it does. Like
Does what he feels what? No, I know, but like the even bringing up the like, oh, you should have no qualms about supporting it, like that's just that's like the talking point right now. That seems so inorganic, and I'm not trying to say that he's doing that consciously. Like many people subconsciously pick up arguments and talking points from other people and the types of media that you're exposed to. But right now, like that's the like the conservative media pundits talking about Sound of Freedom are all essentially just parroting like, oh, why would you have an issue with this movie? Because it's about this. You like that's such a for a guy that creates this entire persona and this entire like objective of the channel, not the entire objective of the channel, but much of the channel being like, okay, the politics in a movie shouldn't supersede its quality, if that's like a generous and fair way to determine what he often says. And then saying like, oh yeah, you should have no qualms about supporting this movie because of what it's about. I'm sorry, that's kind of fucking cringe. Like, when the Lorax fucking came out, I just watched that movie recently. It was dog shit. Like, I feel the exact same way about him saying that towards this Sound of Freedom movie as I would to anyone saying you have to watch the Lorax or you're not pro-environmental. Like, it's about the environment. We should have no qualms about supporting this movie because of what it's about, right? Like, that has nothing to do with the filmmaking. And even if he enjoyed it because of the filmmaking, he made a video on it. I didn't get to watch the whole thing because very shortly into the video he started summarizing the plot and I didn't want it spoiled. So I wasn't able to finish it. Even if he does, think that it's held up on its own merits about the acting, the writing, cinematography, whatever, the fact that he threw that into the conversation and that was the first thing he said is really, I don't know. It's indicative of like the types of things that he consumes, and I think that if he took a step back, then maybe he might not say that. I don't know how that's like defensible when the entire perspective of the channel is like the art should be a focus over the politics for you to then say watch this, or you shouldn't have any problem supporting this movie, and then only list because it's about this. Like that's irrelevant to the movie.
My understanding of what he said was supporting the message, not supporting the movie and going to see it.
Let's rewind. Rewind 10 seconds. 10, 20 seconds if we want.
No qualms about
That's a very charitable interpretation. I'm not sure that's a
What's the issue with that?
Well,
Controversy.
I mean, honestly,
Well,
you could be unaware.
maybe.
Like, I think we can all come to the same conclusion that children being sold into child sex trafficking is a terrible thing and should absolutely stop at any cost. And so, a movie about trying, a main hero who's trying to prevent that and trying to rescue children from the most horrifying situations imaginable, well, that's the sort of thing that you should really have no qualms about supporting. And
You're saying that what?
a movie. He starts the sentence saying a movie, and then at the end he says that's that's something you should have no qualms about supporting. It's okay, like if this was his like flub or fuck up and he didn't mean to say that, or maybe like maybe he might think about this later and be like, yeah, that was kind of dumb. I don't know, but it just seems to be like it like I really don't. This is one of the biggest issues I have with like the whole interview is that moment, because it just everything else he was saying seems to be contradictory towards that. You know?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, as someone who knows him, I wouldn't buy that he would say, if a movie has a message you agree with, therefore you should support the movie. Like, I don't think he would ever agree with that as a sentiment. I think he
didn't say those exact words, but he essentially like
he didn't say the exact words in the other way either.
He repeated the common perspective being shown in other conservative media, which is, why would you have an issue against him? Why are you trying to not watch? Why would you make fun of a movie when it's about?
Well, I actually have no idea what he claims his politics
are.
I genuinely don't know.
I don't know if he's conservative or if he consumes conservative media, but it's just I don't know where that would come from unless you've seen other people say that exact same sort of thing, and or unless you think that Russell Brand is expecting or wanting you to say that on his program. And again,
well, I mean, you're
it's
aware
not
of it,
necessarily
right?
conscious.
Well, you're aware of it, right? Of that being a thing that's being talked about.
Yeah, I wouldn't
right?
say it because it like it's not a criticism of like, oh, this is the types of things he's saying. It's the types of things he's repeating, you know?
Is
like,
it
it seems like something that's being said without actually critically thinking
but
about
you know
what
how
you're
you're
saying. Like if as soon as you
your assessment is at least somewhat influenced by surrounding meta, right?
Yes.
So is his.
But
like he's saying
even
this in relation to the fact that the film
in
is
of
getting in
itself.
so much trouble when he's seen it and believes it shouldn't and get in any trouble at all. Meanwhile, a good connection to this would be a film that claims to be very much against a particular subject. I'm going to try and remain as fucking away from it as possible, but Cuties is a film that someone could say, how could you not support it considering what it's about? But he would obviously, if he had watched it, been like, I can fully understand why the fuck people wouldn't support this, even if it is about what it's about. Meanwhile, this film, he's genuinely baffled that this film has gotten to the point that it is in terms of everyone hating it. When I think it's him, Shoe Head, and someone else's reviews I've seen. I haven't seen the film yet, but apparently there's very little in it that is like incendiary. A lot of it is the plot of a man trying to rescue children from child trafficking.
It looks like a boring fucking movie.
Okay,
it looks
in
like
any
the most boring
case,
movie ever.
That's where he's coming at it from. He's baffled that people would want to shill over it because obviously we know in the meta there's a lot of other things. It's a culture war film. It barely gets to be considered a film.
I respect that interpretation, but what the words that he spoke in this interview are, this film is about that. And therefore I don't see why anybody should have any qualms about supporting it, right?
Well, if he says the film's
if he meant something else and he just phrased himself improperly, then so be it.
But I think so.
I'm reacting.
Well, at the very least, he would say, no, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean you should support it no matter what because it has a message I agree with.
I will, if he wants to say that's not what he meant, I will take him at his word. If he wants to correct that, but like I get bad vibes from that justification. I do not agree with that.
The movie is about is something that you should have no qualms about supporting, that merely the subject matter is something that you should support. That's insane. A movie's about child sex trafficking, therefore you should have no qualms about supporting it because what it's about, not about the filmmaking. You person talking about films.
the fact that so many people in the mainstream media are against this, wow, it really makes me question what their values are. I do not understand it at all.
Yeah, I don't.
See, like he
He's
just
not
said it again. The fact
specifically.
that
He's
so
talking
many
about
people are against
he's talking
it,
about people who haven't
makes me
seen it.
question what their values are.
Like I already
says
know.
it
He's
makes me
talking about
question what
people who
they-
haven't seen it. They're talking about the film in a meta sense. None of them are talking about the actual film's events or the filmmaking.
What?
That's that.
And even if you go with my interpretation of what he said, then that lends itself to that as well.
Like I already
What are you
know
saying?
what he's talking about is the people who are shitting all over the film, pushing it down without having seen it. They don't talk about like the events of the film itself or the filmmaking. They talk about the film as a whole as something you should stay the fuck away from.
Yeah, and he's saying that he's questioning their morals because of what the subject matter of the film is.
Yeah,
He's questioning the morals of people who don't want to see the movie or who don't like the
it
movie.
is.
or
I
who
don't blame
think
it at
that
all
other
for
people
finding that
shouldn't see the
strange.
movie.
But the thing that obviously I don't know if they're gonna. Russell's already mentioned it, right? That the connection people make is something to do with QAnon. One of the actors / producers, something like that.
Yeah.
So that's
But,
like the meta of
like,
that film.
It depends on what I guess what you're exposed to, because I haven't read every single article of people saying like don't watch this movie or whatever they're actually saying. It seems like it's probably overblown. I think that there's a lot of people clowning on this movie and talking about its success. I think that there's a lot of people that are mentioning that, some of the filmmakers are related to, at least QAnon sympathizing sort of things, because it's fucking internet media, and of course articles are going to mention that because it's like Jim Caviezel, right? So
Jesus himself.
I'm not surprised that.
Jesus himself.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not surprised that like articles are going to mention that or dunk on it, but I'm not convinced that like I think that it's a very dishonest framing to look at the amount of people that are making fun of it, not watching it, or even articles saying like, "Oh, this is dumb, don't watch it," and it might be related to QAnon or whatever. I think that it's dishonest to take that and then be like, "Oh, I'm concerned about your morality now because this movie is about child sex trafficking." Like that's what he's saying in this interview. If that's not what he meant, then we'll have to determine that later, I guess. But that's what he's saying here, and that's I take issue with that.
I, like I said, would seriously doubt that he wouldn't let you know if you were to ask him. That not at all doesn't mean that he's, and I think he's specifically talking about the people who are condemning it without seeing it. But like for reasons that relate to stuff that has nothing to do with the film. So even if he would find it bizarre to stay away from it for reasons that have nothing to do with the film necessarily, but maybe not. I don't actually know what his perspective is on it entirely.
I'm just like, okay, so we're in this conversation right now in this Discord chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
The conversation is about my reaction to what he's saying, right? But and I feel like, especially in this sense right here, like particularly here, like I'm coming away with like a pretty literal interpretation of the words that he's saying. And your disagreements or your charitability in terms of like what he might be saying, you're adding these other things of like, oh, he's talking about those other people and all this stuff that he didn't say. And so it's like, well, at the very least, if let's say I misinterpreted him, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to have walked away with the perspective that I did, because I'm basing it on what he said, not these extra things
I
that
get why
didn't get
you-
mentioned in the conversation, right?
Yeah, I get why you said that, but I'm also basing my interpretation off of literally what he said as well.
I thought Russell introduced it as a lot of mainstream media outlets are shitting on the film. Why is this happening? And
yeah, and then he says this is a movie, and then Drinker says this is a movie about child sex trafficking. I don't see why anyone would have any qualms with supporting it based on that, and I question the morals of the people that are, either shitting on it or trying to get people not to see it. And it's a very emotionally based argument of just saying like, oh, this is about a series. Like the fucking marketing for this movie. Did you know that at the end of the movie, there's like they have this little countdown timer to a QR code that essentially they go like, hey, we need to stop child sex trafficking. do the QR code, you can buy more tickets to the movie. It's not to a charity. It's not to like any kind of organization where anybody would actually be helping anything. It's literally to buy more tickets for the movie. And they're like, and you can buy tickets for people who can't attend too. So like there are theaters that are selling out that have like empty seats of just nobody in them because people are just like buying it thinking that they're saving kids. The entire marketing of this movie is essentially like, send this to 10 people or your mom will die. It's a fucking like, I'm gonna watch it, don't worry. And I've got close friends that have seen it in theaters and like but regardless of what the quality of the movie is, it could be the best acted, best directed fucking thing in the world. It's just very the conversation surrounding it. It's not just, oh, a movie existed and then all of a sudden these journalists that are trying to make people not realize that child sex trafficking is a thing. Like, oh, we're trying to shine a light on this issue because not enough people know that child sex trafficking is bad, or not enough people they don't want you to know that children are being sex trafficked and that you can stop it by buying more tickets to this movie. Like the whole thing surrounding this thing just stinks to high heaven, honestly. Like to the point where it's not even about the movie anymore. And as Critical Drinker is being interviewed here, the conversation is not even about the movie. It's about, well, it's about this, and I question the moral of people arguing against the movie because this is what it's about. I take a big issue with that. I can't wait to see the fucking movie. I would have watched it before today for this conversation, but I couldn't find a torrent. There was a torrent that turned out to be the wrong movie.
Okay.
And I couldn't find anything other than a cam rip. Like
Yeah, the
I'm
problem
fucking
is
hyped to watch it, but I'm not trapping myself in a theater for this shit. I'm doing a watch along for it. So
yeah, I've got no context on a lot of everything. I barely have context on what people have been saying about the movie surrounding it, so I can't do much for this one.
The overwhelming majority of the people promoting this film don't say anything about the movie and just talk about how it's an important movie to see, because that's what the movie literally tells you. And it's like it's so weird. I'm not saying that Critical Drinker does that. I'm positive that he talks about what he liked in the film in his video. I couldn't finish the video because he started summarizing the plot, and I don't want to spoil the movie. So
We're all familiar now with like the Jeffrey Epstein.
you're parroting the shit. You're just parroting what other right-wing people are saying. This is
Or he believes it himself.
well, I
You know?
mean, if he genuinely does believe what he said, then it's still contradictory to like his whole channel, right? So,
So
I'm giving him an out by saying that he's parroting what other people are saying. Like that's me giving him an out.
Like I said, I think if you would speak with him, he would never say you should see films and support them based on whatever message they have that agrees with you. He would want to appeal to the filmmaking or the execution, which I believe he would with Sound of Freedom. He'd
Yeah,
say it's about the
absolutely.
execution of that message.
Okay. Such
That's why it would be
gigantic
contradictory to everything else. That
Yeah.
you know, that would be why.
NPC shit. Oh my god. Like holy fuck. Were you just like waiting for the queue? Oh my god. So I'm as an RM Brown subscriber who subscribes to his Patreon, I'm going to share a
channel.
bit of his Patreon exclusive.
Do you mind if we skip over this part?
Yes.
Yeah, it
As
was
in
very
go
funny.
for it. I don't
Okay.
care. We just talk about QAnon shit. We talk about the people who have
Which I agree,
never
by the
seen
way,
a movie
the-
that's not in the main theaters.
The people who say like
No-
they're trying to
not
prevent
only
me
do
from
you
seeing
agree,
Sound of Freedom. No, I'm agreeing with you that it's
the
silly.
filmmakers agree.
Oh, do
I
they?
know. The filmmakers they've released like a statement being like, yeah, AMC is not trying to prevent people from watching the movie. AMC is the only reason why it's successful is because they're fucking playing our movie. Like,
Yeah. No, I'm with you
it's a
completely.
very
on that.
funny conspiracy theory. And you know what's funny? I actually have like an updated I mean, I have my own conspiracy theory about it that I think is at least fun to think about. It would be funny if it turned out that AMC was like fucking with people and making their experiences uncomfortable. It would only be because they discovered that that's free marketing. And that every time they do that, some nut job is going to come out of the theater being like, you have to watch Sound of Freedom because they're trying to stop you. That would be funny. I don't think that that's the case, but that's a fun thing to think about.
That would be funny.
Also, I would say that if there is a higher prevalence, if there's a measurably higher prevalence of theater mishaps or like AC not working or the lights went out or blah blah blah, like all this like dumb shit. It's not because of the subject of the movie. It's because it's not like the fucking D-Box, Ultra AVX, 3D. Like it's a theater chains organize their theaters by priority of like, okay, the big movie's playing in this one, the fucking Disney movie's playing in this one, and then you get like some smaller theaters to the side that probably don't, they, you know, when they have money to spend on maintenance, they probably don't check those ones or maintain those ones as well. So there might actually be a higher prevalence of mishaps and just like, you know, oh, the AC doesn't work. There might be a higher prevalence of that for this movie because it's not like a fucking Disney movie. And a lot of these people, a lot of the people watching this, because it's being shared in such a political, hyper political way, a lot of the people watching this, like, this might be the first fucking indie movie they've ever seen, you know? So, yeah. That I could only access through RM Brand because I didn't know where to access it otherwise because I had heard that on RM Brand. But
story, and it does appear that paedophilia is, let's say, more popular than I imagined it was as a young man, blessedly. But it's odd that a film like this...
I will watch The Sound of Freedom at some point.
Where, as far as I understand it, the only roots for saying there's an connection to QAnon and conspiracy theories is
as soon
that
as
once
it's on digital.
Caviezel, am I saying his name right? The lead actor?
Yeah, Caviezel.
He commented on that slightly wacky wardrobe manufacturing story where they were saying it was front for paedophilia. He maybe commented on it. Maybe the lead actor commented on it. And I know it's funded by the same people that made The Chosen. Only the guy that played Jesus in that. The guy that played Jesus in The Chosen will body double for me, I think, in Ballers, an HBO show that I did. Jesus is my body double. That's my new catchphrase, man. I'm taking that down. It might stigmata. So, do you think, this is a question I put you as an expert in movies, or at least an authority on movies. Do you think
you're an expert in movies, or at least an authority in movies?
What actually...
True.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go on. If you want, he's definitely an
Sure.
authority, right? You'd have to concede that with the.
Yeah, authority. I would agree with the word authority for sure.
You wouldn't agree with expert, and that's okay.
I mean, that's subjective. I don't even know
that he would call
consider
himself an expert. Yeah, I don't know that it's.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Film expert.
I would
is
consider
difficult
myself an
to-
authority
yeah.
on movies, but not expert. It depends on what, you know, genre or year. You know, I don't pretend to be knowledgeable of, you know, fucking pre-1950s movies. Not like I haven't seen any, but I don't pretend to be an expert on those. But I feel like I'm very knowledgeable on contemporary foreign independent indie films.
Hell yeah.
You know, of course, there's the idea that, well, wow, is there something to hide around all this pedophile network stuff? Let me know in the comments, guys. I know that's a subject you've got to get into. Or is it, or additionally, is it because of this is a funding model and a not necessarily distribution model, but a PR model that's bypassing a lot of the gatekeepers? You know, they're going on podcasts, you're promoting it. Tim Pool, I've seen talking about it. But, you know, it doesn't seem to have to go through the, I don't know, green tomato, red tomato, fresh or whatever stuff. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's twofold, really. Like, first,
it's crazy because, like, the fact that they're supporting this, like, grassroots film, you know, like, I would love to see them support indie movies in general. Like, it seems like they would get what they want if they were just aware of more indie movies.
first of all, the movie doesn't try to make any connections to some...
I mean, just, yeah, he does, and he's making one, which would be really cool. Well, short film, but still, stepping stones.
Should I grab a drink?
Would
I be the only one?
You're okay if you want to do that, yeah.
You have our permission to drink. I've been hearing those sodas pop open.
I mean, they're not.
Understand
well,
why
they're water. They're like carbonated water things.
Ew.
What are they called?
They're called bubblies. I used to be a LaCroix boy, but
Wow, you are
bubblies might be replacing them.
BUBBLY.
Yeah, BUBLY.
BUBLY.
Hey,
Boobly.
Yeah, they're pineapple. Pineapple one's good.
Oh, that's
Boobly
better than.
sparkling
I mean, it's
flavorless.
wait.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people-
because flavorless is nasty. I don't see how people drink sparkling water just by itself. Oh, I hate it.
It's
I
so that
also
you
don't
can
like it.
spend more than poor people.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I feel like water
When you're at a
got,
restaurant,
like, figured out pretty early on, like in the game. I feel like it didn't need a patch.
Water, yeah, it's pretty good.
oh, water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like
I really
class.
don't like sparkling water. I
like
dislike
classic
it
water.
immensely. Yeah, classic water. Water 1.0.
Yeah.
I genuinely think I have like some sort of ADHD because like everything I do is just for some form of stimulation. I'm like, I just want the stimulating water.
I need my tongue needs stimulation when I'm drinking this water.
I want a crackly water.
Crackly.
I don't know how I get fucking diagnosed at this point. Impossible.
You know, ring that's like operating at the top levels of American society or anything like that. It's very much like this is stuff that's going on in Colombia, Mexico, that sort of thing. It's just a guy trying to rescue kids from a hostile situation, you know, and that's really the limit of it. So it's not trying to make that connection at all, which is so weird that people seem to be getting so defensive about that. And two, it's a cheap.
Okay, well, what I described was not necessarily that the movie was trying to implicate top-level people as orchestrating the child abduction or pedophilia, but I know he's not arguing against me, but I'm just clarifying.
I would say as well that that gives me more of the impression that he really is trying to say that the film itself it's not proportional, like the reaction to it to the film itself, but it's worth considering. There's loads of meta around it, of course.
What I'm saying.
Yes. And also
that
you can probably up the speed by
Well,
0.25.
everyone was
'cause
saying they couldn't
I
understand.
decreased-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but in the video
it's
I
a-
decreased the speed from
Oh,
2
okay,
to
that's
1.5.
why.
Okay.
That's why. Okay, yeah, go for it.
Really
I was curious why it seemed so fast all of a sudden, and I was like, oh no, I can't.
Isn't that political? Though? I mean, it is very political. This movie that he's promoting is very political. But yeah,
I mean, I assume you
The
agree.
conversation surrounding the movie.
Yeah, because the dichotomy between like it pertains to policy in relation to different governments and countries, but the film itself isn't necessarily taking any shots at any particular person outside of. I haven't seen it, right? So granted, but that's what I've heard from him.
Yeah, the conversation surrounding the movie is like inherently political, and it's just like it's one of those things where it's like, fucking no, like it seems like nobody would have seen this movie if it wasn't this big weird drama, you know?
Yeah, I
Like,
mean that
there's so
happens,
many,
right?
There's so
Like,
many indie movies that exist. Like as a guy that's seen like I've seen a lot of, let's say, like Spanish movies where it clones this exact same type of, or at least from what I can tell from the trailer, of like, yeah, we're doing this like action stereotypical thing, and it's like kind of low budget. Like there's movies like this from what I can tell, and I haven't seen it yet, but from my understanding of what it is, it feels like there's movies like this all the time, and then this one just gets like thrust into the mainstream and just hugely successful because there was a huge political drama about it. You know, we live in such a weird contrarian culture where it's like, well,
No, we don't.
if you if you present the idea of like this is bad, then someone's gonna be like, I want to do that, or like this is good, like I fucking hate that. Like everybody's just trying to be a contrarian. It's so annoying.
Yeah,
And
there's certainly those
are
types out there.
exploiting
That's
that
annoying.
in this. It's so corporately exploitative at this point in time. Although I guess it was an independent film and not a corporation, but
Mhm.
people are exploiting
the
it.
issues with the movie are coming with the unreliable narrator aspect and getting more intoxicated as the night goes on. FYI.
Movie. Like it was made for like well under $20 million. This isn't like an Indiana Jones job where it's like 300 million plus God knows how much on marketing and stuff. And so they don't have the budget to do TV commercials and all the fancy advertising that you can ask for. They do this grassroots stuff where they're just make themselves available to talk to podcasters and stuff, and sell the movie on its own merits. Imagine that. Imagine a movie that's
The movie on its own merits. Like, I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong. I have a tough time believing, based on the trailer and based on the movie that the bits that I've seen, like, I have a tough time believing that the movie based on its own merits is why people are like talking about it, right? It's very clearly.
Well, they're talking about the movie makers themselves and how they've marketed it, and I haven't seen any of the interviews or anything like that for it. So,
but it's neat if they're going on podcasts
Well, I mean,
and
part
talk
of the-
about it and stuff.
that is true. I wish more
Part
people would
of
do
the
that.
marketing is that fucking QR code at the end being like, if you want to fucking, it's like Coney 2012 shit. Like, you got to share this movie. Except even in Coney 2012, they pretended to have like ooh, here's a Coney little kit, and this money is going towards stopping him. Whereas like this movie is just like, no, this movie, if you just buy more tickets, then we'll get the message out.
Was
Then
that part
people
of
will
the
know.
interviews and stuff, or is that playing after the end?
That's
after you've already
literally in the
seen
end
movie?
credits of the movie.
Well, that's the movie itself. He's talking about the way that they're going on to podcasts and the grassroots sort of advertising that they're doing.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
would just say
admirable,
that's
right?
that's included. That's
yeah.
part of the marketing is how they put that in the film.
I mean, sure, but like, I just for some reason it feels like you're trying to find a way to disagree when surely what he just said is perfectly agreeable, right? We would want more indie directors to be more willing to talk to different podcasters, maybe to celebrate and promote the movies.
I don't disagree with that part. I disagree with the idea that it's a film that is successful because of its own merits.
Well, he said they're
that's where
trying
I
to
disagree.
advertise it based on its own merits,
Okay.
which I couldn't
I don't know because I haven't seen these interviews and these sit downs they're having with podcasters and YouTubers and things. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't know.
yeah.
Not yet, at
I
least.
don't know if that's the exact words he said, but it's fine, and it's not anything that I need to politically
Disagree on
based,
or
right?
anything.
People are like, oh, if you don't like the movie, you're a pedophile.
It's just actually good, and people watch it because hey, it's actually a really rewarding experience, and it's tackling an important issue that we should
I
learn
don't
more
know.
about. Imagine that. That's that. It's almost like
Okay, hold on. You're kind of contradicting yourself when you say it's actually good, but then you say it's actually an important issue, right?
on its own merits. Imagine that. Imagine a movie that's just actually good, and people watch it because hey, it's actually a really rewarding experience, and it's tackling an important issue that we should learn more about.
Is that not exactly like what you were complaining about earlier when you're like, oh, it shouldn't be about like the race or gender of the character?
Well, so that would be something that's worthwhile, right? Like if they actually did bring in maybe a very controversially chosen character or background, but it's actually executed really well. If you had like two characters to promote, one of them was standard, one of them was unusual, and they were both great, you might choose the unusual one just to try and promote a slightly different experience, like you said about different cultural sort of things, right? And I guess he's saying that one of the aspects that's celebratory is the fact that they've nailed a very important and good message. But that it's not, it's necessary to full praise, but not sufficient.
I just I
feel the same way, by the way, about a lot of
I've-
movies that are my favorites. If they've got like really good writing, but also a really solid bit of like philosophy or messaging in them, that feels like I'm more encouraged to promote it.
Okay, so the film is like based on a true story, and it's argued, just how much of it is like embellished or how much of it is like accurate. Um, I could imagine people being like, share this because it's about an important issue. If it were like an actual credible documentary or something, right? As soon as you like bring it into this like fictionalized retelling of like who the fuck knows, right? Like it I've seen a lot of documentaries like where they tackle subjects that are lesser known or like nobody's talking about this, or it exposes something, or it helps people wake up to like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on, like, and everybody's like, damn, I wish I knew about this earlier. And in that sense, I could imagine people saying like, yes, it's important to spread this message, but like as as far as everybody's just talking about how the movie is just about child sex trafficking with like, I don't know if most people believe that that's not a bad thing. Like, I don't know if people's minds need to be changed
Would
about
you?
that, or if people don't think that it's a thing that happens. Like, I think that that's kind of like, so it would be as if fucking Derek Savage released Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting and is like, well, this is an important issue. Like, it feels just as cringe, like
I don't know.
the
Well,
movie itself should be
if
like
it
what
were
we're talking
really,
about,
really
like,
good,
or the
though,
Lorax, like.
if it were really, really good, I wouldn't blame you at all for including in your review that it is an important message that we need to be more aware of how these like horrors and stuff. The thing is, a lot of people would probably tell you, yes, of course I know that there's child trafficking throughout the world and stuff, but they might watch the film and come away with like, I didn't know it was like that, and I didn't know it was that.
Sure.
There's obviously going to be a
Yes.
shock of
And
seeing it.
And I completely agree. If you want to include that as a phrase in your review about how like it's an important issue or whatever, great. But I mean, like, that was his opening statement, and it's most of what he's talked about here.
Well, like to give you an example,
And even if we don't have the critical drinker as an example, like the overwhelming majority of the conversation on the internet about this movie is just they're trying to stop you from seeing this because it's an important issue and you have to see it, otherwise they win. Like it's not about the art, right? And I'm not saying that that's what critical drinkers experience is, but like the overwhelming conversation about this is that's why I'm taking an issue with him phrasing it in this way and making these with him having that focus. It seems
I feel
right?
like
It just seems
the
like
pundits
I wish that he went against the grain on this.
Well, but like the actual like quotes that are clearly influencing how you feel about his quotes, like we gotta try and treat them as their own sort of thing as best we can, right? Like if he said something that crossed further lines, I'd be with you completely. But so far, he's mostly apparently talking about how he's shocked that this film is getting so controversial and so hated, despite the fact that it regards a pretty agreeable message and it does it in a very strong way. He thinks it's executed well.
Mm-hmm. Is that not like contradictory to the movie's own merits in your opinion when you say like it's an important issue that people should know about? Right? This is the exact same reason why I was critical against Precious, You know, I'm like, okay, it's like kind of a sloppy movie. It might be about like, oh, you know, like overweight, you know, impoverished, you know, black person, you know, struggling in society. She was sexually abused or whatever. Like, the subject matter isn't a reason to think the movie is good. Is this not exactly what you argue against in the rest of your videos? You know?
Imagine that. It's almost like that's foreign now to us.
Yeah, therefore it's an example, isn't it, of it's quite guerrilla and quite radical because it doesn't have to go through the processes that typically a movie would do. The amount, as you described, that's typically spent on advertising. And you know, you work in independent media, I work in independent media, and sometimes what I start to feel, and I wonder if you feel the same, is they're attacking the content. They don't agree with my ideology, but actually I'm starting to think what they don't agree with is us existing at all. There's more like an economic problem. Oh no, this is where people are going to spend advertising. Shit, we can't keep up with this. Do you think?
Shit.
Well, I mean, put it this way: like when I work here, making my videos that I do, it's me in my office at home. I got 0% overheads. I spend $0 on anything, and so but I get millions of views because people are interested to hear what I've got to say.
And that's, you know, this is kind of why I don't hate the critical drinker. Is like he's not funded by billionaires. He's literally just a guy that's expressing his own opinions on movies. He's expressing how he feels the industry is. And even though I might take a lot of disagreements with that and, you know, come out with a completely different perspective, it's not like he's fucking like being astroturfed, you know, like, say what you will about him appearing on Russell Brand, but like, I think it's interesting to understand why people gravitate towards this. I think that it's very important. If we are to make like, I shouldn't include, Olivia, make sure you get, oh wait, you can't see the URL. Never mind, my webcam's in front of it. I was about to say block the URL so no one can see that video. I think it's important to understand why he has 1.77 million subscribers with less videos than me. He's very clearly connected with people. He's very clearly connected with like a large portion of the population. He's very clearly connected with some people in the industry, like Russell Crowe. He had an interview with Russell Crowe.
If you want my genuine opinion on why that is, I think he makes very bite-sized, easy to understand, very dense 10-minute videos that cover and recommend or tell people to stay away from in a way that they can easily associate with as to the quality of current film industry. It's very, very connectable. A lot of what he says, remember, goes well beyond whether or not things like appealing to a particular political perspective. He talks a lot about writing in a very easy to understand way, in a very quick way. And one of the powers I feel like he has that I certainly don't is he could do it quickly. He could have like 1,000 points stuffed into like 10 minutes.
Would you call him short man?
Maybe. I don't think he'd take that well, but you know, what is it when you're short but you make loads? I don't know. Fucking machine gun man.
I don't know.
That's nuts to me. The fact that he had an interview with Russell Crowe, right? I think that it's important not to just completely dismiss and be like, oh yeah, you know, like no one cares what you have to say. Like try to understand what he has to say. Try to understand what he has to say. Like engage with it. I disagree with a good amount of it. I agree with some of it. I don't think that he's completely wrong in everything that he says, but like, you know, I think that there's a bit of nuance that he's missing.
And that's the thing that they hate, where you've got like...
But I'm also a person that consumes art movies and goes to film festivals where he just kind of watches Marvel movies and...
Everything was so great up until then, but that's okay.
Indiana Jones and...
It depends on how you define it.
Sure.
Depends on how you define it.
Jurassic Park and occasionally something like The Whale.
News networks, and you've got studios with like dozens if not hundreds of employees. They've got huge expenses that they go to, and they get like a fraction of the viewership that people like us get because people just don't care about them anymore because they know how fake they are. I've heard it said before. Like, it was a very smart man named Robert Meyer Burnett who said the currency of our current age is authenticity, and it's so fucking true. People care about presenters, whoever it is, who care about the subject matter they're talking about, who actually are authentic. They might not be as polished, they might not have the big production.
I understand someone who's as angry as him at the current state of media, and I think about people that watch Russell Brand. I think about that, you know, my friend's sister whose boyfriend watches him. I think about that sort of person, but I don't understand like making your career based off of like the media that you're watching. If you're that person, I don't understand that part because it seems like you
don't really
must inherently have like a very limited perspective on media.
With the misconception that he wasn't seeking out many other films, which I have conceded on.
Even if I mean, even if you only care about, you know, the MCU and Star Wars and more, you know, stuff like that, you know, wanting to preserve their quality or get those back on track should be, you know, pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
kinda
someone
clarify
exclusively
myself
covered Disney
after the
remake
buzz,
Star Wars
I'm
and
not sure.
Marvel, and they said that they're doing it because they're going to keep pounding at the how shit they've gotten until times change sort of thing. You could argue it's like, why are you doing that? Move on to something else. But they could say like, this is what matters, getting the voice out there. You know, they believe in it, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Values, it doesn't matter. They're talking about things that they care about and that they're invested in. That's what people want. Honesty.
Yeah, in a sense, that's
It seems like inherently you must have like an interest that suits you more, right? Like something more that you might want to do in your life other than movies.
power, isn't it? Will, like whether he's talking.
I mean, I will say like he's got a shit ton of stuff going on with his life.
Yeah.
But obviously, movies is like, I think he would argue is his main hobby that's turned now into his full career.
About mixed martial arts, or whether he's talking about politics, or psychedelics, or hunting, or diet, or supplements, or whatever.
Outside of writing, of course, and short film making.
You get the impression, because in my opinion, it's true, that he's saying what he believes and he's saying what he cares about, and that seems sufficient to stand up against, clear attempts to take him out around the ivermectin horse paste time, which again, similarly, like, I reckon
Did he say horse paste?
Yum.
to stand up against, clear attempts to take him out around the ivermectin horse paste time, which again, similarly, like, I reckon as well, they just don't want that. Carlin famously, George Carlin says it's like you don't need conspiracy where interests naturally converge. And the mainstream media don't want powerful, independent voices that are able to just bypass their models, because like you say, you've got zero overhead, you can operate on your own, and plainly you're in a position where if you like a movie, you say you do, and if you don't like a movie, you say that even more.
And yet you're using your platform to recommend Free Guy. Like, fuck. Like,
I don't understand this. Like, what's wrong with recommending Free Guy if you think it's good?
It is again based on the misconception that he wasn't really sharing a bunch of other lesser known artists.
Like, I wish that I saw someone as critical of mainstream media where like your videos, let's see if I can search the word recommends. Sound of Freedom, The Menu, The Whale, Boiling Point, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Expanse, Ford v Ferrari, All Quiet on the Western Front, Arcane, 1917, Event Horizon, Dread, Fight Club.
I will say, even
You have
without
to say that's a diverse set of films.
even without the other ones that he's done, that's not bad.
We all have different thresholds for what we
But,
would
like,
consider to be
Compared to
diverse set of
what,
films.
imagine you went to
I
recommends and it was just like big mainstream studio movies that like he recommends fucking Infinity War and then he recommends Star Wars Rogue One or something.
I mean, like in terms of like how I don't know how to categorize them other than by saying like that they're almost exclusively just movies that everybody's already heard of.
Well, I mean,
except Boiling Point, which I misattributed as Hard Boiled, which I
would be curious to know
in
a
this
percentage of people who have either seen The Menu, The Whale, or Boiling Point in chat right now. I know The Whale's been talked about, but how many people have actually seen it?
Well, here's the thing. In your chat, there wouldn't be a lot of people. In my chat, there would be a lot of people. And that's not to say that I'm better. I think that we all have different thresholds for what types of media that we're exposed to and the types of media that our audiences expect us to cover. A lot of people watch me because I cover foreign independent films and do film festival things, and because they want to, not only just want to be exposed to more films outside of the mainstream purview or whatever the word is, not just because they want to be exposed to more, but because they're already actively engaged in it. A lot of the films that I wind up discovering are from people in my community that post on my subreddit being like, oh shit, I just saw this thing at this film festival, you should check it out. And because I've cultivated an audience that is familiar with that and is interested and genuinely loves and pursues all of these smaller films, it helps me to discover them too. It's just a part of my thing. So
that's
I would
essentially
say with
my
the
point.
audience that critical with exactly with the audience that Critical Drinker has, I will agree.
That's
that
why
even a
he has
movie
that
like-
audience.
Sorry?
It's all circular. That's why he has the audience in the first place. Recommending things like this is what.
I think you interrupted me without me saying something that you were going to disagree
Well,
with.
because
I was saying even if he's recommending something like The Whale, right? That's a good thing to his audience, because it generally the types of people in his audience are going to be less aware of a film like that than if they were in my audience. So that's a good thing that he is exposing them to those things. And so, yeah, at the beginning of this conversation, I completely conceded that point, and that seems to make up a lot of like this.
Well, but it sounded like you weren't.
Unfortunately, but
Sounds like you disagree, though.
Yeah,
Like,
I thought you
this
said,
is
because we were saying even with
officially-
this selection, not including all of his other recommendations. And then you said
which ones
that-
are we talking about? Just the Menu, Boiling Point, and The Whale.
Well, the nature of them, those choices. Because what I'm trying to get at is that
Okay, I'm gonna go through the list here on my desktop.
If he was
So you don't have to replay
to
many.
recommend a lot of indie films that he doesn't actually know whether or not they appeal, versus peppering them in with lots of, because didn't you say you want to make sure you cover a lot of mainstream stuff as well?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, and I don't criticize him for.
Well, I'm saying that I think
you
he's
know.
pretty much cracked a really good ratio. I'm not sure that he should push too hard and start like focusing too hard on a lot of indie stuff as opposed to
I don't.
sprinkling.
Yeah, I thought I conceded on this earlier, but yeah, I don't expect him to cover the diverse area of films that I do. I don't expect him to do that, and I don't even think it would be beneficial for his channel. And I think that there's a lot of things that I might be interested in that he might not be, that would be completely inaccessible for his audience. Um, do you know about? I kind of think about this in the same way that the argument of like people will say like, "Oh, you're a pipeline to like the alt right," or "You're a pipeline to
Yeah.
like fucking socialism." Every major person communicating on the internet is a pipeline to somewhere in some direction. In the same sense that we're having a conversation right now, you could argue that there's people pipelining from your audience into mine right now, right?
And vice versa, yeah.
It exactly. So I like there's different thresholds and there's different focal points. And so what might be a movie that nobody's heard about in my audience is entirely different from a movie that nobody's heard about in Critical Drinkers audience. And I'm saying that is not a bad thing, that he is recommending those types of movies for his audience. I'm just saying that I would categorize a lot of the movies in that specific search when I search recommends on his channel, and I've since learned that that is not the entirety of everything he's recommended. I'm just saying that most of those are just movies that, like, you don't need his channel to discover, is all I'm saying.
But theoretically, the people he draws to his channel would need his channel to discover them.
Yeah, depending on what type of media diet you have. So yeah, it's not incorrect that he's recommending them. It's not incorrect that he's not recommending more
There
hard to
are
find
lots of
movies.
the
I'm
thing
just
is
I'm just
that
making
there
an
are
observation, which is, like the same as just what I said 2 sentences ago, I think.
It sounded like you were saying
Does that make sense?
upon discovering that he recommended more, it made it better to you. But what we were trying to say was just this list alone is still pretty solid for his channel. But now it sounds like you agree and you chill with that.
Let's see. So we get to the bottom of the word recommends. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking at purely based on the word recommends. There's a few in there. I wouldn't.
mean,
I
you
would
have
still
to
agree
accept
that it's
that's
not.
better than zero, like certain
Yeah.
channels that only cover like
Yes.
big budget franchise
Hey,
IP movies.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm having a little bit of mental difficulty right now differentiating between my personal feelings on the list and how I would consider them personally versus what it would
The
mean to
average,
his
Like
audience.
the role he
moviegoer.
plays.
So like when I'm saying like, oh, is this like a good list of movies? Like I can't really.
Okay.
A lot of it is just stuff I'm either not interested in or jaded by or have seen and love or have seen and is bad. But it's difficult to quantify exactly how many people in his audience know of Event Horizon.
Well, he obviously the context for recommending that is it's one of his, like, he loves that film. Like that's why he wanted to throw that in there.
Even just the desire to go back to look at older films and recommend them instead of just doing things that are coming out right now. Isn't that worth anything?
Yeah, I would say that the catalog of older films featured on this channel is a little bit like borderline tropey. In the same way, and it's not to say, the conversation we were having earlier, Sarah Connor and Ripley are not bad characters because they're everyone's answer, but I always just kind of get like, fuck, when I see a lot of the same thing, I wish for something different. That's just me.
Granted, but of course, like, keep your eye open, right? Because he'll come up with some examples here and there. You'll be like, oh shit, for example, Boiling Point, which
100%.
I will be curious
I'm
to hear
happy
what
to
you
see
think
more
about
of.
it when you see it.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch it. I might watch it tomorrow, actually.
Sweet.
Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Expanse, Ford v Ferrari, All Quiet on the Western Front, Arcane, 1917, Event Horizon, Dread, Fight Club, Blade Runner, Top Gun Maverick, Predator, Jaws, Invincible, Falling Down. Like, oh man, like, you have 2 million subscribers. I can't be that upset at somebody like that just doesn't have the same peripheral, the same purview. Like, I don't know. It just seems like everything that you've ever recommended is something that, like, you have, like, inherently to have known about it, someone has to have thrown it at you rather than you discovering it. And I think
I'm not
that's
really.
a waste of a
Yeah, this
platform.
is
I
bizarre
guess
to
I
me.
don't, because the reason why I saw the menu was just because I had time to kill, and I was like, oh, I'll check that one out. And I mean, I don't know why there's any reason to assume that that couldn't be the case for Drinker for one of these movies.
Yeah, I hear about these movies in such a variety of ways, and I don't see why it's bad, especially if you're a drinker and you know a lot of people, and a lot of people are communicating with you and you to them.
Oh yeah, I
That
mean,
you get a lot of your recommendations through there.
that's true, right? At some point, if you're immersed enough in, like it's hard to be surprised by a film that comes out. Like, it's not going to ambush you as like, oh, I'd never heard of that at all. Like, it becomes harder and harder because you're just more
Well,
sort of
think
tuned
about
into what's happening.
think about how we buy video games. I think that probably over 90% of all the video games I buy, I heard about or was encouraged to buy because a friend told me about them. Because I have so many people talking about games around me, recommending me games, people telling me about games, posting pictures of games that they were playing, that I just absorb it all from them. And then I can, like, oh, what's everybody playing? What are they recommending me to play? What does a friend want to play with me? I mean, yesterday, the billiards, right? We played, what was it, Pool Nation? Because Mahler was like, hey, let's play Pool Nation. And I was like, all right, let's play Pool
Well,
Nation. And so we started playing Pool Nation, so...
The reason why I got Pikmin 4 was, I mean, I was aware of it, but when I booted up my Switch, I got an ad for it. So, like, that's an ad actually working. I'm like, oh yeah, Pikmin 4, I might play that. Which, I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, and to clarify,
because
myself, Rags,
like
and
video game console.
Fringy all consider ourselves pretty into video games, but yet we don't tend to browse the actual, like, libraries and see what takes our fancy, if you know what I mean.
No,
Well, no,
yeah,
'cause
I get
usually
too
it's
many
either a game
recommendations from
I
people.
already know I'm interested in, so I know when it's coming out, and I'm keeping like Dead Space didn't surprise me, right? That was one that I was keeping my eye on. Or well, I guess Baldur's Gate 3, which that kind of snuck up because I wasn't really paying much attention to that game. But now that one but that would be another instance of word of mouth because all you hear is people talking about how much they're enjoying it, like in large numbers. It's kind of interesting to see how, like you said, Rags, the way that a game can sort of organically, or a film, I mean, Everything Ever All at Once, right, is like the most recent obvious example of word of mouth serving to advertise a film dramatically.
Yeah, when I look at some of the games that I play or have played somewhat recently and how I got into them, I'm like, oh, someone wanted to play Deep Rock Galactic with me, so I downloaded it, and now it's one of my favorite games. Or, oh, I saw a YouTuber playing RimWorld, and that looked fun, so I downloaded that, and that's one of my favorite games. It just happens, and it's not someone's fault either, the way that they receive information, especially if people are talking to you about it.
And you have to consider Drinker's backlog is going to be enormous. Like, he's not going to want, like, any kind of... He doesn't need to discover when he's got so many things that he needs to see because they've been highly recommended by people he trusts.
Yeah,
Well,
and it's like a way of curation or like a litmus test of a sense, right?
That's kind of a thing that we haven't talked about much, right? It's just finite time. Like,
if I'm curious to see a movie and I have a backlog of 30 movies and 500 games, and I get a recommendation from 3 people that I trust and whose opinions I value on something, that's gonna skyrocket it to the near the top of the list. Because of course it would.
That's kind of how Boiling Point spread. I caught it. That's kind of funny, actually. I caught that randomly on Netflix. I was just like, I don't know what this is. All right. I remember hearing about it because of Jason Fleming. There was an interview that I was actually there for with him. And I was like, all right, I did say I wouldn't mind checking it out. So probably see it now. And then I watched it, was so blown away by it. I showed Fring and Rags immediately, and Hyper recommended it to Drinker.
That
yeah.
film is that film didn't come out this year. It came out last year, right?
I think so.
I think so.
Dude, that film was so good. Like I was just thinking about where
It's
it would fit in, like,
2021, it says.
right, because I was gonna say, like, I wonder where I'd put it on, like, a list if it came out this year. But
Hmm.
damn, it'd be really high. That film would be
Yeah.
really, really, really high up on the list.
Everyone see Boiling Point. It's very good. It's rated G for good.
Why am I say? Is he dead?
It's rated R for restaurant. He said he had to go pee. Maybe maybe this one's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that turned into, maybe he had
A waterfall.
maybe his objective change along the way. Maybe his side quest became the main quest, so to speak. Maybe he's shitting. Who knows?
What we do?
Oh, are we waiting then?
I don't know. Should we wait? Should we move on? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we could wait. We could press forward. It depends. I guess it would.
All
The,
that you've
the
done, Raps,
determining
is lay
factor
out
would be
two options
He's
that we
kicking the
have.
can down the road because he doesn't know, Fringy.
there is no can and there is no road. What I'm trying to say here is that
Wait,
it
where
would
are you
depend
then?
mostly on. I'm in my chair. I'm sitting up
What,
in my
you're
chair.
not doing this in the middle
on
of the
my little-
street?
My little doggy
Set up
feet are up
right.
on the chair. Look at me. I'm having some fun, and I'm trying to explain that we should consider whether or not we have something to say to Adam relating to this point. That should probably be the determinant.
What about
if we move
discovery?
on or if we don't.
Like, and what
Yeah.
that-
I mean, the
that's on, like,
fundamental
just-
thing is it's okay if you don't go looking when you have this many forms of films being thrown at you. I think.
In a way, it's like a luxury. I don't have to hunt down things or look and find things and maybe take my chances. I feel fortunate that I have people who can recommend me things that are like really good consistently. I think that's very really
Worth
quite
mentioning, by the
nice.
way, I don't actually know for sure that he doesn't go looking.
Yeah,
Well,
and I
yeah,
have
I
no
mean,
idea.
you
It's
know,
very possible. This is all operating under the assumption that he only does take recommendations, which I mean, like with me and my the video games that I get it really is like over 90%. I can't remember the last time I just like randomly found a game and it was like, oh, I'll play this when I know that I have all of these recommendations already in a wish list already that's built from those recommendations and people constantly saying, hey, Rags, have you played this, that, and the other? And you're like, oh, no.
I feel like if he was peeing, he'd be
Plus,
back
games
by
are-
now. Maybe we should just carry on. Something
Yeah,
may have gone
maybe.
wrong. I
Maybe
don't
he
know.
has maybe he has a lot of pee.
With almost 2 million subscribers, right? I don't know. I'm trying not to be like super pretentious about this, but like, if you care about
harder.
film, if you care about art, right? Like showcase some people. Like,
That's not the determinant, though, in whether or not you care about art, right?
And
you
he
can care about
does.
art and express that in a wide amount of ways. Yeah.
He also
If
does, and I
anything,
don't
if
think
you-
Wymas is even aware of his second channel. He does a lot of promotion of all kinds of different things there, and then obviously podcast stuff as well.
And if you're his size and you really do care about art, it makes a lot of sense to focus on a huge amount of your attention. Let's say potentially all of your attention on the most influential and biggest media in popular culture at the moment, right? If you do care about art, makes tactical sense that would be what you go after most, because that's what most people are watching and ingesting.
introduce people to new artists. I'm not saying that those aren't good films, Night of the World. I'm not saying that there aren't good films within what he recommended there. I'm saying that they're all just films that you can't possibly have known about without them being thrown at you is the problem.
I think you might be
what is
surprised.
the purpose of being a film recommend?
I feel I just struggle to buy it. Like you can have a really good diet even if you're only getting things thrown at you, because that's kind of the point of.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, I'm subscribed to YMS to help me catch movies I might have missed otherwise. You know what I mean? They're thrown at me by him.
I mean, you recommend movies to me, and we watch those constantly, based on your recommendations or your curiosity or things that you've been recommended, and then we end up watching together. And I feel like I have a pretty healthy film diet. We watch a good variety of things. We don't really rule much out in terms of what we
Mhm.
watch. So, I mean, what were the last 3 movies we watched? It was
Casablanca.
Casablanca, A Time to Kill,
Man,
ooh, what was the one before that?
I'd have to check out. We watch a lot of
Yeah,
movies.
I would have to check. We do. I forget what the their last one was, but
Oh,
just like going by those
I think it was
two,
was it a bridge too far?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I
yes.
think it was.
we
Yeah,
did.
so it was A Bridge Too Far, Casablanca, and A Time to Kill were the last 3 movies we watched, all on recommendations to some degree. So
All mainstream in their time. Not so much mainstream, I guess, right now. I don't know how you'd put that. Adam, you back?
I am.
Great. We're talking about your discoverability point.
What did I say?
That you thought that for a person who cares about the art and for a person with 2 million subscribers, you should be going out to discover movies rather than just having them all thrown at him.
Yeah, again, conceded point based off of me searching the word recommends and not realizing that he recommended far more than, the videos with just that word in the title.
Okie dokie.
Mender, right? Like, I'm pissed at myself for being so far behind on my yearly list reviews. Like, I feel like that's part of where I shine. I'm trying to reorganize myself in a way where, like, I can continue doing 2016, 2017, all those things. Like, I got to cut back on how many things I include in a year. My biggest problem is, like, I started including, like, miniseries and shit like that. Like, don't worry, it'll come. I've been figuring it out. But, like, I find a lot of value in, like, introducing people to things that they wouldn't have heard about without me, whereas I don't know if such a thing exists on this guy's channel, and I'm not trying to feel like, oh, I'm such a better person because my film taste is more unique or abstract, like, I don't know. I just feel like if you're touting yourself as, like, I know what types of things that people should be watching, if you're touting yourself as, like, mainstream things are bad and I know what people should be doing, like, I would kind of expect that you would, like, 2 million subscribers almost, I would kind of, like, hope that you're introducing people to new things and not just saying, like, the menu. Like, just.
Do you not like the menu, or do you think it's just too mainstream?
Yeah, I explained earlier, different channels and different audiences will have different thresholds for what they consider to be a movie that they've never heard of, or, being exposed to different things. And him recommending the menu is not a bad thing. That is
just
that
things
was
that,
just
like,
like
everybody
a
else.
first impression, sort of like. I think everybody kind of has this in them. Everybody that talks about, like, media, there's always kind of like this, like, I guess, judginess in everybody about, like, the types of media that other people consume, or the types of media that other people would consider to be, like, a hidden gem. Like, that gets made fun of on Reddit. Someone would be like, "Oh, I just heard of this, like, hidden gem called Fight
the
Club." How come
hipster.
it's
Yeah.
people will say, like, no, but everybody that cares about art has this to some extent. I should assume that to some degree you have it, to some degree the critical drinker has it. Like,
Maybe.
and I don't know if it's something that, just being self-reflective, that I'm trying to keep in check, because I've seen that appear in toxic ways, from a variety of different people. Like, Criterion heads will uh criticize people for, not watching enough, like, foreign films or something like that. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I don't really stand by that point. It was just
Yeah, fair.
me at the
Genuine
end of, like, an
question.
8-hour stream, and yeah.
How do you feel about, like, the percentage of the coverage you've given remains solid?
It depends if we're talking runtime or points.
Runtime.
Runtime,
Well, runtime and point. Whatever the answers are for both, I'd be curious what your answer is for both.
runtime, somewhere in the 60s. A huge amount of the video is the with the misconception of him not recommending enough of other things to his audience. uh it's 1 point, but it makes up a huge amount of the video because I get hung up on it. In terms of points, I don't know how many get brought up in the video. What are there, like, so far, like, less than 10? Because it all seems to be under the same, like, repeated points. And again, I should mention, uh, when doing this reaction stream, I didn't come up with a premise and then start streaming. I didn't go like, "Oh, here's what I wanna get out of the video." I kind of just saw where it took me. I provided some context as to what, uh my limited perspective with his channel was before reacting to it. And also, like, as much as it is an exploration of trying to see how much of it conforms to those predisposed uh assumptions, or I guess predispositions is a better word. As much of it is a way of me seeing how much it conforms to that, it's also a way of me seeing how much of uh, other people's criticisms feel unwarranted. Because as I mentioned at the very beginning of the video, I feel like he has gotten a bunch of criticism online that has been unwarranted. And I feel like a lot of the times when people are just like mad at someone because they're conservative or something, they kind of stretch to find reasons to dislike someone, which I don't think I was doing here. Like my any misinterpretations that I've made were not like because I was operating in bad faith. They were just like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that he had other videos where he didn't include recommends in the title, which made up for like, I don't know, 40% of the whole video. You know, so I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what the overall number is, because at the same time, like, some of these are a little interpretable. Some of these we seem to have a bit of a disagreement over what the intention of both the question and answer of some of the things he's being asked are. Um, but either way, it's less about making a claim definitively of like, oh, here's this thing that he said, and here's how I'm judging him over it, and more just like me, having an experience with this video and being like, this is me discovering more about him, or this is me trying to engage with what he's saying and trying to uh, understand the popularity of his channel and understand the I guess goals or worldview that he has, and why he upsets so many people. I find it to be like an interesting subject, so I kind of wanted to just dive in, but not in like a fucking Kimbo way, obviously, because this was the night before a flight and I just wanted to do a reaction thing. Um, but yeah, I didn't make a fucking what's it called? What do they even call them?
Pierogi?
Fucking
What?
attack video or something. Like, I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't
hit
make,
piece.
I didn't like hit piece. Thank you. I don't think that I made that, and I definitely didn't set out to make it. Some people, whenever there's any kind of disagreement on the internet, especially if it's disagreement between like political or worldviews, or even perceived political or worldviews, there's going to be people that they just kind of want to see the more dramatic version of that. You opened up this conversation saying that somebody had sent a message to you being like, "Oh, he just destroyed him." It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know if that's what I was doing. I kind of just disagreed with some things, and yeah, sure, there are moments where I'm like, "That's crazy," but that's like the majority of it is just me being like, "Well, you're right, but there's more to it than that," So if we're including points that I'm making as not just criticisms, but things I'm agreeing with, then I mean, like, yeah, a lot of the overwhelming majority of it stands, because we don't. Half of the video is just me agreeing with him, but providing more context anyway.
So my perception is that it's a lot of the major points that are critical of Drinko lack significant context that can completely alter them, and that this is basically the main source of YMS and his opinion on the Critical Drinker as a YouTuber, which culturally speaking isn't too useful. It's unfortunate at best, and we can keep going, of course. I'm just curious if do you have any preference beyond that, or would you rather just be considered this is a casual stream and that's all it should be treated as?
What do you mean?
a lot of people could see this and point to this and share it as this is one of the most respected film critics breaking down everything that's wrong with Drinker.
I don't know if that's what I did, and I don't even know if that's what the takeaway from the audience is. Like, there's tons of people in the comment section on my video that are just like, "Oh yeah, I like them both. I understand this," or blah 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 blah. I think something that I try to be, and something that I feel like a lot of people got from it, is that I came in fair and with an open mind and good faith, and I'm willing to hear people out, even if I misinterpreted some things. I think that that's kind of inevitable, not only from, having limited perspectives on anything, but also just the inherent nature of it being a live stream format. Um, so I don't know. I guess I misunderstand your question, but yeah, like this isn't like a an essay video,
No, I know. I guess I'm lamenting on the fact that I think that the two of you could easily be in good communication, but that this would be seen as like you're condemning him along with many as the kind of character that a lot of people assume that he is.
I feel like at the very least I'm providing context as to why people assume that he's this way. I feel like at the very as much as I have to learn from your defense of him and these clarifications of things that he said, or maybe he means but didn't say, um, you know, I can take away a lot from that. I'm hoping that, the broader community or his fans or him or you also take away like, okay, well, the the way that he phrases some of the titles, it's no surprise that people come away with that impression, or the way that he responds to some of these questions in the interviews. Like, again, this is one interview. That's what my video was based on. But it doesn't seem to be like an inconsistent issue in terms of like how he could clarify or phrase himself, or the types of caricatures that people paint him as. I don't think they just came from fucking nowhere. They're not like, oops, like this could just happen to like any YouTuber. And I'm not saying he deserves it, and I'm not saying that he intentionally feeds into it. But if he's trying to avoid that sort of caricature, I think that this whole conversation can provide at least some food for thought as to, self-reflection of like, okay, maybe how could I avoid, this miscommunication or this misunderstanding happening in the future. Pretty much everything I've ever been heavily criticized over on the internet, I've made some pretty detailed clarifications for, and engaged pretty thoroughly with. Um, but again, I haven't seen all of his content. I haven't seen any interview. We'll just have to see
Out of curiosity, will
where things
this,
go. But yeah,
what we're
I
doing
mean,
today, will that be going on your Clips channel? Highlights.
why not?
No,
Would you like it to?
I mean, I think it works as clarification, right? I mean, I think that this coverage would supersede this video. I feel like you've been way more detailed and definitive.
I'm comfortable with that, and I was intending on it. At the very least, linking to your video. I assumed that would. Yeah. Okay. Olivia will highlight this.
Already knows about, like, I don't know. Maybe this is a weird criticism, but yeah.
Well, and nobody pays me to do this as such. Like, I don't have relationships with studios that I can damage by slagging off their movie, and that's the thing. I can just be honest about it. But I always try to be fair. That's what I always want to be. I don't want to just hate on a movie because like it's made by a director I don't like. Whatever. Be fair. That's all I expect from what I do. And hopefully people understand that, and that's why they watch my videos, because I'll give an honest opinion about things.
In the Indiana Jones one, you listed movies where you were wrong. You sort of said like I thought Dungeons and Dragons wouldn't be any good, and you're wrong about that. And I feel like even some of the Disney TV shows, you've sort of gone, oh, actually that's pretty good, and so you've like, I guess to your point about authenticity being the currency, and in fact this is a broader point.
He didn't think Dungeons and Dragons would be good, and then he enjoyed it. But the problem is like, he's still only seeing movies like Dungeons and Dragons, right?
As I continue making on our channels, you need principles. If you have a principle, then sometimes that principle is going to cost you. Sometimes
he doesn't really have a healthy media diet.
Shh, stop it.
Support you, but it remains consistent. When you're just like, oh, when I'm talking about this, when Cluster...
Again, it's in the past.
I know, it's past Adam. We don't like him. We like you, Adam.
I can't do anything.
Adam, boo, past Adam.
The bombs are being used by Russia, they're bad. When cluster bombs are being used by America, they're good. Or Ukraine, sorry, via America. So
Interesting take.
That means, that is the opposite of what you're discussing in terms of sort of veracity and
When you're defending yourself, it's not
Not touching this with a fucking 10-foot pole. I'm afraid we're gonna move right along.
different than when you're attacking
No,
I
that's
love you
another
guys.
country.
I love you
Those
guys.
are the same thing.
ability to trust.
Yeah, humane cluster bombs, I like that idea. But yeah, I mean, it's like, sometimes I'll watch the trailer for a movie, I'll give my thoughts on it, and like make some predictions about what the film's going to be like. Sometimes I'm right, or most of the time I am, but sometimes I'm wrong. And like, I'm happy to admit that. If a movie, I go and watch it, and it's better than I expected, I'm a happy man because I got to watch a good movie. So that's okay as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, for me, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you occasionally call it wrong. That's cool.
Well, I mean, again, this is the problem. My subjective, anecdotal experience with the critical drinker is like people that would otherwise not be subscribed to any channel that talks about movies if it wasn't for them talking about like, oh, things are bad now. Things are bad now because the people are trying to make you be a thing.
Okay, as long as you're honest with people, I think that's what they want.
What about, do you sometimes get a bit, let's say, supercharged by the, like, if something isn't, for want of a better term, woke, do you think, oh my god, do you think it almost gets an extra bit of juice because of that? I'm talking about films like maybe, Maverick or the Mario Brothers movie, just...
Yeah, I find that funny too.
I do find that funny.
That's pretty undeniably funny, right?
Even though
Like,
the Mario
how-
Bros movie got
yeah.
fought over as to whether or not it's woke.
That's true. People did fight over that one.
I love the anti-woke crowd gravitating towards the Mario Brothers movie. That was so funny. I love that shit. It's a thing, and I don't know why. They're like, Mario Brothers being successful is a stab against the woke mob.
by virtue of the fact that it's not...
See, to me, like, I find it's just Mario. It's a super popular thing that exists in the world. Like, I don't know why everyone
It's
was so surprised.
It's a very apolitical movie.
Well, I mean, it's Illumination, right? It's like super duper safe in terms of like what
Yeah.
it's trying to be as a film. Very conventional from a storytelling standpoint, crowd pleasing. It's just a very normal kind of movie.
think that by not having the kind of the sort of gravitation...
Even though, I mean, Luigi was captured for most of the movie and Princess Peach wasn't, and she was helping.
Again, you're highlighting how that discussion went down. A lot of people talking about whether or not that makes it woke or not. That's just a thing that happened.
Mario, like, you could say that that's just as woke. You could say that that's a very feminist movie, honestly, the Mario Brothers movie, but it seems to have split a lot of conservative commentators because it was successful, and they're like, oh yeah, this was successful because it wasn't woke.
lag that wokeness can apply because it prevents, to use but one example, a character from having a meaningful arc because they're already presented as perfect on the basis of identity, which shouldn't be what's presented at the center of a film. And if it's freed of that, it's a little bit better. Or do you think that you're sort of, oh, thank God, bloody Mario Brothers isn't doing that, and you get a bit excited?
There's the initial emotional reaction of like, hey, wow, this movie doesn't fucking hate me because I'm like a straight white man. That's nice.
It's a pretty bold thing to say about the Mario movie, right?
Oh my god, like it.
It is funny to say it about the Mario movie.
That
Yeah,
seems
the
like
Mario movies.
kind of out of nowhere, right?
Again,
I
I
guess
suppose
that this
it's
is
more.
like
It's not.
The conversation around the film, like, he's on Russell Brand. They've been talking about a lot of like culture word shit, kind of,
I'm
and
thinking
like,
about that joke from The Simpsons where Homer's like, TV doesn't laugh at me, but it's Mario pointing at you. Go-
yeah,
You-
Well, it's
like-
more of a commentary on other movies than the Mario movie, right?
well, yeah, this is obviously said
It
with a
is-
lot of baggage that if you're not familiar with,
yeah.
then
yeah, but like the baggage itself kind of speaks towards, like, again, media diet, and then like the interpretation of that media, like how many movies and pieces of media do you think exist in terms of the overall landscape of even studio films where you watch it and you feel like you're hated because you're a straight white male?
the
Like,
correct
what's the
answer would
percentage of,
be.
like studio movies even?
I genuinely wouldn't know how to answer that. I assume it's going to be below like fucking 5%, maybe 10, whatever. But the
Yeah.
true answer is too many.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's obviously what he's appealing to, but I would never phrase it that way.
Yeah.
I assume he's trying to be a little
just-
tongue-in-cheek, because it is Mario.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just, if someone sees that, then it just makes it seem like that's like the focus. And if you're saying, like, maybe he might agree with us that it's like under 5% of even studio movies, right? To like be asked about the Mario movie and then like that's your answer. Like, sure, it could be a joke or something, but it's like, again, we're kind of like learning a bit more and more about like why he might be misinterpreted in certain ways. You know how I use the word propaganda. You're like, I don't know if you want to say that word.
Well, it's because it's
There
going
might
to
be
shut
certain,
people's
like,
brains off.
I'm
That's
just
why.
yeah, exactly. In a certain way, you can kind of predict how some people might react to certain things. So like I don't know if I don't know if he cares or if it's a part of his goal at all to not be misrepresented in the ways that he's currently been. But that would be something to consider, right? Is like if you're asked about the Mario movie, you don't the first thing you say isn't, well, this movie doesn't hate me because I'm a straight white male. Right?
But again, could you buy the fact that that's the comedic sort of spin on this, that we're actually at that point, that he's like, that's the first thing I'm going to highlight. Like, he's obviously got more to say on it. He has a whole video on it, and I don't know if
I know, but again, if it represents like less than 5% of the movies that exist, I don't know if it does seem like kind of a weird thing to be focused on to the point where that's what you're saying about the Mario movie.
like I said, I
But we
think
can
it's
agree to
funny, but
disagree, I guess.
there's comedic elements to the fact that he may be doing it on purpose. But if he's not, if he's very sincerely saying that was enjoyable about Mario, didn't hate me for being a white male, it's funny as fuck because Mario is just such a harmless plumber running through a cartoon world. Like, the idea of hating people for their race doesn't really come into it from my perspective. But you know what I mean?
I mean, of course he's saying it with like comedic sensibilities. Like, of course he's saying it like as part of a joke. It's just a matter of like you can still say a joke and kind of just play into the type of program that you're on and the type of thing that
Sure, but he
an
does
audience on that
consider it.
program might want to.
He does consider it something worth fighting back on wherever he feels he can make reference to it, right? Like the noxious attitudes in Hollywood, and I assume that's part of what the broad conversation was supposed to be about with Russell as well.
Do you feel like that's every movie you criticize? Like, it hates you because you're a straight white man? Like, Jesus Christ. I understand and agree with a lot of the points that you make in terms of like, damn, like a lot of these new writers sucks. They should be taking more risks. You know, like the studio should be funding new ideas instead of gravitating towards new old IPs. But like saying that it hates you for being a straight white man, like you could be imagine yourself as a black person who is not a male. Imagine yourself as a black woman in the 1980s. Would you feel justified with your same perspective on media as you have right now? Would you feel justified in feeling like every movie that you watched was someone saying that they hated you for being a black woman?
That is going to be a question for him to answer, but I don't think he would say yes. I think he would be like, point to the movies back then that had sentiments within them that related to like the sort of black women are to blame for X, Y, Z.
Yeah, when I made that statement, I misattributed his response as being that he feels as though he's hated because of the way that things are shifting in terms of representation. In my brain, as a person that's not constantly watching Marvel studio movies, I was not thinking of whatever, like I haven't seen it, but like what, She-Hulk? Is that a movie? Is that an example? Like I did that shit's just like not even in my mind, and I just forgot that this was a Marvel brained, Disney brained conversation. so I misattributed his like, oh, it hates me because I'm white, as being a statement on representation and not a statement on like, oh, these writers must have had like a bad experience with like a white guy.
Yeah, that's probably more what's being appealed to. But also, when you say Disney brain, Marvel brain, it's like the stuff that the vast majority of the world is watching.
And I hope to change that.
Okie dokie.
And I hope you help me change that.
Of course.
If everything that you watch right now is like you feel as though like they hate you because you're a white man, like how do you, honestly, like today's media landscape, sure, there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of nonsense. There's a lot of like, hey, member berries, and there's a lot of people that aren't talented working on movies that shouldn't be. But to say that like the media landscape is like, oh, I watch a movie and I feel like I'm hated for being a white male. Like it's kind of like an exaggerated sort of reactionary feeling towards just seeing more inclusivity or more.
He's definitely, that's not like why he's saying that, and I think you just said you understand that, right? Yeah.
representation, like the same kind of shit that Russell Brand was talking about, like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or whatever in the podcast. Like, he was saying he has 2 daughters. He was saying he doesn't want to see like every single main character being a white man. He was asking you a genuine question of like, how do you reconcile with the fact that like maybe there are people that want to see more of this type of person? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I can understand that there are some examples of films that you have where it might be like, okay, this specific scene, it's like, okay, this person like writing this obviously hates white people, obviously hates men, but to act as though that's the media landscape right now, to act, it doesn't speak towards media. It speaks towards your media diet. It has, you.
But would you concede that that should never be in any fucking films at all?
No, I wouldn't, because I would have the exact same opinion if it were any gender, any race. I don't think that we should restrict the type of art that people should make.
That doesn't mean I'd
consistent in
want
any
government to
direction.
stop them from creating it. I would have a moral condemnation of the message in the film, whether the
I mean,
race
yeah,
or gender.
I would either not watch it or watch it and then be like, wow, this was fucking dumb.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting
then
we
talk
clamp
about it
down
and
and
say it was
prevent
bad.
them from having awful opinions, but that we condemn those awful opinions.
I've openly criticized movies for having like fucking weird ass moral conclusions, right? So
You are not making statements about the film industry. You are making statements about the types of films you consume specifically. And that's my biggest issue.
It is perfect on the basis of identity, which shouldn't be what's presented at the center of a film. And if it's free to that, it's a little bit better. Or do you, bloody Mario Brothers isn't doing that, and you get excited.
There's the initial emotional reaction of like, hey, well, this movie doesn't fucking hate me because I'm like a straight white man. That's nice. Like that's a change of pace. But you know,
a change of pace, like it's the norm. It's when you say it's the change of pace for the Mario Brothers movie to not hate you because you're a straight white man.
The phrasing here again, it makes it seem like he doesn't think it's like a small percentage of.
I'm sure he would agree that
like,
it's
when he says change of pace, the implication is that it's like the exception to the norm to not be hated as a straight white male, right?
But like, wouldn't you understand a disproportionate reaction to it? Like, it being present at all is going to fill your head more so because it's absolutely fucking crazy. Like to come across it anyway. Like what I'm saying, you're right. It is not in the majority, and I don't even think that he would say it is in the majority if we actually like laid out the majority of studio films. I doubt he would list them all as like they hate white men, but he would still probably say like it's going to influence his perspective more significantly than it is present.
Yeah, but
and I wouldn't blame anybody for that of any race and gender.
That's a nice way to justify why he said that, but like it's not what he said, right?
Yeah,
so
no. All I've done is try to explain why he may have said that, despite the fact that he probably doesn't believe it to be that way, literally.
Okay.
That doesn't speak towards film culture or films. That speaks towards the types of films you consume specifically and your experience with those films. That's an insane thing to say.
You try to be, you try to break the movie down like into its component parts and say, well, okay, this one I enjoyed. Why did I enjoy it? Like, was the plot good? Was the characters good? Whatever. So you try to be a bit more objective about it. But it's also possible. This is an interesting discussion about. It's possible for something to be woke by the normal standards, but also be good if it's well written. The example I've given before is a TV show called Arcane, which puts forward
This is very interesting, and I agree.
A lot of what we would consider to be woke politics, like extremely diverse cast.
Not that I finished Arcane. I found it very boring, but
you know, gay relationships.
Really, you did.
Damn.
Everybody keeps saying, everybody's like, oh, you gotta watch until episode 3. I'm sorry. Maybe sometime when I feel like watching how boring ass episode 1 and 2 are.
Where'd you get to? So you
Well, they're not
episode 1 and
boring,
2?
so-
Oh wait, you stopped after 2?
Well, it was to me. So if I found episode 1 boring, then clearly the show's not for me. If people who like it didn't find that boring.
Oh, that's such a
So
shame.
I'm sorry. I wanted to like it. I went in wanting to like it. Didn't happen. I tried my best.
Just, you know, one day, if you want to try again, watch to episode 3.
I will say,
And
and I think we said this on our coverage, episode 1 and 2 were the sort of slowest, but in retrospect, once completing the season and doing it over to get notes, I started to realize how valuable episode 1 and 2 were. There's a lot of stuff in there that I don't think you'd realize at the first time through necessarily how important everything that's getting set up is.
They're all like hour-long episodes, right? Like 40 minutes or something?
Yep, yeah, something like that.
Reasonably lengthy. But it's 9 episodes.
There's so many other things I gotta watch.
The one thing I'll say, I know
you probably watch it anymore.
You've probably heard this before, but the one thing I'll say is that I feel like you'd be impressed with the way episode 3 goes.
Okay.
Like it's relatively subversive. You don't see that often, especially in big productions like that. There's a reason why everyone says get to 3.
Pimp out?
Do it.
I want to pimp out a movie right now. It's called Hundreds of Beavers, and I just watched it a week ago at Fantasia, and it might be at a couple other film festivals before some sort of maybe theatrical run eventually on digital. Maybe it'll be on digital at the end of the year. You never know. But Hundreds of Beavers, based ass movie.
Okay.
It's a very, very funny slapstick comedy with modern sensibilities and editing and very self-aware. Yeah.
All right.
That's one of those, like, every film festival I see, you know, a handful of movies where I'm like, this isn't even just appealing to like me. This is like, damn, I'm gonna show this to everybody, you know? It's so funny.
I'll keep a note.
Class struggle at
Oh
Yeah.
God, it's woke because there's gay relationships in it. God damn, holy shit!
the heart of the plot that's driving it forward. Very strong female characters, all that stuff.
It's woke because there's gay relationships and strong female characters. Holy fucking Christ!
That might be
Yeah, he's got a video called What is Woke? You could probably check out his full paradigm for what he believes qualifies and
Can you-
doesn't.
Can you curate me a list of videos that I should be watching from the Critical Drinker if I don't want to watch all of his videos, but you want to make a good case for things that he's done?
Sure. I assume you don't mind if I do that maybe tomorrow? Okay. Or after we do this, maybe? Because right off the top of my head, I'm not sure what I would choose, you know? Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd take your time.
be considered woke in other movies because it's badly handled, but it's extremely well integrated into a really good story in that TV show. And so
Okay, well, you contradicted what you said. You said it's woke, but it's still good, and then 10 seconds later, you said it might be considered woke in other movies, but it's not in this. Like, what do you?
be considered woke in other movies because it's badly handled, but it's extremely well integrated into a really good story
So it's not woke if it's well integrated. But you just said it was woke, but still good.
in that
All right.
TV show. And so I was happy to
I feel like that is a little bit tangled up. I'd be curious to know what he would say to straighten this out.
say, hey, this is an example of, say, progressive politics or progressive ideology done well. It can be done, but you've just got to write it well. That's what we look for, a good story.
I think that's the part you should take away from all of that.
Like, don't use it instead of structure.
Yeah, I mean
especially
that's the part we don't disagree on.
Yeah.
like the
Yeah, I agree. Don't use it instead of structure. I agree in the sense that if you are pushing a political agenda, you know, it doesn't matter whether you're left or right. Like, if that replaces your characters, if that replaces your script, I agree with a lot of, like, the sentiment of what is being said in a, you know, a principled way. But for the critical drinker to be like, oh, yeah, Sound of Freedom, and, like, I'm going to watch it. Don't worry, I'm going to watch it. But, like, I don't know. That's a little bit. It seems like a bit of a contradiction there. I'll watch it. We'll see what I feel about it when I watch it. But
Matrix is a good example. I'm talking about the first one, obviously, of how sort of different ideals and identity transcendent of homogeneity and heterodoxy is presented as aspirational and cool. And then the Wachowskis, of course, Wachowskis.
Wachowskis?
Like they had a sort of obviously
The
they changed
Wazowskis.
gender during
Wazowski.
like, you know, the trajectory of those movies. Like that, maybe that's something for you to touch upon. But also, like, again, with my personal position as a father of girls and also as a person that I
Mike
believe there should be
Wazowski.
stories for everyone. There should be stories for everyone. But I think
So
I agree
this
with
is
you
him-
as an aesthete or as a
I
critical
think this
thinker.
is him asking the second time.
Okay.
You know, to sort of use the phrase from which your name is derived. Like, I want things to reward me and to make sense, I suppose. So, would you touch on, like, you know, sort of the Matrix and the Wachowskis, or if I'm saying the name right, and also what films would I direct my girls to? Because I don't even like it. Sometimes I watch an old Simpsons and Bart goes, "Girls are shit," or whatever. I'm like, oh, I don't want my daughter's watching that. You know what I mean? So,
oh my god, I love that Russell Brand is, like, actually trying to, like, get him to answer the real questions here. I'm, like, actually very impressed with Russell Brand here, because he's very much saying, like, hey, my girls are growing up and, like, all this old media is not really reflecting, like, their experience. And so he's like, this is the second time he's asked him this question. He didn't really answer it the first time.
To be fair, this is a different question. The first question was, what are we to
Is
do?
it?
Yeah, because the first question he said, we got all these strong female women. What are we supposed to do? Like, how are we to fix this problem? And Drinker, like I said, was talking about we cracked it ages ago, writing dynamics. Now he's asking him, what can they watch that's already out that isn't something like
Okay.
bad Simpson episodes where they're critical of women or something? By the way, I'd love to know which ones he's talking about. Because even if Bart shits on girls in an episode, he probably doesn't. I don't think the episode supports that sort of stuff. Like, you used to
Lisa
get,
is the most relatable character in the show.
you think?
Yeah, she's the fucking she always, like, she's the brain, she solves everything.
I guess so. I think some people might pick some other characters, but that's fair.
How who's more relatable in the family?
Well, I
dynamic?
mean, you could point easily to Bot as being relatable. Like, I mean,
Relatable?
Bot gets an F.
He's a fucking
That's-
sociopath.
Bart Gets an F.
He
is
captures
like
a hell of a lot
very
of
relatable.
like younger boys.
Yeah. I just point to Bart Gets an F. Like, what is that? It's an episode where he becomes really, really, really upset after feeling that he tried his hardest and he still failed at school. Like, I would imagine there's plenty of people who would feel that that's relatable. And then there's also the general idea that, like, Bart does care about his family, and sometimes because he's selfish or self-focused or he just wants to be cheeky, that he ends up hurting the people that he cares about. There's more than a few episodes that relate to him disappointing Marge, and that being something that he struggles with. And then, of course, you've just got Homer as, like, relatable as a sort of, middle-aged American
Homer feels
man.
like indulging your id, which is why he's relatable. Like you watch him make decisions.
This is a very interesting perspective because I thought it was like pretty unanimous that Lisa was the most relatable character.
I mean,
I would say that Lisa, obviously, I'd say that's one of the strengths of The Simpsons is that all of the characters are relatable in some sense. It's just that
she's like the most grounded. She's like the audience member.
A lot of people find her annoying.
She often sees
and a buzzkill.
You can find her annoying, but she's often the one like being like, "Hey, this is what are you doing?"
Well, I think what we're discovering is that you find her most relatable, right? Which is fine. I assume we're discovering you find her the most relatable, which is totally fine.
Yeah, of course. Time. All right, so rewind a tiny bit, and let's just reaffirm that he's asking the question now: what movies should my daughters watch if they want to see more representation and see themselves reflected in media? We agree that that's the question. Oh my god, I love that Russell Brand is like actually trying to like get him to answer the real questions here. I'm like actually very impressed with Russell Brand here because he's very much saying like, hey, my girls are growing up and like all this old media is not really reflecting like their experience. And so he's like, this is the second time he's asked him this question. He didn't really answer it the first time. So this is fucking fascinating. And we're going to see if he is able to answer it the second time.
So touch on that side as well, if you could.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like, if you're looking for movies with good female role models, like, damn, where do I be?
Oh, are you going to say, oh, wait. Let's just assume that he's going to say Ripley and Sarah Connor again. Let's see if he says anything else.
Yeah, like you've got the Terminator movies, I suppose. Like we mentioned before, you've got Ripley from the first.
It is kind of.
It is the most popular, really well-known examples.
Yeah, and then how many examples is he going to be able to give? And if you only had a cap of, let's say, 5, should they be included? I'd probably recommend them.
I would.
That's the problem.
That's not a problem.
Is that there's not no? I mean, that's a part of the. The problem isn't the movies, and the problem is not the characters, but it's like the limited selection, right?
Well, if you could only choose 5,
limited selection,
he would be able to list you hundreds. He's not got the time, and he's not got the. Do we have to clarify the familiarity as well? I can name you a lot of characters that, if I go by their first name, second name, you're still going to be like, "Who the fuck are you talking about?" Then I might be able to name the series/movie they're from. You might be like, "I haven't seen that."
It's great. I don't know, because I feel like if I'm asked about
obviously
male characters,
familiarity is going to be
like.
Important.
No, I mean, okay. It's about not having achieved something to even the level of that since the 1980s, right?
I think Drinker would argue we have, but he's going to have to give him a sec to find a listing of what it would be.
Well, so there's also this. If I were here and on like a much more like, I guess, like if I was on somebody else's show and I didn't have a good grasp of what that audience would be familiar with as references, I'm not sure what I would pick. Because I think part of me would be thinking like, what are some examples I can pick that it's more likely than not somebody is familiar with and that they can latch onto, Versus
here's something to think about. You might agree with me on this, and you might not. Do you think that perhaps there's a bit more of like a selection bias when it comes to talking about strong female characters versus strong male characters, in the sense that, movie in the past year, I love fucking Tar. It's like an amazing, incredible performance, very strong female character, but she's not like she's not a good person, right? And so it would be weird kind of including it in that. Whereas I'm not sure if I would have that same reservation talking about male characters. I feel like I could include strong male characters on a list of like, the fucking Daniel Plainview. Like, the guy's a bad guy, but what a strong character. Do you feel like there's a weird selection bias there?
I think I understand what you're getting at. I think part of the problem is when you're asked role model, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well that's a different conversation to like my favorite
Yeah,
character
exactly.
necessarily.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's
You know,
why
they're
he's
always the
struggling
best role
even
model.
more, because
Makes it more difficult, doesn't it?
the Ripley is
say so.
pretty easy to argue as a role model, not past Aliens, though. It gets complicated after that. Like, I don't know if you want to model yourself after everything she doesn't, especially because we get into identity problems too. But Sarah, like, obviously what you'll be picking is the stalwart sort of nature of defending your own and to stand up against tyranny and oppression or something like that. You can argue role model elements, but I don't blame him at all for resorting to them first. They're obviously going to come to his mind. And the big issue here is it or is it not indicative of his lack of understanding / experience / selection of female characters, and is it indicative of a society problem wider where we don't properly library in our own heads like female characters? I think not. I think this is easily explained by the fact that they are popular because they are popular and that we resort to them quickly. If you sat him down, he'd be able to list you a shit ton. He already mentioned Arcane. That's got a shit ton of female characters that are great in it.
Do you think it's at least partially true, even by like 1%?
I feel like it's so easy
at all
to connect it when we have easy explanations alternatively that don't relate to, like, I find it so hard to be convinced when there's just countless female characters that I think are great, and I know that he does too. But I would still label Ripley and Sarah.
Yeah. Like I'm you know, trying to be introspective. I might just be hung up on the definition of
You're
like
far from the only
strong
person
or
that
role model, and it might
makes
just
this
be,
criticism.
You know, it might just be something in my brain where it's difficult to make that connection.
Well, you know, the fact that Rag said
again,
Eowyn.
a part of the conversation. It's a part of the bias, right?
The fact that Rag said Eowyn and then you were like, oh, Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it's like, we don't have that problem with Ripley and Sarah ever.
That wasn't dismissive.
No,
That
not
wasn't
dismissive.
I was just
remembering.
okay, sorry.
Right? So the fact, if I...
Oh, no, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
that name because my roommate's a nerd on Lord of the Rings.
No. That's my point. If there's so many we could name that we'll have to do clarifications afterward, and that there are ones he could name that Russell will be like, yeah, true, and has no fucking clue what Drink is talking about. There's so many reasons to choose Ripley and Sarah, and the only alternative to convince me otherwise that like it relates to a lack of familiarity or understanding of female characters, or even a lack of them in film, to me, I just don't buy it, according to the statistics, so to speak.
So, at this point, we agree. I mean, I did agree before that Ripley and Sarah are great examples of strong female characters. And at this point, we both agree we would like to see more of them. Let's listen to the rest of how Mr. Drinker answers this conversation, which this question, which is, what characters should my young daughters be watching?
2 Aliens films. You've got Marion from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay, we got one more. The first two were the first two that I said, though. Oh my god, we got one more.
Ark. You've got Trinity from The Matrix. You've got
okay, we got Matrix.
Davis from Long Kiss Goodnight. Like all these are very interesting characters that kind of, you know, they got flaws, they got weaknesses, they got problems along the way, but like they overcome those things. So yeah, like there's been movies.
Man, I don't know if I like. Okay,
like I do want to clarify. He did give 5 examples, and then he started moving on to make points.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that not fair?
But. Yeah, that's fair. My hang up is what he says after what I'm done saying here.
So Sarah Connor and Ripley are very much like the go-to for this question, right? Like, 'cause they're sci-fi horror women characters that are main characters because it's a horror movie mostly, right? I don't know if I agree that like Trinity from The Matrix is a great female character. Like, I don't know if I agree that much. It was written by women, right? It was written by trans women. It's considered to be like a trans allegory or whatever we're gonna call it. Maybe retrospectively, maybe not. I don't know. But I don't even know if I agree that like Trinity is like that great. Like she literally just she's in the story to be like, oh, I love you. I'm gonna kiss you to like bring you back.
I love you, man, but what the fuck are you talking about? Trinity's a full-fledged character as well.
She's not as tropey or stereotypical as the worst examples of like oh, I'm just here for the main character, but essentially she is that.
You could argue
like,
a lot of characters exist in their proportions to the main character, but she also has character. There's reasons she does everything.
I'm not saying she has no character, but for that to be in your top 5 of...
It's not top 5 though, is it?
Great,
it's 5.
It's the first 5 he thinks
or
of.
First 5 you think of, yeah. It's
which is perfectly fine and reasonable. because we don't because we don't control the first 5 that come to our heads, and you know that, right?
No, I know that, but if I thought of one that was like that, then I would probably keep searching for another one. Is my problem.
I'm sure he would have, though. I mean, like, the fact that
reasonable
if you said to Drinker, like, wow, you don't think, main characters from Arcane or Everything Everywhere All at Once are worth mentioning, he'd be like, no, of course, yeah, those two, yeah, 100%. I'm sure he would say that, 100%. It's just that
you are going to necessarily exclude many excellent choices if you're on this format, you're just going with the ones that come to your head that do fit and are appropriate answers.
Back to life. Like, that's most of her purpose. That's most of her I don't know if I even if I'm to say, like, oh yeah, females wrote this film, it's like a great female powered film and a trans allegory. I'm not sure if I even agree that Trinity is like a great woman character in any sense. Like, she's really she's just a side character that's there to prop up the main male character, right? Like, a lot of the examples that he's giving that aren't Ripley and Sarah Connor are literally just, like, I don't know, side characters.
Is Marion Ravenwood a side character?
Who is she?
I mean, she's not the protagonist, but I don't know if it's just a dichotomy of side character and protagonist.
She's Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Yeah, that movie just was
Raiders
in and out
of the
of my
Lost
head.
Ark.
Oh wait, you have controversial opinions about the Indiana Jones movies, don't you?
Hell yeah.
That's okay. We accept all opinions.
I have based opinions.
You want to let people know again what they are.
Jones movies. Yeah, the only good one is Temple of Doom. The rest are mid.
Okay. It's a different opinion, and that is welcomed.
Wait, did you see Dial of Destiny?
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That one isn't mid then. That one is bad.
I mean, it's
right?
mid to okay. The ranking for the series is 5, 6, 5, 4, 4.
5, 6, 5.
You
gave Dial of Destiny a 4?
Wait, Last Crusade is only 1 point better than the Dial of Destiny.
Jesus Christ.
That's actually insane.
Okay.
That's actually insane.
It's okay.
That's actually not.
To clarify, you think that Shazam 2 is significantly better than Raiders of the Lost Ark? Somehow this happened?
I mean, for what it's trying to be, yeah.
Okie dokie.
I don't know, significantly. I gave that a low 6, I think.
A low 6?
I don't know if I gave that a solid 6. I think I gave that a 6 closer to a 5 than a 7.
Oh, great.
But I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, I agree as a response to Jennifer Lawrence saying, I'm the first female superhero. I agree that that's cringe. And yes, we're gonna give the examples of Sarah Connor. We're going to give the examples of Ripley. They're great female heroes. They're great female characters. They exist. But if you're answering the question of not have there been female good characters that have existed, but you're answering the question of, hey, maybe we should see more female characters at some point in time, and you're like, oh, there have been plenty of.
So do you really think that's what he's saying, or that that's a position he holds?
Wait for him to say the things after I'm done talking, and we'll discuss that. That's an
I'm waiting for him
to say a very particular thing here. Hey, right? Like, that's it depends on what question you're being asked, right?
All throughout cinematic history that have given us this stuff.
Thanks, some sunflowers.
Really, in recent years, in trying to highlight this stuff and in trying to correct a problem that didn't really exist in the first place, they've made it infinite.
It didn't exist enough. They tried to correct a problem that didn't exist in the first. That sounds like a weird thing to say, right? When people are trying to include more representation of women in film.
So do you think when he says problem,
we both
he's talking about that? Because he's saying a problem that didn't exist in the first place. What he means is how to write women to better represent them in cinema or whatever. When he's saying we already had women in cinema that were very well written, there's no problem to correct there.
How... I don't know how that's different than what I'm saying.
So do you see how, like, Captain Marvel, they see that and Rey and all these other characters as examples of, like, haha, now this is an age of women, we're doing way better for them, when they are categorically doing way worse for women now compared to any other time for writing characters in movies. Maybe if we go all the way back to, like, 40s, 50s or something, I'm not even going to make a claim about that because I'm not as familiar with the films, but my point is, of course, that we cracked so many great female characters, and then they start trying to fix that, like give us better ones, and they make some of the worst in history.
So when he says it's a problem that didn't need to be corrected in the first place, what is the problem that he's referring to?
My read would be that It would be the idea that women weren't written with depth.
Because what Russell Brand is like, that would be an answer if Russell Brand was trying to say, "Hey, we need the first well-written female character." That would be the answer to that, but he's not saying that. He's asking about more representation and things to show his daughters that aren't just from the 80s, which, they discussed previously, and that's why he's kind of asking again, maybe not the exact same question, but he
But
reiterated the same
surely,
thing
if you
about trying
believe
to get examples of things to show his daughters, right?
if you believe that's what Drinker
For the
thinks,
response to that, so how can I interpret him saying uh it's a problem that didn't need to be corrected in the first place? How can I interpret that as anything other than him saying that the goals of people trying to make more representation in film is a problem that shouldn't have been corrected, and that he's trying to argue that just because there were these other examples in the past, that's plenty of representation, and that people don't need to be trying to do that,
he's
right?
specifically referencing all of the cringe shit like you brought up with Jennifer Lawrence making her claim. In Quantumania, there's like a sequence where Michelle Pfeiffer breaks out of whatever capture she's in, and the writer and director say, "No damsels in distress here." And like there's this growing attitude with the presentation of the girl in Secret Invasion, who's now the most powerful Avenger of all time because she's got all of their DNA in her. They would argue that these creators, we're doing so much for women and we're fixing the problem of women not being as present, not being as, Fringy mentioned, in depth, not being as layered, not being as prominent. And Drinker's trying to say there was no problem to fix. We were doing fucking great. We had loads of amazing female characters. Not to say that we had the correct amount.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, but not to say that we don't need any more. He's more than happy to have plenty more great female characters. We know that from all the reviews he's done.
I'm not saying that he's upset by their necessarily that he's upset by there being more, but it seems like he's arguing against the people that think that it's a worthwhile cause to try and make more.
I would
Right?
agree
It
with
seems
him
like what he's
if
saying
he's
is an
arguing against the
argument against
concept that women haven't been served well by character writing. Like that we have to look at our past as some kind of like horrifying mess compared to the current position we're in, which is much worse.
I'm trying to reconcile with what you're saying he's saying and what he's saying, or what at the very least what I think he's saying. Because if I were him and I believed there's all these great examples of female characters, most of the examples being brought up being in the past, you have an entire video saying, here's why female characters are improperly written now. How does that translate to you saying, to him saying, this is a problem that didn't need correcting in the first place? Because if you look at his videos on how men are improperly treated or written in films, he doesn't say, oh, this isn't a problem that needs to be addressed. He says this is something we need to be fixed. It just seems kind of inconsistent, right? Like I don't know how else to interpret it.
If he was presented with the idea that we need to do more deconstructions of male leading heroes to show that they can be flawed and depressed and be brought down, he might very well say that's not a problem that needs fixing. We do have deconstructions. We do have great stories about older retired heroes sort of things doing different things differently, and that they've overcorrected and created horrible stories as a result. He may very well say that. Obviously, in regards to women, as far as I can tell, he's having a reflex response to the idea that we need to create better female characters. We always had really good female characters. That's the response to that.
Yeah, which it seems like a weird response to give when Russell Brand is asking what his two daughters could be watching in current day.
Well, he gave 5 examples, and then he talked about how it's not a problem.
Is just saying like,
He gave 5 examples, and then he talked about...
He gave examples of things that are like before they were born.
Why is that bad?
Examples of things before they were born. Because that's why Russell Brand asked the question again, is because last time he listed...
say, can you give examples from the last 5 years?
I think that was the implication when he talked about the age of his daughters.
Well, Drinker could, but I don't think...
He's clearly... Russell Brand is very clearly trying to ask about the current landscape of films, right? And so it's weird. It's weird to give old examples from before that they're born, and then also say it's a problem that doesn't need to be corrected because of those examples. Like it's not really
But then, if that is
satisfying
your
answer to the
position,
question,
and you
right?
believe that's the most reasonable interpretation, then you have to have as part of Drinker's position that we don't need any more female characters that are well written. And he must not think any of them are very good these days, which we know is not true. He's already praised Arcane.
I don't think that that's necessarily part of his perspective.
How can you maintain that he thinks that we don't need any more female characters and I can name all the best ones from ages ago because all of the new ones are shit, but simultaneously promotes the ones that are good today?
I didn't say that he said that there doesn't need to be any more female characters. I said that he's arguing against people that are making those efforts, right? Because a lot of his criticisms is against people making those efforts, whether they're well placed or not. And when he says when the phrasing is they're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist in the first place, a normal I don't know if the word normal is correct here. A different person with the perspectives that you're saying he has would say the problem does exist. Here's how you fix it. But he said the problem doesn't exist.
No, the
right?
problem. I
Which is
agree
just
with
a
him.
weird thing
The
to
problem
say.
doesn't exist. If the problem, as stated, is women need more representative characters that are in depth and detailed, I would say, yeah, sure, we all do. And if they said, well, yeah, but we don't have any as women, I'd be like, you have a lot.
But that's not what they said, and this is exactly what I was saying in the video. Is that if we were responding to Jennifer Lawrence saying there have been none, then yes, this is exactly what he would say, and it's a perfectly acceptable response. But that's not what he was asked. He was asked about the future, about the current landscape of films, and how to reconcile that without like having the whole political woke or whatever issues he's having with how they're being represented. We're it's like two different questions and two different answers, and we're kind of like interchanging which ones we think are being asked or answered. So I
Do
don't
you
know if
think
we're gonna I don't know if we're gonna wind up agreeing on this one, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from at the very least.
do you think if Russell Brand didn't, depending on what he was looking for, he wouldn't accept those answers if it wasn't something that he was looking for or approved of?
Can you repeat that question?
I get if Russell Brand wanted particular examples and Drinker gave his examples, wouldn't Russell Brand say, no, I mean these kinds of examples instead? Wouldn't he say
no,
those aren't good?
no, because he's one of the least confrontational interviewers ever. First of all, and
So
second, it did seem like the extent of his confrontation was him bringing this back because like I don't know if we're gonna agree that he was asking the exact same question earlier, but essentially both times he was trying to get advice on media for his young daughters to watch in this current landscape of films and trying to reconcile that with his perspectives on wokeness and perspectives on inclusion and all that stuff, right? So that is him like pushing back in a way because he was unsatisfied with the Sarah Connor and Ripley examples. I think he was genuinely asking like, hey, what is something that you would approve of? What is something like that I could show my young daughters? And that's not to say that something doesn't exist. I don't know the age rating on Arcane, if it would be appropriate for them or whatever. But like, it is a weird way to answer that question by ending
Well, I mean,
with it's a problem that doesn't
Alien and
exist in the first
Terminator.
place. Because I don't think he would say that about male characters, right? I don't think like if they were talking about like, hey, male characters were written well in the 80s and 90s, they're written terribly today. I don't think he's going to go, oh, it's a problem that doesn't need fixing. They're trying to solve a problem that like it seems like he's actively asking for the problem to be fixed when it comes to
So
males.
if the
Right?
problem, as stated,
Whereas
is women need more better written characters, he would want to cross it out and say we need all, not just women. And in fact, there's no relevance to say that women need it any more than men need it, any more than any other particular persuasion across. Fucking, I want more alien characters that are great or robots.
Mhm.
Like, I seriously think that's the tangle here. Is that Drinker is not at all implying that like people who want more female characters who are well written need to shut up because we have plenty already. He's saying, like, we need to do great shit for everybody. What do you mean? And we already know how.
That's a little exaggerative. I was trying to be careful with my phrasing. I think that's a little exaggerative of what my position was. That he's essentially arguing against the people making those efforts, not necessarily that there shouldn't be any more female characters and they need to shut up.
But that's the thing, right?
That he's
Russell highlights those people with those efforts, and Drinker's saying they're using shit tools when we've got the tools already. We know exactly what to do.
I wish he said that.
But that is what he's
but,
saying.
With other words.
Like he started talking about how they don't write characters with flaws. They don't write them defeating adversity. And you were saying, okay, yeah, that doesn't mean you've got a guaranteed good character. There are other ways to write them, but that is a broad good way to write characters. That's what he followed up with immediately.
But that wasn't.
That was all connected. That's what he's talking about with writing good characters, not just females.
Okay.
I just don't. What question would you ask him if he was here right now to get clarification?
Yo, how come I never see you drinking in your videos? What the fuck?
It's because he's already drunk.
Oh.
But seriously, in relation to this.
So yeah, I was genuinely curious about his clarification for why he seems to imply that because there are no stars anymore, if we're to accept that, why that's a bad thing, because it seems to come with that implication, and that was never answered in this video, and I've seen other people say it, and I've never seen like a proper answer for that, so that would be one thing I'd ask about.
And then also in relation to this part.
In relation to this part, I mean, like I don't know what I possibly could ask him, because I feel like with my criticisms being made, whether or not he had the intentions of saying what you were saying when he said it, like it seems like a pretty easy save, right? So I don't know if I would trust what the answer would be at that point.
You understand there's nothing that could be done at that point then?
Well, I don't have a window into his soul, right? I can only, and neither do you, but
obviously I trust the answers you're giving me about your perspective. I don't assume that you're probably saying a lot of stuff to look better.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I don't think that it's as, how do I phrase this? I don't think that when people do those sorts of things, I kind of touched on this earlier, that it's necessarily all intentional or conscious. I think that a lot of people do those sorts of things in an, I don't know if unconscious or subconscious, I guess is the right term, in kind of a subconscious way. You know, people are statistics. People are, you know, we're all subject to these weird biases and these weird behaviors, these weird mental phenomenons. And I think that it's very possible that a person in his position could give an answer to something and kind of think that it makes sense at the time, but it's not really a strong position or something that he's like actually thought about super strong. Like his whole answer to the Sound of Freedom, like his immediate response is like, I question the morals of people that are saying bad things about this movie, that they don't want you to see it because about the subject that it is. I feel like if he was asked that question for the first time, not on Russell Brand, but in this podcast, and I said, and if there was someone there to challenge him on that, whether it would be you or me, and being like, wait, are you serious? Like I'm sure he would be like, oh no, yeah, actually you're right. You know, like whether or not that's like I'm not trying to say like, ooh, to make people like him better, but I think that there's certain things that it's a normal human thing to say something and then be like, okay, yeah, you're right, that didn't make sense. I did it fucking 10 times or however many times during this whole conversation, right? I'm good faith. I'm open to having my mind changed. I'm open to discussion, and I'm introspective, right? So I would hope that the rest of the world is too. But that doesn't, you know, I wasn't necessarily implying like some sort of malicious, like, ooh, I'm gonna hide what my real opinion is, right? I'm just saying what he said was dumb, and that he might also agree it was dumb, and it's also a normal human thing to try and pretend like what you said was not actually what you said, and that doesn't mean you're a bad person. But you know, I would say that's just most people, that's a thing that people do. So who knows? I could be over psychoanalyzing. I don't know, but that's part of how I feel, I guess.
Being more familiar with his work, of course, I would just say he's got a big investment of writing male and female well. He's very into it, and obviously hates a lot of the dynamics that get promoted as an improvement upon older eras. But, you know, with all of that context, I can't read this any other way. I just think that he's lamenting at the fact that they think they're writing better characters when they've had the tools to do so this whole time, and they don't use them. Or rather, they don't feel inspired by them to create the aspects of those characters that really do endear people toward them, as opposed to having like one of the common ones in Captain Marvel, her best friend just walks up to her and says, "You are powerful, you're smart, you're funny, you are always the best in the class, you achieve so much, and you know what, you are so fucking great." And it's like she's looking at the camera. It's that kind of writing where it's just like, what a shame that we can't show it with action instead.
Yeah, I don't know if like listing any number of like bad current writing is.
It's what I'm trying to argue is in his head when he's saying these things. That's what he's thinking about.
Yeah, that's a very noble interpretation, and I'm glad you're sticking up for your buddy. And I don't, you know, I'm just trying my best to be honest about how I feel, and at the same time trying not to be, you know, shitty, I guess. So, like, I get it. I understand your perspective. I understand it. But like, man, it's not that like women existing and being more represented in media, it's not an attack on men. And even though some people write it to be as an attack on men, and even though some writers, it's clear like, oh, like this person just had a bad experience with men and they think that like, oh, all men are evil because they had 3 dates with men and they were all shit or whatever. Like those people exist and those people write movies, but like seeing more women in movies is not like this. It's not to claim that like this is not a thing that anyone should be concerned about. If I were a woman, I would see myself represented all the time. Name 5 movies in the past 20 years, 3 of which are side characters. Like if I were a woman growing up in the 1990s, if I was a woman aged 1 in 1991, I would just watch Alien with Ripley. I would just watch the Terminator movie with Sarah Connor, and I would see myself represented. Like, okay, I get it. Like, it doesn't have to matter this much to every single person. I'm a fucking gay furry. I don't see myself represented anywhere. I'm the pioneer of seeing myself represented places. I'm doing that shit for other people. I get it.
You don't see yourself represented anywhere?
Where?
Well, anywhere implies anywhere. Like,
Where am
I guess
supposed to
movies
see
more
myself
specifically.
represented?
Well, that's a
In
very
like
deep
mainstream
question.
culture?
Yeah, like do you not see yourself represented in movies or anything like that?
No.
No. All right.
No, not at all. Actually, one movie I
Yeah.
do.
All
but
right.
I can't tell you which one.
Fair enough.
I think
got
what's
you.
being appealed to is just fundamental characteristics that you find endearing because you consider them important to yourself as well, beyond gay theory.
Oh, I agree, but that's a it's not to say that if there's a gay furry in a movie then I see myself represented. I was just arguing, you know, on the same terms as people talking about how white people, you know, see themselves represented or black people see themselves represented. I agree that, you know, there are different variations and different arbitrary labels we can give ourselves to categorize how we feel represented. And I wasn't to say, you know, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, then therefore I would feel myself represented if I see a gay furry. I'm just saying, you know, by those standards that a lot of other people seem to apply, I don't see that.
Okay.
Right. But to claim that like, oh, the people that want to see themselves represented in that way, like, oh yeah, they already had it with Ripley and Sarah Connor, and that's it, and those are the only examples that you're ever going to name, and then some side characters. Like
that's just harsh in terms of representing his point of view.
That's pretty
it's
good.
exaggerative, yes. It's hyperbolic. You got to understand at least where they're coming from. Even if you think that that's something that they shouldn't like be concerned about, you should at least say that on their terms, right? You should at least say that on their terms.
but you're acting as if like they don't even have an argument, which is like crazy.
Worse. That's the problem.
What about that analytic tool? Like, I only know because I saw it in Rick and Morty, where they say like an analysis of a movie from a feminist perspective is: are there two female characters that have names that are talking about something other than a man?
Bechdel test fucking sucks. Bechdel test is bullshit. I don't even think women talking passes the Bechdel test. The entire movie, they're talking to a dude, and they're talking about what other dudes have done to them, so it doesn't even pass the Bechdel test. Bechdel test is a bunch of bullshit. Discard that shit immediately, even if you're feminist.
And also, like, there is an imbalance between
True.
films that, don't you think? Do you agree? Like, that are sort of built around, like, let's call them, white males or whatever. Do you think there's an imbalance that could be addressed? And what do you think about, like, why is it a critique like that emerged? Like the one I learned on Rick and Morty that's got a proper name. Someone told me in the post it's a proper technique. It's called the something test.
Yeah, the Bechdel test.
Bechdel test.
It's funny because the Bechdel test was actually created as a bit of a joke. But yeah, it's somehow.
Is it a 4chan thing or something?
No, it's a.
I love how Russell Brand thinks that the best. He thinks that the Bechdel test could have been created by 4chan. I love that. That's so.
That literally does sound like something 4chan would do.
At this point, but I think it's existed a lot longer than that became.
Yeah, I think it's
a
from the
thing that
80s.
people- that
Oh
people
yeah,
were-
but
yeah.
Sure,
like,
yeah.
that 4chan get up to a lot of crazy things.
Good.
Mhm.
Russell Brand. The Bechdel test was created before he was an actor, right? Before he was even like popular in movies in 2008 or whatever, right? Why does he think it was a 4chan thing? That's so funny.
It was created by a woman, but
You might
she
not know
just
how
did it as a
old
bit of
it
a laugh,
is.
and it was meant to poke fun at like the feminist critique of movies and stuff. So it was never meant to be taken seriously, but it's become like the benchmark.
I
across the
just
industry.
think it's funny that he thinks that, or that he thinks that it's a possibility as a person that used to work in filmmaking.
I find it amusing at how credible it is that he thinks that.
I don't even know when I first heard of it, but I wouldn't have any guess exactly its origin. You know,
I've probably heard about it, and like maybe within the last 5 years is when I heard about it. And I think it was because, feminism was a big their thing back in the 2013, 2016 kind of years. And that's, I think, when I first heard it. So makes sense to me. Someone might think it's something very recent.
like
with
an
all
internet
that
troll.
going
I could
on.
buy it.
Yeah,
obviously-
I could buy that.
I know it's not though.
for like how movies are rated, and so okay, it's a
More
meme
like
that became
the
reality, I suppose.
Blackdell test.
Critical doesn't
yeah,
seem to
yeah.
even mention
Stinks, it's
animated
gross.
characters as well, like Milan from 1998 or Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell.
In terms of how do you
That's the thing. He would mention a lot of animated characters if he had his full lists, but he just went with ones that came to his head first, which doesn't surprise me, right? Alien, Terminator, and Indiana Jones. It's like some of his favorite movies of all time.
how do you square that up? I suppose part of the reason is like it depends what genre of movie you want to look at and how mainstream you want to go, because the biggest movies at the box office tend to be action movies, they tend to be superhero movies, all those kind of things, but they're generally very male-oriented movies, and so the natural result is you tend to get a man in the lead because that's what guys look for. But
I agree.
For other stuff, it's just you just have to go into different genres. It could be dramas, it could be romance, it could be historical epics, whatever you want to be. There's plenty of movies with characters like that in it. They're just not the big blockbusters.
Get it? Hey, I get it. Because what it is, it's not like, hey, we really love white men. It's economic. It's economic. These movies will sell well.
I agree to a certain extent. In the same way that I said earlier, like, I was kind of being a bit facetious. Like, women are the majority population. I said anything political you can't complain about because you're voting on it. I don't mean that to a literal degree, but like, you can't complain about like women not being in politics if you don't vote for women in politics. Like, you're the majority vote. You're the majority vote. Like, vote for more women. If every woman voted for women, then you'd have women in politics. Like, why? Honestly, why are there mostly men in politics? Why? Women are the majority population. You have the majority vote. It is a slight majority. I literally don't get it. You can't blame men for that shit. You got to blame women for that shit because women are the majority vote. Like, I don't know. Maybe this will get me canceled or some shit. I don't know.
They need to organize.
I'm trying to reconcile.
I don't usually like this much women hate on the podcast, but we'll allow it for the guest. It's okay.
Yep. Don't worry. This is a
Thank
safe
you.
harbor. You can come here and hate
Thank
on
you.
women as
I
much as you
appreciate it.
want. If you need to. Oh, he's like, oh, finally, I can go on EFAP and drop this charade. I could be myself.
With this,
Women
Finally.
don't
the
vote for each
statistics
other because they all hate each other.
Yay.
of it all, like I'm trying to reconcile with the population. But to some degree, you have to blame what is popular on what is being consumed, right? So if there's, a certain amount of things being represented in media, you have to blame who is consuming the media. In the same way in the same way, and I'm going to make an argument against the critical drinker here, in the same way that we saw mostly male, white-dominated films in the 80s, in the same way that we are now seeing a bit more representation, we are seeing a bit more less white, less male represented leads in films, and they're doing successful. Fucking Parasite was hugely successful. Everything Everywhere All at Once was an indie film, basically. A24 small production film, you know, maybe not technically indie. But like, you know, it wasn't like a big gigantic studio movie like Christopher Nolan, Warner Brothers, whatever. Like everybody fucking saw it. Like everybody fucking saw it. Like if you didn't, like what are you even doing talking about movies or even listening to me talking about movies, right? The landscape is changing, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. And so you look at films like, you know, I think that, you know, you see Mahler like in the background here. And Mahler has had a critical drinker on his podcast, and I think they relate to each other a lot in certain ways. I think that people treat Mahler as kind of like this weird, like kind of boogeyman where like, sure, maybe he agrees with the critical drinker on some things. Maybe he agrees with me on certain things. Like, I don't think that he's necessarily like this caricature of like everything that's wrong with like film criticism. Or...
I appreciate it, I guess. Like you say, not necessarily. It's like maybe there's a small chance.
I phrase myself very carefully on everything I say. If you hear me making like a absolutist statement, that is very not representative of things I usually say. I make sure to add nuance to a lot of things that I say.
Or
that's
like
a normal thing.
Objectivism, or like.
Well, please don't connect objectivism to me.
That's not. We're not objectivists.
I'm not the one who started that. I'm saying that it's not
good.
Objectivism is just because that's the Ayn Rand thing.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear.
I think that a lot of people like treat him as like this weird kind of boogeyman, right? You look at his perspectives on films, like he loved Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like there are films that break out that like connect with everybody, regardless of like who the race or gender of the main character is, because it's
like Pootie Tang,
you know, a great film that connects with people. And I can understand, you know, like being in that perspective or being the critical drinker, you know, like you're used to this type of thing that has been presented to you your entire life, and you're looking for a reason to justify and understand why you don't like this new type of thing. And the reason isn't just, oh, you're racist, or you're sexist. It could just be it's new, right? Like that's most old people. Yeah. That's most people that just grow old. You know,
but
like,
also because
you're young,
I'm racist
and then you're old,
sexist.
and you don't like things that are new, and that's like the definition of conservative.
And I will say this is a very valid line of understanding for why people may come to their conclusions, but I don't know that I just don't think it applies to Drinker. He's going to tell you like he pursues a lot of all kinds of things. He wouldn't like hesitate being like, ooh, Asian led. I don't know, maybe I'll watch it. I guess.
Well, but do you think that there's any shred of a possibility that like part of him can feel that way? Like, do you feel like it's
like an unconscious
that it's
bias,
representative of any? Well, sure, yeah. I'm rarely talking about conscious biases. I think that most of people's biases are.
I guess part of the problem with that one is that I'm just going to go full all or nothing. Like, I guess maybe it applies to all of us in some way, or that we should just stick to whatever, you know, we see people do.
Yeah. I think that it does apply to all of us in some way. And I think that it's important to try and be introspective and try to fight that part of yourself if you do notice it influencing you in that way. But yeah, I feel like it does exist for a lot of people, and I'm just trying to be more conscious of and spread the message of my perspective that we shouldn't be just scared of things because they're new. And also, like, you know, a lot of people that exist that watched Everything Everywhere All at Once or watched Parasite, like, these films were able to exist in this culture because it's getting more normalized. If it was literally just like there's only been white people in movies, it like 100% with no exceptions, and then that movie shows up, like that would be incredibly intimidating for a lot of people, right? It's because different people being represented is taking up a bit more of the pie that these great films are able to exist in this landscape, and people are watching them and they're being successful.
I'm
think.
trying to think of even when I was super young, if I was like of a position where I'd be like, ooh, non-Western film, I don't know about this. Like I've got some kind of aversion to it. I don't think I've ever felt that way. Not to say I don't, there's going to be people who do, I suppose.
A lot of people
in the
can't
same
do
way.
subtitles.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, in the same way people can't do subtitles, 4:3 or black and white. Like a lot
That's
of
because
people.
of subtitles, right? Not because of.
Well, yeah, these biases that relate to like, I don't want to watch a foreign film. Those foreign, I'd be like, oh damn, okay. I don't feel like I come across that very much at all. But I guess you're saying it wouldn't be overt. These are things that are clicking and moving in the background over time.
Yeah, we're all a part of a greater machine, if we want to call it that. We're all individuals that make up a whole. We're all statistics. And we live life as individuals, but really we're statistics. And so yeah.
That's the definition of just being somebody who's not progressive. Is like, hey, things were the way I wanted them to be, and I think that was safe, and I don't like things that are changing, even though that's progress, right?
Well, that's all. They don't care. They don't care at all. Like the Bud Light thing. They don't care if you're blue collar. They don't care if you're trans. They don't give a shit. They just want to sell you Bud Light. So it's the same thing with movies. So maybe this is what perhaps, this is a question, like maybe what offends you. It's like they still want their cake of Indiana Jones, Luke Skywalker.
I love how he brought up Bud
IP
Light.
from the 80s,
I
but they
didn't
also
catch that the first time. They just want to sell you Bud Light. That's a very funny thing for Russell Brand to say.
Well, is he talking about like how it doesn't matter what they're fundamentally the bottom line is the bottom, like they just want to make money? I didn't catch exactly what his point was. I'm not sure. I thought that's what he was saying. He doesn't because it's called pink capitalism, right? Where they pretend to care about issues. They're just trying to sell stuff.
Yeah.
Attack. You shouldn't have these figures as the dominant figures. So they sort of live out their own dilemma almost in the movie of attacking and deconstructing the archetypes that they resent but rely on. Is that a good bit of made up analysis?
What they want to do is use them as a springboard to launch their own new characters. But it's like trying to take a character that you've bonded with over a period of years, if not decades.
I agree that it's kind of lame to try and take these in Indiana Jones 4, they were trying to be like, oh, Shia LaBeouf is the new guy, and then he got canceled, and then they were like, he actually died in the next movie. We have Bill and Ted being the two girls. I guess one of them's non-binary. I didn't know when I made my review. I don't know. You have the two main characters from that one. It was
Bill and Ted's third movie was fucking awful. I watched them all in a big row, the three of them. It was quite a drop in quality with that third one.
Oh, we're continuing the franchise. Did they even have another movie planned? I don't fucking know. There's a bit of a trend to be like, oh, we're passing the torch. I get that. I get understanding that, and I get recognizing that, but let's see where he goes with that.
Grew up with and stuff, like Indiana Jones being a great example, or Luke Skywalker, for example. Characters that you've really come to know and love, and then what they'll do is present them as old men who are sad and lonely. They've given up on life. They are broken down, and they're kind of pathetic now. And
what do you want the main actors to do? Do you want Harrison Ford to be like, oh, I'm such a very young, energetic young man?
What is going on here? What's happening
here?
So
he's commenting on the representation of beloved characters turning into something that he doesn't like. My argument is that it's less to do with it's not necessarily to do with men can't be represented in this way. He has a video where he's talking about how they're trying to destroy your heroes or something, right? I think that it is also very much just a byproduct of the fact that they're continuing to use these main actors to the point where they're in their fucking 80s. I don't know how else you're gonna fucking write them, right? It's more of an issue that we're trying to squeeze every last fucking piece of meat juice out of their dangles.
You don't think that there's any other way they could write these characters if they're old than humiliating and dragging them down and shitting all over them? There's no other. It's either come on.
Okay, so hold on. So there's the example that was talked about before you answered this question was Indiana Jones 5.
Yeah,
that wasn't really the whole movie. That was the intro to the whole movie. It was literally this. I don't know if all of you watched it, but he set it up and he was like, "You dang kids," and he just yelled out the window. The rest of the movie, he was doing shit. Maybe once he complained about his back or something, but he was. He wasn't replaced.
He literally didn't. He wanted to fucking die.
He wanted to die. Yeah.
He wanted to die by the end of it.
You want no. When he talks about wanting to die at the end, he's referring to his current state of life. Like throughout his era in life is that nobody likes him. He has nothing
He
to
wasn't
gain.
even necessarily wanting to. I thought he wanted to stay because it's his life's work to have studied that period in time.
So
And he was okay
he's,
with the consequence of dying while he was there, but not necessarily.
if you remember when he
thinking
returns,
that he would die.
he says like, "Why am I
that
still
moment.
alive? Who am I alive for?" Like he basically,
Because he got hurt. Remember?
yeah, he absolutely wanted to die, and he saw that the fact that he had a bullet wound and he could just watch history unfold is his opportunity to have a death he could actually vaguely enjoy instead of having to be dragged back to life.
I mean, I don't.
That was the movie.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
The majority of the movie is not like presenting him as like a piece of shit or anything like that. I don't even know if I'll agree with how we're framing how he's being presented at the beginning and end, but like those are the examples. It's just like
Well, at the
the
beginning,
opening
he
of the
was.
film and the
Remember-
Well,
end, right?
he's a. Go ahead.
Do you remember how when we get to the school / the university, like his students find him boring and they don't care about the subject at all? That's Indiana
he barely
Jones.
seems to care.
Yeah, it's fucking
is that
depressing.
like a commentary about? Is that I don't? That's a very interesting perspective because I don't consider that to be like a condemnation of him as a character. I just consider that as like an attempt at like I don't know like comedy or like just him showing how people don't relate to him. Like I don't know if I agree that it's like a part of a larger cultural issue for
When
a
the first
character to
movie,
be
students
portrayed
seemed
in
to really
that
like him.
way.
One of his students thought he was hot.
Yeah, and he's 80 years old.
Yeah, but this
How
is
old is he?
indicative of like he could command an audience.
Well, so in the third
this was
film,
something that
he
he
has
clearly had
to-
a passion about.
He has to sneak out of the university because so many people want to ask him questions about his life and stuff.
Yes.
But when he's this age, nobody gives a shit. People aren't even showing up, and they haven't paid attention to the course at all, to the point where they don't even know the answers to basic questions.
And even
Yeah,
even the way
so
he
again,
describes the topic is way different than how he describes it in Raiders.
I'll say that like even if I grant you that like his the way he's represented in the film is like insulting to the character, I think it's more of an issue of just like the fact that they're using old people and they're creatively bankrupt and just being like, okay, well, what the fuck do we do with this guy? He's old now, right? Like, how do we incorporate that into the story? You know, they did that in like Uncharted 4. You know, like people didn't really
Do you remember?
Wait, what do you mean by
take
that?
much of an issue.
Wait, hold on, what?
Were they? Wasn't he like fucking old and like, I'm
What,
too young,
Nathan?
old for this shit? Like, yeah, wasn't he?
He's
Am I
not that
misremembering
old.
it?
He retired for a couple of years.
Okay.
There was not in Uncharted 4. The central conflict didn't have anything to do with him being old. It mainly had to do with the fact that he was bullshitting Elena about like what he wanted from life and lying to her so that he could he could go off with his brother and go on adventures again. Like because he was just too insular, too self-focused, too much of a desire to get the treasure. Even though he said, "Well, I'm trying to help Sam," and it's like, yeah, I mean, you like this. Don't lie. Don't bullshit. It's not about him being old.
Do you feel like the central conflict of Indiana Jones 5 was about him being old?
It's about the point the
It was
film
about
wants to
him-
make is that he feels like, and he's supported throughout the film, that the world is done with him. He hasn't got anything else to offer. He can go. But by the end, we're supposed to believe through the events that he's got a hell of a lot more to offer, and culturally speaking, he's incredibly important. I think they failed miserably at making that argument.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like that wasn't my main takeaway from the film.
Okay,
It was
but
just like a
is-
dumb, boring action movie.
correct me if I'm wrong, but did you just say as well that what are they going to do considering how old he is, but also that he's okay throughout most of the movie? He's still doing stuff. He's not pathetic or anything. Like on those-
Exactly. I
well,
don't.
those two positions.
In some sense, it's the worst of both worlds, isn't it? You're simultaneously
'cause-
not recognizing his age while also using his age as a justification for this temperament when there are other possibilities and other options at your disposal.
What I'm saying is that the small amounts of that they included in the film is because they're lazy writers doing the obvious thing of like, well, he's old. I guess we'll make it about him being old. But it even with that considered, it doesn't make up like most of the film, right? It's not. I didn't walk away from that film feeling like that's what it was about or that's like the message that I was to get from it.
I think even Mangold would tell
it-
you that's what the film is about. That, like, the question of what is Indiana Jones to
Like,
the world.
as like one of the themes in the movie, sure, but like
The primary theme.
most of it was just dumb action shit.
Okay.
So the extended sequences that are about him talking, doing stuff that aren't the action sequences, like those still exist, and it's a huge part of the film.
They do.
As well, like, you know, there's so many other options everybody has to do with older characters. I would never want to restrict it to the point where it's like, if they're 80, then you're gonna have to do a story about how they're too old for this sort of thing, as
They're
opposed
old
to
and sad, and nobody likes them, and they're alone.
loads of people
Just-
recommended, like, he's still able to
It's
walk
it's
and
the
vaguely
obvious
run, right? So all you need to do is a Chris Pratt type, a son, anybody. Obviously, Short Round was suggested. They come in and they do the adventuring portion. He's always advisor, and you'll get involved here and there with a whip. You'll do this, that, and the other. You never. The theme of like, is he too old for this? What life is worth living anymore? You don't have to have those themes. We can talk. There's so many things people go through when they get older, and it's fucking annoying that every time we do this with like mainstream studio projects from Disney, they're like, what if they wanted to kill themselves?
Yeah, what if they suck?
Here's a question. Is this something that has happened in movies other than the new Indiana Jones and the Last Jedi?
Yes.
Or are those like Blade Runner?
We
that an
could.
example, or-
Well,
I'm not familiar enough with Blade Runner.
I'd have to rewatch
to
the new
say
Blade
for
Runner to
certain.
get better arguments. I only watched the one time. I didn't like it, but they're kind of. Well, I mean, there's loads of different examples all over the place, right? Obviously, the new James Bond, he wanted to kill himself, essentially, by the end. He did kill himself by the end, technically. Obviously, he was still saving people, but it's like, okay, Nick Fury would be another very recent one.
Can we hold this thought? I'm just gonna piss again, but
Okay.
I am interested in this conversation, so don't keep playing without me. I'll be back.
Sure.
Yep. Because I haven't seen the
Boy.
Picard season 1 and 2, but obviously I know enough from what people have spoken about it, and from what I've heard, he basically just goes
Yeah.
around apologizing and I'm like,
Boo-hoo, sorry. And also the Federation's terrible, xenophobic, awful people now, and they think he sucks.
but
well,
so
maybe
if
we
we're
should
talking
wait
about
until he's back,
specifically the desire to be fucking dead, it's going to be a shorter list than the deconstruction and assassination
Just
of like
general-
characters. Yeah.
Yeah, like you think that this character was like, you know, based on when last you saw them, you thought that they would be like respected and wiser and better and grown, and maybe, you know, they're living, God forbid, like a happy life, or they would be doing something that you'd expect. Nah, actually they suck balls and they're a loser. They kind of suck.
Fucking laundry
mean,
list from Marvel.
For Marvel is an extensive list. I mean, even with Star Wars, we haven't exhausted what we've got. And then there's all sorts of options that people don't even really think about or give a lot of credence to. Just fuel to get burned to do this, because it's definitely not a dichotomy. And I would hate, you know, this idea to persevere that it's either, you know, in unbelievable, you know, just unfathomable action sequences, or it's, you know, them being a loser and wanting to die. In fact, I really want this idea for, you know, older characters to, you know, who are still prominent and respectable to be normalized.
Hell yeah.
This idea that, oh yeah, just because you're old, that doesn't mean that, you know, you just can't like be in films, or you can't be an important character, or you can't do good things or impart good advice. I mean, we saw how they, you know, treated Val Kilmer in, you know, Top Gun Maverick. You know, I haven't even
All right,
seen
I'm
the
back.
movie,
Hello.
and I know that bit. Hello.
Oh, are you aware of that scene?
Yes,
So-
I am aware of that
Okay,
scene.
interesting.
It was
Yeah.
like, yeah, because
That's in the
yeah,
movie.
I guess what I'm this I guess this is a common theme. When I see certain aspects or issues or elements of film, and I guess particularly character writing, criticized in a particular way, that you know, this might just be because of my own bias and the types of media that I consume, but I see it very like heavily correlating, or at least, you know, acting in a symbiotic relationship with this whole sort of like idea of this agency over like, we have to make your male characters unrelatable. We have to like disparage them in some sort of way. Like, I think it's less of an issue of like recognizing that that's a thing, and more of an issue with, I guess, trying to have a conversation about like, okay, what is the intent behind that? I don't think it's nefarious, and I think that a lot of these conversations wind up as being like they're trying to, there's a they, and they're trying to they're trying to make it they're trying to brainwash you into believing these characters were never good in the first place, which I think is actually very similar to a quote from a Critical Drinker video that I watched. He's saying
Yeah.
that they're trying to convince you that those characters were not good in the first place. And I think that that's kind of like pushing it in terms of like uh trying to analyze the intent of the writer there. I think that there's other explanations for that are probably more reasonable. I think that writers can often be lazy. I don't think when we're talking about, beloved characters of a franchise existing and then growing to the actors are 80 years old, and we're in the fucking nostalgia generation where they're remaking all these movies and then they do soft reboots and then they want to bring back the old actors because that's the popular thing to do and everybody's doing it. I think it's just lazy writing. I think it's literally just like, oh, what do we do in a way that passes the torch in a lot of these films, sometimes not. Sometimes they try to end it. I don't know exactly what the fuck they were going for in Indiana Jones 5, but in The Last Jedi, they were definitely trying to do a passing the torch thing there. Like, oh, okay, like this is not the character you should be caring about. I don't know if that's a nefarious way to try and make you hate the character that you grew up with. I don't know if that's necessarily the goal, and I'm not sure I agree that it's as prevalent as Critical Drinker, or perhaps you as well, are making it out to be.
So the desire, as far as I can tell, if it's non-malicious, is a sense of like ego-driven sort of I'm gonna make my mark on the future of this IP and I'm gonna deconstruct. Like deconstruct is the key word. They want to show you what made this person the way they are in culture and the good and bad of that, and are they still that person, and what does that person mean for the future. That, I think, as a broad understanding, actually matches a shit ton of the examples. Like, recently with Secret Invasion, they spend a significant amount of time telling us that all of Nick Fury's achievements throughout the MCU were not his. He took them from other people and he claimed responsibility for them. Complete retcon, and it's like, that seems just completely fucked up and changes everything about him. And it's like,
Can you say that? Sorry, you need to say what the character did again. I was just hung up on the fact that there's a Marvel show I haven't heard about, and I keep getting introduced to them and realizing that they exist.
They
It's like Secret Invasion. Sorry, I had
they argue that
Very secret.
all of his, like, he's supposed to, Nick Fury is the super spy.
Is that the
He's
one with
supposed
the
to be,
AI intro?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I've vaguely heard of it.
Nick Fury's known, like, primarily character-wise, as being incredibly intelligent, shrewd, and sort of tactical. He's going to be the best. He's like the Batman sort of thing of the MCU. He's going to be able to defeat and plan. He's got nothing to him except his brain and his gun, sort of thing, right? That's the kind of character we got. They managed to maintain that relatively in the MCU, even though he doesn't have a lot of appearances. He's definitely kept up a sense of you're like, he's going to be impressive, whatever he ends up doing. In the new show, they argue a group of aliens needed a place to stay on Earth. They were literally, like, desperate. And he basically said to them, I'll figure out a home for you if you do secret agent stuff for me. And that involves collecting dirt on allies to leverage them, defeating people, maybe even doing hits, sort of thing, and getting information on different enemy squads. He got all of that, and he rose through all of the ranks until he reached the position we meet him in like, Iron Man. And they have an explicit speech from one of the characters saying, like, you motherfucker, you took credit for everything we did. Don't try and rewrite history. That sort of thing. And it's just another one that fits the mold of, like, holy fuck, what's the goal here? You've completely rewritten all of his actions to now making him a completely different character. It's like,
I think that it's just bad writing and idiots that are chosen for writing projects not based on their talent, but just nepotism and industry shoulder rubbing and shit. I think I honestly think that that's just most of it is just like I would like to think that writers wouldn't be so clueless to not understand how an audience would like to see their favorite characters being treated. But fuck it, like, here's an example. Did you watch Glass? Like,
Yeah.
that's M. Night. M. Night wrote those characters,
Yeah.
and that is I could not think of a more unceremonious way to end those characters'
I
stories.
completely agree.
That entire fucking thing is bullshit. Like, you watch that and you think, did you even care about these characters, like, and that's coming from the guy that wrote them. I think that we shouldn't be so naive as to think that it can't just be because there's a lot of writers that are just really bad and not necessarily like sure, I think subconsciously maybe statistically there could be a higher some amount of it being like politically motivated or maybe ideologically motivated, but I just don't think that that's the answer. And I think when we're talking about film, even just mainstream film, I think it's a bit more nuanced than that.
I'm happy to. I would completely agree that incompetence is absolutely a part of all of these, no matter what. If we find other motivations as well as other influences, that incompetence will always be a part of it. But like when approaching an Indiana Jones 5, I imagine they sat around thinking like, what should we make this film about? And someone settled on the idea of like, okay, so we'll start with like, he's going to be we'll bring him down. He's going to have a couple things going wrong. And by the end of the movie, he's going to find like a new lease on life, and it'll end on a really happy note that Indiana Jones is always going to be needed and necessary, and he'll even pick up his hat to let the audience know, you know what, he's still out there doing his adventures. It's like, okay. And then the incompetence set in and the deconstruction angle of like trying to get more commentary on different things he did in the original films with a new perspective on it, so to speak, and it ends up crashing and burning horrifically, and it matches a set, unfortunately, that I wish would fucking go away. Because it's interesting you said about the 80 years old. I think Christopher Lee was around 80 when he did Count Dooku, right? It's like, I'm not saying the prequels are amazing. I'm just saying that what do they do with him?
I'll do one even more recent, right? They brought Christopher Lee back for the Hobbit trilogy, and the movies aren't good, but they
were way worse on a second watch. Holy shit!
They definitely get worse on rewatches.
I think that's my highest rating jump. From a 5 to a 1.
Whoa!
To a 1? Whoa! Calm down. Like they're better than Dial. They're way better than Dial of Destiny.
No, the third Hobbit movie, Battle of the Five Armies.
That one's pretty bad. Yeah.
It's the worst.
Most disrespectful use of my time ever.
Most disrespectful use of my time. Oh, have you not reviewed? Have you got videos on these?
I'd way rather watch that than like Dial of Destiny. Easy.
I had the video of me seeing it in theaters where I was way overly charitable about it.
Wow.
And also, the second time I watched it was the extended edition, which was just the most cancerous fucking thing.
Well, the Battle of Five Armies extended edition is the only Lord of the Rings movie that has an R rating.
My God.
Which is funny.
Fun fact.
Which is funny, but then you watch the extended edition of those movies and you're like, what the fuck? So... That was a bit of a tonal thing. But what I would say, even though that trilogy is not good, there are legitimately good parts of those movies. Even the third one has legitimately good things in it. I don't know what I could say is good about Dial of Destiny.
It could have been worse.
Well, and I thought you were going to say
could have been worse.
You were going with like how they treated Christopher Lee, despite the fact that was one of his few remaining acting roles, I think, before he was unable to act anymore. And that's, significantly worse than Harrison Ford, who was still able to run around and shout and do all kinds of things. It's just a suggestion that they never had to go down these routes, but they often do with a lot of the most beloved characters of all time culturally, like Luke Skywalker, like Han Solo, like Indiana Jones. Why?
How many
stop?
examples are there, though? Like,
how many would you
3
need
or 4, right?
to concede that it's a pattern?
Whether or not it's a recognizable pattern in the sense that you can point out for however many examples in the past. When did Last Jedi come out? 2017?
Yeah.
Or something? Right?
Yes,
We're talking about the past 6 years. We're going to see more of those examples in this generation simply because we are in the generation of nostalgia bullshit where previous generations of movies didn't bring back old characters, right? They didn't this wasn't really as much of a thing in previous generations of movies. So,
but considering how often they fumble it, like to where it's a bizarre consistency with how badly they do it.
But don't we have comparisons to make, though?
I don't know if I would say it's a consistency.
But the previous generation of bringing Indiana Jones back didn't do this to him. Like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, but he wasn't that old. And
age doesn't have anything to do with it. Age doesn't have anything to do with it.
They did try to set it up.
He was older than.
They did try to set it up so that Shia LaBeouf would take over it.
Yeah, but they also ended it with him saying no. They took the hat off him.
Well,
Remember at the end of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, he married to Marion. He, was happy. They kind of left him on a high note.
Yeah, and it was the
anyway,
end.
regardless of whether or not there's some examples of
He was 66,
old
by the
people
way,
being brought
filming that.
old people being brought back in the 90s, early 2000s or whatever, right? Like I'm not saying it never happened, but we are in the generation of it happening consistently, of there being old IPs that are revived, revamped, soft reboots, whatever, bring back the old characters. The fact that this is constantly happening and is constantly a thing that is happening means that it's going to be more likely that we're going to see those characters disrespected and mishandled. I don't think that it's necessarily like the goal to do that. I think that it's just like a byproduct of us having these movies in this generation anyway, and the writing just being bad. Like we brought up Blade Runner 2049, which was kind of like a passing the torch sort of thing, and Harrison Ford is like old. Did you watch?
I've seen
did
it,
you guys
but
say
not
that you
since it
didn't
came
watch
out,
When
it?
it
and
came
I'm not a
out.
fan.
Not a fan. Yeah, I think I remember having a conversation about this on your thing a while ago. But
Mhm.
I really love that movie, and I don't know, like I don't know if I could watch that and attribute it as like we're supposed to not like this character anymore because they're old and because they're
Well, I don't
disheveled.
know
And
based off
I
of
I, I
that
feel
movie.
here's the thing. I just watched The Lorax, which was a very bad movie. And within the movie, within the singular title, there's a character who grows old and is like, "Ah, I can't do anything anymore." Like, I just think that's such a trope already that just writers who are a bunch of nepo babies in their 20s and 30s just don't know what old people are like. And so they just have to write them in this like, like I'm
Okay,
old.
but what about the
Like what else
ones that
like I think
are
it's just a lack of
successful?
creativity.
What about the ones that don't choose
Which
that
ones that are
direction and the ones
successful?
that people like? So we could go with like Logan would be one, right? That film's a deconstruction of Wolverine, but people really like it, and it
Yeah,
doesn't.
he's old.
Yeah, I'm saying
And
people
again,
liked
it's
it.
like the obvious. Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
What do you
but I'm
mean?
saying that the direction for the character to go and the types of ideas that they at least feel compelled to bring up as part of the themes of the character
oh,
is
okay,
just
no.
the most
So I'm
obvious
not.
shit. They're like, "Oh, the actor's old,
I
the
thought this
character's
was a
old, so
given.
we
I'm
gotta."
I'm saying that throughout Logan, he's not like pathetic. He's not being told by all of the characters that he's worthless, sort of thing, and he doesn't want to like give up on people or whatever. The deconstruction is what
I
does
think that
Wolverine represent?
we hold different values in terms of the social standings or how beloved characters are treated, because I don't see those things as too different personally, because I don't really feel generally like attached to any of those characters in like a nostalgic way. But like, even I'm trying to think of a good example of something where I could feel that same way. I just
But like you could
I'll have to
imagine
think
what it
about
would
it.
be to not want to see these
Well, I mean,
characters constantly
you mentioned
disrespected.
Glass, like that is
I
close to it, right? I assume.
Well, yeah, it's like entirely unceremonious, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't watch that and think that they're trying to make me feel disrespected by doing that. I watch that and think, wow, M. Night's fucking stupid.
Yeah, no,
like,
but
like that's my
I
takeaway
Or
is not like
what he did to those two characters
the
is so
narrative of like
beyond fucked up,
intent.
and I completely agree with you. And that if it were like if M Night had quotes related to, well, I wanted to do it to show people that the characters are blah blah blah, like these things are going to play into it as well, right? Like what the creators have
Mhm.
to say about these sorts of things, what ideas they're trying to represent. This whole era of it, there are legacy characters that do return as anomalies that are treated well. Logan was one I was trying to bring up, that people felt like Logan was respected in that film, but like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. They could have brought him in as a depressed, disheveled,
Yeah.
sad Peter Parker who's lost the will to live, but they
Yeah,
didn't. They made
but
him the mentor.
here here's what I was trying to say earlier. I feel like even if they did do that with Peter Parker Spider-Man, which I love, I wouldn't feel like personally slighted by that in any way.
It would depend for me on
And
execution.
I didn't feel that way in Glass either. I just felt like, wow, this is bad writing, right? I didn't feel like I feel like a lot of people very much kind of attach their identities to these characters in ways, and I feel like it can feel like That's an interesting sentence. I feel like it can feel like to a lot of people that their experience is being like diminished by having these characters um, being less respected in a piece of media. Whereas like I'm so detached from these characters, like even characters that I love, like I feel like this might be pointing towards like more of like a generational sort of like parasocial experience with media, right?
I feel like it's
Does
perfectly
that make
reasonable
sense?
to be upset when characters that inspired you would like shat on. I wouldn't call it. I don't think I'd describe it as parasocial compared to like any mentor in life.
I get what you're saying. I don't hold that much of an emotional stake in even my favorite characters uh being shat on in later incantations of media or anything. Like I've said this a million times. People can talk about my favorite movies of all time and say that they're shit. I don't care, right? Like it doesn't really matter. Like I care about my own experience with it. um but yeah, I think that I think we're kind of getting at this here is that I think there's a lot of people that relate so closely to these characters and hold them in a such a special place in their heart. And I'm not trying to say this in an insulting way, but just in a way where I'm trying to understand the perspective here. I think that there's a lot of people that hold these characters to such an important place in their heart that they feel slighted by how they're represented in media, which is interesting to me because I personally just don't feel that way. But now I feel like I'm understanding more about these people anyway.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure. The core of this being that you you were like I'm trying to get back to the video in some way. I think was it Drinker brought this up as
Sure.
With Indiana Jones and Star Wars, and you said, is it even happening outside of them? And do you feel as though that's been answered?
Say that one more time.
So Drinker mentioned Indiana Jones and Star Wars is obviously included, and then you said, is it even happening outside of them? Do you feel you still want examples, or?
I mean, I've been given examples. I don't know to what degree I would consider it to be like
Valid?
a cultural issue.
Okay.
Is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Obviously,
Like it can be a trend that you're noticing. Like I see sometimes I'll see trends that I notice in movies where it's like only 4 movies have done it, but I watch enough movies or I'm like aware of like the inspirations of enough movies where I'm like, okay, I see what's starting to happen here. Or like trailerisms,
yeah.
or like when the Inception Bwom happened, like right after District 9, I was like, this is becoming a thing. That was the second time it happened, and then it became a huge thing, right? Like I get that you can notice trends, but like
if there were 5 writers,
it's again.
just real quick, if there were 5
Sorry.
writers, one of them did it maliciously, one of them did it because he just was skipping through a bunch of character arcs and he landed on old equals, wants to die. Third one did it because they love the character and they feel like it's perfectly representative of where they'd go next. That's kind of like Rian Johnson with Luke Skywalker. He felt that that was the thing to do. And the fourth guy is like, oh, well, I love it when characters do this, just in general, so I just want to make this character do it. And then the fifth guy literally didn't even write it. It was AI. It was just that. But if all 5 happen at the same time, it's almost impossible not to see it as a pattern. I would imagine that's fair, even if we don't fully understand the motivations for everybody.
Sure. So pattern recognition is subjective, and I will give that. Yes, you can see that as a pattern. I will say that that is a noticeable pattern that one can notice. My issue, I guess perhaps I'm incorrectly attributing this, but my issue is with it being framed as kind of like a cultural problem, which is kind of what seems to be the takeaway in this interview, right?
For me, and I imagine possibly for Fringy and Rags, I'm not 100% sure, we tend to draw all of it back to incompetence, because you can almost do anything that people might hate on paper well. And so deconstructing all of these characters, even if that was their goal, which I'm not necessarily saying it is, at the core of it all, it can always be attributed to their ineptitude and watching them struggle to try and make whatever point they wanted to make. Like, people are like outraged that Nick Fury has an arc in that season about overcoming his like bigotry toward aliens as a black man in the show, which is pissing everybody off. And it's just like, yeah, the director was probably like, well, I'm trying to make a point about how racism is bad, and it's like, yeah, and you've made it in one of the most like awkward and dumbassery ways ever. You know, the incompetence can often explain almost everything, but it doesn't change the fact that I wish there was more like I think competence does breed respect for like a character you're dealing with.
Do you feel like there's any relation between like taking an issue with how beloved characters are treated in later versions of the franchise versus like talking about how, let's say, like men are treated in film, or like how male characters are written? Like, do you feel like that's kind of like in the same vein?
I don't think so. Because you could theoretically have, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't see why they would be. No, I don't think there's any real connection between the two, other than maybe the people
Mhm.
who notice one also notice the other.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just trying to be I'm trying to be fair in the sense that like I'm not really the type of person to like care too much about like, seeing how I'm represented in a film, or like seeing how a particular race or gender, like when I'm arguing about like women in film, like I'm more or less just saying like here's what people who are trying to make that change are at least saying, right? Here's their argument, and like at least engage with it, right? I don't really care either way in terms of the particular demographics, I don't think, but um I don't know. I feel like a lot of the conversation surrounding like culture and injecting that into film is just so not what I care about in terms of why I love film, right? I love film for the craftsmanship. The craftsmanship. I love film for the directing, the meticulous
If
elements, the details, the
because like, I feel like we're similar. We're on adjacent roads because when these sorts of things happen, it's like the rewrites or a lot of the time, like take Black Widow for example. She was very specifically characterized, start, middle, end in the MCU, and is dead. Her primary characteristic is that she wanted a family. She got taken away from hers. The newest version of her, they invent a history where she had a family that she completely ditched and then forgot she kind of had, and then reconnected during the events of another MCU film. It was like,
what
how
is
did
what is
you
the newest version of her?
Black Widow, the film? It was a.
Is it the oh god, I didn't even know that got released. That's so
It's
funny.
not good.
Oh yeah.
Point being, they probably thought, well, she cares about family. We'll make stories about that, and then they end up accidentally fucking assassinating her because they gave her a bunch of things that she would never have done if those are the values she had. So I'm sitting there frustrated that they've ruined the character, but also like a fundamental appeal to the artistic merits of storytelling. You've completely fucked it. Like you have to respect what they are, who they are, and what actions they would take. So like it's like two prongs, so to speak. Like my investment in the art form and my investment in the character for how much they may or may not mean to me.
Okay. What do you mean? What are you expecting?
Use that as an excuse to say, hey, they were never that good in the first place. And then what they'll do is they'll...
What? When was this published? This was after the new Indiana Jones, right? Yeah, I didn't get that takeaway, but we've already discussed
Yeah,
it, right? Let's see. Yeah, that was released June 30th. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't think that the new Indiana Jones movie, or like a lot of these movies were saying these characters were never that good in the first place. Like, you're reaching super hard when
Like I said, that one I gave you about...
even if we say that they're disrespected there, like the takeaway of them, the implied takeaway of they weren't that good in the first place, I feel like that's a stretch, even if
Well, do you
we
remember
were to agree that
the Nick Fury example I just gave you? Wouldn't that would encompass that, right? They literally rewrote his history to be shitter than it used to be.
I guess so.
I know you're not as familiar with
a lot of
what
stuff I don't watch and don't care
but like
about,
this is what
sorry.
Drink is referencing. This is what's on his mind.
I know, and this is where the disconnect comes from.
You
And
say
this
that.
is
Bring
this
in
is
a
what
new
we're
diverse
learning
female
about each other.
replacement who is stronger than them, smarter than them, more capable than them, doesn't have any other weaknesses, and it's like they're trying to...
Okay, he's coming at this from a very Star Wars based perspective, which I'm sorry. People who really care about film and people who really care about diversity of film, not diversity of races or genders, but diversity of like film, like the actual, film diet that you could consume. Most people aren't thinking about Star Wars, but it's clear that you're just thinking about Star Wars, right? Like,
What you're describing is Star Wars. It's one movie. It's one
So he's talking about a couple of games, a few series. Obviously, all of them are mainstream, but they're nonetheless valid, especially in the context of mainstream.
movie.
Say, hey, see this guy that you really liked?
You're
Also, it happened in Star Wars multiple times.
Mhm.
So, that's just one movie.
talking about Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. Did you see what they did to Obi-Wan?
I watched them, but they just like
Yeah, they did
oh,
the Han
sorry, which one?
Solo.
And then
The Han
obviously,
Solo movie.
No, Han Solo in The Force Awakens.
Oh,
I think you
What did
like.
they
Do you
say
like
about
Force
him?
Awakens? I can't remember. You
when it came out, I was like impressed by the practical effects.
Yeah.
I wasn't as jaded by the paint by numbers recreation of Episode 4. That would soon become the standard of what soft reboots would become. So my rating has changed since I've seen it. But I had a positive review when it came out because I was like, oh, this is fine. Let's see where it goes. And then not only did that become like, wind up being just some of the most annoying, tropey, obvious bullshit ever over time, but what the series ultimately leads to detracts from the original movie for sure, right? Like what
I agree.
if that's where you're going, you didn't even have a plan. You have two directors fucking arguing with each other about what the movies are. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well, and for the record, I enjoyed
So-
The Force Awakens when I first saw it, but
yeah,
Me
when time went
too,
on, it
but,
crumbled apart.
yeah.
What
it gets
other
worse?
movie could you
retrospectively.
possibly be talking about right now?
But we've got a new and improved version here, so you have to like them even more now. Of course you do, because that's how you.
You're talking about Luke Sky. What other movie could you possibly be talking about where it's like, oh yeah, we've created a new female character, and not only have we replaced.
So about this, like, are you familiar with the MCU's? It's very odd. Like in Phase 4 and 5, we've had a like. What is, I don't even know what the actual number would be, but to not exaggerate, it's like a 300% increase in female characters, which isn't a problem in and of itself, but when they're all written like shit, and a lot of them
They are
will
all written like shit.
a lot of them will introduce themselves in comparison with the established male version of whatever character it is. So, with Thor, we had girl Thor. With Ant-Man, you have his daughter in Quantumania, even though we already had Wasp, so I don't know, whatever. Black Widow, even Black Widow, her sister is introduced as the replacement Black Widow, and she is a lot better than Black Widow. She didn't make Black Widow's
Nice.
mistakes. Loki, Sylvie is the girl counterpart to him, and she, like, it's better than him in every single way. It's embarrassing and weird. Obviously, I assume you've heard about Hulk and She-Hulk. Some of the most famous clips from her explaining her trauma is more something that she's dealt with than he has.
I'm definitely aware of it and actively avoided it. Yes.
Yeah. And then like Doctor Strange, you got America is sort of taken over as she's the one that takes the final actions.
Annoying.
She was annoying, and it's unfortunate
What's
because
her name? America or what
yeah,
was her full name?
Chavez. And they don't give her
America Chavez. Yeah.
They don't give her character. They just give her she is girl who by the end of the film she's scared, and then he says you can do it, and then she does it. She had it all along.
Asshole
Yeah.
girl who.
And so many of these fucking characters' arcs are they had it all along instead of actually having to
Yeah.
like fight for it. Ridiculous.
struggle to
Would you
get their
say? Would you
powers,
say
their
that
abilities.
Would you say that because of how Marvel writes its female characters, that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is sexist against women?
Yes.
I think you could
Clearly hates women.
unironically make a pretty. Yeah, you could.
I would agree.
It's really kind of shit because the MCU had good female characters and it invented shit new ones or it ruined the good ones that we had to the point where I'm struggling to think what good female characters we have left.
Why don't you just knock female out of that? What good characters do we have left?
What good characters, period. But I guess to be topical, I'm trying to think of, who are the non-shit female characters we've got.
I know. Cosmo.
Oh, Cosmo. Yeah, that's true. Cosmo's great. I like Cosmo.
There you go.
So, are we in agreement that the Sony Marvel is doing better than Marvel right now?
You mean Venom 2, Morbius, and like I don't know.
Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, okay. That's yes. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna because you got that, and then you got technically No Way Home belongs more so to Sony than it does Marvel, right? So, and that was like a far more redeemable entry in Phase 4 and 5. But yeah, I guess I would concede that. Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
It is kind of.
Yeah.
but I mean, it is.
Yeah, who thought that we would get there?
Well, is it more or less funny than DreamWorks taking over Pixar in terms of
I was just
releasing
about to say
quality
that.
content?
I mean, I was hating Pixar before it was cool. So...
Where did you start hating Pixar? Which movie?
Toy Story 3.
Ooh, interesting choice.
A little earlier than most.
Yeah. Well, them with a female, but we're gonna say that the old male version is bad. What other movie could you possibly? Can I get some suggestions in the chat? I don't want to just be like talking out my ass from my limited perspective of like me watching art house movies, you know, and like me watching some Marvel movies and some Star Wars movies. Like, he's talking about this as if this is like mainstream. This is what every movie is doing, and he's literally just talking about Star Wars. Right? Is this not what's happening? Like, he's literally only talking about Star Wars here and he's not saying it?
Attacking and deconstructing the archetypes that they resent but rely on. Is that a good bit of made-up analysis?
What they want to do is use
please, somebody prove me wrong.
New characters, but it's like trying to take a character that you've bonded with over a period of years, if not decades, like you grew up with and stuff. Like Indiana Jones being a great example, or Luke Skywalker, for example. Characters that you've really come to know and love.
He says, for example,
present them as old,
but he's only talking about that, right?
Men who are.
Well, he's not talking about Star Wars. He's talking about Indiana Jones.
And he's, as we've said, there's loads. Drinker would give you a list if you really wanted them.
And lonely, they've given up on life, they're broken down, and they're kind of pathetic now, and they use that as an excuse to say, hey, they were never that good in the first place. And then what they'll do is they'll bring in a new, diverse female replacement who is stronger than them.
Like, did you watch not Genesis, Dark Fate? Terminator?
Hell no.
So, do you know,
no.
like, Dark Fate opens with another Arnie getting sent back, and he just shotguns John Connor to death.
Man,
And then
every time you guys talk, I'm sorry to interrupt. Every time you guys talk about a movie that you've seen that I haven't seen that you're like ruined your life, I just feel bad.
it's not. No. This is. I want to make you.
All sound awful. Like, I feel like I'm making the right decisions by just not considering them things
but like,
that I have to watch.
The more I
feel like I'm just doing a good job. You know, like
the reason it came to my head is because of what
I feel are going to be good.
It's because of what Drinker just said. I feel like if I just say this to you, it'll make you laugh, right? So.
Damn, I couldn't imagine
New Terminator.
would want to watch that movie.
New Terminator, big budget. Oh my god, James Cameron approves of it. Here we go. So exciting. Opens up, John Connor is immediately killed, and then in the future, Sarah Connor has to defend a new girl who is apparently going to be the one to hold, to carry the new savior of humanity. Because yes, Skynet was defeated. Unfortunately, in the ruins of Skynet, Legion rises up, which is another self-aware AI that's going to take over the world with robots and nukes. And then at the end of the film, they're like, actually, you're not going to have a kid or a son or a girl or whatever that's going to lead the world. You're going to lead it, because and they make this like big thing about how Sarah Connor kind of hates that she wasn't valued as an individual, but instead the carrier of John Connor, which is, it's just like, did you surgically do this? Why the hell did you write all of that way? That sounds like the most annoying and lame thing you could give Terminator fans.
So they're like kind of like disparaging the Sarah Connor character?
What I'm getting at is like they actually assassinate literally Mr. Connor, and then they make her completely alternate to what her character would be. They erase and undo like Skynet, but then they replace it with something called Legion that's exactly the fucking same. It's like the worst thing ever. And it's like, why? Why did you do all of this? You told the same story, much worse, but with a girl instead of a guy. What's the idea? What are you doing?
I think that a lot of the motivations when it comes to these terrible writing decisions are based on them thinking that they're going to have a successful film that they can make into a franchise, right? Like The Mummy was supposed to be the start of the Dark Universe. Perhaps if the new Bill and Ted were even more massively successful, then we would have those two other characters continuing to make films right now or whatever. I think that a lot of the bad writing comes from them preemptively trying to set things up and being like, well, yeah, why would we care about the old characters? Because we're trying to start this new shit. And the writers are just so stupid and ignorant about why anybody would want to see these old characters presented positively, right? So, yeah. Again, I think I'll concede on it being a thing that happens, but the intention is what I take issue with.
Okay.
Smarter than them, more capable than them, doesn't have any other weaknesses, and it's like they're trying to say, hey, see this guy that you really liked? Well, we've got a new and improved version here, so you have to like them even more now.
You say Luke Skywalker as an example. What's any other example?
Of course you do, because that's how human emotions work. No, it's not. People don't think that way. And so the more you try and slot these like fake pod people replacements in to like supplement these classic characters that we loved, the more people reject it. And that's why Indiana Jones is fucking tanking at the box office.
Did Indiana Jones do that? Like, it kept the same main character. It didn't replace it with a female character and say, Indiana Jones is bad.
I don't know if you were aware, but Kathleen Kennedy talked about how Helena Shaw could very well take over for the franchise at this point as a replacement Indiana Jones in her own franchise, but obviously that's not going to happen now because the film tanked.
Yeah, it was weird because like even
money.
I don't even know if I would argue that the film itself implied that, right? Like the only reason we're saying that is because Kathleen Kennedy's saying that, right?
No, that's to confirm that was a goal. There was a passing of the torch element to it, right? She's friends with basically everybody. She pulls,
though, right?
Yeah, if they were going to make another movie, they were going to make another movie, like if Dial of Destiny did well, then I don't think that we'd see Harrison Ford in it. It would be Helena Shaw taking over.
Which is probably like how well did Crystal Skull do? Right? Was that
made
like,
a
not
lot of money? It was very
did?
financially successful. Yeah, made like $800 million.
Damn.
Yeah, this one made half that, and it cost
This
more.
one, I
So,
think, I think
400
in order
million is where
to
it's at right now, and
in order to break even, I think it had to make just shy of 600 million. So
and that,
yeah,
and even then, that ain't great when you
Yeah,
spend
the,
$300 million to get 600
I think it's safe.
million.
I think it's safe to say that we will probably not see another Indiana Jones movie, if ever, in decades.
Hopefully.
Okay. Somebody clip it. Reg
Here-
said
yeah,
we
I
will.
will- yeah.
Wait. You don't even know your clip. Reg said we will probably not see.
Oh,
We will probably not
Clips.
see. Absolutely,
Got him exposed.
Nazi.
you did it. It came out. It's a Freudian slip.
EFAP will probably not see.
We'll never recover.
And probably. You literally had this entire tirade saying like, hey, they're trying to do this thing where like they're replacing it with women characters and saying that the male characters are bad. This is why Indiana Jones is tanking at the box office. Indiana Jones didn't do that.
This movie cost $300 million to make.
There's a plethora of reasons why that movie tanked. So much stuff to talk about in terms of like time of release, the choice of story to tell, the way it was marketed, the fucking
de-aging and how boring it was. It's so boring.
It needs to make like 900
Everybody
million
in
to
the
break
theater
even. It
was
ain't gonna
bored.
get 500 million.
Wow.
No way.
There's a really funny
She-Hulk. That's a very funny example. I didn't watch that show.
like this line from Seinfeld reminds me of you. There's an episode of Seinfeld where his dentist converts to Judaism.
That's very much a spin-off made for a streaming service.
Seinfeld offers.
I'm not going to argue that that's a good show. I've never seen it. It looks like shit.
You'd hate it.
I saw the trailer and I was like, nope.
Yeah.
So that it forced him to make
I guess I'm
jokes.
sexist now.
Oh yeah. Sure.
And Seinfeld's rabbi says to Seinfeld,
No.
does this offend you as a Jew? And he says, no, it offends me as a comedian. Like, that's what's offensive about it. So it's almost like that you're offended as a cineast and as a cinephile.
Oh, cineast. I love that word. That's on my poster over here.
Wait, what is that a word?
It's apparently a fucking word. I don't know if it's like, so I have a poster that says the ultimate bucket list for the cineast. And it's like, I don't know if it's like a German word. Like, I don't know what's going on. But
I've never heard that word before.
I know. I'm scratching them off as it's a scratch off poster. You know, it's really funny. It's so scuffed. It's obviously one of these like just made to make money, and like whoever made this doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's a Joker 2 that was listed before there was ever a Joker 2 announced.
Oh wow.
And there's some movies that are there twice in like the wrong year or the wrong director. It's kind of funny. So I'm trying to scratch them off as time goes by, but we're gonna cross off some movies.
But movies that you adore and love are being dismantled and deconstructed in ways that's clumsy and not even artfully done. But there could be a version. And also, I think it's important what you're saying about like that kind of hate for their own audience, because I think this has broader social connotations. I think the movie.
Critical Drinker, if you're watching this, can you please do like an entire live stream, like reacting to what I'm saying?
He doesn't need to.
We did it. It's fine.
Yeah.
He's where is he right now? Anime
like-
Matsuri, I think.
Sorry?
I think he's currently an anime Matsuri. I don't know. It's the convention of some kind.
Anime.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Because
So okay, here's my question. So I saw his YouTube post and he had his drink like this. Did it look to anyone else like he was like moving his bicep up with his other finger? Or was that just in my mind?
I have no clue.
No clue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also, when you said like this, I can't see you either, but
Oh yeah, I'm showing face cam to everybody but you. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
I just realized that. I don't want you to miss like some of the things that I'm asking you about. Like I want you like I'm really hoping like that some of these things will be addressed, you know, in some sort of substantive way. Like I'm not trying to start drama. I'm not saying like, oh, you have to respond to me, otherwise you're a pussy. Like I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in that. I really don't.
I do.
You don't have to respond to me. But if you are going to respond to me, like, can you do like a full, you know, like live, you know, it doesn't have to be live.
Do you believe that
can you
Anna
do-
Kasparian should debate Vosh?
Oh god.
Got him.
No.
It'll be an EFAP for the ages.
Like a full, like, hey, if I'm saying I would love to hear your opinion on this, like you satisfy that part of my brain or something. I don't know. Like you don't have to.
Movements we've seen, like, you know,
Don't send it to critical. Don't harass anybody about this. I am not one of those people where I want you to send people shit about this. No, I am not one of those people.
found this out, like the emergence of Trump, the emergence of Brexit, is the sense that people feel like the professional and media class hate them and do not represent them, whether that's politically or through the cultural content they provide. This is something I talked about sort of like for a while with the filmmaker Adam Curtis, who I very much admire. And it's been something I've learned more and more about over time. Is that you have
Adam
Do you have an
Curtis is a
opinion on
really
Brexit,
interesting.
or is that another thing you don't want to touch on?
Oh man, I just don't think we have the hours
I'm
for
just
it. You know.
curious because you. I was just I if you have like a one sentence review of Brexit, how it went, I just
I hope everyone.
I don't know, like what's the first word
My-
you think of when you think Brexit? Do you think awesome or do you think bad?
When it comes to Brexit, I hope everyone had a good time.
Yeah, they should open a theme park called Brexit.
Okay.
Interesting documentary filmmaker. It's
just
interesting to hear him referenced by Russell Brand, but yeah, I'm not surprised, I guess.
a professional class in journalism now that don't speak respectfully of, for want of a better phrase, working class people, working class culture. There's a kind of there's a sort of an antipathy
I don't know if the critical drinker knows who Adam Curtis is, though.
and loathing towards them. They don't like working class people, or in America, blue collar people. There's a kind of condescension and snobbery, and it seems like, in a sense, this is one of the narratives that's playing out in film. I also want to mention, like in South Park, when they did, and that was with the last Indiana Jones movie, you know, like where they went, like they had, I think, Kyle coming out of a movie theater puking. Oh my God, what did they do to Indy? I can't believe what they did to Indy. You know, and like what about the Imagination Land one, where they were like, these characters are more real to you, like, you know, whether it's Jesus, and you know, I'm religious, it turns out. I think he might be an atheist, but I believe in God and all sorts of stuff. But like they're saying, like, these characters are more real to you. Luke Skywalker's more
Why
real
did
than,
he
like,
go
maybe
for that first?
I don't know.
Why did he say,
When you say like naming fun fictional characters like Jesus, like, why would you say that?
Incredibly
He
based
caught
on
himself and
Redfield.
remembered he caught himself and remembered that his audience wants to hear that he's not.
Yeah.
or people, you know, these are people that
He's
you
like,
know, and that
uh-oh.
they've been vessels for your own personal development and your own understanding of your own
Imagination.
darkness and your own aspirations, and to see
Imagination.
I'm wearing a Wonder
When-
Chosen shirt
This is
right
our
now, boy.
Recommendation to watch Imagination Land episodes 1, 2, and 3. Is it?
there
love
It was a
Imagination.
I was
That was the third.
referencing the show Wonder Chosen.
Oh,
I'm referencing the Imagination song.
the superior media to whatever you were talking about.
Have you seen?
Like
Oh,
it.
okay, hold on. Have you seen what? Wait, stop. Have you seen Wonder Chosen?
No, I don't think so.
Fucking watch Wonder Chosen. I am recommending that to you all specifically. It's awesome. It's
Oh.
Wait, is that
edgy, it's
before or
fun.
after the Hundreds
It's
of
hilarious.
Beavers?
Well, you're not going to be able to watch Hundreds of Beavers until like maybe winter. So before.
It is winter. What are you talking about?
Have you seen another PF? So PFFR is responsible for Xavier Renegade Angel, which is the most popular one. They did Wonder Chosen before that. They did the Heart She Holler, which is kind of divisive, and they did the Shivering Truth, which I think is fucking incredible. I love PFFR. Wonder
Alright.
Chosen is their first show, and it's like genuinely just the funniest shit.
Well, I'm a big Xavier Renegade Angel fan, so that's good.
Wonder Chosen's fucking awesome.
Imagination.
don't even care about identity issues
Imagination.
anyway. It's insulting. Maybe is that a good way of describing
What
it?
a beautiful
Yes, and
voice.
it's, I best describe it as like a lot of these franchises are things that have been created by geniuses and inherited by morons, and that's the problem because they don't have this creative skill to be able to make stuff like this. By
They're kind of just rehashing the same shit that they've already said, and they're not really. It feels like they're not really having a conversation at this point. You know, like you're just kind of saying the same shit that you've already said.
themselves. Like if you want to make a shit movie with shit characters, like fine, I don't care. Like maybe you're just not very good at this stuff. I'm not gonna get offended by it though. But if you want to cannibalize these existing characters that were made by
I feel like that's a different point. talking about how it wouldn't
Yeah.
be as bad if not for the fact that it's attached to IPs that we all have a serious stake in culturally, or a lot of us do.
Someone way more intelligent and way more creative than you.
I don't agree that just like people in the 80s were like way more intelligent.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
What he's saying?
Or like
yeah.
better writers.
Well, he's saying that morons have inherited the work of great people, but how did those great
Yeah.
people get those jobs in the first place? Well, they created great works, right? That's how that would have gone. Like, they got their
Like, they had
positions
to
because
earn
of
it in a
that,
sense.
but then the next people got their positions because they may be, you know, know the right people at the right time. Like you said, Nepo babies, right?
Yes. And then like, oh yeah, everybody like I get it. Like a lot of people that are remaking these things are doing so based off of characters that were created by people that were more intelligent and more creative than them. But like, I don't know. It feels like he's trying to get a bit more than that. Maybe I'll hear him out a bit.
And humiliate them and try to use them to launch the shit things that you've made. That's when I've got a problem, because you're exploiting someone else's work.
It seems like he's got a bit more of a problem with the political angle being launched by the bad writing more than the bad writing itself.
raping someone else's creativity. That's what you're.
Did he say raping?
I think
Nice.
he would take great issue with really shit writing, whether or not he could see any kind of political motivation.
Mhm.
But the thing is, whenever you assassinate any one of these characters, you're probably going to be giving them, like, you're bringing them down every time, and so it always seems like it
Okay.
slots in.
I have a question before I forget. So the critical drinker is someone that has almost 2 million subs. And we can both agree that there is a type of caricature that is presented of him that may exist but is not necessarily him. Um, do you feel like that caricature exists creating online media? I'm not, I guess, expecting you to call anybody out, but can you think of like specific examples? You don't need to list them, but like, um, in terms of if let's say the criticisms that are being levied against the critical drinker are unfair, would you say that those criticisms are fair towards different people in the online media space that exist and create content and have
I
you
think
know a decent audience?
the people who are, like, poisoned completely by politics and can't see straight with movies are everywhere.
Yeah, they are definitely on both sides, all over the place. I think each side should work to clean up its own side's crazy people. Because it just really shits all over what could potentially be super
it's
cool
annoying. It
discourse on
feels like
movies.
it's hard to have real conversations about movies sometimes because you have to like wade through a sea of culture war stuff, and I would just like to talk about the movies themselves. And the
Yeah, and
games
it lets bad
themselves.
writing often skirt by, or bigger issues just like get overwhelmed by what is ultimately sometimes completely irrelevant, discussions on culture and politics.
Well, yeah, one of the
Well,
most
it's just when the
controversial
conversation. Oh, go for it.
one of the most controversial elements of Secret Invasion was its AI intro. We spent like 5 minutes talking about that, and we were just like, well, that's that. Moving on. When it's like the whole world has stopped turning to talk about how it's AI generated and stuff, and it's like, it's not to say that there isn't things worth talking about. It's just that we really want to talk about the characters and the events, not just that Emilia Clarke has a Drax arm. But to be fair, we spent a long time on that too, because that's pretty bad.
And that's really funny.
Yeah.
It's a really funny.
Someone else's work. You're raping someone else's creativity.
said
That's what you're
raping.
doing. But you're not adding anything productive to it. You're creating something worse to try and replace it. That, as a writer, as a storyteller, that really offends me because I hate to see other people's work get taken advantage of.
Yeah, nice one, mate. We've got some good, this is some stuff from our community. Donnie Jep, question for the drinker. Do you think there'll be a time in the future when Hollywood is making great movies again, or do you think that time's passed and something else like gaming will take its place?
I think,
Gaming.
yeah, we're going to see a lot of gaming
Yo,
adaptations. The
gaming,
Last of Us was a
gamer.
real benchmark for that. I think we're going to see a
Gaming!
lot more.
Are you a gamer?
He's a gamer. Hey, what's
Bro,
the best medium?
Of course, I'm a gamer. Did you hear my comments
Gamer.
about women? Jesus.
Yes, my brother.
What's the best medium, Adam? Like for art?
Oh, like the console? Or sorry, you're
Mm,
asking about like games versus.
TV shows versus
novels,
movies versus books.
writing, music. Yeah.
Comics even.
Ah, damn. I mean, my favorite is movies. I think gaming has the most potential.
Wow, that's my answer as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
I agree.
All right, well, there you go. That was that.
right,
End of that
everyone.
conversation.
Yeah, movie or TV show adaptations of video games because it's a massive, massive market. But I think also the time of this sort of mega blockbuster that costs $300 million is coming to an end, and I think we're going to see a lot more smaller things that they take more risks on. And yeah, they're going to have to start making better stuff, otherwise they will just.
Damn, I wish you would just like promote those smaller projects. And like, I wish I would say like, oh god, like, yeah, like recommends smaller projects to you, or like Sound of Freedom. The Whale was an Oscar movie. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be too shitty about that one. Like that that was a movie that I recommended. You know, like Boiling Point, Everything Everywhere, The Expanse, Ford v Ferrari, All
Confused
Quiet, Arcane,
with
1917, Event, Hard Boiled.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to
We
say
were,
because if we move past that one, real
Boiling
quick.
Point.
we were
Hey,
we're
we've
past that.
recommended it so many times. It's 1 per hour, so I'll recommend it again. Boiling Point, everyone. Go check it
Yeah,
out.
everyone,
You
go
really
see
should,
Boiling Point.
everybody. You really
Yeah.
should. It's a really
I
impressive
should-
film.
I should be watching it tomorrow.
Event Horizon,
Oh,
Brad, Fight Club,
good.
Blade Runner,
Alright,
Top Gun Maverick,
alright.
Predator, Jaws, Invincible, Falling Down. Like, okay, we got your entire. Okay, here's your playlist that you made.
Normally,
Like, oh, man, like The Boys, Cobra Kai, Chernobyl, Event Horizon, Falling Down, 1917, 4v Ferrari, Predator, Unforgiven, Blade Runner, Jaws. You didn't even like include The Whale in this playlist, by the way. Fight Club, The Expanse, 20. Whoa! Oh my God! The 2010, the year we made Contact. Oh, there was a big Sardonicast episode about that one. That was fun.
I have not seen it. Is it terrible or something?
It's fucking horrendous.
Okay.
If you, especially if you like, man, this is like kind of an interesting one because it almost seems like disrespectful towards the original in the same way that we were talking about like other movies that are disrespectful towards the originals. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Invincible.
did you watch?
Arcane,
Did you watch the original 2001?
Yes, I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
them both. I can't remember much about 2010 though.
I don't think I've seen 2010.
2010 is fucking garbo.
Spider-Man: No Way Home, Whiplash, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Top Gun Maverick, All Quiet on the Western Front. Oh, okay, here we are. The Whale, Boiling Point, The Menu, Sound of Freedom. Like you talk as though you're promoting smaller things. You talk as though you're
Do you know he has a second channel where he promotes movies as well?
What is it called?
Critical Drinker After Hours, I think. It's where he puts up all the podcast clips, and then he has other film reviews on there. I think more often recommendations than not.
promoting anything that's not just like shoved into your fucking face by everybody else. That if I were watching this and I didn't know your content, I would just, I mean, if I were watching this and I only knew Russell Brand's content and I've never heard of you before, I would assume that you're like promoting smaller artists or something, you know? Like, damn, like it's a sad state where you have this gigantic platform and you're literally just only sharing things that like everybody already knows about.
And yeah, they're gonna have to start making better stuff, otherwise they will just.
Except for all the
go
people who
bankrupt.
learn
Yeah,
about
that's
them
interesting.
through
That's
Drinker.
almost like decentralized, localized movie audience.
Well, yeah, and there's going to be plenty of people who just don't learn about much movies in general in their day-to-day, and they rely on people like Drinker to expose them to it,
Yeah.
you know?
Is the same way that everything is perhaps becoming federalized in that way. This is from Barry John Fox.
Federalized.
Drink Up. What are your top 5 films? And have you seen all of David Lynch's films?
I have not seen all of David Lynch's films now, but he does some good stuff. But like, yeah, he goes down some disturbing roads with his things. Top 5 films. It's definitely not going to be done in terms of artistic merit or anything, but probably Terminator 2, Big Trouble in Little China. I think probably the.
Do you not like Big Trouble in Little China?
No.
That's okay. Okay, it's all right. Move on.
Menu. I really love that.
That's in your
Wait,
top
did he just-
5?
The menu.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Menu in his
how
top
the
five.
menu's made it into his
Yeah.
top 5.
That's fascinating.
That's why I'm reacting that way in the recording.
It's so if you'd asked me what's Drinker's top 5, I probably would have told you it's Aliens, Predator, Terminator 2, Indiana Jones, Raiders, and Big Trouble in Little China being number 1. That's what I've always known about him. I never would have thought he'd put the menu at number 3. I have a feeling this is a recency thing that he's just trying to give you 5 movies that are top. I doubt he put
Recency
it.
bias, yeah.
I'm really surprised he mentioned the menu.
They
Happens to
came
a
out
lot of
so
people.
recently.
Probably Nightcrawler, and yeah, I'm not sure what my last one would be. I'll come back
Like,
to that
to be
one.
honest with you, I'm surprised he said Nightcrawler too. Like, I know he thinks it's really good, and it is really good, but I just don't. I wouldn't have thought it'd be in his top 5.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So are you
I
when
wasn't
you
gonna-
on this After Hours channel? You do a show with him every week.
Yep, open bar. Yeah, talk
Open
about.
bar.
It's
Okay.
essentially this week in movies, so to speak.
I held back on criticizing Big Trouble in Little China for being in his top 5.
Probably Nightcrawler and
Damn. Terminator 2, Big Trouble in Little China, The Menu.
Big Trouble in Little China. I think probably The Menu. I really love that. Probably Nightcrawler, and yeah, I'm not sure what my last one would be. I'll come back to that one in a minute.
The Menu, the recent movie, The Menu. I ain't seen that.
That's really good. Really interesting. It's a very good critique of how we understand art.
Are you gonna do?
I can't wait to watch The Menu.
Have you seen it yet?
I almost watched it before this recording, but
I would have thought
got
you'd
too
like
busy.
it. Honestly, are you you're not expecting it to be very
We'll see.
good? Okay.
I can't wait to see that.
A video on My Arthur remake.
My Arthur.
My Arthur. My Arthur.
I kind of avoided The Menu for a while because it seemed like normie bullshit, which I mean is being kind of reaffirmed by this. But I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I wasn't gonna see it in theaters.
When I remade the film Arthur, no, maybe not Arthur. What about getting to the? I want to see a video by you on Getting to the Greek or Sarah Marshall. The last thing I want to see is Arthur. Maybe I don't even want to see the My Arthur. I don't, like when you were saying that stuff about reboots, I was thinking, oh man, like 'cause I loved Dudley Moore, I loved Arthur, the original film, and I see actually in a way I've got an inside scoop on how that stuff happens. Like I've done a few successful movies in Hollywood. They recognise that there's a window for me, a moment for me. Like they've got the rights to Arthur. It's cheap to do it.
Even if if let's say the most recent movie I've ever seen I thought was like legitimately in my top 5. There's no way I would say like, oh yeah, it's in my top 5. I would want to see it a second time, right? Like, I would want to make sure, like, I would want to have like that confidence about like it's play.
It's funny because I've talked to him about The Menu. I didn't realize he was so passionate about it, but he might not be. I don't know.
Maybe
I'll have to ask him again.
it's just another one of those things that, like, kind of like I said earlier, where he just says an answer, and then if we asked him about it later, he would say that it
I
wasn't.
think
his
he
real
said
answer.
before his top 5 picks would change. He's been asked in the super chats before, right? It'll change every time, but
Okay.
you'll always find Big Trouble in Little China will be in there.
Ooh, place in history. What if he has one of those like bingo machines with the balls?
A little bit. I mean, to an extent, I
Every
do.
time he
Well,
gets
that
out.
implies a randomness, but
Well, but if the bingo balls go
Yeah,
up to
but
20,
what if they're all good movies that he likes?
I was about to say that's pretty much what my top 5 often ends up being. They'll switch around, or the top, at least top 10.
Except for the Prestige, so that's always number 1.
Yes, it sits there
Mhm.
forever.
What are your
Comfortably.
top 5? What are all your top 5s right now?
Who wants to go first?
The funny thing is that usually I'd say for the top 5, in no particular order, it'd be like Saving Private Ryan, Hot Fuzz, Terminator 2, and then the problem is that then when I start to think about like the next ones, it could be a lot of different movies. So like whatever
Well,
I
if you
say
have a
right
definitive
now,
top 3, then that's fine.
it'd be the same as Drinker. There'd probably be a couple that would sort of move in and out of the rotation.
Yeah.
The Menu.
No, not the Menu. That wouldn't be in the rotation. I like that movie, but no.
Yeah, I like it too.
man, it's tough. I think Fellowship of the Ring's my favorite movie of all time. I might. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I want to put The Last Wish really high up there. Probably
Damn.
top 5.
Ooh, that's a good
Um,
one.
Yeah, I really like that movie. I had my sister visited the other day with her boyfriend, and we talked about The Last Wish a bit while we were out eating, and I was like, wow, I really like this. What would I put as my number 3? I don't know. Oh,
Do you want to think about it?
it's really tough.
Mine's already set.
I don't know,
for
The
me.
Last
Menu.
Crusade. I might throw The Last Crusade in there. I really like that movie. The humor and the pacing, and I really, really like it.
All right.
Because it's a really good movie.
It is a really good movie, Rags. It is a really
Yes.
good movie.
What a
mine,
great, thematics at the end, and characters, and it has Hitler in it, so that's always a plus.
my number 1's
Mhm.
Prestige. Number 2's probably Aliens. Number 3 probably Hot Fuzz. And then it comes down to a big selection of changes like Unforgiven or T2 or Lord of the Rings Fellowship. I'd throw that in there as well. The
And The
Hunt.
Last Crusade.
The Hunt is
normally
very
be-
high up. And I'm pretty sure
Yes.
I saw The Hunt thanks to you, Adam. I'm almost certain.
Good.
Which means that we saw it thanks
It's
to
a great
Mahler.
movie.
So,
it's
that's a very
brilliant
good movie.
film that more people need to see.
Yes.
Has Critical Drinker seen it?
I don't know, but I am trying to get him
Well,
to see.
if you show it to the Critical Drinker, then he makes the recommends on his channel. Then we
That is the
completed
pipeline.
train.
I think before anyone is allowed to make a Twitter account, you need to see The Hunt.
People are often surprised about what it has to say. They wouldn't expect it to be about that, especially considering it was It was not. It was prior to like 20. It was prior to like the advent of the thing that it arguably could be talking about. I'm trying to remain very, very non-spoilery.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's fine.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to think of anything else. I think the
Probably
Gray
Batman and
would be up there.
Robin.
Oh, Batman and Robin
Whiplash is
easily.
pretty high up.
Batman and Robin, obviously,
Whiplash.
goes without saying.
Whiplash.
Whiplash, yeah, sure.
I got The Holy Mountain. I
Mhm.
got Synecdoche, New York.
Yep.
I got The Lion King. I got Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Good pick.
And I got Kill Bill Volume 1, I think. I mean,
Mm.
I consider both of them the same movie. I'm thinking about, like, I'm going to rewatch Old Boy soon. Maybe that's in my top 5. But
And
I
in
love
terms-
Kill Bill. I love I like it. They're all fucking...
To expand on
favorite.
animation, since you've got The Lion King up there, Wall-E and The Incredibles are both very, 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 very high in my estimation.
Alrighty then.
They're really great.
Yeah. I got a fucking IMDb list of favorite movies that hasn't been updated since like 2012, and I'm like, I don't know when I'm gonna update it. And also, their user interface is shit, so it's
What's
making
that? There's a
What?
website that you showed me, Mola, where you could it
Flickchart.
basically would put a movie. Yeah, like it puts a movie versus a movie, and then versus another one, and then like by working through that, it sort of creates the list for you based on
Yeah, and you can,
put it above this one or below that one.
You can select
Okay.
ones to put in as well. So if you're like, I really want to get this one in, it'll pop it in, then it'll just fight it against all the others.
Okay, that's.
I like it. It's fun. It's like a little game.
You should send me a link to that.
Oh, it's just flickchart.com. I
I'm
think
gonna...
is.
What? Sorry, what's
I
it
can
called?
link it. Yeah, Flickchart.
Chart. Okay. I'm
Stream.
gonna pee again, but
Okay.
feel free to continue playing the video.
At least in my brain, right?
Then they say, you know, do you know what I found?
There's so many people where like you ask them like what their top movies are, they're like, oh, this movie from this year. It's like, damn, what?
afterwards is that they were going to make before Dudley Moore done Arthur. They were going
Of
to make
all time this year, like
It can happen. It has to be a real good movie though.
Tar
Well,
is
it's
fucking.
you know, Rags mentioned Puss in Boots, and I really, really like that movie, but I feel like I need to put a couple more years between it before I
You
would
know, like,
say.
Yeah, it's that's why I feel like if I get asked this every week, it might change because there's so many great movies that
Yeah.
I really adore.
Well, part of it
Like,
is
I could easily
sometimes-
see myself putting like The Thing up there, or
So I don't
something
like
that.
getting asked because I could just have my mind over, like there could be a movie that just slips my mind, even though it ranks really high, just because of where I'm at any given time.
Like The Father, right? Once
Yeah,
the second watch through of that, I was like, holy fuck, this is a top tier.
and I mean, Casablanca is really good. You know, like having just watched that recently, it's a really good movie.
Incredible. I'm gonna give that a 10 on the second time I watch it. Probably. I didn't do it the first time I watched it. Even The Lighthouse, I gave a 10 the first time I watched it. Maybe I had to think about it. I'm not gonna say that was like, oh, in my top 5, like of all time. You're not gonna let that sink in? Holy shit! I couldn't imagine including something in my top 5 that I didn't let sink in.
Barbie movie is greater than Citizen Kane.
What? All right. Fair
You
enough.
see that there?
Really?
In the chat?
What? Barbie movie is okay. Calm down.
That's insane to me. But to each
Where's
their
that
own.
with
meme?
Belushi, with John Belushi.
Meme
Like, and I thought, like,
from
after I
the
went too late,
shadow.
when they've
I assume it's a meme because they say modern versus.
I hope so.
But hey, you know what? All opinions are welcome here.
when the damage had been done, I was like, oh, that's the version of Arthur you want to do. Is an 18 or R-registered version. Like, that's almost, you can see another take on that. But because it's economically motivated, they want it to be PG. It gets softened to the point where you can't even show him drink driving. Like that happens.
Drink driving, very British.
And also, someone should have told me, don't do that voice. Those two things could have saved us all a lot of time and trouble. I'm not going to push you to make videos on films that I've done. That's mental. I can't even believe I pulled it up. I'm crazy. Vulcan Live says, critical drinker. I'm more excited about this than Dorsey, Tucker, or RFK. And then TN Base Girl says, his eyes look blue to me, but Russell said brown. Oh, maybe they are blue. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, you got the eyes of a husky.
Pure killer.
He looks like a skinny Sargon of Akkad.
It really does.
But this from Thomas
It
B.
kinda
Against the Greek
does.
is like fine wine
I
against
never
every What
noticed
film that
that,
I've been
but-
in or done are you willing to be nice about?
It might be getting to the Greek actually. It got a chocolate at me back in the day, so yeah, it's been a good long time since I've seen it, but I do remember quite enjoying it.
Well, you better watch it again. Come on, mate. Let's try and build a relationship here.
It's the drinker recommends.
Okay, so what do you think about stuff like the re-editing of the Roald Dahl books and the sort of conversation around like Life of Brian and changing stuff like? Where do you stand on that, mate?
It makes me fucking sick. I hate this idea of we need to like soften and we need to start altering these movies from the past without the permission of the people who made them, just to make them more palatable to modern audience.
Okay, I don't even want it with the permission of the people who made it. Like, once you've made it, it's out there. Leave it alone. Don't edit it.
Yep.
Because God forbid.
Obviously, releasing additional versions
What
is
about,
fine.
I was about to say, what about director's cuts?
I'm
and
fine with that,
things?
yeah. But don't try and like once it's out, be like, no, I don't want you to see that.
One scrub the world of the original version.
Well, we say scrub the world is like good luck fucking trying when it's the internet, right? Like it's funny. There's a lot of edited movies that you know, on streaming services will now be available in the way that they are, but it's like piracy, my good friend, will be there forever, presumably, anyway.
It's an interesting aspect of media preservation, especially with less physical copies. Like these shows on streaming services, it's pretty rare that they get a like a Blu-ray release.
Someone might get offended by this.
And Marvel stuff gets edited after it comes out.
Yeah.
I know.
I agree.
Crazy,
But dude,
isn't
everyone's
it?
been going nuts over the Across the Spider-Verse edits. Like, a lot of stuff is lost to time now, apparently.
Yeah, I find that one really strange.
I'm not sure what happened.
There were different. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that, other than because what was it just a gimmick, or was it actually because the film wasn't like done completely and
I'm back.
utterly?
I have no clue. I've seen a lot of theories about why it's ended up that way, but Across the Spider-Verse, of course, if it came with deleted or alternate scenes, I think people would be okay with it. But from what I've heard, it's actually like the scenes that they saw in the theater are gone from the releases.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they're doing it.
Okay.
The fuck alone, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, these are works of art. They should be left alone as they were intended to be shown.
I agree.
Both with like in the case of Roald Dahl and in the case like I don't know that people Roald Dahl has in interviews outside of his fiction said some like overtly anti-Semitic stuff, like he's said some mad shit, but like I mean but like within the work he doesn't say that in like Matilda or like Charlie in a Chocolate Factory like and again it's like people like they want. I tell you why. I don't know why that happened. I think Netflix did a deal and bought the Roald Dahl estate. Netflix were like, oh shit, we live in this sort of territory where those things are monetized and mobilized, i.e. issues around identity. Let's push for the Roald Dahl estate to reissue those books with edits and stuff. And I feel like I even like, you know, when I would never use the N-word. I would never make a racist joke. I'm against racism.
But
I would.
but
I'm against hatred, but like, I feel like, you know, like Enid Blyton books, and in a sense, these are artifacts of their time. It's interesting because this cannibalism we talked about earlier, like that they have to use IP in order to keep their economic models going, is in a sense what the culture is doing anyway. It's what the whole culture is pulling itself apart. It's pulling itself apart about recognizing actually what you're going to have to do if you continue down this line is you're going to have a totally different set of principles almost around everything. You can't, you know, like the royal family, our whole class structure, everything is predicated on colonialism, imperialism. You like, in a sense, you as Kendi Andrews, who's a sort of a professor of black studies that I've spoken to, is like once you start this conversation, you cannot have Great Britain. Like it's gone. Like, so it's like you got to work out where this, you know, what the deal is. You know.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of trying to erase history or trying to alter it to make it more palatable to people, because it's like you're trying to pretend that things like mistakes that were made in the past didn't actually exist.
I completely agree.
And so it's like you
as do I.
There's like the good and the bad that comes with it, and I think you should just be honest about this stuff. And it filters through to movies and things like that. Like you can look at movies that were made like Gone with the Wind or whatever back in the 30s and 40s. Yeah, they don't align with our current standards or our current like cultural zeitgeist, but they're not meant to because they were made in a very different time. But we respect the time in which they were made, and we can look back on them now and say, well, yeah, okay, that's changed since then, but it deserves to be shown because it's an artifact from when it was made.
Mate, thank you so much. You're quite right. It's really plain that all of your work comes from a place of genuine love of cinema and storytelling, and as you say, the currency of authenticity. Thanks so much, Will, for joining us.
I don't disagree with. I believe that his takes also. I literally agree with Russell Brand here. I believe that the Critical Drinker's takes come from a love of cinema and authenticity, but what he perceives to be as cinema and authenticity. Not my definition of that, right? I don't believe that he's a bad faith actor. I don't believe that he's like a bad faith, like, oh, I'm trying to just make my political beliefs for everybody and like blah 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 blah. Like he's coming from a genuine place. I just think that it's like a very narrow mindset, and that again, I'm gonna reiterate what I said earlier. Like this guy's got fucking almost 2 million subscribers. Like I don't think that there's that many people that are just like so bad faith that they're like, oh yeah, I want to pretend as if like I believe what he's saying. Like a lot of people really connect with this shit. A lot of people really connect with it.
Do you still feel it's narrow, or just narrow by comparison to your own?
Yeah, still in comparison to my own, I would say, but not as narrow as I.
Because like I wouldn't take any issue with
the
that.
argument of like he's not, you know, promoting smaller films that or good examples of things that he likes. Like that's not something that I stand by. But I mean, yeah, if we're talking comparatively, I don't know. If many
mine is
people
narrow
disagree.
compared to yours. Like you, it'd be
yeah,
it always
you
is
know, there's
interesting to check
different
your
goals and
recommendations.
different tastes and different sensibilities, and there's nothing wrong with that. We have to understand why. It's important to understand why. It's important to understand why people agree with this, right? So it's not as simple as just saying like, oh, he's lying. Or oh, he's you know, just incorrect about it. Like he believes what he's saying. He believes what he's saying. I believe that.
To do some more stuff, I'd love to come on your show if you have me. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure.
Stay free with Russell Brand. See you first on Rumble. We can't make our wonderful content.
Damn! I saved. I saved a good
did
20
it.
minutes here.
We
yeah,
did
it. Hooray.
boy!
We
I'm
conquered.
so happy that
We stop there, or is there?
Yes.
Do you want to?
there, I
out?
think the rest is just Patreon credits.
Okay.
Good job, patrons.
We did it. We actually did
We
cover
did
a
it.
2.5 hour video. Hey,
See?
Transformed,
And you
Eight
stayed.
and a half hours. 8 hours and 32 minutes.
I was gonna
That's
say
not bad for us.
that's more than
actually
double
not bad for us.
what
yeah.
you said you were gonna. So thanks for that. Closing. All right. In terms of this whole subject, my big concern is simply that the world we're currently in on the internet is filled with way too much passion for burning bridges and a jump to it sort of thing. And whenever I see conflict with any kinds of spheres that I'm even remotely connected to, stepping on each other because of clips they see or takes they see, and they assume the worst because there are so many people who do it for the worst reasons. I'm always like, damn, that's a missed opportunity because that could have gone a completely different direction. Obviously, I'm biased in this regard. One of the first episodes of EFAP, we had JXE on, and since has become one of the closer friends I've had on the internet, you know, and that could have gone a completely different direction easily. Could have been really bad. Like, he covered my stuff, we brought him on, talked to him, and everything got settled, you know what I mean? And so, like, I feel like you, as a very great influence on film as an art form, and Drinker as someone I'm very much invested in that way, I feel like this is easy for a connection to be made, and for you know, certain things that need more attention to potentially be filtered through. Not to mention, you know, I would love to have you on Open Bar as a guest. Obviously, I'd have to talk to him about it. And it's unfortunate that, like, this would be the first major interaction, technically speaking, as opposed to something more neutral, or rather literally just a conversation where ideas can be shared as opposed to different directions being going down. Because like I said, I've got a decent investment in both of you, and I just feel like it's there's a lot you guys would agree on, as opposed to the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, in the stream that I made, I agreed with like half of it, but you know, my main concerns are more with the nuance and I guess more the intent of where we're trying to attribute these mistakes from, whether or not it's you know, bad writing or like a cultural you know, like trying to form culture into like a specific way. Yeah, we have agreements and we have disagreements. Here's my question. So, do you feel, you asked me how much I felt of my criticisms in this video held up to, you know, like a perfect standard or whatever, or you know, there's some assumptions that were made and some misinterpretations, and you know, I went in pretty good faith, and you know, I didn't make an essay video or like an attack video or anything, I don't think. But do you feel as though any of my criticisms were justified?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I think Drinker could word for more clarity. But the problem, of course, is that he's in a relatively quick interview and he doesn't know what should necessarily be explained further or what would be misunderstood. I would still recommend that if you wanted to do anything of this kind of approach to him on a stream, that the better move would have been to check out like 3 videos from him about 3 things you're like familiar with.
Give me a list.
Oh well,
No rush.
okay, yeah, I will, and it would be interesting to see you check out his "What Is Woke" video as well. See what you think.
Okay. Put that on the list. Were we
Yeah? What?
Were we planning on talking about copyright or no?
Did we want to do? No, I don't want to make you stay for even longer.
I-
Holy shit, it's 8.5 hours. If I assume we're on the same team with the copyright stuff, right?
I think so.
Yeah, what I
based
mean,
off
we can
of-
have a little blurb if you want.
Go for it, whatever you want.
I don't know if what were you planning on it being like an in-depth conversation or like watching any XQC stuff?
Oh
or-
well, we're doing that for the next EFAP. We're going to watch the H3 XQC debate. That was
nice.
going to happen with particular guests, but we're going to have to move it around. It won't be tomorrow, guys. That's not going to be happening anymore. Be next week. But yeah, if you wanted to
Okay.
join us for that, you're welcome to.
Oh no, I don't have time. I'm fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have
Well,
to move stuff around to do this. So.
we seriously appreciate the hell out of you spending this much time with us to talk through all of this stuff, and that I think there's hella toxicity, as someone might say, between different communities clashing hard. But I think this kind of communication is honestly rare and should be something that we work toward more so than shy away from.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I understand that not everybody is on the same wavelength about everything. You know, I feel like I make that clear with the type of I guess, content that I produce and the type of presence I have on the internet. I feel like I get along with most people to some degree. Um, are you planning on are you planning on ending your stream after
Um,
I leave?
we're probably going to talk a little bit about the state of everything, dates, there's some shopkeeping, so to speak, to let the EFAP community know about. But other than that, yeah, we're probably wrapping up soon.
Do you wanna spam your chat my Twitch or Kick link? Because I'm gonna get some cardio in and I'm gonna play Beat Saber for like an hour.
Absolutely. Do you want to link your preference?
Sure. Well, which one do I prefer? I guess I prefer Kick right now because
Well, I've got your
your
main channel is in the description, of course. You can sort of take the opportunity if you
I'm
want
not
to tell
streaming
people.
on YouTube, but
No, of course.
Sorry?
I just mean in general, talk to people about what you do and why they should subscribe to you, of course.
oh, my main channel is YourMovieSucks. You can find it by going to youtube.com/@YMS. I made a pretty good video debunking a 25-year-old animation conspiracy called YMS Kimba. I made a pretty good video, Lion King Part 1. I made a pretty good video, YMS The Little Mermaid. And if you enjoy those, then I hope you get hooked enough to listen to me talk about smaller films and expand your media diets, and hopefully it means something when I recommend something and everybody checks it out. Or when I strongly recommend something. When I give a 6 out of 10, you don't have to watch it. Okay.
Okay.
You don't. Yeah, that's not a strong recommendation. But if I give a fucking 8 or above, that means go see it. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do game streams. I do editing streams. I do music. I make music.
Oh, wow. He's a music maker, movie reviewer.
I am.
Did
Did you not know that I did music?
I knew it.
I did. I
knew,
did know
but
that you did music. He sings, he dances, he
I was in
sabers
the
and beats.
outro for a lot of your older vids.
older videos.
Yeah. It's the outro on the Adam and Pels.
What else do you do?
sometimes
Don't
too.
stop. Keep going.
You write books.
I have a food channel.
Oh, you did. Wait, you do? This is actually news to me.
I actually didn't know you had a food
I
channel.
know. It's literally, you know what's great about having a food channel? You can write off all of your food.
That's true. It's
Ah.
a business expense. That's unironically true.
Yeah.
If I get anything for my computer, that's a business expense. It's
Everyone should have a food channel. It saves you money.
YMS Eats.
Literally. Fuck it.
Why not?
You save money.
Nice.
Reviewing all them
Right
foods
off your
out
food.
there. Do you actually review them or you just eat them and that's it?
I mean, it's on camera. Sometimes I give my thoughts about.
Sometimes you're like, yeah, it's
Sometimes I
okay.
try to make it a bit more of a It's a part of the business. It's part of the business model, you know.
That's right. That's right.
Makes sense.
Make
It's a
that
business
money.
expense.
Chew that food.
What other
Calories for
channel do I have?
cash.
There's a clips channel. There's the YMS highlights channel, which is where the video we just reacted to came from, and which is where my perspective of this stream will also be. I might actually should I show your chat in my upload as well? Because that could be edited in if you think that's something we should also do.
I don't know how much one would gain if they were a fan of your work to see EFAP chat on the screen for all of that. They were incredibly angry.
Okay.
Like
No, they weren't
like
exactly doing constructive additions. I mean, a lot of them were, but a lot of them were just very angry.
Do I have permission if we think that it's kind of funny? Maybe I
Sure.
wasn't looking. I didn't have the tab open, but
it's kind of what I was talking about. Is like people get very sensitive. I think you've talked about it, right? Like taking personal insult when creators they prefer it. It happens.
Yes, I've talked about this many times.
Yeah. So yeah,
I would
go
like
ahead.
to point out someone in chat though. I like this comment. They said, "I'm not a fan of rags, but YMS is massively worse."
There you go, Rags.
Oh, we could leave that there and let it simmer. Just let that marinate.
Okay, yeah. Let me know.
By the way, if you've got no company and wouldn't mind it, I'd happily watch Boiling Point with you tomorrow if you want.
I do have company.
Okay,
It's a long
never
friend that
mind.
I haven't seen him in fucking like 2 years, and I'm debating whether or not to like do a watch along and just have him on mic or just to have like a normal hang out with him. I have this problem where I try to like work no matter what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's an issue. I'm about to do my cardio and stream it, right?
I have put it in chat. YMS on Kick. Go check him out. He's gonna do cardio.
If I wind up doing a watch along, would you even be like, I don't know what your sleeps. Are you essentially like
A
on
demon
the same
person?
sleep schedule you are on right now?
Whatever you like, I'd be able to make room for it because it is Sunday tomorrow. I don't think Drink is back, so we won't be doing catch
When
up.
do you
So.
sleep?
A really good question.
Oh, yeah. Whenever we can, just whenever.
I don't know how you do this.
I wouldn't
'Cause you do like
recommend it.
12-hour streams
Well,
when you're
'cause
like
it-
you.
you got to remember
is
as well the
like-
convergence of 3 drastically different time zones as well. You
Yeah.
got
Remember,
Australia,
I'm in
I fit-
America, America, Australia, and Wales.
Mhm.
So,
I fit in
yeah.
like fucking 2 hours for my podcast of different time zones. Like, it's not 12 hours.
That's how far we're willing to go
don't
to
know how you do
save
this shit.
storytelling, Adam.
That's right.
Mhm.
Do
Where
you drink
others are.
coffee?
I drink a lot
have
of coffee.
caffeine?
Yeah, it's a problem, I think.
Do you
Yeah,
eat
yeah.
during these also? I left a bunch of times.
We assume that was to pee.
I haven't peed yet, and I'm looking to.
YMS and I, we were on a pissing contest. We were just pissing.
And that's good. That's
That'd be a
healthy.
lot.
We should make
But
a
I also
peeing
drink a lot, so-
podcast. I drink a lot too. I drink a
I drink
whole
a
bunch of
good
water.
start the
amount of
piss-
water.
If we start a podcast called Pisscast,
Oh, dude.
Yes. I was just about to say Pisscast. Absolutely.
It
can
only
give
goes for as
tips
long as the
on,
first person needs to pee.
tips, tricks.
Mhm.
We're gonna
That sounds horrendous. Actually,
we'll lift the
idea
lid
of, like,
on
a
pissing.
competition is to hold in your piss because the first person who pisses loses. That sounds hellish.
That might be the opposite of ours.
They
It's the
actually
first
tried
person
that
who
on a radio
pisses.
station,
Did they?
and it was also a you also had to drink water, and a lady died. She was
I was
trying
about
to
to
win.
say,
I
a
think I
Nintendo
heard
Wii.
about that.
Did somebody
Yeah.
get seriously ill from that? I could believe that.
You can drink so much water that you do kill yourself. It is incredibly difficult, but it
Isn't it
can be
like-
done.
I feel like I've seen a video that how much is it? Isn't it like 30 liters or something in a day? Isn't it like some insane amount of water that you would need to drink?
My understanding is that it was a large part contributed to the fact that she couldn't piss.
So
That you could drink as much water as you want as long as you're pissing.
well,
No,
it
but I
says
think you
here.
can get water poisoning, right? You can get poisoned by drinking too much water. It's just that the amount is insanely high.
So while it says here that while water is considered one of the least toxic chemical compounds, it says drinking 6
Hopefully.
liters. Drinking 6 liters. It depends where you live, I suppose. But drinking 6 liters in 3 hours has caused the death of a human. So death by water intoxication is possible, but it
That's-
should probably
that's-
not be a
yeah,
concern of
sounds-
yours. Most people probably just can't do that.
Well, I mean, the problem that most people have is they don't drink enough water. That's way
Yes.
more of a problem than the
Drink
opposite.
water, everyone. Don't
Water
drink
is
3
wonderful.
liters in 6 hours.
No,
or
don't be
whatever it
doing
was,
that. And don't drink
but
sparkling.
drink,
Well, you
yeah.
can drink sparkling water if you
Don't
want.
drink sparkling water. It's
you
nasty.
just
We'll
don't
make that
talk to
illegal
me.
soon.
Hmm?
We're gonna make
Oh,
that illegal
well,
soon.
I mean,
Getting the important things
I-
done.
it's probably something wrong with it, right? Like, it's got to be worse than just regular water in some way. Surely.
Well, like nutritionally? I don't know.
I don't need air in my water. If
or
I
is
need air, I'll just breathe.
air in your water.
Yeah. All the
It's
little
so
bubbles.
sparkly.
It's like carbon dioxide or something, right? Or nitrogen. What gas do they use?
I have
Is it
no
CO2?
idea. I've never thought to really look into sparkling water as a thing. I hate it.
Me neither. I think it's
I don't
disgusting.
like it in my life. I don't like it.
It's weird. What is it about? All it is carbonated. It's just I think it's just CO2, right? So it's just water, and then they add CO2 to it to make it all
Like I
fizzy.
said, water is
How does that
perfect
make
the
it
way that it is?
Terrible.
I don't get it. I
don't understand. Because my mouth is like, what the fuck is this?
What about mineral water?
Which mineral?
I don't know, mineral water. I don't know what mineral.
I don't know. I
What
assume it's
mineral
probably
does mineral
yummy,
water
right?
have in it? I've never thought to look that up.
I don't
Mineral
know.
water, mineral.
What about like bismuth, maybe? Or
What
pyrite?
constitutes as a mineral?
Do they have
okay.
vegetable
Define
water?
mineral.
Most rocks.
They're minerals, Marie.
It's apparent. So apparently, because it varies, but mineral water can often have potassium, magnesium sulfate, calcium carbonate, sodium sulfate. I don't know what any. I know what potassium is, but those other ones.
Yum. You can get that from bananas.
Yes, which you can get poisoned from eating too many bananas, right? Potassium
That's
poisoning.
true. But banana intoxication.
But how many bananas is too much?
I'm
don't know.
gonna say 7.
You reckon that's the cutoff?
7's too much. 7 is just too many bananas.
Yeah, but throughout your life or in a day?
Yeah, throughout your life, yes.
Okay, all right.
Stop it. Stop
Shit, I
at
think I've already
6.
capped that out.
Spread 'em out. Well, you're gonna die.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. You should have.
If you hadn't said that, I'd probably have lived.
That's what you've peeled your last banana is a phrase that was often said back in the olden days, especially out west. You've peeled your last banana. Then they would die, presumably.
So anyway, YMS, your movie sucks. Adam, you've been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for staying here for so long.
Yeah, you're a real
Yeah,
trooper.
And
Yeah, you should do
mean,
streaming for
And thanks for
living.
coming on in general to talk about it.
Mhm.
Of course. It would be kind of weird if I didn't. No.
I mean, obviously, it's up to you.
but yeah,
I hope
I
we
mean-
see you again for Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yay.
Of course.
We're gonna be watching spooky
All right.
movies.
So what link should I give? Let's see. Kick www.
Oh, I've been posting your kick link.
.com/YMS. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Thank you. Well, if people are going to join, I'm going to be playing some Beat Saber.
Why did I always think it was KIK? I always thought it was KIK.
Why? Why did you think that?
I think you're because I
just
think that was a
did.
chat application.
Maybe.
That's a
But
different thing.
but for some reason, I just thought Kick was KIK. Maybe,
No.
maybe it was the app, but that's just something yeah. See, that's pretty reasonable misconception. Right?
All right, peace. I'm gonna
Okay,
play some
bye.
Beat
Goodbye,
Saber.
toodaloo.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, boy.
Roy.
Flick chart is asking what's better, Dumb and Dumber or Mrs. Doubtfire?
Ooh. Oh, that's
I haven't
interesting.
seen either of
That's
those
tough.
films in a very long time, so I can't.
Gun to my head. I'm gonna go with Mrs. Doubtfire,
Because-
but I feel like it's close.
Yeah, I don't know which one I'm gonna go for. I think I'll go with Mrs. Doubtfire. I feel it's got that emotional, resonance to it.
Mm-hmm. True.
Man, Dumb and Dumber. There's like 3 of those movies, right?
I think so. Too dumb,
Yeah.
too furious.
Too Dumb, Too Furious. I think that, yeah.
So, I guess first, Rags, if you wanted to say anything about anything you're up to, and then we can talk about what's going to be happening in the next few weeks.
I have no updates. Work carries on. So, yeah, I don't want to make
Same
any
here.
promises, but work carries on.
Yep.
So, the current situation, EFAP lads, is that the video, good old Quantumania video, is like a day and a half's work away from being 100 billion% complete. The main thing that's missing is the part at the end where, and I guess this acts as a form of vague pre-announcement, that me, Rags, and Fringy have set up a good old new thing. It ain't a plushie this time. It's actually,
No, it isn't.
it's actually a new kind of thing that is all
Ooh,
but
interesting.
essentially 100% good to go. So I assume you guys are alright with me talking a bit about it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You okay, Fringy? You
I mean, is
gonna?
there any reason why it wouldn't be?
I don't. That's why I'm saying this.
I don't
I
know.
can't think of any, but in case, just let me know.
You never know. Maybe
Just
Fringy
be
has a
just dotting my
amazing-
I's and crossing my
Yeah.
I's. It's okay. So It's vinyl figures is what we've got going. One for each of us. They're quite neat. I would show you imagery, but it's not 100% good to go right now. The other problem is that they may not be good to go before. It's literally down to the days that we've almost got it set up, but it's so close it might not be set up in time. And so all that'll mean is the video would be delayed by a week until that matches. And so I think that because the original plan is to release the video on the 19th, meaning, wait, when's the last EFAP supposed to happen? Hang on.
The next week.
Never, when we die.
That will be the 19th.
Okay, we're gonna have to do the next EFAP a different day. We'll have to figure that.
Okay.
Because of course the plan was originally to do it tomorrow, but we couldn't do it tomorrow because the guests have fallen through and we need to get rescheduled. So, geez, plans. Okay, so next week the video is supposed to come out on the 19th. That is still in relative stone. I think from what I've seen, we should be we're good for that. That seems to be the case. We should be good for that. Worst case scenario, move forward by a week and it comes out. I guess it'd be on the 25th because our anniversary is the 26th, right? Is that what I did last year with Doctor Strange? Did that come out on a Friday?
I thought it came out on, I want to say like a Wednesday or a Thursday. I don't remember. Hold on.
We do...
I double check.
Was last year's anniversary, did we do it on a Sunday? On a Saturday?
No, we would have done it on, I mean, you got to stop saying Sunday. I'm always doing it on Saturday. Saturday.
Saturday for me as well, but...
No, your guys' Saturday. It's always my Sunday. Except for today. Today is Saturday.
Yay.
It's still Saturday for me.
Yeah, so your Doctor Strange video was
Friday.
Yours was the 27th of August, which was... No, that was Saturday. Saturday the 27th.
So we did do the anniversary on a Sunday then.
Are you sure?
Well, because I thought we did it the day after the Doctor Strange video came out.
Well, no, I think you debuted the Doctor Strange video like hours before we started.
Oh shit, did I?
Remember, that was down to the wire.
It was. Unfortunately, we were there again.
Yeah.
We do everything we can to avoid that shit. But yes, so okay, well, in any case, that's the plan as right now. But I'm trying to let you guys know.
Lay it out clearly again, because I feel like it got confused there.
Next EFAP episode, we're going to have to do it on, like, Wednesday, 16th, more than likely. Because the 19th is where the video is supposed to come out. Why the fuck would we stream while premiering my video? I feel like that would be a very silly idea.
That would be odd.
And then the following week, on the 26th, is the anniversary stream. That is the plan. However, if we can't get these vinyls ready to go by the 19th, or rather earlier, to be honest with you, because it needs time to set up, the video would be moved forward a week. And, I mean, the repercussion of that would likely be that the anniversary would be moved forward a week.
And the video would be moved back a week.
Forward a week? Back a week? What do you mean?
You said forward a week. You mean back a week.
Why would we put it back a week?
We'd be moving the anniversary... Wait, forward a week?
Why would it be back a week?
Well, I'm... Okay, I'm confused.
You guys figure this out and tell me what we're doing.
I don't know. What are you confused about? What's happening?
They'd be moving forward a week.
So, video 19th, anniversary 26th. If we can't get the vinyls in time, video 26th, and then anniversary the 2nd.
Back. That's back. We're moving them backward a week. Forward a week means closer to now.
I've never known it to mean that.
Moving forward a week. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand what Fringy means, and I understand Mahler's misconception.
Okay.
I understand what's happening. Yeah.
Now at this point,
you're not. Neither of you are crazy. Neither of you are crazy. Don't worry. Cloverfield's better than 300.
Right. So forward a week means
forward in time.
Later. Forward. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, forward on the calendar means that it's being moved. Yeah, before. but forward temporally means that it's happening further away from where we are now. Forwards to the future. Yeah, so that both of
I've
you,
always read
none of you are
forward as
crazy.
moving it
so.
up, as in moving it closer to where you are.
Yes,
moving-
that's my understanding of it as well. If
I am
someone said, "Hey, we're
staring-
going to move the date forward," so
I am staring at the numbers and dates, and I'm just looking at it back and forward timeline-wise. That's probably why I went with forward there as opposed to
I
forward to
will
mean
say,
sooner.
the majority of people commenting on who's right or wrong are saying that I'm saying it correctly, but now I don't know.
I understand when Fringy. When
I
you were
now
both talking,
understand.
Fringy is what my understanding of it is and what people mean around here. At least that's
Okay.
what I think. So
The important
But
part
it is
is
confusing,
that
I
it is
suppose.
now understood for chat that it means
I
a
will
week
use
later.
different words. I will use sooner and later. There you go. Those ones are good. So
Okay, yeah, that's okay. Yes.
So the
all right,
19th is when the video is intended to release, and the anniversary is intended to be on the 26th. However, if the vinyls get delayed long enough that we cannot release them on time, the video will be pushed later to the 26th, and the anniversary will be pushed later to the 2nd.
Yes.
That is the
Does that make
plan.
sense, everybody?
Relatively
Yeah.
simple. The main issue, of course, is I hate the fact that this ever has to happen because I know many of you already have made arrangements to be available in whatever. Obviously, it's a Saturday, so hopefully speaking that you didn't have to do much of anything, not ruining anything, that sort of stuff. But like I said, we're going to do everything we can to keep it on schedule. So exactly 2 weeks from, well, yesterday is the anniversary, like I said. So, hopefully it all works out. Obviously, plenty of things will be planned. Guests and videos
You
and
guys
stuff.
will really like them vinyls, I reckon.
I think so
They're
too.
They're looking sharp, guys.
Hopefully,
they look really great.
If we do stream an EFAP on Wednesday, hopefully we can show them. We might have them by then, we might not. Obviously, we'll let you know.
We might, yes. We might.
What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, of course, if you have any memes and videos or anything you've created that relates to episode 250, I'll probably be trying the Discord collection for memes to grab them all up in time. Obviously, it's that time of year, so all different things happen, and it's difficult to get everything in order because I need to start getting it. This is the annoying thing is I can't quite invite people to a date yet because it's shifty. It's a shifty date, but yeah, I will try and get everything in order. That's the full update essentially. Really looking forward to these things happening, if and when they happen, of course. So yeah, I guess that's that. And yeah, we obviously have been incredibly busy with lots of different things. We are going to be recording and delivering more of the Super Chat catch-ups. It's just that, as you have seen if you're subscribed to Moolah, a lot of random different things popping out here and there that needed editing and participation in streams, all that stuff.
Oh,
and then, of
well,
course,
I guess,
getting the video done.
Well, I mean, might be premature, right? But like Ahsoka, right? EFAP TV, that is
going to be happening as well, yes.
That's
Jesus
on the
Christ.
horizons.
We gotta watch Ahsoka. Yeah.
Ant-Man's done. That's the next main thing I'm going to be working on for EFAP, related stuff. Yeah, and 2-episode premiere, so that makes my life harder.
Harder.
Well, you can still take them
yeah.
one at a time. We'll do it one at a time. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll do it one at a time. It's just, in terms of keeping it weekly, that just makes it harder. But yeah, that's on the horizon.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
Mhm.
Is there
That
anything
is
else you
that.
guys wanted to
That
say?
is that, I suppose. Yeah.
No, I think that's about it.
No, I think we're good. I think we're good.
Wonderful.
I think we're good.
Thank you all so much for joining us. We shall see you in the next EFAP, which won't even be that long, more than likely. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the company, and yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Toodaloo. See ya. Ciao.